Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite economist, harmonica player, matchmaker, artist.
Boy, my accolades are getting long here.
I know. And voting advocate, Adam Frienden.
All right, let's tear this whole thing up, man.
I just want to apologize. The reason that we were late today is that,
No, look, you're gonna apologize? Sitch,
yeah,
you know the rules.
I know you're anti-apology.
You know the rules.
Listen, I know you're anti-apology, Adam. Okay.
What are you doing? You just threw your entire credibility in the toilet and just flushed it down.
Well, see, listen. Okay, so I want to explain. Maybe I want to apologize. I want to explain. The reason that we were late today is that it's a new year, and every year, me and Adam renegotiate, or I basically renegotiate Adam's contract. And Adam was very unhappy. I thought giving Adam 20% of the revenue from the stream was more than fair. But
you
Adam
sent me a bullshit offer. How dare you? How dare you? I considered us friends. Now I might secretly record you and ask you all kinds of uncomfortable questions about your love life and publish them online.
Adam didn't like that every time he curses within the first 5 minutes of the video, he gets 0% of the money.
Look, I'm paying for those curses, okay? I deserve every one of them.
So that's why we were a little late. But
we're actually late because I was trying. Sitch here is going to come out Team Soy here. He's going to be corporate bootlicker through this entire stream. And I was trying.
We were late.
I was literally trying.
Adam's gabbing about all this sorts of economic crap that no one cares about that has nothing to do with the stream.
My story sounds more plausible.
He's like, my story. Let's talk about MMT for 20 minutes before the stream starts.
That was not MMT, okay? That was classical economics, okay? My story sounds more plausible, so therefore people believe me, okay?
Oh, sure.
Look, I know how this works. Listen, Sitch. Look, we have not really talked about this, so I don't know Sitch's position on this.
Well, I tweeted on it, so I think people can figure it out.
I really didn't look at the tweets. So
interesting. Okay, interesting.
I don't know. Look, I've been tweeting about this.
Does anyone believe it? Adam has that voice where I just don't believe what he's saying. I've
been tweeting about this too.
He's like, I didn't read the tweet.
I actually didn't read the tweets, but
okay. You sound very sus about it.
All of my tweets have been retweeted by Robert Barnes. I just want to tell. I want you to know.
Oh, is it? I can't tell if you're joking or not.
I'm dead serious. Robert Barnes he's retweeted like 5 of my tweets now.
Wow. Yeah. Fascinating.
So you know who's winning right now.
Listen, interesting.
Sitch doesn't have Robert Barnes retweeting him. Do you?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Barnes doesn't even follow me. No.
Robert Barnes is probably quote tweeting.
There you go.
Look at this bootlicker.
I bet. Let me see. I don't know if I believe you. Let me check his time. I don't see any Adam tweets.
Who are the
telling fib? Oh my God, he tweets a lot. Okay, maybe he did. Maybe he did. I don't know. I've hit like 20 scrolls and I'm still within like 2 hours. So that's not a good sign.
Okay. Well, it was yesterday or the day before. So.
I'm never gonna. It's lost then. It's lost for. Oh my God.
It's fine. Anyway. What are we covering here? Did anything happen this week? I feel like it was a light news week.
It was a very light news week. Nothing happened. Oh, of course. Today we're going to be talking about Steven Crowder versus the Daily Wire.
Yes. Yeah.
So I guess we should do the setup first.
Yeah, we gotta go through the whole entire thing.
Right. Do you want to set it up? Do you want me to set it up?
Go ahead. I guess I'll correct you when you
chime in. I'll probably get some little facts wrong.
Too far into the establishment narrative. I'll chime in.
Thank you. So
stop you.
Steven Crowder was working for the Blaze, and I think his contract ended the end of last year. And so he's looking for a new gig, new job, new person to work for to get paid by. And in November, he has a conversation with the Daily Wire, who Ben Shapiro works for. I think Ben Shapiro owns part of it, right?
I'm not sure that he does, to be honest with you.
Okay, because in Ben Shapiro's video, he kept saying we.
He might own a stake in it, a percentage. I'm
Okay.
not sure exactly how that goes. Private companies, they sell equity in the company, obviously, the same way the stock market is set up, but
Right.
it's a private company, so they don't
Well,
have
anyway,
to report to anyone. Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, so Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro works for them, Jordan Peterson works for them, Candace Owens worked for them,
Right.
Brett Cooper, a bunch of people, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, a bunch of names you've heard before.
Andrew
They reach
Klavan.
out to
Yeah.
Crowder about a job, and they send Crowder a first draft of a potential contract with some potential offerings of what they think they can start the negotiations with. Crowder, very unhappy, very unhappy with this first opening bid.
Right.
Seemed to find it insulting.
Right.
Supposedly, the story, according to the Daily Wire, is that after Stephen was very displeased with this initial opening bid, he demanded. Initially, it was going to be $12.5 million a year for 4 years. And Stephen, according to the Daily Wire, I don't know if Stephen hasn't denied or confirmed this to my knowledge. Stephen wanted it to raise to $30 million a year. And he also wanted some things changed in the contract. The Daily Wire said, hey, well, here, this is just the opening contract. Why don't you have your lawyers, your agent, write all over it, tell us what you want. Stephen Crowder said, no, I don't want to do that. I want you to just, write $30 million into the contract, rewrite the whole thing, and then give it to me then.
Send it back to me. Yeah, exactly.
Send it back to me. Daily Wire says, they kind of sit on that for a couple of days, or a week, and they say, I don't think this is going to work out. They tell Stephen, I don't think this is going to work out.
Right.
And that was it. They part ways.
Jeremy Boring in his video said the words, he didn't feel like Stephen was a team player. And that was a deal breaker for them.
Right.
So
that's another way, when they business talk, they say, you don't seem like a good fit for the company.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, he said specifically team player.
He did. Yes.
In the video, which I was surprised about that, because that's shots fired. That's you'll never work in this town again, kid.
That's not what that means. I completely disagree with you. That's like corporate speak for you seem like a diva.
Right, but you don't tell that to the world in your video. You tell that to future employers that come to you and say, "Oh yeah, we're thinking of hiring this guy. Should we do it?" That's a private conversation. That's not by the way, let everyone know.
Right, considering this is a response video to where Stephen had already attacked the Daily Wire, not just for being greedy, but saying that they're all political liars and hacks.
Right.
So I guess that was a mild shot back.
People on the Daily Wire side are focused on how nice Jeremy Boring was about saying how Stephen Crowder's a giant celebrity, and he's we hope the best for him, and we think he's going to be massively successful. By the way, he's not a team player. But anyway, there was definitely some shots fired in that video. It wasn't all sunshine and unicorns.
Right. It's not sunshine unicorns on either side, obviously.
Right. Yes.
Right. So anyway, the Daily Wire says, no, we don't really feel like, this is a good fit for us. They supposedly part ways amicably, or at least the Daily Wire believe they part ways amicably.
So. Yes.
Crowder was on some election coverage thing they did afterwards. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because Ben Shapiro said that he thought everything was fine. There was a clip I saw where during that coverage, I believe it was during that coverage, I don't know if it was Jeremy Boring, the president of Daily Wire, or some other executive from Daily Wire seemed to be talking, and Crowder was doing the I'm going to pretend to itch my face, but I'm going to flick you off maneuver.
Really? I didn't see that.
And no one obviously caught it at the time or thought to look for it at the time.
So, but anyway, there's a clip going around of Crowder flipping off Jeremy Boring.
Yeah, awesome. Or flipping off somebody. So yeah, it's weird. I was like, this is an interesting clip.
That's awesome.
But anyway, so then, well, I guess we should talk about the website and the timeline for the website, because that's kind of important.
Right.
Do you remember when was the exact? It was okay. So then that was in November. In December of last year, I think it was December 12th, according to Tim Pool and whatever sources he's drawing from.
Well, Ben Shapiro has the timeline on his Twitter if you want to look it up.
Right.
So, but
I wrote it down if I go and actually bring it up. But
yeah. Did he register the website before or after the phone call?
It was after the first phone call.
The one that he recorded?
Before, no, it was before
Okay.
that.
So
Okay.
he had a phone call where he
Well,
asked
hold
for
on.
more money. Go ahead.
Right. Well, he has the original phone call about the contract, doesn't go well. Daily Wire says, okay, I don't think it's going to work out. Then December of last year, December 12th, Steven Crowder registers the domain name stopbigcon.com.
Right.
Okay. And he goes, that's interesting. Then in January, so about a month-ish later, he asked to call the president of the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, again and have some kind of conversation with him.
Right.
And he has that in that conversation he has with Jeremy Boring. This is 2 months after the initial deal.
And
Steven
after
Crowder
he's registered the website.
Yeah, a month after he's registered the website.
Right.
Steven Crowder secretly records the president of the Daily Wire.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to listen to that video and we're going to listen to those clips. And it's very clear, at least to me, that the intention of the phone call was Steven Crowder was trying to catch the president saying things that sounded bad so that he could clip them and attack the Daily Wire.
Right.
Which is what Steven does.
This is an espionage thing he's doing.
Right. So then a few days after Steven records the phone call, he comes out with his first video, which we're going to watch parts of now, where he attacks the contract that the Daily Wire gave him, or not the contract, the opening bid of the contract, whatever phrase you want to use. And then Daily Wire responds, and then Steven responds to the second video with the pieces of the recorded phone call. So that's the setup. Is there anything else in the setup that we should talk about?
That insulting piece of garbage that they delivered to look. They were obviously trying to take advantage of him.
So I can see what side Adam is on, I guess.
What are you talking? Look, I'm totally objective about this.
Of course. He sounds very objective about it. Well, okay.
What side are you on? Did you answer the poll?
I didn't answer the poll.
So right now we
answer the poll.
Right now we have a poll up. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess you have to answer from your. So we have a poll up. Choose your destiny. Steven Crowder, Daily Wire, both or neither. And right now the poll sits at 26% Steven Crowder, 21% Daily Wire, 10% both, and the largest is neither, 42%. So
right.
So
Which,
a lot of
good
people
job. I appreciate that. Go team Century.
Well, a lot of people think, both are not acting.
There's blame to go around to everyone.
Yeah, it's not becoming behavior of either party. So a lot of people are obviously embarrassed for their side.
Sure. Though I do feel like the blame can be shifted more to one side than the other, which we'll talk about. Yes. So there's two things I want to say
the Daily Wire, right?
Before we get into the video. Okay. The first is it seems like the people that are very heavily on Team Crowder in this have two main complaints.
Right.
The first main complaint is that the terms of this opening bid were bad. They sucked. They lowballed Crowder, blah, 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 blah. Right. They think these were bad terms.
Right.
And we could talk about
Crowder would have been a fool to sign it, and just putting something in front of him that he'd be a fool to sign is kind of an insult.
Right.
Yeah, in and of
Especially
itself.
A big star like Crowder.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And I'm sure we'll talk about those terms, but I want to talk about those terms later.
Right.
Because number one, that's the focus point that a lot of other people have talked about. And I don't want to just kind of like rehash what everyone else is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, I'm not Steven Crowder. I'm not Jeremy Boring. I don't know what their actual finances are. I don't like to play this sort of guessing game where I try to figure out how much money Steven is making and how much money the Daily Wire is making and try to sort of, use all this lack of information to calculate exactly what is and what is not a good deal. I don't necessarily feel comfortable doing that or trying to figure out how to do that. It's very possible that Steven Crowder is worth, say, the high end of $30 million a year, and also be possible that Daily Wire doesn't have the ability to pay that.
Yeah, the $30 million
can't afford
a year.
So we'll talk. I'm sure we'll talk about some of the contract clauses that he had a problem with, that people had a problem with. We'll talk about that later. But the second thing also is that I've seen a lot of people criticize is that they don't like the idea where these businesses will do this thing where they kind of give someone a contract where the contract seems mostly one-sided in their favor, and they do this with the anticipation that the person they're negotiating with is going to then reciprocate by giving them like a contract where it's all in that person's favor, in the employee's favor, and that both the business and the employee are going to use conflict to kind of crash these two competing contracts together, and out of the conflict, some kind of compromise or agreement will arise. And a lot of people don't like this way of doing business, which is totally fine. Personally, I'm on that camp too. I don't really like being in that state of mind. I don't really like being there emotionally. I agree. I don't want to have those kinds of like ultra contentious, it's just business kind of cutthroat negotiations. So I understand all that. I don't like that either. But I also understand pragmatically and practically why certain businesses do handle business that way and do things that way. And I understand sort of the psychology behind a lot of those types of contract negotiations. And maybe we'll talk about that later.
Because every once in a while someone falls for it.
Well, it's not a question of falling for it. It's a question of, well, I guess we'll talk about it right now really briefly. So people kind of just say like, oh, it's, they give you this bad contract because they want someone to fall for it. It's like, I don't think that's the case, especially with like a big person like Crowder. I think it's more the case that when you're doing these negotiations, there's a psychology at work here where if you give someone a great first offer, very often they're going to just turn it down because they're assuming that you're lowballing them already.
Well, everyone assumes that you're going to trot out your wish list in the first offer. Like you're going to shoot for the moon.
Exactly.
On both
so if you
sides.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you give them a good offer, they're going to expect way more because they're going to like, oh, wow, they're lowballing me with this.
Mm-hmm.
So if you give them the actual lowball and then you work up to like the good place, it's more likely that that both sides will agree. Essentially.
Well, and I feel like that happened obviously Crowder came back with his high offer, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
he didn't come back with this is my low ball offer. He came back with this is my wish list.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of just the way that these things work. I agree. I wish it didn't work that way, but I understand why it does work that way.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could all just sit down and say, hey, let's come to an agreement. You give us your wish list and we'll give you our wish list and we'll kind of figure it out from there.
Right.
But it doesn't really work that way.
Right. So I understand why it doesn't work that way. But also, and I also understand the flip side of that, which is that the Daily Wire, just like any business, if someone spends the time and money and energy to build a business, they can run it however they see fit. And if someone doesn't like it, they don't have to work there. We live in a liberal capitalist society, and we have people are allowed to own property and business and run it how they see fit. So,
but more and more we do live in a society where privacy just does not exist. Like the Daily Wire takeaway from this is we have to negotiate as if we're negotiating in front of the internet and the world. Like that's their takeaway.
What they'll probably do now, because I don't think that's possible. I don't think you can negotiate with people like that publicly because it's going to be a lot of messiness behind the scenes that people don't see. Like an interesting thing was Michaela Peterson made a video about this. She said that they negotiated with Daily Wire for 5 months before they came to an agreement.
Yes.
So obviously they do a lot of negotiation. But no, I think what Daily Wire will probably do going forward is they'll probably put NDAs into like, even before they have like any paperwork, they're like, you have to sign an NDA.
Yeah, you're right. That's
not
probably
the
direction they'll go.
That's probably what will happen. So those two things, maybe we'll talk about those two things in more detail at the end. What I want to talk about, at least at first and primarily, is 2 points. Number one, the concept of catching strays. Okay. And that's that I think even if you agree with the Daily Wire giving Crowder a bad deal and an offensive deal, I think you still have to acknowledge, and we'll kind of go through it, that the way in which Crowder went about handling the situation was pretty bad, and that he caused a lot of collateral damage to people that had nothing to do with this specific negotiation. That's the first thing I want to talk about. And the second thing,
catching stray bullets, not stray cats.
Yes, catching stray. I've never heard someone say
Full.
catching strays in relation to catching stray cats.
Okay. You're talking about friendly fire.
I'm talking about friendly fire.
Right.
Yes.
A lot of friendly fire. And that's why people are interested in this, obviously.
Right. Lots
Yeah.
of friendly fire. And the second point I want to talk about, which is more related to the second video, is Crowder claims that this is not about the money.
Right.
And I'm going to stipulate that that is not true and actually doesn't make any sense
Right.
if you actually think about it. And we'll talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. Is there? Well, the other thing is that, and maybe I should set this up. In the first video that we're about to watch, people give Crowder a lot of credit for not a lot of credit. Some people give Crowder credit, including Crowder himself, gives himself credit for not naming the Daily Wire in the first video. He just says, someone gave me this contract, right? And he kind of acts like, and people act like this was a moral gesture to protect the Daily Wire, right?
Yes.
But he's not protecting the Daily Wire. And what he did was actually worse, because Crowder didn't just not name the Daily Wire. He didn't say like, oh, I received a contract from an unnamed conservative media outlet. He didn't say that. What he said was, every conservative media outlet, big con, and the people who work for those media outlets, I'm going to question their political integrity.
Yeah.
And I think people forget that because there's a lot of fixation on the actual contract. People forget that in this initial video, which we're about to watch, Crowder cast a huge net and painted with a very broad brush, labeling, the majority, if not all, and we don't know because he didn't name them, of conservative media outlets as all being basically a con.
Right.
And I'm not sure how anyone is going to defend that action when, especially when we now find out, at least that we know about, he only had a problem with one very specific company.
Right. He basically, cast suspicion on everybody working in the space, which is just massive collateral damage. Yeah.
Yes.
And evidently kind of thoughtlessly, because you'd think, oh, if I say I'm not going to say who this is, like everyone's, you're suspicious of every company.
Exactly. Right. Because remember, and this was interesting too, because some of the people were saying, oh, the Daily Wire's contract was not standard. It was unique to the Daily Wire, right? This was a claim that people were making. And maybe that's true, but in the video that we're about to watch, Steven Crowder says the opposite. He literally says the opposite. He says that this is happening all over the place.
Right.
Whatever that means. So he's contradicting that idea. And, when he created the website, he didn't say stop, Big Daily Wire, right? It's stop Big Con. Yeah, but stop Big Con is a general term. He's attacking the entire field, essentially.
Big conservative, yeah.
Right, big
Fox
conservative.
News.
Exactly. What does that mean? Is he talking about the Daily Wire? Is he talking about the Blaze? Is he talking about Fox News? He's talking about Daily Caller? I don't know. Who's he talking about?
He's talking about the establishment, the rhinos. Exactly. You know this.
Exactly.
Look, he's talking about the insiders. We know what's going on here.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is he's creating an us versus them mentality, where it's basically he's trying to set up a scenario where if you disagree with him on this contract question, you're not a true conservative, right? You're a fake. You're a rhino.
This is like, moral psychology, cultural psychology 101. Like it's hard to get groups of large sizes because inevitably somebody comes along and says, listen, let's split the group. Let's split the group in half.
Right.
By some metric. This is the establishment versus outsider metric that so much of the right is turning to these days. So doesn't it line up that way?
It does, but I guess that's always the question. Like if he had come out and just said, oh, I think the Daily Wire is too fixated on money, or specifically the management of the Daily Wire is too fixated on money, or they're too cutthroat with their business practices or something, people could say, okay, you can agree or disagree with that, whether that's good business practice. But he comes out and he's attacking like the political idea.
A lot of people
which
don't like the Daily Wire, though. They don't
but
like the Daily
that's to me
Wire
that's why this
because,
all feels so cynical from what Crowder is doing. It feels very calculated. Like I want to get a bunch of people on board with my new Daily Wire competitor thing I want to launch. If I just tell people that they're, have bad business practices, that doesn't really motivate people, right?
but do you understand
But
the
if you
underlying?
say they're fake conservatives, they're in bed with big tech, they're really secretly doing the bidding of Mark Zuckerberg and Susan Wojcicki, that gets people motivated. That gets people all riled up. Suddenly, it's a big political issue to support Crowder.
Do you understand the underlying ideological difference between the two camps? Because that's what I was really digging into
I
here.
don't know if there is an ideological difference between Steven Crowder
Oh,
and a
there
lot of the
is.
people at
Oh,
the. I
there
don't know if
is.
they're like what.
There is. The people that don't like the Daily Wire don't like the Daily Wire because it's a milk toast conservative organization, and they
That's not
believe
even remotely true. This is the problem. People are
that's not true of
confusing
Daily Wire. Look, let me just lay
what it.
out the
Okay, you lay
thinking.
out your
Even though
argument,
you
right?
disagree that the Daily Wire is a milk toast,
Right.
like it's a strategic difference, an ideological difference over strategy for confronting their political enemies.
Right.
The Daily Wire, they believe, is working within the confines of the system, and the more radicals don't want to work within the confines of the system. They want to break the system. Like this is a very they're very vocal about this. So they do see the Daily Wire as selling a type of conservatism that they don't necessarily agree with. That's why the framing that Steven Crowder has done here is so devastating, because he basically keys into those moral intuitions that people already feel.
So I agree with you that that's how some people are seeing it. I think that's the wrong way to see it because
Well,
I think people are confusing tone with ideology.
right,
Because you can't, like when you say milk toast, I guess it depends on how you define it. Candace Owens, not milk toast,
right.
right? Candace Owens has very extreme, very fiery opinions. Same thing is true. Matt
Matt
Walsh,
Walsh, yeah, I
not
agree.
milk toast, has very extreme positions and beliefs. Michael Knowles has very extreme positions and beliefs. I'm pretty sure Michael Knowles is like a Christian nationalist,
Yeah, they
essentially.
seem him and Matt Walsh both seem like theocrats to me.
Right,
I
right.
mean,
So I understand what you're saying, but it's like in terms of the policy and the way in which they envision the country, it's not accurate for people to kind of perceive the Daily Wire as like, well, they're just some kind of, you know, barely conservative, not revolutionary force. That's not true. What is true is that the tone in which they convey their information is different.
right.
That's the key difference. Crowder wants to be funny. He wants to be in your face. He wants to do funny skits. He wants to kind of do like Howard Stern-esque things, which is totally fine. And the Daily Wire wants to be more like, you put on a suit and tie and you look at the camera and you make your political argument, or you go out there and you film your documentaries. So it's not that the policy is really different. It's just that the style and presentation of the movement is different because Steven Crowder still wants to work in the confines of YouTube. He's still on YouTube. He still wants to work on YouTube. There's a reason he has a segment where he saves his more incendiary things that he says that you can't see on YouTube. You have to sign up and see them offline. Ben Shapiro does the same thing. Tim Pool does the same thing. A lot of people do this.
We're gonna do this soon.
Maybe we'll do this. I don't know if we start saying things that are too hot for YouTube.
Oh man. Yeah, no, but you get this is the framing that Steven Crowder put forward. He's
Right,
basically coming out and saying Daily Wire is a mouthpiece of the left
right.
because they're too afraid to break the left's rules. That's
Which
the
is
the
kind of
framing
crazy to
here.
say that, though.
But he's successfully done it.
Right. He successfully, well, maybe he successfully
I'm not
framed it. I'm
even
not
sure
sure.
people
We'll
on the
see.
Daily Wire side like know the effectiveness of this framing.
Well, I guess we'll see how effective it is because we'll have to see how much support Steven gets financially, going forward? And B, does the Daily Wire actually suffer financially or view-wise from this? Which I'm not sure either one of those is apparent how it's going to play out.
I think the Daily Wire is probably already suffering from this. Otherwise, Jeremy Boring wouldn't have come out and done his thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right to some degree, but we'll see if
He
those
would have
numbers
just let it
bounce
go.
back.
He'd be like, oh, no big deal.
I am very curious. Tomorrow, Steven Crowder is going to be on Tim's show.
Yeah, we're going to be on Tuesday probably talking about that. So
Tim was talking to Candace Owens by happenstance when this all broke out, and she had some very non-kind words for Crowder, and Tim seems to be sort of in the middle of it, not trying to make enemies, but he does seem to be siding slightly more with the Daily Wire. So I'm assuming he will ask Crowder some of the tougher questions, and maybe we'll get some interesting answers from.
I thought Tim was very fair in that talk with Candace Owens. So I know.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah,
I did too. Yeah. I mean, the segment after it was totally insane, but we're not going to talk about that because it's about a different topic.
Okay.
But anyway, let's jump into the video.
So this is the first video, right?
This is the first video. It's titled, It's Time to Stop.
Right. Bending over backwards for big tech leftists.
He stole the title from H3H3.
See what those three dots are? Those three dots are like bend over for leftists.
There you go.
That means.
You can insert whatever you want in those three dots.
No, that's what he means.
Okay.
We all know it.
So stopbigcon.com now exists to begin with. It's been a while.
So right off the bat, first word, stop Big Con. So he's already throwing this massive blanket over the entire movement.
Right.
Okay. First words out of his mouth.
While
Long live Little
either
Con.
this has to stop, or I'm going to have to stop. Either this, what I'm about to discuss, has to stop.
That's another thing too. He's like, listen, it's me, your beloved Steven Crowder,
Yes.
or this.
Yes. And what does that mean exactly?
It means he's going to go on a vacation or something. He's leaving.
If it's not about the money, what does he mean? Like, why can't he just keep doing his show and just get less money? If it's not about the money, why can't he just keep doing his show and get less money?
Yeah, one of the big takeaways from this is I thought Mug Club was 100% his baby. I thought he controlled Mug Club. I was astounded to learn, no, the Blaze controls Mug Club. He doesn't even really know the Mug Club numbers. He doesn't know how many subscribers there are on Mug
I think that's the problem. And this is probably part of what's motivating Steven's behavior, is that Mug Club was his baby, but because of probably the contract he had with the Blaze, he essentially gave them his baby and they now adopted it and have full control over it.
Well, that could be part of why he's so pissed off about this contract being a betrayal, because he feels like I got screwed over by the Blaze, and now
it's not a betrayal because
it
didn't occur. Nothing actually happened, but it's why he's probably offended by it.
Yeah,
I'd imagine.
Nobody wants to look at a crap contract, especially from a friend. So this is why contract negotiations are so much harder between friends.
Of course.
Or I don't know. This may just not be for me anymore. So let me explain. Give me a few minutes of your time because context matters here. I ask that you don't skip ahead. Won't take very long. This has been a long time coming. This is a conversation that I've actively avoided, sidestepped, and I've hoped and prayed that it not be necessary behind the scenes for a long while, but that's no longer possible.
So looking back, now that we have future vision, how does that sit with you now that we know that he created the domain Stop BigCon last December and tape recorded the president secretly? How does what he just said sit with you now that we know that information?
Well, it's a completely different read, obviously, from first seeing the video. I'm kind of glad that we're going back and rewatching it. So, because we know the information that he has.
Right.
Like we know he's recorded the call. We know he's got like a next step.
Well, that's the thing. Because I saw this video, before that information came out, which I assume most people did. And so you had a different completely different perspective. And then I watched the video again multiple times, and it really reads differently because he's trying to set up like, oh, I was pushed into this corner. I've just kind of decided to do this last minute. And it's like, well, no, it seems like he's been planning to do this for months, actually.
Yeah. It's well prepared.
Yes.
So if you've watched for the last decade, you know that I've always made it clear that we here at Mug Club are in the business of serving you, the viewer, you watching, listening right now. I've also made it clear that I wouldn't be in the business of attacking other conservatives, regardless of disagreements or personal issues. And I've always explained my logic was relatively simple. I believe that the world was better with more voices out there rather than less, regardless of minute differences, considering the magnitude of the battle that we are genuinely fighting for our country right now. But for the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country. We here at Mug Club, we thought that we were all in this together, that we were fighting the media, entertainment, industrial complex. We thought that we were all genuinely taking it to big tech. But too many of those in charge of the big conservative platforms are verifiably in bed with them.
Okay. So a couple
there
things.
you go.
Right. So right off the bat, he's not just attacking the Daily Wire. He's not even saying there is a big conservative media outlet that's in bed with big tech. He just said too many.
Right.
Too many of these big conservative outlets are in bed with them.
Which you might as well say all of them. I mean,
right.
Just, if you're not going to name.
Exactly.
Everyone is under suspicion then.
Exactly. And that's why, to me, when he's sort of saying, well, I didn't name them, and it's kind of under this idea that he's protecting them, it's literally the opposite. He's basically
hurting everyone.
He's hurting everyone. It'd be like going back in time to like the 1800s, and you're like, there's witchcraft going on in this village. I know who the witch is, but I'm not going to say who it is, but they know who they are. And then everyone's like, wait a minute. Who's
you know who you are. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And everyone's like pointing fingers at everyone else. It's like, wait, it's even worse than that, because he's not just saying that there's one bad actor here. He's basically saying, yeah, most. They're all doing it. Most of them are doing it. There's all these people doing it.
Right.
And now we know that, wait a minute, is that even true? Because all we know is that he had one contract problem with one company, the Daily Wire. So why is he throwing all these people under the bus with this language?
It's great rhetorically.
I guess it's just a rhetorical strategy. Yeah.
There is an ideological difference here, because they really do. I mean, he really does think that big tech is a giant problem and that they shouldn't play with the rules. He's been demonetized, like he's worked around demonetization. He's one of those people that doesn't want to restrict his speech in any way, shape, or form. So this is his foremost battle.
Well, I agree, but that's the thing. I don't disagree with that. I think big tech is a big issue in terms of how they moderate the algorithm, how they moderate content on their platforms. I think it's a huge issue. But to me, it seems very disingenuous to claim that there's all these, first of all, to claim there's all these conservative media outlets that are playing along with them, which isn't the case. And the Daily Wire is not, to say the Daily Wire is complicit in it is also not the case either.
Yeah.
So this reads very cynical to me.
Big tech is in bed with big con. The people you thought, the people I thought were fighting for you, a lot of it has been a big con. Now, I'm specifically...
See, he's framing the entire conservative fight as a fight against big tech.
Yeah, and he's saying that there's all these people in the conservative movement that are all con artists.
But that's like a one-issue voter type deal, right?
Right. But the thing is, by the way he's wording this, he was kind of forcing everyone to come out and defend themselves. Because, like, imagine if the Daily Wire hadn't come out and said it was their contract, right?
Right. They just don't respond at all.
Yeah, if they don't respond at all, everyone's like, who's he talking
The Blaze is going to be like, it's not us.
Right. It's the Blaze. Is Fox News is he talking about Fox News? He's talking about Daily Caller? He's maybe Tim Pool offered Steven Crowder a job. Like, everyone's gonna be like, who's he talking about exactly?
Right.
So he's kind of and this is why this is kind of disingenuous to me. By the way he's framing this, he's sort of forcing everyone to kind of, even if the Daily Wire hadn't offered him this, it feels like all the other companies would have had to basically say, well, it wasn't us. So, like, by process of elimination, you'd have to figure it out with the Daily Wire.
Right. Yeah, I guess the question you should be asking yourself is this response justifiable based on him getting a crappy deal from a friend? Because I don't dispute that the deal that they gave him in the first offer was like a crappy deal. I feel like that's, I mean, obviously different people are going to have different interpretations of that. Right. Obviously, if you look at a $50 million paycheck, it's hard, like, as someone who, isn't a millionaire.
Right.
I think obviously that's a giant payday, win. But as someone who has, I don't know, I think he has like 25 employees and he's going to still be responsible for that. So that all of a sudden that's a paycheck for, 26 people and his family or whatever. I mean, you gotta really dig into the numbers. I think my interpretation is it was a very low ball first offer. So maybe even insulting. I've been insulted by offers before, so I get it. But is this a justifiable response to getting a bad first offer? That's a little bit tougher to...
A little different question.
That's a little bit tougher.
Right.
Like, I got a bad offer, so I'm going to, like, burn the entire organization down. I mean, he's going to war over this.
Yeah, and not just with the Daily Wire. He's going to war with everyone. Essentially.
Yeah. So,
speaking of money, Christian Baller, thanks so much for the $20. Says S-Class goes to the mall and puts locks in random people's gauge holes.
What? Oh my God.
And brags about his superior amount of chromosomes in Twitter fights. A-Team reigns supreme. P.S. Watch Chainsaw Man already. The main character is just a young Adam.
Really? Oh, well, now I'm going to have to watch it. Hilarious.
77X, thank you for the $50. Thank you. Says, I have a cousin I want to do business with him because we have similar missions and ideas, but he blames me for treating him like any other business partner because we are family. It sounds like favoritism and nepotism to me. Am I wrong? Well, I mean, that's part of the interesting thing here is that, every person has a different idea about the way in which business should work, the way in which family should work, the way in which the world works. And when those ideas collide with each other, some people will get very offended. So, I mean, I can't really give you an answer. I don't think there's a definitive answer. It not only does it depend on, like, whether it's family, I think it depends on the person. You can have family members who are very trustworthy. Me and Adam, we have a very lax kind of business relationship.
Yeah.
Because I think both of our personalities lean that way. We both have very high trust in each other.
Yeah.
But other people might have a very, strict, cold business, like, give me all the books, give me all the numbers. I want to make sure everything's everything. You don't know if I had a business partner like Adam, but before Adam, and he like totally ripped me off, right?
Oh,
maybe I would have a completely
different game.
Right, exactly. I got to have a completely different attitude towards Adam that has nothing to do with Adam's behavior. So.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's tough. I wonder if as Americans we're a little bit more better at walling off the two because we have separation of church and state, which is just like a fundamental idea that most Americans hold. And it's not much different than, business and pleasure or business and family, and just being able to separate the two. These two different spheres of operating is useful. So,
yeah. And also, I think there's a big difference between, like, the size of organizations, because I think the bigger the organization becomes, the more cold and businessy it has to operate, because there's just too many cogs in the machine, essentially.
Yeah.
So, Edvin Gully, thanks so much for the 200 sexy sexes. Says, hey, now, how much to get a debate on expanding versus shrinking the franchise between Sargon and Adam? Also, B class is cest class. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm dying to have that debate with Sargon. So
Interesting. And Hex Blackwood for $20 says, "Yo, I haven't had internet for almost 9 months, but everything is finally fixed. What did I miss? S class. You know the thing. That's right. Is a S class." Wow, after 9 months, Hex.
Wow.
I can't even imagine 9 months without internet. Oh my God.
that's evil.
It's either the worst thing ever or the best thing ever. Who knows?
Yeah, it's tough to say, isn't it? And this
So now it's like, I've been without my drugs for 9 months and it feels awful.
well, you're just in time for a good internet
good
dust
dust
up.
up,
So,
yeah.
Enjoy.
Naming names or going after individuals in this video because I genuinely hope that
Wait, let me go back for a second.
in a big con. Now, I'm specifically avoiding naming names or going after individuals in this video because I genuinely hope that those I'm addressing, and you know who you are, have a change of heart.
He did the same. He did the same thing. I don't want to name any witches here. You know who you are. It's so true.
I mean, am I supposed to believe this? Chat, am I supposed to believe that that's like a real feeling he has?
Well, this is
Like you
putting
can't
public pressure on him.
But you can't attack someone's entire, like, you can change people's minds. It's difficult. You can change people's minds. You can call attention to issues, right? And if he thinks that they're being unfair and they have a bad business practice, he wants to call attention to it, that's one thing. But the kind of idea like, oh, I hope they change their mind. Like, if you basically you attack their political integrity and you say that, they're basically lying with the enemy. Are they really going to change them? And you're doing it publicly. Are they going to change their mind? Like,
No, they're going to dig in
real.
harder. This is
Yeah,
just,
of course.
Like, I'm just wondering who. I mean, who did he have a conversation with? Look, I know if I sat down with Sitch and said, "Listen, I got this really bad offer, and I think I'm going to torch these guys on the channel. What do you think?" Sitch is going to be like, "That is probably the worst idea you've ever had."
Well, it would depend. What was the situation?
Sitch is like, "Oh, this will be great for ratings."
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
if you said,
maybe this is
listen,
the. I mean, people are talking about how that's the ulterior motive, how everything is going just as planned here.
If Adam got an offer, hypothetically, say like he's like Sitch, Tim Pool offered me like a crappy offer to go work for him, right?
$10 an hour.
$10 an hour. So I want to go on stream and I want to talk about how every anti-SJW, anti-woke, right-wing YouTuber is a grifter, doesn't believe in the message. I'm like, whoa, Adam, calm down a second. You want to call it Tim Pool? Maybe, but let's not just start casting aspersions everywhere.
Oh my, exactly.
Right.
That's the perfect analogy right there. Yeah.
It's never too late to do the right thing. Guys.
It's the right, it's the right thing to just attack a bunch of unrelated people as part of, big con, right?
Okay, I get the context here though is he's saying it's never too late to do the right thing. The pressure he's trying to put on them, in all fairness, is for them to not give people bad contracts out of the gate. That's what he's advocating
if you trust him. Mm-hmm. If you don't trust him, the pressure is he wants to have a good contract.
Look, I trust Steven Crowder. I'm operating under the principle that
you're on good faith Gary mode here.
He's operating in good faith, don't you think? He's pissed, obviously.
Wait. There's nothing that's good faith about you're mad at one individual company and one person specifically at the company, the management of the company. And then you twist it around into questioning their political integrity as opposed to their business practices. And then using a broad brush to essentially smear the entire side of the conservative media outlet.
Look,
there's nothing that's good faith about that.
He sees them as parasites on the conservative movement.
No, but he's not saying that though. He's not saying, listen, he didn't come out and say, listen, I'm not going to name names, but there's a conservative media outlet that's a parasite. He didn't say that. He said, there's all these conservative media outlets that are in bed with big tech.
Right. Yes.
That's why I've named my thing Big Con. Okay.
No, I understand.
He's casting everyone. He's basically saying, you need to come out and support me, or you're, one of these big con artists.
I'm not contesting that the wide net thing is really causing a lot of friendly fire, probably unduly, and it's probably a mistake to do that strategically. I'm saying his
That's
motivation.
Not just strategically, morally.
Yeah, obviously, morally, strategically, okay, it's the same. No, it's not the same, but obviously,
right.
I'm saying that I'm addressing the motivations driving him and saying that those motivations are honest. Where a lot of people are saying that his motivation is just, all he cares about is the money. He doesn't care about the conservative movement. It's all about growing his contact list. He could care less about. I mean, I believe Steven Crowder is a true believer, obviously, and he's got a backstory that would make him a true believer. Obviously, he's grown a giant platform, and he's been. I mean, they tried to Alex Jones him all the way.
Well,
they've been trying to Alex Jones him for years.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with kind of what you're laying out. We here at the Sitch and ADAM show know how people come to make decisions, right?
Right.
They have an emotional reaction.
They're like, how much money is it? Okay, let me find some good reasons.
Well, no, so like, because I would say, like, what you're saying is true. I mean, I think Crowder, I think Crowder is, believes in conservative principles and all that stuff, and believes in the movement. I don't disagree with any of that. But I think if I were to guess what happened, I think what happened was he saw a contract. He was personally offended by what he thought was a lowball bad offer. And so that was the primary emotion he felt. And then everything after it is kind of like the justification of the emotion.
Yeah. You can't go on your YouTube channel and say, listen, I got a $50 million offer, and it feels like they're taking advantage of me. That's not going to be a good sell. Nobody's going to.
I understand, but that's why I have difficulty saying that this is in good faith, because to me, there's nothing that's good faith about attacking all these people like this and then tying it in. Like, Steven Crowder has literally no evidence, or at least he presents no evidence, that the Daily Wire, is a secretly not conservative outlet, right? That the Daily Wire really appreciates,
Look,
YouTube censorship.
He's not saying that they don't.
That is what he's saying. What are you talking about?
He's saying that they are giving bad. Well, no, he's saying they're giving bad offers to up and coming creators because they care more about the money than they care about the movement. That's his entire argument.
No. If Steven Crowder just said that, what you just said, that would be so different. He's not saying that. He's saying that these people don't believe in the political cause, and that's not true. Or at least there's no evidence to me that that's true. And if you listen to the Daily Wire commentators, that seems to be wholly not true.
Well, he's also saying, which this is obviously doesn't make a lot of sense, him being in the position that he's in, but he's saying that their strategy of staying within the terms of service is also bending over to big tech. But I mean,
but he's literally doing that himself, though.
I know, yeah. It's not a strong, a strong point.
Everyone on YouTube is doing that.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, okay. I mean, that doesn't mean that you support it, right? Like, that was essentially, the meme comic, like, oh, you don't like capitalism, but you participate in it, like the guy in the well.
Yeah. We're all the guys we're all in the well.
Yeah, are we all the guys in the well now? Like, you don't support YouTube and yet you make content for it, curious. Yeah, it's like,
so you don't think, I mean, I think Steven Crowder does in his heart of hearts feel that he's fighting for the little guy. I honestly do. It just seems like that's his mindset.
I think that might be what he convinced himself.
Right.
But the problem is that it's too
convenient.
It's too convenient with what he's trying to do in terms of it's just a coincidence that as he's trying to create a competitor to the Daily Wire, the Blaze, Fox, he's trying to create his competitor to all these things, which, by the way, the competitor, it could be great. But it's just a coincidence that while he's doing that, he's going to also label all those people as not really conservative.
How much evidence do you have that he's trying to start a competitor?
Well, he says he is. What do you mean? Well, he says if he gets enough support, he will. I mean, I'm assuming.
Right. So this is his opening salvo in
Right.
starting the competition.
Well, here's a question. Because he says something, I don't know if it's at the end of this video or the second one, where he says he wants to get a bunch of names on this mailing list that he set up, and he wants to march into these offices with all these names.
Right.
And
That's called leverage.
And I thought, wait a minute. March into their offices? That's not starting your own business. That's you wanting them to hire you for more money.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering.
That's leverage.
Right. So, what's going to happen if, I don't know if Steven Crowder could do this. I think he would get destroyed if he did this. What happens if he ends up not creating his own thing, but taking a job with some other big company and just getting paid more? Would that be seen as a giant betrayal?
That is an excellent question.
I don't know. I think it would be, but.
Wow.
This is a genuine plea. We can all do better. We can all do better. It doesn't have to be this way. And please, don't make me have to provide receipts. To the others out there.
That's him telling Jeremy Boring that I recorded your telephone call.
I know. It's interesting.
Wow.
Who have now been able to verify.
Oh, wait, let me listen to this.
It doesn't have to be this way. And please, don't make me have to provide receipts. To the others out there.
God, it's the second time viewing it seems so much like blackmail now. It really does.
Doesn't it? This video seems very different now that you're watching it with some additional knowledge in the future. Yeah.
Okay.
Who have now been able to verify have been locked into exploitative contracts that I have the luxury of not having to sign, which is why I'm doing this.
So there's another big issue here. So he just said,
who has these contracts?
Right. He just said, I can verify, whatever that means, that all these people or all these other people are locked into these, horrible contracts. So by saying that, he's forcing essentially everyone that works at the Daily Wire to come out and defend their contract.
That's so horrible.
Am I wrong? Isn't that what he's doing by making that statement?
Well, he's everyone. Immediately you're like, who are those contracts? Who are those people?
Right. Yeah. So
Wow.
that's what I'm talking about. The amount of collateral damage in the way in which he handles this is it's off the charts.
Yeah. Candace Owens was talking about how people were in her comment section immediately before she even saw the video. Just blasting her.
That's a great example. She goes on, she goes on live to make a video or something. She hasn't even seen this. She doesn't even know what's going on. All these people are attacking her. She's like, "Why are people attacking me? What
right.
about Crowder? What is they're so she's confused."
Yeah.
And here's the thing. He could have worded this in a way that wouldn't have caused that. I mean, there'd always be some amount of it, but he could have had this conversation been even if you disagree with him talking about any of this publicly, which a lot of people do, but say you don't. He could have had the conversation where he's like, the people that work at this company are all great. I have nothing but good things to say about them, but I think that the business practices of the management is really bad and that it's hurting the conservative movement and, blah, 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 blah. He could have very easily, I believe, framed this entire conversation in a way that wouldn't have caused a bunch of blowback to a bunch of people that weren't involved.
Right. He should have named the Daily Wire, but.
Right. And localize it to just mean the management or the owner or the president, whoever handles the contracts, and be very clear and specific and not just kind of throw all these, shoot all these strays everywhere that people have to avoid and react to.
The thing that I want to know, and we'll never know this, it's so sad, is I want to know right now if Steven Crowder is thinking that this is part of the negotiation, that this is a negotiation tactic.
No way.
No way. He can't believe that? I've seen some really crazy things in my time.
If Steven Crowder thinks there's any chance of him getting a job, are you talking about negotiation with Daily Wire or
yes,
negotiation with someone else?
With Daily Wire. Because it seemed like he really wanted to work there, and he was probably very hurt that they walked away from the deal. But even walking away is a negotiation tactic. It really is.
Right.
And it's not like he said, "No, I'm not taking your phone calls." He said, he called up and talked to the guy on the phone.
Right.
So, I mean, that conversation could have been like, "Look, I really want to work for the Daily Wire. We know I'm worth more than 50 million. Let's come to a agreement."
So here's the thing. Number one, I don't believe that that's his thought process. But number two, if hypothetically it was, if Crowder thought that this was some sort of tactic to still get a job at Daily Wire, it would mean he's completely detached
from
or
reality.
unmoored from reality. Because there's no chance in hell he would ever get a job from Daily Wire after this. And it's
people do get unmoored from reality.
I guess. I mean, it's possible. I don't think Steven's that unmoored from reality, honestly. I think this is a lot more grounded. He's basically made it so Steven basically made it, in my opinion, that he's unhirable by any large company.
Yeah.
Because of the way in which he recorded the conversation secretly and did that. Because who would ever trust him to do business with him at that point?
Agree.
Like, holy crap.
He's like a free agent for life now.
Right. The only way I think he could end up working for someone else is if it's a smaller company where they basically view Crowder as like their meal ticket. Like the risk of it is worth it because like they're like, well, we need Crowder essentially to, give us anything.
Right. That's a bad situation to be in.
It's not a good situation.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's why it just seems, this is what's so interesting about this for me. And I was just watching every video I could on this because it is really kind of a Game of Thrones type thing that's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is pitching it like Steven Crowder is like, this is a cold, calculated thing that he's doing here. And I don't have that intuition at all about this. I think just trying to build his own email list, it seems thrown together. It seems like the path he was on was, I'm going to be working at Daily Wire for the next 5 years. And then when they walked away from negotiations, he was like, okay, now I really need to figure out what my plan is for the next 5 years. And this is just thrown together on the fly.
Maybe.
That is my intuition. I'm obviously I'm curious what you think the timeline is like from Steven Crowder's perspective.
Someone in the chat said he could still work for the Young Turks, which I thought was funny.
That is hilarious. We have the funniest audience, that's for sure.
I was listening to Michael Davis had a stream about this last night.
Yeah, I listened to part of that too.
I listened to part of it, and I didn't realize this. I think Sean, Actor Death Story, said this. Apparently, when Jimmy Dore broke away from the Young Turks, he had to buy his own channel back from the Young Turks. Which that's like, oh man, no wonder Jimmy Dore hates them cut so much.
I know. Can you imagine?
It's funny because like I heard that and I'm like, oh, suddenly I know why he hates them. It doesn't really have anything to do with political stuff at all. like I would hate someone that made me buy my own channel back for them too. That's terrible. That's terrible.
I know we're gonna get accused of mind reading for talking about this in the way that we're talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just like this. I don't want to have to say every time that this is my personal perspective on what's going on in Steven Crowder's head. And I don't know if this is the case or not. Obviously, none of us are mind readers. So what we like to do is give our intuition about the case and let everyone know. Obviously, you guys are all going to make up your own minds. So.
Well, regarding what you asked, there are some people who have suggested that they think Crowder never planned to work at the Daily Wire, that the entire thing was a setup so that he could do this. I don't believe that to be true.
Okay, so we're in
I'm not in that camp.
Right.
Yeah.
So we both think that he was going to work for the Daily Wire.
Well, at least I don't know if he thought like I'm going to definitely work at the Daily Wire. I think he thought it was a real offer I think it's a real thing that he really considered. I do think he was personally offended, whether it was justified or not, by the original offer. and probably was double offended by the fact that the Daily Wire just decided to not even pursue it after his first reaction to it. So I think that his feeling is probably real. I just think that he's sort of whether he's being cynical here or not is kind of irrelevant. I can't read his mind. I don't know what his intentions are, but I think that the initial hurt has kind of been transformed and warped into an unproductive behavior that's basically just lashing out a lot of people that don't deserve it.
Well, the casting a wide net may be purposeful because when I first started researching this and realized, he was in a contract negotiation with the Daily Wire. That was the root of all this. I thought he was in a much stronger position as an independent. I did not know that the Blaze was such a giant player in all of this. So he really, he's not in a great position with the Blaze since he really doesn't even know how many. That's just basic information that I would think that they wouldn't be withholding from him. Like if he asked how many people are in the Mug Club, I thought, they would give him an answer, but it seems like the Blaze is not willing to give him an answer on that, which is kind of messed up. So he doesn't really, definitely. He's in a position, and I thought he was doing this strategically in negotiations with the Daily Wire, not telling them exactly what he was worth to see if they would come out with like a bigger number. But it seems like he's stuck guessing what he's worth too, because he doesn't really know, because he doesn't control the numbers at the Blaze.
Right.
Which is, this is a terrible, as a fellow creator, this is not a great position to be in.
Yeah, no, he could have definitely, I haven't followed all of the key details about Mug Club and all that stuff. Part of it is that I hate the word Mug Club, and every time someone says it, it makes me want to gag in my mouth for some reason.
Right.
I don't know why. I don't know. Those two words together make me feel weird. But so I don't know all the details there, but it's very possible that the Blaze totally screwed him over in a very horrible way.
Well, he is leaving the Blaze.
He already left the Blaze, I believe,
right,
technically. So, but it seemed like on its face, from at least my limited knowledge of it, it seems really bad. It seems like a horrible, crappy thing to do. So, I would assume that feeling and that interaction has colored Steven's worldview now with this whole Daily Wire situation.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think that's why a lot of people are on his side, obviously. We're not regular watchers of Steven Crowder. I am a regular watcher of his Change My Mind stuff because I think it's awesome. So
right.
But
that's kind of why this is interesting to me. I don't have a strong political leaning or like of the content. I don't watch, anyone involved in this feuds I don't watch any of their content regularly. Yeah. I have any strong political leanings in any of these people's directions.
Right.
So.
But I am on like team artist, team independent creator.
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Those of you out there who've been locked into this and you know what I'm talking about, stay tuned. I've got something for you before this video is done. So there are a few points to address. Now, many, but not all of the suits running the business of big conservative, big con.
So he says many, not all. So you can interpret that however you want to interpret that.
Many, not all.
Many, not all. Okay. Is that 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%? Many, but not all. Okay.
At best, don't share your values, and at worst, are taking advantage of your good graces. And as I've experienced it behind the scenes, I've watched our country be harmed as a result.
So this is a huge claim, okay? You have many of the suits, many of the executives at conservative media outlets, many, whatever that means, they don't share your values or they're using you, and it's destroying the country.
Yeah, they're grifters.
See, but to me, I think this is what rubbed me the wrong way, I think, very quickly in this whole drama or this whole situation. Because I'm like thinking, well, even if Daily Wire gave him a really crappy offer and a really insulting offer, why is he like, why can't it just be a bad offer? Why does it have to be this like political issue? Why does it have to be tied into this? Oh, it's that's why they gave me a bad offer. It can't be that, maybe they just don't think I'm worth that much. Maybe they're just lowballing me. Maybe they just don't have the money. No, it can't be any of those things. It's got to be some kind of like secret conspiracy. Okay. There's a secret political conspiracy here that all these conservative outlets, they're all run by grifter.
Well, they want to make a lot of money.
Yeah, but that's true of every business. They don't care
about the conservative values.
Well, if that, I don't think that's even remotely true. If that was true, if these people don't care about conservative values, there's got to be better ways to make money than, trying to do what they're doing at like the Daily Wire and the place, right?
Activism does take money. It really does. So, I mean, I listened to obviously all the responses from the Daily Wire cast of characters as well. So, I mean, that's why, I mean, the thing that is really annoying to me is when people come out and say, one side has principles and the other side doesn't. No, their principles are just in conflict. Like they have two different strategies for achieving the same goal. So,
right.
I get it. The Daily Wire wants to stay within the terms of service until they build, a platform big enough that they can, basically be Fox News. They can do and say whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a contingent of people who like that. They don't like Fox News either. They like Fox News is milquetoast conservatism to them too, and they want bomb throwers, and that's why they like independent media, because they don't have a lot to lose, so they're willing to go out there and say the things that are incendiary. So,
but see, the thing is, I've heard people say that what you just said, but to me, that's like a psychological idea that doesn't make actual sense. Okay.
Well, the bigger an organization gets, the more conservative it's forced to get just to grow, to get bigger.
Okay. So on Friday, I believe, I saw Tucker Carlson say something that was totally batshit insane.
Oh, and he's on Fox News.
Okay. And not only was it insane, it was a lie. And essentially it was him suggesting that the reason, he was basically flat out saying that the only reason Richard Nixon resigned / was impeached, because he resigned technically before he was impeached, was because he secretly knew who killed JFK, and so the deep state was framing him for Watergate. What? So you can't tell me that they're not bomb throwers on Fox News, because that's the craziest shit I've ever heard.
Right.
And also completely untrue, but that's a topic for another day.
Right.
So it's like, I think a lot of it, and this is what I said in the beginning, I think a lot of it is people mix up tone with policy. There are lots of people on Fox News that have very far out opinions, but just because they say it in a kind of straight-laced way, maybe it's not perceived the same way at which, Crowder says things in a more incendiary or funny way.
Right, yeah.
And you can have both of those things. You can have both. That's fine. And if you like one of those things or the other, that's fine. If you don't like Fox News because they're not extreme enough for you, that's fine. It's just, but that doesn't mean you have to attack them as if they're fake. Like just because and this is what kind of annoys me about a lot of this conversation.
But they are fake.
But see, this is what annoys me.
If they don't want to say the incendiary stuff, they're total fakers.
This is what annoys me about this conversation. And this is what's wrong with so much of tribalism and politics that we talk about with the woke stuff and all those other things. Like this, there's this tendency where, if someone disagrees with me politically, then it's because they're evil or they're a fake grifter, right?
Right.
This is number one, the great untruth is that,
they share all my political opinions or they're liars.
Exactly. And this is the idea that I've been trying to fight for years. It's just like, no, people just have different perspectives of the world. People have different opinions of the world. Now, some of those perspectives, some of those opinions can lead to horrible, evil outcomes, definitely. But this tendency to just be like, oh, well, if they disagree with me, they're evil. Oh, if they disagree with me, they're a grifter. It's so not true most of the time. And that's, I think, what's like immediately started rubbing me the wrong way with the way Crowder's sort of like going about this, that he just lashes on this idea. Oh, I had a contract dispute with the Daily Wire, so they must be grifters. It's like, well, wait a minute. maybe they have a difference of how they do business that you don't like, okay? Maybe that's all that's happening here. Maybe it's very simple.
I don't I don't think media personalities drive public opinion a lot. I think you kind of disagree with me on this. I think you do think that they drive a lot of public opinion. I think they're masters at figuring out what the public opinion is and then capitalizing on it. And I would even count this exchange as some evidence in my favor that that's what's going on, because Steven Crowder knew exactly how to frame this to pick up a lot of public support. And he did.
definitely.
He did perfectly. Yeah. So
Yeah, but is that
he's
cynical, or is
he's
that
not
just
moving public opinion. That public opinion exists and is solid, unmovable out in the world.
I don't necessarily disagree with you.
He's just saying this is a fault line I can capitalize on. I can take advantage of.
Is he doing it cynically, or is it sincere?
No, I think it's sincere. I think he believes it.
Okay. Well, because the way you're describing it sounds kind of cynical.
Well, he knows that. I mean, how?
Because you're saying that essentially, Stephen, you're saying, these pundits, they don't create the opinions, they basically follow the mob, right? They hear what the crowd is chanting and they figure out the best way.
Yeah, but they're in the mob. Stephen is part of the mob.
Yeah, but so you're saying like Stephen, and I agree with you. Stephen was very good. Stephen's persuasion here is top 10.
Yeah,
is excellent.
Totally.
His persuasion here is excellent.
10 out of 10.
To frame this, 10 out of 10 persuasion. Okay, to frame this as this political issue, to frame this as this us versus them, to ride the populist energy. Great persuasion. But
he didn't come out and say, "Listen, I got an offer for $50 million."
Yeah, exactly. But to me, it's kind of seems very cynical. It seems like, well, and I agree with you. I think he is hearing the mob. He understands the direction things are going. He knows how to frame things in very specific ways to get people energized.
I think it is sincere. I think he's part of the movement. Look, a mob is a movement that you're not involved in. Okay, that's how you define a mob. Okay, but to them, it's the movement, right?
Right.
The murderous mob chasing after Kyle Rittenhouse, right? To them, it's a movement. We're trying to apprehend a suspect in a case here. Like, everyone frames it differently, and I do think Steven Crowder is, part of this movement, and I don't think it's. I mean, I don't think it is cynical, to be honest with you. I do think this is.
It could be both. It could be a combination.
Well, no, a lot. The Daily Wire is trying to frame Steven Crowder as calculating.
Just caring about the money.
Right.
Right.
But this doesn't seem like a calculating situation to me. This seems thrown together because he feels he's being played by not just one employer, but two employers. That's the key here.
Maybe.
He's in a weak negotiating position because he doesn't have a lot of the information.
Well, there's another issue here too that we don't know.
But there are two.
We've only heard about the Daily Wire agreement.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he's fielded all sorts of offers. What if he's fielded every offer and they all are not up to his standards?
Yeah. Well, what if I went into negotiations with Steven Crowder, the first words out of my mouth would be, "How many Mug Club subscribers do you have?"
So someone said that he does know.
As soon as he was not able to give me, financial details of his situation, he's guessing as much as I'm guessing.
Jamie Burnett for $20. Thank you so much. Says Steven Crowder knows how many Mug Club members he has by the number of mugs that have been shipped. In my opinion, Steven did not want to make 4 ad reads per show. Daily Wire thinks they can make $100 million off of the $50 million deal, in my opinion. It's possible. I know that Jeremy, the president, said he thought that it would cost them $100 million. So he thought on top of Crowder's $50 million budget, there would be another $50 million in expenses incurred. So obviously, if they think it's going to cost them $100 million, they're going to want, substantial profit from that to justify that cost.
Yeah, so spending $100 million to make $100 million is not a great business investment. So
Right.
yeah.
Right.
But I mean, I don't disagree with any of that, Jamie.
Well, it
Well,
depends. If you say, well, it says if you make 100 million, that would mean, well, I guess you're right. If they spend 100 million to make 100 million, that would be worthless. If they made, double that, then that'd be good.
Yeah, I don't know if the Mug Club also has a tiered subscription rate or anything. It would surprise me
Right.
if it didn't. So, like, if you're forced to figure, like, the company doesn't want to sit down and go over the financials with you. I mean,
Well, I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know.
but if you're leaving, what do they have? I guess they are not. They're going to be too embarrassed about how much they've taken advantage of you. That's why they're not going to want to go over
Well,
the financials.
but here's the thing. So, if Steven knows how many mugs have been shipped, that would be the answer to the question. He also has his own Mug Club Forever thing, so he has some numbers to work off there. So I don't think Steven's just completely in the dark here.
Okay.
Dylan Elliott for $50 says, pragmatically, I think the Daily Wire is right. You can't build an empire on nothing. Ideologically, I think Crowder is right. If we don't like big tech so much, we should be distancing ourselves as much as possible. It's like watching two friends. I think a lot of people are in that camp, Dylan. And I guess the question is, how do you accomplish that goal? Do you accomplish it by, it's funny, Tim actually used the Magic the Gathering reference, which I appreciated, which I will not share with you guys today. But, do you want to be like the Daily Wire, where you're sort of working more within the bounds of things in order to be successful so that you can build up some alternative in the future? Or do you want to just throw bombs at what exists and hope that one of those bombs, strikes at a weak point?
How is this not the conservative versus redneck divide that Thomas Sowell talks about? Like, that divide is everywhere.
Maybe
always.
It is. Maybe it is. Yeah.
How is it not the live fast, die young, leave a good looking corpse versus the, get up early in the morning, work hard, and raise a family?
No, I'm actually glad you said that. I think that's exactly what it is. I think that's literally exactly what it is. And the problem is people have to acknowledge that both of those roles play important parts in our society.
Yes. Yeah. One is innately the liberal perspective, and one is innately the conservative perspective.
Well, here's what's the interesting.
One is defense, one is offense.
Right. But that's what's interesting here. Crowder is the one enacting the liberal perspective.
He's the one,
not the Daily Wire.
The offense perspective, of course. But even stylistically, he is the offense perspective.
I know, but that's
he's the one that's out there testing the front lines. Why do you think he's demonetized?
Yes. No, that's a great point. But that's what's interesting is that, like, politically, the perspective is Crowder is the more conservative one. When it's like
he's the tip of the spear.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. The Daily Wire is the more conservative in terms of the definition of what conservative is.
They're the generals sitting behind the army. He's the one running into the battle.
It's interesting. That's fascinating.
It is. That's why I was like, Sitch on Twitter said, oh, maybe we'll talk about it. I was like, what? Get out of here. What are you talking about? Maybe we're going to talk about this. This is fascinating.
Listen, I said we don't know if, what if on Saturday Donald Trump entered a death match with a horse-sized duck?
Yes.
In order to determine if he would run for president or not.
We would cover that next.
No, we'd have to cover that first. Okay.
This is totally fascinating. And I did listen to the Stephen Michael Davis stream. Mm-hmm. And I mean, there are a bunch of libertarians, and they were, calling Crowder a communist and stuff about, what all of a sudden this is like standing up for marginalized people and negotiation rights. What is he, a labor union organizer now?
Well, that's another thing that's interesting too, is that Stephen is definitely anti right-wing economic business principles that the right has been pushing for the entirety of my birth.
Libertarians have been pushing forever.
Yeah, but that's been the libertarian business position has been the Republican Party conservative business position for the last 40 years, 50 years. Do you disagree with that?
No, I totally agree. But
okay. Right.
I think
but that's what's interesting about this too.
I think the Republican Party has obviously been in bed with big business, but just as a collaboration of convenience. So
I don't disagree.
I don't think it's a conservative mindset. Like if the conservatives wanted if the conservatives wanted to pay people to have children, I think like you could probably get a bunch of conservatives on board with that.
Well, that's another topic. But
Just
I don't.
I read that I read a book on China, and they were saying that the lockdowns was the CCP's goal was that everyone was
Get
going
people
to
to
get
have kids.
yeah, everyone they were. Is that
That's
not
hilarious.
crazy? I was like, oh, it totally makes sense because they're on the verge of this demographic collapse, and they're like, let's just lock everyone down, and it'll
So they
serve
have
like
to have sex because they'll be too bored.
it'll serve like this dual goal.
That's funny.
So that they were using the pandemic as an excuse to lock people down to get, so they would
funny.
get busy and make more kids.
But
That's insane.
I think that's hilarious. But going back to what you said before this, you have the interesting thing that happens socially and politically, which is that I agree with you. I think that the conservative movement aligning themselves up with libertarian business ideas was a marriage of convenience, and
Yeah.
not necessarily a marriage of principle. But the thing is that when you have a marriage of convenience that's lasted for 50 years, I think for most people, that becomes the ideology, and it kind of becomes confusing if you try to separate that, 50 years down the road.
Yeah,
Like people don't realize that.
that's a good point.
Val Van Gogh for $20 says the Democratic politician electorate are bound by a circuit of reciprocal incitement. Each drives the other to more shameless extremes of hooting, prancing, cannibalism, until the only alternative is shouting. The only alternative to shouting is being eaten. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite Young Turk for $20 says, rather than making his own contract public, he should have just dropped the general advice video for upcoming talent or on signing contracts. Get legal advice, don't sign with certain terms, etc. Avoids this and gets his message out. I agree with you, except that wouldn't necessarily help him build up his own brand. But I agree with you in principle, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a lot of signups, obviously. And this is an interesting thing that not many people notice. People want to right the wrongs on the moral tally sheet. So
Right.
getting people to motivating people to do things it's very easy to do if you present them with a moral injustice that all they have to do is do this simple thing to right the scales of justice in whatever way
Right.
you want it to go.
Yeah, it's kinda like,
it's extremely manipulative,
Yeah,
obviously.
it's kind of like, and
Right.
you're saying like, signing up for an email thing. It's a very easy ask.
Right.
It's kind of like when people put, like a Ukrainian flag or Russian flag or whatever flag in their bio,
Right. Totally. Yes.
or the pride flag or whatever.
They're playing on the same moral intuitions. And I tell it to you not so you'll go out and use this on people. Obviously, you shouldn't do
Right.
that. But be aware
avoid it.
because other
Yeah.
people always are going to try to do this with you. So, yeah.
John Lockhart for $20 says, never underestimate the possibility of a big personality getting in their own way. Ask anyone who works in the middle markets of CRE investment. Guys who buy $30 million deals can be belligerent idiots during the deal process. Very true.
Yes.
Very true.
And I mean, I'm in Southern California, have dealt a lot with obviously personalities in the entertainment industry. And I mean, there's a lot of egos. We always say, you know why Los Angeles is so spread out?
Mhm.
It's because of all the egos. It's like, it's very difficult to get these egomaniacs in the same room.
If Sean wants to come on, we'd be happy to have him on.
Yeah, Sean's welcome to come on. I know he wants to simp for big tech. He really is.
Right.
He's dying. That was a joke. Sean is a great guy. Come on.
Send me or Adam a Twitter DM if you want to come on, Sean. I'll send you a link. Obviously, Sean is under no obligation to come on, but if he wants to, we love to talk to him.
Sean oftentimes likes to give us a hard time in the chat. So
I know. Well, I just see people in chat are like losing their mind about it. So
Sean has like a regular invitation on the show. Like obviously Sargon has a regular invitation on the show. There are plenty of people that show up in the chat that we invite on regularly. So, but sometimes they're enjoying their Sunday.
Right, exactly.
They're listening to our stream as they're like mowing the lawn or something. So it's
Right.
not really convenient for them to just jump in.
Matthew Kirk for $20 says Shadiversity did a thorough breakdown of the term sheet on his Night's Watch channel. The term sheet is absolutely unreasonable. If you read the sheet, you can see it clearly. This is an offer that is truly bad for anyone. I didn't watch the entirety of it because it's 3 hours. I watched, I think, about an hour and a half of his video on it, where he kind of goes over his problems with the terms and the offers and stuff. That's why I'm saying I don't disagree necessarily with whether, and I'm not even really focusing on whether what was offered to him is good or bad. So I'm kind of talking about these other things. So
I do
that I
think
think
the
are
offer
overlooked.
was bad.
Yeah.
So from what my takeaway is, I think it was an offer that he shouldn't have taken. And so I agree with Shad.
Right.
Now, there's also, I mean, a lot of big
Well,
celebrities ask for.
wait a minute. I agree that the offer is bad and that he shouldn't take it. But if the position or the perspective of the Daily Wire is we're going to give you a very one-sided contract with the idea that you're going to, we're going to lowball you with the expectation that you're going to highball us and then we're going to fight out and get to some agreement.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I mean, I agree. I don't necessarily like that, but I understand that that's a business practice that a lot of businesses, do. So,
Well, and I mean, this is a tweet that was retweeted. A lot of first time filmmakers get screwed on their first studio deal. Like a lot of
yes.
a lot of musicians get screwed on their first recording contract. Like this is kind of a standard thing. I think we're in an environment where that is changing because a lot of these contracts are no longer, we're taking a chance on some nobody. A lot of these companies, they want to monetize an audience that you've already built and that you don't necessarily know how to monetize.
Right.
So it's my where I look at it is, how do they act when they have an information advantage over you? Do they, pull your pants down and push you down in the street? Or do they, give you a decent offer if there's money to be made? And I think a lot of times these companies, they do take advantage of people. And I think people should call that out. Hopefully we're getting I mean, that's the thing that I kind of agree with Crowder on. Like somebody needs to say this, especially if it's in a situation where, I mean, this happens on the left, I'm sure, just as much on the right. I'm sure the Young Turks is screwing over as many people as they possibly can,
right,
just to stay in the business. And they tell themselves, oh, it's okay to do this because these people get paid in activism, right? Like these people are working towards their cause. So, we can pay them half of what the going rate is because, they're changing the world. That feels like taking advantage of someone to me personally, because
right,
I'm not necessarily sure you should be paying people in activism.
Yeah,
So,
and I mean, I think, and Crowder could, in further negotiations, I imagine, use his pre-existing audience, use his Mug Club Forever as leverage to demand either more money up front, to demand lesser penalties, to demand, percentage back end on subscribers or merchandise or whatever. I mean, when you have these negotiations, you can throw all sorts of things out there.
sure, people all the time, celebrities are like, I want a piece of the action. Like this
Right.
movie could, for some reason, beyond my control, go completely viral and you make millions of dollars more than expected. Why
Right.
just give me a percentage of that?
Right.
Skin in the
So,
game.
yeah, you can, these things can be worked out. Dugan Hacks for $20 says everyone's look at this like it's Daily Wire, a company negotiating with Steven Crowder, individual. It's not true. The Daily Wire is a company negotiating with Steven Crowder's company. That's a good point.
Well, and some other people were saying that Steven Crowder has given people terrible offers. I mean, Lauren Chen said Steven Crowder gave her an offer that was, I think, half of what she was even making at the time. And
I thought she said, it sounded like she said both the Daily Wire and Steven Crowder gave her bad offers.
And not only that, she said she got the best offer out of the Blaze, and the Blaze is amazing and gives everybody great offers. But then I heard other people say that the Blaze gave them a crap offer.
That's why I don't like to do the money thing, because everyone's got their own. I don't know the numbers, so it's hard to kind of sort through it all.
Yeah, and also what a crap offer is and what a good offer is in the eye of the beholder. Like obviously there are plenty of people that are working at the Young Turks with what we would consider crap offers, but for them, it's great because I'm changing the world, and so it's very.
I sent
subjective.
Sean a link, so whenever he wants to come on.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Did he reach out?
He DM'd me.
Oh, he did. Okay.
No,
good.
I just forced it upon him. I violated his.
No, that's awesome.
His safety, and I just shoved the link down his throat, and I said, "Take it." Novin Leon for $20 says there's a growing subset on the right who are desperate and paranoid of anyone who's slightly pro-establishment. I feel like Crowder may be exploiting this, knowing there's an untapped audience that will run to his defense. I agree. I agree with that.
Crowder's exploiting this? I don't know.
Okay. I know you know I know you're more I'm more cynical in how I think Crowder's behaving. You're more trusting. But I definitely agree with the first part. That anything that reeks is slightly pro. This was interesting. The right wing is supposed to be the position of pro hierarchy, pro systems, and yet now we're kind of in backwards land, where it's the opposite. It's just kind of fascinating to me. But
I just don't think it's fair to say, somebody's a grifter or exploiting some opportunity if they literally are a true believer in the congregation. Like, I'm sure there are these, preachers that are preaching some denomination that they don't have any belief in.
You think he's more of a true believer than I do.
Right. Why? What makes you think he's not a true believer, though? I'm curious about that.
We've been talking about this whole time, the way in which he's attacking all these people.
Right.
Politically, the way he immediately tied it into politics when he doesn't really have any evidence of that claim.
Well, it
just so conveniently lines up with him trying to start his own thing.
I counter with he's got two companies here that he's caught between, obviously the Blaze and Daily Wire, which is, that's, what is that, like 50% of the whole market?
Maybe, I don't know. He said there's a bunch, but hello, Sean.
Sean, did you give Steven Crowder an offer to work on your channel that we're unaware of?
He's still doing his audio.
I know. Let's move on.
Daniel the Bruce for $20 says, Crowder says this is over big tech, but if I look at the drop down under all his videos, it's links to his Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and sometimes Snapchat. He doesn't even link to Rumble. I think this is theater to gin up his numbers.
Greetings.
Hello, Sean.
What was your question?
Hello.
I was setting up my thing.
Hello.
Did you give Steven Crowder an offer that he didn't like? Is that what sparked all this?
Oh my God. I do want to correct something real quick. You said that Lauren Chen got offered half of the money. She said that in her video, but she corrected in her pinned comment that Crowder offered her more than the Daily Wire, but the Daily Wire offered her half of what she was making.
Gotcha.
I listened to that over and over again because I was like, did she just say that backwards? So evidently she did say that backwards. So she did get a better offer out of Steven Crowder.
Right. But he also stopped being her friend after she decided to go with the better offer from CRTV, which is the company that bought the Blaze.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Which is
to
where
be
Crowder
fair,
worked.
To be fair, she said she thought that maybe that's because she was too flippant in her dismissal of the offer. So.
But to be fair, Crowder says he's all about fostering the young talent. So,
True.
He stopped being friends with the young talent.
Right. Well, it's interesting. I thought was interesting about her video is that she's kind of through her perception, because she's interacted with these people, is that Crowder has this very like personal attachment to his businesses the way in which other businesses don't. And so it can lead him to taking things personally that maybe he shouldn't be taking personally.
True.
Guy for $20 says, years ago, Jordan Peterson gave Crowder the big 5 personality test. He was high in trade openness. It's interesting in this context.
Oh, wow. It is. That's super interesting. So what do you want to give us your broad strokes since you're kind of coming into the middle of this, Sean? What's your take?
Oh,
I saw you just drop like a hour-long video, right?
Yeah, where I break the whole thing down. So essentially what I think this is about is the fact that Crowder became a free agent. He didn't get the offers that he wanted, and he tried a counter offer with a huge amount of money, and that didn't work. So now he's upset and he's like lashing out about all these other parts. So like overall, I think this is like 90% Steven Crowder's fault, 10% the Daily Wire's fault, because the Daily Wire could have treated him better. Like, he's a premium talent and they didn't give him like a premium offer. They gave him a generic offer that included things that just don't apply to him. Like, the YouTube demonetization thing. Crowder's been demonetized. The Daily Wire knows he's been demonetized, yet that's in the contract because it's standard. And it's like, if I'm Steven Crowder, I'm like, well, why are you treating me like I'm such like a standard schmuck? So I think it hurt Crowder's feelings. It hurt his ego. And everything else, I don't know how you can watch Crowder like read parts of the contract wrong, show you on screen wrong, like that what he's saying doesn't line up with what the contract says, and then side with Steven Crowder unless he's your friend or unless you're like, oh, talent versus corporation, read.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's a lot of it.
What's wrong with that?
Business ads. Listen, artists, we need businesses, Adam.
What's wrong with talent versus corporation?
You lefty.
Why are you guys? Why are you such bootlickers? That's what everyone in the chat wants to know.
Look, you can be pro talent versus the corporation, but like you have to acknowledge that that's not a logical.
Hell yeah.
Like a logical position when you're looking at like what's being presented. Like,
I acknowledge nothing.
Like it's like I liken this to Ice Cube versus the record label that had NWA, where like Ice Cube wanted to start his own label because he was like, oh, all these costs that the record label are assessing, they're all not legitimate. They're just trying to rip me off. And then Ice Cube starts his record label, and guess what? He stopped paying. He's not paying his vendors. He's not paying the people in all these different things.
Those are all ripoffs. You can't pay those people. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
But yeah, like so like that's what I think is happening. Or Dave Chappelle, you know, that famous story where he says Comedy Central made so much more money off of the Chappelle show than he did, and he doesn't like them because they own his rights in perpetuity, and he was a kid when he signed that contract. But then all of a sudden Netflix is giving him such a better deal, and there's like no acknowledgement except for the fact there's no acknowledgement of the fact that the reason he's getting a great deal from Netflix is because he signed that deal and was successful with Comedy Central.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So
yeah, and obviously when Comedy Central signed Chappelle, it was a far greater risk and expense than Netflix with Chappelle now. He's a big superstar.
So yeah, overall, I think it's about money, and I think it makes sense for it to be about money. You break down the numbers, and Crowder, it's not that Crowder's greedy or anything like that. It's that Crowder's worth more than he's offering. If you think that he can monetize 1% of his audience, which is, standard, that's 60,000 people that would be paid subscribers. That's $7.2 million right there in terms of just subscription revenue. If you think about what Crowder could generate in terms of ad reads, like, I basically like gave some rudimentary numbers in my video. If he gets the video amount down to like 180 and he's charging 25,000 per ad read, Crowder says he doesn't want to do 4. So let's say he's doing 2, then he would be making $9 million a year. That already covers his contract. But Crowder's like more polarizing than a lot of people. So maybe he gets 2% of his audience on subscription revenue. Then he's generating $23 million in just subscriptions and ads with conservative estimates for both. So like that's double per year what he's being paid, not just in salary, but in production budget. So the reason I say Crowder wanted more money is because you're like, obviously he would want more money. They lowballed him.
Right.
Well, but they also walked away from negotiations as well.
Well, Crowder's negotiation strategy was, I want $30 million, but I'm not going to redline the parts of the contract that I don't like. Just send me new terms. So like, that's not a negotiation. That's throwing a fit.
So were they right to walk away then?
I would walk away. If he just wants $120 million with no terms and conditions, then,
Okay.
Well, it's kind of like I think the way they perceived it was instead of him writing back his contract where he crossed out what he doesn't like and he changes the amount to $30 million a year, he said, I want you to offer me what I want, essentially. And it's like, well, they're like, why would we do that? This is a negotiation. We're not going to offer you what you want.
Well, not until we hammer out that it's what we want. Obviously, they'd be a fool to do that. Right. Send over in writing everything that I want so I can sign it and we can move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, wait a second here.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Aren't we in a negotiation here?
And some people don't have the stomach for negotiations. You watch that Tim Pool stream, and Candace Owens, by the way, also got generic terms, included Facebook demonetization, which was already demonetized off of Facebook. Again, Daily Wire not winning people over with the non-personalization for premium talent in their contracts. But Candace Owens says she negotiated for 5 months. Like, maybe Crowder doesn't have the stomach to negotiate for 5 months.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't. Like, Lauren Chen, when they gave her such a low offer, she didn't counter because she was like, it's such a low offer. I don't want to argue. Like, let's say if you want $100,000 as your salary and somebody offers you 30, like you're going to probably just walk away.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't
that's what you want to do, but
a lot of people don't like to negotiate. They don't like to wheel and deal. So, I mean, I can respect that.
Well, it's
But
interesting.
as far as the simping for big tech, like I just want to point out that Crowder's already on YouTube. What makes Crowder valuable is the fact that he has 6 million YouTube subscribers.
Right.
Crowder already does segments on YouTube where he's like, this will get me banned off of YouTube. So go behind the paywall and watch it. So right now, Crowder assumes 100% of the risk of being banned off of YouTube. Under the Daily Wire contract, even if the terms wouldn't have changed, which by the way, they would have changed, he would only be assuming 20% of the risk, and the Daily Wire would be assuming 80% of the risk. So it's like even with that, it's not that bad of a deal.
Right. Well, it's interesting too, going back to Lauren Chen for a second. She said after she just didn't want to do the deal, that the president called her up. Jeremy called her up and was like, you should negotiate with us. That's a really bad idea. So obviously this is like the Daily Wire's, the way in which they operate is they expect these sort of, hard-lined negotiation back and forth, bloody contracts, which if you don't like that, you don't have to work there.
Well, Crowder has 3 problems in his negotiation, which is number 1, he doesn't know his Mug Club subscribers. I know you guys brought that up, but the Blaze doesn't separate that out from him, right? So like that's a huge issue.
Does he have that information? People in the chat were contesting, saying that he does have that information, but
no, he doesn't. He told Jeremy Boring it was 350,000. Supposedly, this is what he supposedly told him, but he doesn't have that. And people will refer to people who signed up for the email list at Stop Big Con. Those people aren't paying Crowder, so he does not have those numbers.
Right,
like it's just a fact. So that hurts.
The first thing in negotiation when he says that they're gonna want verification, and it sounds like he can't provide verification because he doesn't have any verification.
Because Crowder wasn't running the business. The Blaze was.
Totally. Yes.
Number 2, the problem that he also has is that I could talk about 1% monetization, 2% monetization. And I was being pretty generous to Crowder because we know for a fact that like 30% of Crowder's Mug Club subscribers are already subscribed to Daily Wire. Like these are people who they already support both. So like you're talking about the new subscribers that he could bring in. So that's his other problem is that like a lot of those people would already be for Daily Wire. So it's not a net increase for them. For some of them are definitely Crowder and not Daily Wire, and they would subscribe for him undoubtedly. Number 3, there's not a lot of people who can hire Crowder. So he's leaving the Blaze because he doesn't like the deal at the Blaze. He's not talking about the Blaze contract because when you work for the Blaze, you signed an NDA. So that's why he's not leaking their contract.
But this is why he's in a bad negotiating position with 2 parties here. This is why he's so angry.
Yeah. Well, number 2, he can't go to Fox. Like he already was at Fox, and of course it ended badly there. He burned his bridges with Fox, so he can't go to Fox. So what does that leave him with? Like Prager's under the Daily Wire. It's a nonprofit. Turning Point is a nonprofit. Like they're not going to pay him this kind of money. Turning Point raises like $40 million a year in terms of their charitable donations. So they're not going to pay Crowder 30. So what, like people are saying the Epic Times, maybe the Epic Times has that kind of money. I doubt it. Yeah, but maybe they do.
Daily Wire is kind of the only game in town. This is what I was saying. That's why I was like, listen, he was in a tough spot once Daily Wire walked away from negotiations. And it's probably why the Daily Wire did walk away from negotiations, because they're like, we've got the leverage here. Yeah. So, yeah.
I think they walked away because the way in which he probably, if he would have done where he just signed, he gave him back the binding sheet, but with $30 million and cross about a bunch of things, they wouldn't have walked away. They would have started negotiating with him. It was the way in which he did it, and that's why they walked away.
Because he said, listen, I want you to present a binding sheet for $30 million, which they're like, obviously we can't do that because we're not agreeing to $30 million.
Right.
So that he and this might have been inadvertent, but he did structure it in a "this is my final offer," take it or leave it situation, which is not great.
One of the problems that he also has, and another way that 350,000 paid subscribers number is just wrong, is because that would be $42 million. If you're Crowder and you could bring in $42 million,
the Blaze would not be letting you go. Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't be asking for 30. If that were true, Crowder should be asking for 50 a year because advertising and all that. But in reality, like his number on, like The Daily Wire's number on what he's worth, and again, the 12.5 million a year is with production. So he has to pay his 20 employees and produce the show. But his number on what he thinks he's worth and is way higher than the Daily Wire number, but also like it's way higher than what you can actually justify in paying him. Like he might be in the 20-ish million range.
Well, I would want that email list for exactly the reasons that you're talking about, Sean. I would want to cross-reference that email list with our Daily Wire subscriber list and find out how much we're really talking about here. Like if 90% of his subscribers are already subscribed to the Daily Wire, then what are you doing, right?
I'm looking at the chat, and people are saying it's not about the number. It's not about the number. Listen, Crowder did not become a saint 10 minutes before he got the offer. It's about the number. That's why
he was always a saint,
them.
Though. What are you talking about, Sean?
Like this idea that like Saint Crowder doesn't care about money is ridiculous.
Look,
it's so stupid.
Hold on.
Let me skip ahead for a second, because in the second video when we watched it, I was going to talk about his claim that he doesn't care about the money. The reason I think that that's not true is because the big contract stipulation that he was complaining about, what was it? It was a fee in reduction to the amount of money he would make if he gets demonetized or boycott. So how can you say it's not about the money when his major complaint was about that he would lose money?
Look,
true. And by the way, people are saying like, oh, I'm mind reading. Like I said, if Crowder didn't ask for more money, he would be actually mentally like deficient because he's worth more money. So if you're arguing that he didn't want more money, then you're arguing that he's stupid. Like, let's be clear about that, because he's worth significantly more.
But so it could be about, it could both be about the money and about the cause. You admit that, right?
Again, he counter offered, and listen. First of all, it's about the money, because if he doesn't want to be deducted money for getting banned, like that's also a financial thing. Like the way I explain this is that Crowder wants to be paid like a baseball player, where all the money is guaranteed, and the Daily Wire wants to offer him an NFL player's contract where they can cut him, ding him, and dunk him all these different ways. But it's about the money. That's why he counter offered.
But it's not only about the money.
If he was so offended on October 4th when he received this offer, he would have made this video. That's not what happened.
I just want you to acknowledge when you're saying it's about the money. I mean, I agree, it's about the money, but it's not only about the money. That's what people are hearing you say. People are hearing you say, "Oh, it's only about the money." Is that what you're saying?
About? What else is it about?
Yes, well, it's about the money. Like, do I need to make this clear? Like, when has Crowder fostered this young talent? Like, when has that happened? He's like, oh, I'm all about the next guy and helping them up. Like, when has he ever done that? Like, because what I heard, and this is in Lauren Chen's stream, is that when he didn't sign with her, when the young talent went for a better deal, he completely disassociated from her. Right. What I heard is that this guy that he used to do the show with all the time, this guy called Not Gay Jared, who I thought Crowder was related to, that's how important he was to the show, all of a sudden left and is under a non-disclosure agreement, and he can't talk about it. But if you go on his Twitter account, he seems to be liking all the anti-Crowder stuff. What I heard is that he had a bunch of different people that work for him, Sven Computer and all this, that all of a sudden left and are under NDAs and can't talk about what happened. But, it's all about not being controlled by your employer. Oh, sure. Just ignore all evidence to the contrary.
All right.
Do we want Doomer on, or?
Let's.
No, he's not related to Not Gay Jared. I just thought he was related to Not Gay Jared.
Sorry, Doomer. Adam said Forza Crowd. Unless someone else comes in.
Right. Unless Sargon comes in, then obviously 4. Then we're more than happy to accommodate 4.
And by the way, to be clear,
then 5 is a crowd.
Maybe later too.
To be clear, I don't begrudge Crowder for asking for more money. I think he's worth it. I don't care if the Daily Wire pays him more money. I don't care if the Daily Wire lost money paying Crowder. Like, it's not my business. It's not my money.
Sean,
like,
but look, all I'm trying to say is it sounds like you're saying he doesn't care about conservatism or the conservative cause, and he's a grifter.
I didn't say that. I just said this dispute is about the money.
Well, but I keep saying, listen, it can be about the money and also be about the cause at the same time. But you keep saying, no, it can. It's only about the money.
Well, because this dispute is about the money, because the overwhelming amount of evidence shows that this dispute is about the money.
okay, let me ask you a question now. If recording the cause, okay, if Crowder was offered $100 million a year, but the exact same terms,
Right.
do you honestly think he would not have taken the deal?
He probably would have negotiated down some of these terms. Like the demonetization thing obviously has to go. Everybody knows it has to go
Well,
because
for the
he's already
YouTube,
demonetized.
obviously, right? Yeah, obviously, right.
I mean, if he took the larger offer, are you saying that? It would still be about the cause because it would be about fighting the cause together. His problem is that the Daily Wire is the one that's willing to take advantage of talent over the cause.
His issue.
So I mean, if
is
they
with
offered him more money, then they would be in
His issues
sync.
with the terms are financial in nature. Like again,
Yes.
Crowder already does segments where he's like, I don't want to get banned off of YouTube for this,
Dude,
and then go behind the
understand
paywall.
all of that.
That's what they were asking him to do.
That.
And also, like, he's
understand
not
all of
taking it
that.
like the Daily Wire. If you go listen to that clip where he's like wage slaves, the one that Crowder played like a million times, when he called his friend of 10 years, asked him about his kids and Christmas, and secretly recorded the conversation for clips, like good, decent, hardworking people do. That clip that he put out where Jeremy Boring's like, you become a wage slave for us and we make a bunch of money off of you, but you're still famous afterwards and you could use that to cash in.
Look, privately,
there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with
Sean.
what Jeremy Boring said right there. It's 100% accurate. And like, yes, Brett Cooper, who was plucked out of obscurity, this girl that nobody ever heard of, that the Daily Wire spent millions of dollars marketing so that she's plastered everywhere, is significantly better off after she leaves the Daily Wire if she decides to leave. In fact, she was so much better off. She was so successful. They renegotiated her contract so she didn't end up like Tommy Lahren.
Yeah, no, they were trying to avoid a potential fire. Obviously, well, as soon as celebrities start getting power, they realize their negotiating position is weaker, and they want to reach some equilibrium before it reaches a breaking point. That's just good business.
So somebody in your chat is saying I'm a Ben Shapiro simp. This has nothing to do with Ben Shapiro. Like Ben Shapiro is a host on the Daily Wire. Like all the stupid people that are like, I don't like Ben Shapiro, therefore Crowder's in the right. Like ignore the fact that this was a negotiation between Jeremy Boring and Steven Crowder. Like you're the kind of people who think it's a personality contest between like your least favorite Daily Wire host and Steven Crowder. Like it's ridiculous.
Misrom6 for 500 Kazark says, I bet the Daily Wire doesn't see the number of subs Crowder has as a strong asset because really there will be huge overlap between their two audiences, so Crowder only brings whichever subs are unique to him. True. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, tell Sean that Destiny told me the best way to get Wyman is to, quote, ask them questions. So the next time I go accosting the ladies, I'll be sure to demand and answer the question, where were you on January 6th? Do you think it will go well?
Car dealership.
Okay, so should we get back into the video?
Sure, let's hit it.
Okay, I
is
skipped
there a
ahead.
watch together link?
I sent you a watch together link.
Oh, that's what that second link was.
Okay, so I'll wait for Sean to come back in. I skipped ahead because he kind of goes over some of the term stuff that we'll talk about later. Or already talked about. So,
awesome.
People are saying that Tim should hire you, Adam.
Why?
You don't want to have like a giant UFO floating in front of your face while you're talking to Kanye West.
I'm pretty sure I could get on the Timcast IRL show.
I'm sure
if
you
I
could.
really wanted
I'm sure
to.
you could.
But
Yeah.
look,
It says my access code is invalid. Can you send me a better watch together link?
No, you get one. Look, unless you're going to sign Steven Crowder's email list, we're not going to send you another link. Okay, Sean.
Try this one.
Sean, you've been on Timcast IRL, right?
Yes.
Of course.
Watch Together has been weird recently, but being finicky with letting people in.
Oh,
There you
you got it now.
Okay.
I'm in. Yeah, I've been on Timcast IRL. When people used to live in the house, I was on there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
You can sign up just to be able to reach you. This really isn't about that, so I want to create some separate.
Yeah.
You gotta turn
your volume down.
the little mic in the Watch Together off.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Getting a little bit of an echo.
Oh, it's a Watch Together thing?
Yeah. Oh, now you turned it on.
Look, he cranked it up.
I know.
I know.
He's a rebel.
I know. All right.
Let's see if it's still going.
Operation here. Business relationships end all the time. That's business.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm muted.
Good. Thank goodness.
Is it headphone issue or something?
I see.
But I was
he doesn't have headphones on.
in a period to field offers from other people, other key players in this movement. They flooded in. Now, before you guess who it is, before you start trying to do some Sherlock Holmes work, there are far more people beneath the tip of the iceberg than you know about who are trying to get into this space. There are more than you would probably assume. So I went.
It's the Obamas.
Into free agency. I looked over the offers. And I saw the clause come out. And I don't just mean unreasonable demands for control, but what I would argue are immoral terms that actually punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech. And that's something that I just couldn't unsee. And I want to let you know, it's not the exception. It's the rule. Kids.
Okay, so the problem, again, with this is the broad brush he's attacking everyone with. He says, I'm fielding all of these offers, and this is not the exception, it's the rule. So for a lot of the people that were defending Crowder, which were saying that the Daily Wire's terms were particularly egregious, Crowder, in his original video, says the opposite. He says this is the standard operating procedure of quote unquote, conservative media outlets / big con. So he's attacking all these people.
Every one of them.
Yes.
Every single one of them. This is the norm.
Right.
They have a suck off big tech clause in there. I think they call it that, don't they, Sitch?
They do. That's what it actually said. Yes.
That's the bend over clause.
Yeah.
The Blaze is apparently less restrictive, but the Blaze doesn't offer the kind of scratch that the Daily Wire was offering him. So.
Oh, really?
Well, that's what I would be interested, because if he feels like the offer was so bad, and then we see that it's actually one of the higher offers than any of the other people, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how much money's in the space, obviously. So,
well, that's another thing too. There might not be the amount of money that Crowder believes there is. Daily Wire's. I mean, especially with Daily Wire, because if they're trying to branch out, they're trying to create they're trying to be like the competition to Netflix and shit, and make their own fictional broadcasting. Like they're going to be a lot more restricted in how much money they can throw around. So.
Well, yeah, and they're going to be more weary of violating terms of service because they have more at stake, obviously.
Right.
I think the Daily Wire made $100 million last year.
Interesting.
So that's a lot at stake.
Look, I put on headphones for you guys.
Thank you.
They're amazing. I like that.
We appreciate it.
It was
very beyond the black rainbow. I like that.
It was a gift for Christmas from my own mother.
I can't believe you said Christmas instead of holiday.
Doesn't he look like the guy from Beyond the Black Rainbow?
He does not look like the evil baby. I can't believe you would say so.
Those are the same headphones, though.
I can't believe you.
Have you seen Beyond the Black Rainbow, Sean? Do you know? Oh, he doesn't have his headphones on. I got to wait.
Well, I heard you. You asked me what?
Have you seen Beyond the Black Rainbow?
Of course.
No.
No.
You should look up
some artsy fartsy lefty movie. He's never seen.
You should look up that movie. You look a little like the protagonist.
Somebody said these headphones are comical on me. Like, this is the things I do for you guys. I
They
can't
are-
find my
they
other
are
studio
comical.
headphones.
This is a comedy show. So we
It's
appreciate
perfect.
it.
Oh, we gotta blow this.
You said if the Daily Wire only made $100 million a year, and if Crowder wants $30 million, I mean that's a massive chunk of their.
No, they don't only make $100 million a year. Like they say, they have 9 million paid subscribers.
Well, then shame on you, Adam, for saying that.
Well, I'm sure they have expenses. I thought they came out with some statement saying they made about $100 million, and everyone was losing their minds.
Maybe in profit
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what I think. Yeah, they made
right.
yeah. They had a bunch of expenses and they had a profit.
Right, but so if they make $100 million in profit and they want to incur a $30 million cost with Crowder, I mean,
people are saying the headphones are normal size. My head's just super big. No, they're little baby headphones.
All right.
put them on the skeleton. We need to see a size comparison. There you go.
I can't. Those headphones are amazing. I'm actually I'm very much in favor of those headphones.
They sound pretty good though. There's these they were Beats, I guess, not a sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
They're not
Kids
Raycons?
out there coming up.
No.
We need to build a bench here in this movement. It's almost impossible. Don't sign these contracts.
Don't sign these contracts.
I mean, I won't sign any contract without my lawyer looking at it. So, Sitch, I have a contract for you to read.
Okay. Let me jump ahead a bit.
To be really, I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes and you see how many people are complicit, it creates an air of hopelessness.
See, look, he's talking about the Blaze there, is he not? He says I haven't been happy for a while.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying he's been in all these situations with all these different conservative outlets. They're all so bad that he's become hopeless.
Yeah.
He's attacking everyone.
Yeah.
But then in retrospect, you're like, well, wait a minute. You got one bad offer from the Daily Wire and you're in an air of hopelessness now? It just doesn't
well,
he
he had a bad deal at the Blaze. You know, he tried to renegotiate the deal at the Blaze. You don't just leave, but without trying to renegotiate, right? Sure.
Yeah, I assume, of course.
Yeah, so it's more than just that.
It really does.
Let me jump ahead a little bit.
Where do you think the people, for a second, those in charge, the big conservative, the big con, and it really is the biggest con going right now, they're making it known in their contracts that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives on their behalf. Don't worry, Wojcicki. Trust me, these conservatives will stay in line. If they get demonetized, we take away 25% of their operating budget. Take another 20% away if they get a hard strike. Hey, don't worry, Zuckerberg. We've got your back. Hope to see you at the UFC Apex.
So not only are the big con doing the bidding of, they actually enjoy doing the bidding. They want to rub elbows with Mark Zuckerberg, and Wojcicki, and all these people.
Well, by the way, that's where, like, so people were saying he didn't name the Daily Wire, and the fact is, like, who is like getting all the criticism for having dinner with Mark Zuckerberg? That's a big conservative. It's the Daily Wire.
Right.
Again, process of elimination. If you know Crowder can't work with Fox, if you know he can't disparage the Blaze, and that he's leaving the Blaze, like, you know, it's Daily Wire. There's no other game in town that could offer money.
So, but why is he doing this then?
So he could say that I didn't name the Daily Wire and dumb people can believe it. Just like when he tells you $100,000 fine without telling you what the compensation is. So you're like, your normal person who's watching this is like, 100 grand. Wow, wow, wee, wow. That's big money dollar amount. I'm scared.
Right. But he's not just not naming them. He's attacking everyone. Saying they're all
because it's like I'm the purest person, because Crowder got like 3 offers that he didn't like.
He didn't get one offer that he did like. I mean, this really does seem like a burn every bridge move. So
people are saying PragerU. PragerU is a nonprofit, which, by the way, is partnered with the Daily Wire.
Yeah. They do stuff with Daily Wire all the time. Daily Wire is kind of monopolizing the space, and I do think people are not into that. There's a giant part of the conservative movement right now, which is just anti-establishment. So as soon as any company gets big enough that they appear to be the establishment, people are going to be against that.
Well, it's interesting because that's a primarily left-wing moral intuition. So it's fascinating to see that kind of grow on the right now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And this is why the way in which he's attacking is kind of why the Daily Wire had to respond. Because it's not just like they gave me a bad deal. He's like, these people are liars. They're grifters. They're your political enemy.
It's also, everybody figured out it was the Daily Wire. And then, like, when he shows the redacted contract, like, if you figure out the number of spaces on the contract, it's the same letters as the Daily Wire. Like, the same amount of letters. Like, it wasn't that hidden.
Right.
I believe that it's the Liberty Oppression Foundation that you're talking about, and I believe conservatives and liberals score similarly on that. So it's the conservatives use all 6 moral foundations.
No, but it's not just liberty oppression. Because you were saying there's like this idea, like if you get big enough, you become part of the establishment, and then we have to like revolt and tear you down, or you become an enemy. That's a classical left-wing position. Left-wing revolutionary position.
Well, and a libertarian position.
That is not a libertarian position at all.
Well, it is a libertarian position with government. It is, obviously. Small government.
Somebody in your chat is like, Crowder wants a better contract, so hate him now is a gay response to the situation. I think Crowder should ask for a better contract, ask for more money. He's worth more money.
It's a bit late for that now.
No, I mean, this is what he should have done. I'm saying I made that clear. I made that clear from the jump. I don't hate him for asking for more money. What I don't like is people pretending that St. Crowder didn't ask for more money when he hasn't denied it, and everybody says he asked for more money. I don't like when people ignore the fact that logically Crowder should have asked for more money, or pretend that this is like Crowder trying to help the little guy because, you know, his long career of lifting other people up above himself. Like, it's just not true.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think the 3 of us all say Crowder should have asked for better terms, obviously. Even the Daily Wire guy said they assumed he would ask for better terms. It's just the way in which he went about this, to me, is the issue, not asking for a better contract. The way he's attacking everyone, the way he's just making this political issue that these people are all liars and grifters. That is my problem with the situation.
Well, you guys spoke about leftist intuitions. Like a lot of leftists believe like economics is a zero-sum game. This comes off very much as I'm going to start my own thing, but I have to take you down in order to succeed.
Right. Yeah, we were talking about moral foundations theory, which is like a very specific way of looking at morality. And I don't think you talk about moral foundations theory.
Look at Adam.
I mean, I've read The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt.
Yeah, okay, fuck you, Adam.
So you know the moral foundations then.
Well, I mean, I read them. I don't remember all of them.
I went to look at it. I went to look up the chart, and it's the social conservatives and the progressives. The progressives score higher on liberty oppression, but the conservatives score on liberty oppression as well. They don't want to be controlled by people, obviously. Especially if they're leftist people.
The conservatives have a broader morality, and the progressives fit into like 2 categories. One of them is like the fairness.
3 or something. 3, yeah. Care, harm, liberty, oppression, fairness, cheating. Yeah.
Yeah, care, harm is the big one for the left.
Yeah, they just lose their minds over care, harm, obviously. Let all the immigrants in.
Let's play more of Crowder's not acting and genuine.
Look, you are just going for the jugular here, Sean. What's going on?
It seems a little forced to me. I'm on Sean's camp here. It seems a little active.
Yeah, but I feel like maybe. Did Crowder ask your girlfriend out or something, Sean? It feels like there's
first of all, Steven is married, number 1, and number 2. Don't you know I'm secretly being paid by the Daily Wire? Oh. Like the Daily Wire wouldn't offer Steven Crowder more money, but they pay everybody who like reads the contract.
I gotcha.
And like realizes Crowder's lying money in order to make them lie about Steven Crowder by telling the truth about Steven Crowder.
Here. Sean's basically a pick me. He's like, pick me, Daily Wire, pick me. Pick me.
I'm
better than him.
I'm dealing with like the same like changing arguments nonstop on Twitter, and it gets annoying after a while.
Sure.
Why? But you shouldn't let it get to you, Sean. Come on.
That's rich coming from you.
Look, I have recognized a deficiency in the way that I handle certain things, and I'm changing for the better, I think.
You know what? Here's what I'll say. The reason why I'm so upset, it's not about me. It's about the movement. It's not about the money. It's about the principle. And I'm just thinking about those kids that are like up and coming, those new upcomers that, you know, that I don't have to deal with this like Daily Wire Crowder thing. Like I can choose not to, but I am dealing with it so that those new and up and comers don't have to deal with it. It's about the movement.
Do you deny that they will take advantage of talent if they're in a position to?
Yeah, no, the Daily Wire signs a deal that is 100% in favor of the Daily Wire. It's undeniable.
Right.
Like, even though I'll make the case that
is it predatory? When does it become predatory?
So I'll make the case that the contract that they give for the talent helps the talent because it gives them the chance to build themselves up and build up their brand. But let's be clear, what they do is they'll take somebody out of obscurity. Right. And I use myself as an example. My first full year on YouTube, I made like $4,000 in terms of monetization through YouTube. Right. Sure. So they'll take somebody like me, year one, offer me $100,000 or $150,000 per year in terms of salary over 4 years. During that course of time, they will try to build me up into a multi-million-dollar brand to make millions off of me. But am I worse off for that? No. But is the difference between what I'm getting paid and what they hope to build me up to in terms of worth to the company significant? 100%. So like that's why you get feuds like Tommy Lahren versus the Blaze. That's why you get feuds like the Barstool girls, the Call Me Daddy podcast girls versus Barstool Sports. Like that's why, if you watch a movie channel that has like a whole crew and it's being run by like AMC or Collider or Screen Junkies, after like 3 years, everybody leaves that company because eventually the individual person becomes so much more valuable than what they can be paid that they can't be afforded at the company. So yeah, it does. If you look at it just in terms of like in the communist way, in terms of what you produce versus what you're getting paid, then that would be taking advantage. But if you think about it, you keep the fame and you basically have a whole marketing team building you up into a famous person that will be profitable later. So like Brett Cooper is a perfect example. Again, nobody knew who this girl was. Like she was just some random person. They plucked her out of obscurity. They probably did an audition, like Ocasio-Cortez. And then they're like, okay, we will make you girl Ben Shapiro since Ben Shapiro's sister is doing something else at the moment. So like, let's trot you out. Let's put you in front of the camera, market the hell out of you. And then she became famous. And even if she left Daily Wire, she keeps all that fame.
So your argument is it's never predatory then? It can't possibly be predatory.
Well, wait. You can have predatory content.
Well, I asked him, when does it become predatory? And he said never.
The way I think a contract can be predatory is if it's written in such a way that there are things hidden within it that are not obvious, which I have not seen any indication of that in the contract, parts of the contract that have been publicly displayed. It all seems pretty upfront. Or B, if the person doesn't have a choice. Like, you have all these arbitration clauses in all the cell phone contracts, but you don't really have a choice because they all do it. Crowder has a choice to do this. He's not being, first of all, he's a very sophisticated actor in this. He has lawyers look over the contracts. Nothing seemed hidden, and he's not being forced to sign anything.
I think if you're like, I know I was making fun of Ice Cube with the music industry, but I think if you're in the music industry and you need like a record label, like right now, Crowder could go independent. All of us could go independent, like we can build ourselves up. Like I think the music industry where especially when everything was on CDs and all that and you needed the connections, like those could be more predatory because, you take some kid, like they don't know, you sign them up for like life, basically. Like there's a reason very few people are able to change record labels in their lives and you never make enough to buy back your music. Like I was making fun of the Jimmy Dore thing with the Young Turks where they made him buy back his channel. But like he was able to buy back his channel because like the channel wasn't that worthwhile without Jimmy Dore on the channel called The Jimmy Dore Show.
How much did he pay for it? Do you know?
No, I don't. He just said he had to buy back his channel on his thing.
Right.
Well, that's another. It's a good example. Yeah, predatory contract. You have someone young maybe they're not worth anything, and you lock them into some egregious amount of time, or you make it so like they can't actually. Music's a good example, especially back in those days, because even if someone became successful, they couldn't really make it on their own necessarily, unless they were wildly successful.
So it can be predatory then.
Sure, it can be, but like the worst examples are like the ones in our specific space, like Tommy Lahren. Like Tommy Lahren, they plucked this 20-year-old girl out of obscurity over at the Blaze. They say, go yell at Colin Kaepernick 85 times a day and be really pissed off while you do it. She becomes super famous. And then Tommy Lahren ends up going like wild, like in the last 6 months of her Blaze contract, because they did not renegotiate her deal. They're like, no, we're paying you what we're paying you. You serve out your contract, then you can go get a job somewhere. And Tommy Lahren had like that meltdown on The View where she was clearly trying to replace Elizabeth Hasselbeck But again, like, was that contract predatory just because the Blaze made way more money off of Tomi Lahren than she made from the Blaze? I don't think so, because none of us would care who Tomi Lahren was if not for the Blaze, like, grabbing her, putting her in front of a camera, doing all her editing, building her up, telling her to yell at Colin Kaepernick 85 times a day. Like, we wouldn't have known that. And now she's over at Fox News making like millions of dollars, like $12 million a year or something like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
They could have done that with anyone. They could have they could put anyone in that position and they would have been famous for sure.
It's not like the old days where on YouTube you had to join like Machinima in order to like, you know, and you gave up like 35% of your revenue in order to be monetized on YouTube.
They should have done it with Chris Chan. They could have made Chris Chan famous like that.
I don't know about that one. I think this. I think there's a limit.
According to,
I think there's a limit. I don't think Chris Chan yelling at Colin Kaepernick would have worked.
They could have plucked Chris Chan out of obscurity and turned him into a big celebrity. Why didn't they do him?
Sure. Okay.
He seems like he'd be easier to manage.
Well, obviously, like, they talent scout. And by the way, the reason I bring that up,
so the person does bring something to the table.
I never said they didn't bring anything to the table.
Okay,
but I'm saying but like, obviously they talent scout. But like, let's also point out that
how much does the talent bring?
Well, I mean, Tomi Lahren's talent is that she was like attractive and her fake blonde look.
Oh,
like
you misogynist!
Oh,
I mean, let's be honest.
So she's attractive and she can string a sentence together.
But I just want to point out that, like, I just named two people that were plucked from obscurity and built up, little guys that were built up into multi-million-dollar properties by the Blaze and by the Daily Wire. Like, where's the Crowder tree? Like, you know how in the NFL we look at like the Bill Parcells coaching tree? Where's the Crowder tree for talent? I'm just curious. Mm-hmm. You know, so he's all about the little guy, the next generation. Where's the Crowder tree?
Where do you draw the line, though? Like, how much is the talent and how much is the individual? I guess that's the whole thing.
There are more talented people than like others, like, obviously.
Look, if they could do that with Chris Chan, I would be 100% on your side. I would say, yes, they can take anyone and make them famous.
First of all, the standard isn't that they could take anyone and make them famous.
Okay,
the
then
point
what is the standard?
They could take another person that is similar in skill to like a Brett Cooper.
That is beautiful and
that's not that rare because all we do is yell in the camera.
Okay.
Well, no, but they also have to incur the risk here because if they're
somebody said Not Gay Jared. I just want to point out that Not Gay Jared like left the Crowder show and is under NDA. So, like, you know.
If Daily Wire, the Blazer, whoever is plucking some random person from obscurity and putting them on camera and investing millions of dollars or more in marketing them, that's a huge risk because what if that person sucks? What if that person has a meltdown? What if that person, crashes and goes in the tubes? They just throw all that money down the drain.
Yeah,
that's why they make
talk to Adidas right now.
It's not.
Sure
it's not
exactly. What if they go full Kanye?
It's a risk in terms of marketing, but like comparatively, it's actually not that big of a risk because they were probably only paying Brett Cooper before renegotiations somewhere around 6 figures in terms of salary. Like, so they spent millions marketing Ben Shapiro on Facebook, and they're paying Ben Shapiro millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. Like, they spend millions on Matt Walsh and all these other guys. So, like, they definitely have those guys. So, like, it's less risky to try to build up a new person. But at the same time, they're way more likely to leave your company and take their fame with them.
Well, it's less risky in terms of obviously the dollar amount is far less, but it's more risky in terms of a higher chance of failure.
Right. And by the way, Crowder, like I said, Crowder should have negotiated down a bunch of those fees. The Daily Wire should have 100% personalized the terms and not included things like YouTube demonetization when Crowder's demonetized off of YouTube already, because those are the kinds of things that make talent angry. And when you make talent angry, they tend to lash out. So it's not like the Daily Wire conducted this in the best way possible. There's a reason why people who've gotten offers from them have just like ignored them completely because they feel disrespected by those offers.
Right.
Everyone in the chat is saying that my elephant is going crazy. Which
true.
What is I mean, I don't. What is that based on?
True.
Look,
you're just simping for artists right now, Adam.
Look, I am having a great time here.
You big artist.
I do think I like. Obviously, it's somewhere between. You could literally take anyone off the street and turn them into a star, and the
the only
company,
person
the person doesn't stand a chance without the big company. It's like it's somewhere between those two positions.
That's the only person who could take anybody off the street, any woman off the street, and make them a big star is Harvey Weinstein or Roger Ailes.
Yeah. But after they do the casting couch, right? Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
I really don't feel like my elephant is getting out of control here. So,
okay, well, it's
guys.
But I'm not saying any, like, obviously it has to be somebody interested in this kind of thing. And I'm pretty sure Brett Cooper was like a child actress. So maybe she was in like a movie.
I watched her Instagram thing and she came out and said, she got a good deal and they offered to renegotiate once she started blowing up and all this stuff. And I mean, obviously people are not, People are going to be weary to come out and say.
To be fair, she's not going to say while she's under contract.
I know
At
exactly.
the Daily Wire.
This exactly.
They gave me a
exactly
shit deal.
What I was going to say. Like, how can she come out and want to keep her job and say, "Listen, they raked me over the coals and I got a terrible deal. I'm an idiot and they suck." Like,
right.
She's basically burning the bridge. Yeah,
but she didn't have to say that they renegotiated her deal. Like, her silence could have spoke volumes, because like it's not like they're ordering these people to come out against Crowder. Like, that's not like, people are like, Jordan Peterson tweeted something out and deleted it. The Daily Wire told them. It's like, no, Jordan Peterson saw a Crowder video going viral. He retweeted it. And then they're like, hey, dumbass, he's talking about our contract, the company that you work for. And then he's like, oh, okay, I'll delete that so I don't create a problem.
Well, according to Malika, he didn't. Malika Peterson? Melina Peterson. Michaela. According to Michaela.
Or Michaela?
According to Michaela Peterson.
Mecca Heine.
Why can't he just name her like Joan? According to Mrs. Peterson, not
Mrs.
senior.
Peterson.
According to Ms. Peterson, he deleted it. They asked him not to delete it, but he's like, oh, well, I already deleted it.
So people are saying like the contract encourages big tech censorship. No, it doesn't. It's a hedge against the big tech censorship that already exists. And again, Crowder already conducts his show in such a way to not get banned off of YouTube. Is he simping for the YouTube gods? Like, you have all these people who are like, the Daily Wire's aligned with it. And like, Jeremy from the Quartering is a great guy. He's defending Crowder because he's his friend. So I will like not attack the Quartering because he's a personal friend of the guy. So that's who he is. But like, the Quartering does not swear in his videos because he doesn't want to get demonetized.
What the fuck?
Tim Pool, when you go on his show, like, tells you not to curse before you go on the show. And they have an after show where they discuss a bunch of different things. And like, these guys are coming out on Crowder's side. And again, I'm not going to get mad at them for defending their friend, but I don't think you could defend them on these specific points if you're doing the same thing. Crowder, again, bleeps out swear words. And again, he does not say things on YouTube that would get him banned. He says, come to Louder with Crowder behind the paywall. Like, and everybody does this because you have to be in the arena in order to have an impact.
Sean, you're getting so triggered here. You really need to calm down.
Well, because it's like the same. It literally
he doesn't
is the
even
same
deny
exact
it.
Points.
He doesn't even deny it.
Sean is alpha here.
I'm triggered.
He's
so
pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so somebody's saying in the initial offer sheet, the Daily Wire takes no risk. That's not necessarily true. If you look at the way the math breaks down, unless you're dumb and you think that being demonetized gets stacked on top of being banned from the same platform, then it's 110%. And Crowder would pay the Daily Wire $5 million. Like, if you're dumb and you believe that, then that's fine. But unless you're like actually like not dumb, like even in Crowder says, like he could only end up with 15% of his income after he does the math in this video. So I guess Crowder might not be as smart as you and not realize that they want him to pay $5 million to the Daily Wire. Like, yeah, they take minimal risk. They're trying to minimize the risk. But this is why the Daily Wire, being like really hardcore business people, really hurts them, because they're like, we're going to negotiate this down at the end, and then we're going to and then we're going to get lower penalties and all that. It's like, yeah, the penalties are pretty high. It's something like 80 to 85% of his income could get lost depending on the term. So like, they're really trying to mitigate risk as much as possible. And this is why Crowder felt insulted, because they kind of insulted him.
Right.
Sean, I just want to get this straight. You're basically saying anyone that supports Crowder at this point is stupid.
I'm
that
not.
sounds like what you're saying. So
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
okay.
if you make the first of all, if you think that Crowder's contract has 110% penalties because you think that a demonetization from YouTube gets stacked on top of a ban from YouTube, then you actually are stupid. Like it's just a fact. Mm-hmm. Like because like that would
so
mean
you can be supporting Crowder and not be stupid in your eyes. You're the one saying. I'm not saying.
No. There's good people, especially in the creator space, especially people that are friends with Crowder that are supporting him. I think they're wrong.
So this is,
but they're not stupid.
This is my second attempt to record this video.
But like, there are some people who think that the 110%, which means Crowder would pay the Daily Wire $5 million. Like those people are actually dumb.
Everyone's accusing me of straw man.
Doomer Media for $2 says, "Adam, take your meds."
I know what I don't look. This is hilarious to me. You guys are. I don't know. It seems like you're reading the situation wrong. I'm not triggered about any of this. I think it's interesting. Sean seems way more triggered than me. I mean, Sitch is a tiny bit triggered. I'm not triggered at all.
I'm not really that triggered.
It's because
I'm going to Sean's video to see the downvote ratio and read some of the comments.
It's actually not that. It's actually not that bad. It's
okay.
There's some downvotes.
Share it with us.
I'm gonna pull it up right now. But I will say it's not necessarily it's not downvotes or anything like that, or even the comments on my video, because like I could tell if you watch the whole video or not. It's just like as soon as I make a point, there's like a totally irrelevant counterpoint that like it's the same ones. It's like a cycle that are like they're really starting to grate on me.
Yeah, look, he's admitting he's getting. So
I understand that. Like when they're like, you get paid
in the chat. Shad is welcome on the show. There's plenty of room for Shad.
So the ratio is 89.6% likes to dislikes, 1467 to 170, and I'm sure your audience will go dislike the video to troll me. So I appreciate that.
Our audience would never troll anyone except for us.
On it, so.
Look, we put up a poll. You can see the poll right now. I think we're up to over almost 3,000 respondents now. And Crowder it's Choose Your Destiny is the poll. Steven Crowder, 27%. Daily Wire, 21%. Both 11%, neither 42%. So
yeah, I don't like that. You shouldn't have had this neither or both in there. You have to make people make a choice. You have to make them pick a side.
How are you any different than Crowder? If that's your position,
none of this 53% of my audience is agnostic.
You are coming out so hard against Crowder, and yet you want to do the same thing Crowder is doing.
You know what's funny is like I'm not even the thing that people think is like the greatest insult to Crowder that I keep saying is that it's about the money and he should have asked for more money. I think that is correct. Like Steven Crowder is right to ask for more money, and I support him in asking for money. The problem is he didn't just ask for more money. He had to do this whole other thing in order to start his own thing. So like that's the issue that I have.
Right.
All right, so Shad, I sent you the link on Twitter. So yeah. Shad's coming in now. Hold on. Shad is on Steven Crowder's side. So okay, nice.
Team Crowder.
Let's see.
Right.
Come on in here, Shad. We need you. Look, actual Justice Warriors talking.
You needed backup, is what you're saying, Adam.
Justice Warriors.
Adam needs his artist side.
Justice Warriors talking a lot of shit here. And I can say that on YouTube. Well, I used to be able to say that on YouTube, but
we did a Twitter space and we were like bringing up people that disagreed with us,
right?
And we're like, we want to hear the argument, and a bunch of people came up. So I'm hoping Shad. I don't know him. I'm hoping he has good arguments.
Shad made a 3.5 hour video on this. So
I'm hoping this guy comes up. So we had people come up in the Twitter space, and they would be like, I don't like Ben Shapiro. And we were just like laughing because we did like Twitter spaces for like an hour. We just had guy after guy come up and say that, and it was just making me laugh.
Right.
Well, that does a lot of people are going into this obviously already on a side, and that's why they're so
right.
Obviously they have strong opinions about it because they're either watching these people daily, or they feel they have some sort of inside information on who's more honest in this exchange. Yeah.
And by the way, Crowder has a right to be concerned about like YouTube penalties against his income. Remember, YouTube changed the rules after announcing he did not violate the terms of service with the Carlos Maza thing, and then enforced them after the fact against him. Like that did happen.
Yeah.
So
Carlos
like
Maza is no fan of free speech, that's for sure.
Like he has a right to, he does have a right to be concerned about that, like obviously. And again, Crowder should push for as much guaranteed money as humanly possible. Like, you know,
True.
100% agree with that.
Double Dog 2006 for $20. Thank you. Says the Daily Wire wants to punish talent for being canceled, but there's no incentive for overperforming on your contract. Why no production-based incentives from merch or ad reads? These should be standard for the new media that boring touts.
I would say that Crowder should negotiate a percentage of his mug clubs, especially if he could deliver what he thinks he could deliver. Like for sure.
Yeah, sure.
But
I guess that's the question.
He tried to
negotiate for that. So he didn't really attempt a negotiation. He just got, he just got offended and didn't really attempt a negotiation. So
and by the way, the what you call it, the Blaze not being able to separate that totally screws over Steven Crowder. Like, you know, Devin Tracy's over at Censored TV, and they're able to tell him how many people sign up with his promo code. Right. And like Censored TV is way smaller than the Blaze.
The Blaze definitely can get access to that information.
They should. And people were saying they could check by how many mugs they ship. I don't know because I'm not a mug club member and I'm not a subscriber to Daily Wire either. I actually haven't watched either person's content in months because I've been making so many videos myself. But
yeah, you've been doing great.
The mugs, don't they ship out a mug a year to people? Like, can't you get more than one mug because you can buy it as merchandise too?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Chat? Is that what they do?
Look, I would want if I was in a negotiation, I would want the email list because I would want to know how many of those people are already subscribed to Daily Wire. Like without that information, you're just kind of shooting in the dark. So
they get the email list in there. They get the right to monetize the email list, which again,
no, like, I'm saying if you're negotiating for how much you're going to pay Crowder, that's a key piece of information that you would want to know. That's the gamble if you're going into it not knowing that.
Hello, Shad.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up?
Today?
Hey, thanks for having me on board. I hear you guys talking about a subject that I am very interested in.
Nice. Thanks for jumping in. Yeah. Have you heard Sean talking a whole lot of smack here?
Have you heard me going after Crowder personally?
Yeah.
I saw you guys talking about it. I clicked on it. And the first 2 points I hear Sean make, I have to say I totally disagree with, which is why I was commenting.
Good. Well,
I didn't catch anything else you said, Sean. I might agree on everything else, but those two first points, and this is, you know, I'm actually a bit annoyed how much it turns out looks like I'm batting for Crowder because I more recently he's been pissing me off and I hadn't been watching his content and it's not like I'm trying to do this because I'm a Crowder simp in any way. It's just that, honestly, if separating my life for either platform, when I look at that contract and the back and forth, I'm on Crowder's side nearly 90% with a lot of this, even though, and I don't like that, even though I don't like what's going, because the harm the Daily Wire, that this could be causing the Daily Wire, and I like the good stuff the Daily Wire is doing and everything. But just to the point like Sean was making about how, you know, it should be okay for Crowder to censor himself or be okay with the penalizations in the contract because he's already censoring himself on YouTube. The reason why I think that argument is just completely flawed is that you can't predict what YouTube is going to penalize you for. Even if you try and censor everything that you say, well, actually, the only way you could possibly do this is if you never say anything that could potentially offend the left, which is just bonkers because you can get banned off of YouTube for stuff that is not in their terms of service, as what has happened for Crowder multiple times. And so those provisions that's going to penalize them for those things are just complete dog crap. I would never accept anything like that in a million years.
Hold on. So first of all, I literally just said that where like I understand why Crowder doesn't want to have that in there because they've actually, in the Carlos Maza thing, changed the rules after the fact, announced Crowder didn't violate the terms of service, then changed the rules and then enforced them after the fact. But my issue is right now Crowder, and this is why it's actually not that bad of a deal, bears 100% of the risk of being banned off of YouTube. His primary platform is YouTube, 6 million subscribers. If he signs with the Daily Wire, then he only bears 20% of that risk. That's why I'm saying it's actually not that crazy.
Oh, I completely disagree, because if Crowder gets banned off of YouTube, he still has vast amounts of monetization opportunity from his Mug Club subscription, from his merchandising, from if he does do sponsorships and everything like that. In actual fact, the primary source of revenue is from the Mug Club subscriptions, right? And so he could get banned off of YouTube and still maintain most of his monetization potential, but they're going to dox him 20%. That's $10 million. That's insane.
No, 20% is not. Over the 5 years. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
So first of all, like his we don't know his Mug Club numbers, number one. Number two, the reason we can get an estimate of his Mug Club numbers is because they're obviously going to be a certain percentage of his free viewers, which are on YouTube. So losing YouTube loses him the ability to funnel people over to Mug Club.
See, YouTube is the only one I think you might be. I still disagree about the thing, right? But they're going to ban here. They're going to dox him 10%, which is $5 million for being banned off of Facebook. And honestly, Crowder's not going to lose a whole heap of money if he gets banned off of Facebook, because if you're going to get monetization stuff, it's going to be where you're going to get most of the views. And the thing is why I don't fully agree with the YouTube thing is that he can get insane views on Rumble as well, where he's proven that by his election night live stream. And so even if he does get banned off of YouTube, it doesn't mean he's not bringing in any money. In actual fact, under the contract, Daily Wire will be getting crazy amounts of money still, even if he does get banned off of Facebook or even YouTube, right? But
Sure.
They have the gall to dox him $10 million.
Well,
even though they could be still making insane amounts of money off of his platform, and they're not going to share anything on top of the 50 million that they go over and above, so they're willing to throw all this risk on him, right? All this, like that, bearing all that, and they're not going to share any of the additional profits in a percentage rate over and above the 50 million that they're promising.
Yeah, I don't. There's no incentives. There's negative incentives in the contract. Again, I don't disagree with you on this. What I am saying is that I can understand why the Daily Wire has that in there, and if I'm Crowder, I would negotiate to get that penalty reduced. But it's just reality that Crowder is valuable because he's on YouTube, and if he loses his YouTube, you could talk about he had people watching him on Rumble. That's because he's like, oh no, I got a strike on YouTube. Go subscribe to me over at Rumble. So I understand them trying to mitigate their risk, but obviously they would negotiate this down to a certain point. But again, Crowder bears 100% of the risk right now today for being banned off of YouTube.
There are so many much more reasonable ways you could go about proposing such a thing like that. And the very fact, I don't like the negotiating standpoint. Oh, look, I admit and agree that a certain level of negotiation is fine. But when they come in with such predatory terms like this, right, which are just insane, that reveals just incredible bad faith. That if I ever got a contract like this, my response honestly would be the same as Crowder. I'd throw out the window. This is not good enough to even wipe my ass with. And it reveals that.
That's not Crowder's response. Crowder counter-offered. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah. Well, my response probably would be worse then, right? Because by them even proposing those things, it reveals that they would have been happy to accept them if Crowder was naive enough to not negotiate, and that's awful. That's a terrible.
I don't think that's what's happening. I think the psychology at play here. I mean, I guess they could assume that they'd catch some people like that, but I don't think they think they're going to catch Crowder in some sort of trick here. I think it's. Especially with big people, they think, well, they're going to assume whatever our first offer is going to be a low ball. So if we give them a good offer right up front, no matter what it is, they're going to ask for more. So we might as well start low.
Right.
Yeah, but even if they ask for more, if it's a good, genuine offer, you say, no, what we offered you was fair. We're not moving from it, right?
Yeah, but then the person will say, no, I'm not going to take this.
No, but
they're assuming that you're lowballing them and you're not negotiating with them.
But not if they confirm because if you could show, no, this is direct fair market value and everything, then you could just hold the line and say, no, this genuinely is a fair offer. The fact that they knew that they would be moving from this first offer, that's an acknowledgement on their behalf that it was a complete dog crap offer. Well, no, but it's more aside the point, because I think, Sitch, you even kind of admitted that perhaps they get away with this for some people, but they wouldn't get away with Crowder. That's my issue right there. Even though Crowder would never accept these terms, the fact that they would be willing to accept these terms if they could get away with them is holy crap.
Yeah,
that's shady.
But they know, first of all, they sent the offer through his agent. They know it's going to be a back and forth and a negotiation. And apparently this is what the Daily Wire likes to do. This is what we find out in Lauren Chen's video is they offer her money. She's like, oh, this offer's too low. And she doesn't counter. And then Jeremy Boring calls her personally. He's like, hey, like you're supposed to negotiate. Like that's like the fun part for them. And I understand Crowder might not have the stomach for the negotiations, but like I do believe the Daily Wire would have went up to around 75 million. Now, whether or not that's value enough for Crowder or not, we don't know because we don't know how many. Crowder doesn't know how many Mug Club subscribers he has. It's just a fact he doesn't know. And we don't know how many of those people are already subscribed to the Daily Wire.
Mm-hmm. Like with the negotiation strategy, I think, the fact that Jeremy calls Lauren Chen up, to me, makes me think it's more about the psychology of negotiation aspect.
And he called baby Lauren Chen up. He called 6 years ago baby Lauren Chen
right,
up.
Right, like if the plan was just, I want to get Lauren Chen on a shitty deal, I mean, and she didn't take it, they wouldn't have called her up and been like, you should negotiate these things in the future. He would have just been like, well, that was one sucker that slipped away.
Yeah, hang on. He gave her like a pep talk.
You guys are jumping on the it's okay because it's a negotiate thing, and that's an irrelevant point because
no.
They're willing to accept and be predatory and take advantage of people, basically cheat them if they can get away with it, and if they did, they'd be happy about it. That's friggin' crap.
What I'm saying is,
do you agree with that point?
No, wait,
hold on. First of all, expect negotiation. That's
one at a time. One at a time, guys.
Let me. I understand what you're saying, Shad. You're saying that because they're offering. Your view is that they're offering these low terms so
not
that
just low, predatory terms,
right? Bad predatory terms, and they do that intentionally because they're like, well, we'll catch some people with these bad terms. That's your perspective of why the terms are the way they are. Yeah. And I'm saying that my perspective of why the terms are the way they are is because when people enter into these negotiations, then it depends on the business culture and depends on the individuals. Generally, there's an idea that, I know that the other side is going to lowball me, or I know that I'm going to highball myself. And so I think if for some businesses, and you can disagree with this, but I think for some businesses, the belief is, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's psychological research to support this, if you offer the person a just flat out good, fair deal from the get-go, a lot of people, I think even a lot of big people, would instantly turn that down because they're going to assume no matter what that your first offer is a bad offer.
Yeah.
Also, and so if they start with a low offer, knowing that you're going to negotiate, then maybe you can get to the fair offer and you'll actually accept it.
Well, and the fair offer can seem like dog shit as well, too.
It also says in the offer sheet that this is not the full contract. This is not the full term. So like the expectation is they're going to move on from that. And let's be clear, like the Daily Wire has like 12 hosts or maximum. That might be highballing it. So the idea that they're offering this to all these creators and all that is just not true. Like they've courted like a few people in terms of talent for their on-air kind of personalities.
Lauren Chen's video has confirmed that there are several pretty dog crap points, offering things in that proposal that they do offer. Seemingly by her, it looks like they offer those things to everyone.
Yeah, there's the generic portion. Candace Owens confirmed this when she said that they had the Facebook demonetization in there, right. and she was already demonetized on Facebook. Which again, like people are like, oh, Crowder would get an automatic 20% cut in his income if he signed up because of the YouTube demonetization. It's like if you think Crowder's dumb enough to sign a deal where they cut his pay by 20%. Like that's ridiculous. That's obviously going to be negotiated out. I do agree that Crowder is a premium talent. I do agree that Crowder's a premium talent, and in order to negotiate in good faith, you should probably examine this 6-page offer sheet and remove that because that's what pissed Crowder off. But he's not going to sign that deal.
Shad.
I think my point still stands entirely. Just because you're saying Crowder isn't dumb enough, that doesn't mean other people might not be. And I wouldn't say dumb. I would say naive enough and not aware enough that is such a dog crap term that other people would accept it. So just because you're saying Crowder will negotiate against it does not by any means make okay what they're doing. And to Sitch's point, I think what he was saying about the business negotiations, that's a complete assumption. Because if I know I've done this before, when I offer terms in a contract that I feel are fair and people want to negotiate away against it. If they actually come back with reasonable things, okay, I'm willing to entertain it. But if they want to push it something beyond what I honestly feel is fair, I say, no, this is absolutely fair. Right. Take it or leave it. Yeah. That's where it ends. And the assumption that everyone who thinks the first offer is going to be lowballing is pretty crappy. It just is. It just reveals what kind of dishonest and dog crap business is done. And just because the way this is standard business, the way it's been done, does not validate or justify it or make it moral in any way.
Oh, listen,
it's not standard because
hold on. I don't disagree. I mean, I would agree with you. I wish the business didn't work that way. But the problem is that people have different attitudes about the ways in which these things are done. And it's when you there's the assumption of, well, it's because they're immoral that's happening. I don't think that's an evidence. They just have a different view of the way in which business is going to be handled.
Has Stephen called them immoral?
Yes.
He called the term. Yeah. Well, I mean, Crowder also.
I see because the contract.
You called him immoral, Shad, as well.
Wait. Said the contract is immoral, and people who now they're trying to justify it, everything. But I'm just trying to understand. Is he actually calling them immoral? Or
yes. My big problem with Stephen's behavior in this isn't that he didn't like the contract. My big problem is that by not liking the contract, he's calling out not just the Daily Wire, but really all of conservative media as being grifters and not really standing for the principles that they believe in. And
I think on balance,
taking advantage of people.
Yeah, I'm trying to reflect to see because I don't think he said it specifically, but the tone and kind of information is trying to convey, especially in the first video, was that Big Con is doing immoral things. Therefore,
that's why it's called StopBigCon.com.
What about Stephen lying about what's in the contract? So when he says that they get control over the social media, including the ones that you built yourself, in perpetuity, do you think that is like something that he should have said?
I missed that one. So hang on. He says, so I would want to double check your interpretation of what he's saying as well. I would want to see exactly what the wording is there, because they get control over all the social media
that they create,
except his personal one. So they get control over everything except his personal one during the term of the contract, and then they get to control everything that they created into perpetuity after that.
Well, wait, it's not. So in terms of social media,
Crowder said they get control of everything in perpetuity. This is a huge point in the video I put out today, and we're almost at that point in the video right in the watch together, including the ones that you built. Am I supposed to interpret that as like a fair reading of the contract, or Crowder?
Wait. It doesn't. So it does say it depends, because I'm assuming the Daily Wire would get. When we say control, what exactly does that mean? But
it's so like Crowder's YouTube channel gets given back to him at the end of his term, right?
Yes.
But if the Daily Wire,
in perpetuity, that's not.
Hang on. If the episodes that were made with the Daily Wire, he doesn't get those back.
Yeah, but he gets his channel back.
But if the Daily Wire made like Steven Crowder DW like YouTube channel, then they keep that because they made that.
I mean, that is a massive red flag if they wanted. And I'm not saying they would, okay? But the fact that this proposal opens the door for them to be able to do really dodgy stuff like this, if they wanted, they could just, because it's the proposal also gives them right to make recuts of his content, okay? And so they could essentially re-upload his entire back catalog with just a Daily Wire logo on a new channel, right? And because that's their recutting of his content, they essentially have the right to keep that into perpetuity. So even though they're handing, it's so gracious of us to hand your back catalog back and you get control over it, they could copy that back catalog and keep it forever if they wanted. And when I say copying, I'm not saying direct duplications. They can make recuts of it, okay? And also, because this thing enables them, if they wanted to, make a new YouTube channel, right? And then basically they have the ability under these terms agreements to basically destroy the original Louder with Crowder YouTube channel, because they control the whole thing, and then rebuild Stephen's entire brand on platforms that they have made. And that is such a vulnerability. There's no protection or assurances that what they give back to him, this YouTube channel, is going to be in the same state or stronger. And another massive red flag. That'll be like, you guys aren't giving me any security.
But that doesn't make any sense, just because it doesn't make sense financially. You're paying for Steven Crowder because he has 6 million YouTube subscribers.
Hang on, deflection. That's not my point. My point is that
if your point is like theoretically they could do something.
Yes, absolutely.
If your point is theoretically,
the agreement is
I'll let you finish.
Yeah, my point is, if the agreement has such a vulnerability in it, that's a dog crap element in the agreement. And I even said they might not necessarily do it. I don't think they would, but the fact that it even has gives them the power to do that is such a huge risk and vulnerability. And I would again, that's another thing I'd throw it out with.
If your point is if the initial contract sheet, this is what it is, right? Which is meant to be
Are you
vague.
trying to do the deflection?
Hold on. No. This is actually important because obviously they would negotiate this stuff out. Even the language would be negotiated out.
No, but they would accept every point if someone was naive.
But you still have to clarify a bunch of things. It even says in the offer sheet that this is not the full version of the contract. You know what else is not in this portion of the contract? The morality clause that all these people have, where like if Crowder cheats on his wife, if you don't know about this at conservative organizations, then he would get fired.
Irrelevant.
I'm just saying there is obviously more.
Is that
stuff
really in there?
Yeah, of course it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course.
Wow.
Yeah, but I feel that's relevant to the point because if someone was naive enough, even though this is a terms agreement, if they accepted every one of these terms, they would all be transferred into a real contract. And so the deflection that it's just a terms agreement, it does not hold water at all.
Well, again, it says his back catalog is theirs until after the term. So again, you would have to hash out what exact. No, you're saying in theory they could clip it out and just copy it.
Crap, dog crap. Yeah.
Well, again, you're saying in theory they could do that, but the problem is if it says in the term sheet because it's not specific enough that they have to give him back his content, then maybe they can't do that. That has to be hashed out in the actual contract.
Maybe they can't do what?
Maybe they can't just clip up his stuff and keep the clipped version of his stuff in perpetuity because they say they have to give him back his backlog.
No, the terms agreement says anything that they make, they get to keep, which means reclipping and stuff. They're making new content with that. They get to keep that stuff.
It also says they have to return. They also says they have to return his stuff.
Only
afterwards.
the original
again, but this is like something that they have to hash out because you're in a gray area. You're just assuming everything cuts the Daily Wire's way.
Well, I thought you guys were talking about two different things. I thought, Sean, you were initially talking about the channels, and you're talking about.
Well, first of all, Crowder said in his video, let's be clear, that they keep his channel forever, his social media accounts, even the ones he built forever. Like that's in his video, this video that we're looking at.
Was it possible he misunderstood that he wasn't
lying? He said in perpetuity. And
no,
then
I'm saying, is it possible Crowder just misunderstood? Not that he's lying.
It's possible that Steven Crowder misunderstood. Steven Crowder, the guy who's like not an expert on contracts. You would assume his
agent would know,
but
though.
It's not possible that his agent who received this contract misunderstood unless Crowder needs to fire his agent.
Right.
Look, and this is the thing, right? If Crowder actually knowingly misrepresents anything, I'll call him out on that. And if that is untrue, bullcrap, Poor
the whole thing.
But that doesn't remove. Like, are you saying because Crowder's done some bad things, that means this terms agreement is okay? Because it's not.
That's not what I said. But I said Crowder's lying about the terms agreement when he says that if he gets sick, then he's going to get fined $100,000. That's not true.
Hang on. Like, there's an interpretation of that it is. If he doesn't deliver an episode, or not only that, if he doesn't even give an ad read that the Daily Wire wanted in that episode, they could fine him $100,000. And by the way, they're only paying him $65,000 per episode. That's already scummy. We will fine you more than the individual amount that they're willing to pay for the episodes. So that's already greedy and scummy. But then,
because it's a failure to deliver.
There are conditions that they can take $100,000 that could be the result of being sick. I don't see that as a
except there's a disability portion of it where it's if you're unable to, which would be covered under sickness, then Crowder only gets fined the prorated rate.
So he still gets fined though. That's still
that's for not delivering the episode.
To be fair, there would at least be a grace, allowance of say 5 episodes undelivered for things outside of his control, like sickness.
That's not even allowing that. That's all stuff he could negotiate, but like I said, Crowder says if he gets a sick day or gets into a car accident, he'll be fined $100,000 a day. But that's not true. If he doesn't deliver the episodes, then he just gets the prorated rate,
which is first of all still getting fined for things outside of control. At least a minimum grace period is scummy.
Yeah, if you don't work, you don't get paid.
No. But again, so. Hang on. There's a lot of sick allowances in normal contracts where you don't get work, if you don't work, you do get paid if you're sick, and it's to a certain amount. And so I actually want to go back and reread the contract because it sounded like there is a condition there that if if he doesn't deliver episodes for extended periods, like Crowder has had to take off like a month at times for sickness, right? That they can find him, like dox him $100,000 per episode, because I think the sickness has a limit on it, doesn't it? That
no, there's no fault of his own, and then there's illness and like disability. There's like a disability clause. So Crowder just doesn't deliver the episodes, like he refuses to do it or whatever. Then that $100,000 fine goes in. And by the way, this is another issue with personalization of his contract that I cover in my video, because the reason for that being more than the episode is because theoretically in the other Daily Wire contracts, the Daily Wire handles production. However, in Crowder's case, he's handling his own production. So yeah, that is something that has to be adjusted and hashed out and all of that. But if he gets sick or seriously injured, he only loses the prorated rate of his deal for not making the episode. So like him saying that he gets fined $100,000 for getting hit by a car is just not true.
So hang on. I think there's a condition where that I would want to reread that up. But my point is, even if he gets fined and there's no grace period where he could, not lose very significant amount of money for things outside of his control, is still scummy. You're trying to say it's okay because he's going to be fined a prorated amount. It's like, no, at least have a small grace period. And then it's a perpetual thing. Every episode that he doesn't deliver under the thing, that prorated, doxing of the full figure, it like still happens. A much fairer way to do it is that, because it sounds like that they might not pay him for work delivered because it's always you deliver and then we pay, right? Much fairer thing is that if he gets into a condition that he cannot deliver the episodes, this agreement can be considered defunct or renegotiated from there on. That is just like strictly you're going to be doxed at that amount.
For all the dummies, what does pro rata mean in terms of this contract?
So it just means like if you divide the amount of money he's getting paid by the amount of episodes that he is supposed to deliver, like he would just be fined that rate, which is about $63,000,
as opposed to incurring an additional penalty.
Yeah. But again, Crowder only has to work 4 days a week. He can shoot multiple episodes in a day.
Hang on. Wait.
He can shoot multiple episodes in a day.
Wait, Sean, I got to jump on this one. Do you think producing a show like that only requires working 4 days a week, that there's no scripting or prep time outside of those days? That's
anyone
insane.
anyone with over 20 employees does not work 4 days.
Again,
that is such a disingenuous framing,
ridiculous.
and I got so pissed off at Jeremy Boring for framing it that way, and you're doubling down.
My point is he's not delivering an episode every day.
No, you said he's only working 4 days a week.
Okay, so he's not supposed. He's only has to deliver episodes 4 days a week, and on top of that, he can shoot multiple episodes in a day. So what the 100K is for is willful not completing the episodes. So if he doesn't use all of that extra time in order to complete the episodes, which by the way, Crowder would negotiate down the number of episodes. Like they want obviously as many episodes out of him as they can get. But of course, he's going to negotiate down the episodes.
Hang on. You're trying to deflect a lot of scummy things in his terms agreement. Oh, he'll just negotiate it. No. Just the fact that they're willing to propose these scummy things is crap enough.
192 episodes is not that bad anyway.
No. You're trying to say that, he could just make them any other. Like there's a lot of production and work that's required to produce those 4 episodes a week. Come on, man.
Isn't that
okay? I think that's why Crowder has a whole production crew and he's getting paid for his production.
I think that's the agreement that maybe, or the disagreement that is the root which won't be able to get past, is that you, Shad, think that just lowballing to this extent in of itself is the bad action.
Yes.
Where Sean and myself don't necessarily think that is the bad action on its own, since it was open for negotiation. And we both believe that they thought it was going to be negotiated as well.
To me, that's irrelevant because, again, like
I
if he was naive enough, they would happily accept all those terms of that terms agreement if anyone was naive enough to accept it. And that's friggin' crap.
Well, that's like
scummy as hell.
Like, so if you go to Target and you buy something off the shelf and you take it to the counter, you can't negotiate, right? It says what the price of, the gum is when you buy it. But if you go to a flea market and you just grab some random thing there, there's some expectation that, they marked up the price because you're going to go negotiate it with, the guy at the yard sale or the flea market or whatever. I mean, do you think that practice within of itself is a scummy practice?
I think it's a false equivalence because a more direct equivalence is that someone builds a house for like $500,000 and then when someone approaches them, it's like, oh, you're a contractor, right? I'd like you to build me that same house, and I'll pay you $250,000. What do you mean? We're offering you an insane amount of money, $250,000, isn't it? I can't believe you're turning that down. This is so much. It's like, no, there is a market value that you can equate on multiple different ways to determine how much value the Louder with Crowder brand is. And their low ball figure was insanity for what they were offering.
I mean,
to what,
but again, like you have to
hold on. Let me just say that your examples don't happen, because it's not like the Daily Wire they did not give Steven Crowder this deal, and then when he didn't take it, they just went public and said, I can't believe Steven Crowder didn't take this deal. This was a lot of money, blah 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 blah. He didn't want to negotiate with them, and they said okay.
Well, no, the Daily Wire said multiple times that their offer was fair. Okay.
Yeah, now that
they
Crowder has attacked them publicly.
Yeah, a fair starting point.
No. They said it was fair. This is a good offer. Ben said it's perfectly legitimate and stuff like that. And it's like, what? That's like a bad look for them because that's basically them saying the terms of this agreement as is, if they got transferred in a contract, went full way forward, were perfectly fair and even innovative. Oh, like, holy crap.
Well,
really?
But again, like, everybody knew, like, you're pretending that Crowder would sign this. Like,
that's a deflection.
It's not a deflection. It's not a deflection. I'll explain why. I'll explain why. That's like saying, like, the Knicks would, if the Knicks offered LeBron James $3 million a year to play basketball for them, like, yeah, the Knicks would sign him for that. And obviously the Knicks would be happy with that. But in reality, there's no possibility that Crowder was going to sign it. They knew it was going to be negotiated. So they put it out in such a way to say, here's big number, let's negotiate, because that's the reality that we're living in. If you're like, oh, they would have accepted it. Yeah, they would have hired Crowder if he would accept $100,000. That doesn't mean anything because that's not connected to reality.
It means they're willing to.
It means nothing. What are you talking about?
It means they're willing to cheat people if they can get away with it. You just acknowledge that.
But he's not going to sign that deal. Everybody know it's not a deflection.
Stitch, you made this point that by making the terms agreement so crappy, there's a chance that certain things might slip under the radar and they would get away with it. Whereas they
I said that was your perception of.
Okay, well then thank you for contextualizing because I agree with that perception that it really reveals that if because you're saying that Crowder will negotiate everything. Again, irrelevant point because it shows that what they're willing to get away with if they could get away with it.
Let me ask
Sitch,
you,
do you think they would step in? Just 1 second. Sitch, do you think they would step in? Like if Crowder was going to sign the contract, do you think they would step in and say, oh, listen, that was a low ball offer. We can do better than that. Do you think they would do that?
I don't think they would step in, but I don't think that's a realistic scenario.
Okay. Let
me ask a hypothetical. Say that the Daily Wire has perfect knowledge. And they know that when they offer Steven Crowder or someone the lowball deal, that they will 100% not take it. Does that change your perception of that kind of offer?
Yeah, but I don't think in any reality they would be like,
I'm trying to figure out what is the exact issue.
But the exact issue is that they would willing to cheat people if they can get away with it. And
right, but that to me, that's an assumption that I don't share.
Come on. You know that.
This is why I asked the question.
Wait, do you think let's remove everyone?
He's referring to it like Sitch. He's referring to it as cheating them. But yeah, obviously the Daily Wire is looking for the best deal for the Daily Wire, just like Steven Crowder is looking for the best deal for Steven Crowder.
So because I don't think there's any, if we remove other people from this, I don't think there's any, it's hard for me to imagine any reality where Steven Crowder would accept this deal or really any deal without any sort of negotiation. So I don't think the Daily Wire went into it with that thought process. Like, oh, he's just going to accept this.
Remember, they sent this deal to Crowder's agent because his agent solicited the offer.
So hang on. Going on your point that I still feel this is irrelevant because my main issue is the fact that there are a lot of people who would are naive enough to not realize their worth and their rights and other things like that, to the point where a lot of these crappy terms agreements would slip through into a contract, right? And that's my big objection. Just because Steven would object to them and negotiate doesn't withdraw my massive criticism I have against it. But even if we look at Steven individually, right, there is that point that there is so much dog crap in this contract that as a result, certain really crappy stipulations might go under the radar because they're focusing on all this other crap that he ends up with an exploitative contract even after negotiation.
Right. So if hypothetically, say, we knew that they only gave this contract to Steven and they gave fair contracts to, smaller content creators, but you still have a problem with it because you think this contract is specifically egregious towards Steven, right?
That as well. But we have confirmation that there are some really crappy terms in that terms agreement that they've been giving out standard for other people.
Well, because it seems like
they
what
say they give
do...
the same. They see that it seems like from what we get from Candace Owens, because Lauren wasn't very specific in her video, but it seems like what we heard from Candace Owens is that they give that same sheet with the percentages to every one of their like premium talent that they're trying to get as their opening offer, whether or not it applies to them or not. Like, for instance, Candace Owens, Facebook demonetization, Steven Crowder, YouTube demonetization. Like, they were both already and notably demonetized from both of those platforms before they got that offer.
Yeah.
So but that is their standard thing. And obviously they get that part taken out. But
how could they in any world put that into this terms agreement, knowing that Steven's already demonetized on YouTube?
Because they just copy paste everything.
That's insane. No. Hang on. Jeremy said that they specifically catered things in this terms agreement for Steven specifically. They catered it to him. There's the point where
like the money amount, obviously.
No. They said it's even innovative. But Jeremy Boring at one point was saying that he will bear the production cost because that will enable him to have control. We won't get to tell him what to say, which actually is not written in the terms agreement at all. It doesn't give him that protection. And Jeremy Boring framing it that way, that we're doing this so he could get this benefit from it, is actually gaslighting because he's showing the terms agreement, not saying that.
I would imagine if there was a content.
No, he said Crowder likes to control his own production, so they have that in there. That
I would imagine if there was
that to do that, he would then get control over it. That we wouldn't get to tell him what to say.
He says that they don't tell.
Hold on. I would imagine that if there was some kind of content moderation or control that the Daily Wire had over the content of the show, Crowder would have broadcasted that in his video.
But more
important, he didn't makes me think that that's not in the contract.
But I think he just missed this point. More importantly, you're definitely wrong about this, because he said clearly that he doesn't tell any of his hosts what to say, and he controls the production for all of them. So the idea that he made that delineation that Crowder would be able to speak freely because he controls his production, that's insane. That would essentially be admitted. What he was implying. That's not what he was implying. He said Crowder likes Crowder likes to control his own production, so we have him controlling his own production. They do that in-house.
And he framed it in the sense that we don't get to tell him what to say. No, he framed it
just not true, because he would be saying that he controls what all these other guys say. That's not what he was implying.
Look, we disagree massively on what is being implied.
You're dead wrong. Like, we disagree because I'm accurate and you're inaccurate.
This interpretation doesn't. Again, don't you think, Shad, that if there was some clause like that in the contract, Crowder would have shown it?
If he picked up on it, I didn't pick it up on the first one, but it was my second watching through that I picked up of like, holy crap, he's implying that by giving him the production, he is saying by the context of this is why we're doing it, he likes to have control over how things are made, and we don't get to tell people what to say. Framing it that way is implying very clearly that the purpose of giving him the control of production will protect him from us telling him what to say.
My interpretation is that he said...
this isn't a side point to the point that I actually was making, was that this framing is describing that we are tailoring elements in this terms agreement specifically for Steven Crowder, okay? And so that means that the YouTube, penalty was put in knowing very clearly who you're dealing with, and that was tailored specifically for Steven Crowder. And if this was tailored specifically for Steven Crowder, they put that in knowing that they can reduce the fee by 20% instantly because it's already demonetized on YouTube.
Right.
No, this isn't inaccurate for two reasons. One, we know from Candace Owens that portion of the term sheet is their generic portion. So when he's talking about Crowder including the production budget, that's the part that's tailored to Crowder. On top of that, Jeremy Boring did not say that this was a way for Crowder to control what he says, because he was trying to make the point throughout that whole video. He said it 600 times that he doesn't tell anybody at the Daily Wire what they say. He was saying that Crowder likes to control his production. That's why we gave him control over his production. That's it. Like, so you're wildly misinterpreting that.
No.
So you're saying Jeremy Boring said that. You're saying Jeremy Boring was saying that he controls what Ben Shapiro says, what Matt Walsh says, what Jordan Peterson says.
You gotta one at a time.
You're just
100%
wrong on this.
No, bull crap. Come on,
Sean.
Jeremy Boring, say it the way you said. You said he just said that Crowder likes to control the production, so we're giving him control of the production. That is not what he said. That is not what he said.
What did he say,
He did not
Shad?
say it. Like,
Well,
we can
do you want me to
actually bring it
read
up.
what
I
he
have a
said?
little-
I have
little
the
thing.
transcript
Okay, yes.
open.
Yeah, bring
Please
it
do.
up. Sure.
So, okay. So this is at 6 minutes or 7 minutes in the video. He says, the initial term of $25 million for renewal term, if extended pay and monthly installments, like I said, it's a pretty big number, but we thought for a talent like Steven, this is probably the minimum number that's going to get us in the door so we can sit down and talk to him. That production cost, this is important. We never made a deal like this offer that we put in front of Steven because Steven's a very independent guy. I mean, all of our talent have very independent voices. Obviously, we can't tell them what to say. You know, Candace says what she wants, what Jordan Pearson says, what he wants, Ben, Michael. But Steven has always built in this protection for himself that he wants to actually produce his content. He doesn't want you know most of other guys that come in the studio and we turn on the cameras, we point the cameras, we put the lights up. Steven likes to do that with his own team just to doubly make sure no one's interfering with his content. Not that we would. And so we anticipated that and we said Crowder will bear the burden of production, including all costs associated therewith.
That's like a huge cut of the contract.
Yeah. 2 points right there is framing this whole production cost is so no one interferes with his content and that no one would tell him what to say. Those two things, like Jeremy is framing, this is what bearing the production cost would grant Steven, and it is not in the terms agreement at all.
So that's not how I interpret what he's saying. How I interpret what he's saying is that
he just said, I just told you exactly what he said about
Crowder specifically and unusually wants to have doubly make sure he has control over everything. And so he's deciding to take production costs on his own.
Yeah.
So he's kind of explaining why Crowder would have the production costs where the other people don't. Not saying that he would moderate their content.
He frames it with two specific, very clear things. No one would interfere, therefore, with his content, and no one would tell him what to say. That's not an agreement.
No, first of all, he said clearly that none of his people get told what to say, which is the point that I was making. And Crowder likes to do this because he thinks it gives him more independence. So he's giving him production control because Crowder likes to have it, not because he's giving Crowder this independence that nobody else has. Like, that's presumed.
The way that he's bringing up these contextualization points, control of the content, being told what to say, at the very point that is trying to justify him bearing the cost of production is implying to people listening to him that it's fair for him to bear the cost of production as a result, and it's implying that as a result, Steven will have full control over, his content.
He said Steven wants it. He even made it a point to say that obviously we wouldn't interfere.
It was very manipulative wording on Jeremy Boring.
And now it's manipulative wording.
Well,
so it went from Jeremy Boring said this to now it's manipulative wording after we read the transcript.
Hang on. It's manipulative because he said that. Like how am I shifting my position there?
So
no. Sean, how did I shift my position in
you
what I said?
You said that Jeremy Boring was saying that he gave him production costs for his independence. And then I pointed out he would not have said it like that because he was making it clear that he doesn't interfere.
Yes, absolutely.
He doesn't interfere with anybody's work.
Hang on. But how has my position changed? Where you said first,
because now you're like, oh, he didn't say that. It's just manipulative wording.
Well, I don't think your position changed. I think you. Thank you. I think you remembered your interpretation of his sentence as the sentence when the sentence is a little bit more vague.
No, I think that's essentially exactly what I feel. That's what he is saying. He's trying to say.
Yeah, I understand that, but Sean and myself disagree with that interpretation of what he said. Now, obviously, we won't know exactly unless we hear. We couldn't confirm it. I guess I should say, unless Crowder talks about this on Monday. But my interpretation of what he said was that, he specifically said he doesn't control the content. Nothing in the contract that I saw says that, and I would assume Crowder would bring it up if it did. And he says that, to me, the reason he's saying this is because he's trying to explain to the audience why Crowder would bear the cost of production. So he's saying, well, Crowder wanted this. It was on Crowder. It's not our fault.
And it's also to make it clear that the money is not Crowder's salary.
Right.
It's Crowder's total production budget, including his salary. That's the fee.
And I think on one hand, what he said counts into your favor, Shad, in terms of that. It shows that there was it wasn't just a completely standard contract. There was some implementation or some change of the contract that was personalized, but I don't think it shows kind of the nefarious intent of content control that you're perceiving it does.
So it's either nefarious or it shows unimaginable stupidity. Like they're dealing with Steven Crowder and they unironically have a stipulation in there that he will be, doxed 20% of the contract for being demonetized or banned off of YouTube. how could they put that in knowing who they're dealing with?
Well,
Steven's permanently demonetized anyway. Come on.
This is where I agree with this overall sentiment, but I disagree that they put that in as a nefarious way. This is their generic thing.
So it was
I think it was stupid.
They did this to Candace Owens, but I also agree that like Steven Crowder's the biggest free agent in conservative political media. So that being said, they should have personalized this aspect to him as a way to not piss him off. Like this is, as I pointed out in my video, like this is really going to annoy Steven because it looks weird, because obviously he's a sensitive dude. He's more sensitive than Candace Owens, who just asked for the Facebook portion to be removed. So yeah, like that bothered him. And by the way, when I say he's sensitive, it's not an attack. What I'm saying is Crowder, Crowder has a giant ego. That's just a fact. But what I'm saying is,
of course, that's not an attack either, right? He has a giant ego.
Crowder is but like he's earned it to a certain extent.
But that's not an attack.
He's a premium talent, and he should be treated in a more premium way. And if it were my company, not the Daily Wire, but if it were my company and I was offering money to Crowder, I would make sure that I wouldn't have stuff that obviously doesn't apply to him that was going to piss him off in my initial offer. So and this is like the 10% where I agree with Crowder.
I would actually go further a bit than you even, Sean. I can't stand people acting like divas, right? I don't think anyone, just because they're successful, deserves special treatment. But my point is, no one deserves this type of treatment that was offered Crowder. And yeah, I have issues with Crowder. He seems to be a bit of a diva as well, and not a bit actually, sometimes full blown, and other things.
I think what happens with a lot of these standard contracts in these big businesses is that the reason the standard is created in the first place is that if you've ever worked at like a big business or a big corporation or something, no one wants to take responsibility for any fuck ups. And so that's part of why everything's so standardized, so that if someone messes up, they say, well, it's not my fault. I'm just following the standard. And I think when it comes to these, well, let me just finish. I think when it comes to these contract negotiations, they don't like the Daily Wire doesn't want to accidentally put something in there that greatly benefits Steven and that they didn't catch, or that they catch too late and then Steven gets all, out of whack about it. So if they probably start with the standard boilerplate contract. And then if they want to add some, before it's even negotiated, if they want to add something, it's probably a big deal. A bunch of big, important, highly paid people have to look over specific parts of the contract. And, that costs a lot of money. Yeah. Time is money here. And so they don't necessarily go through the entire contract with a fine-tooth comb the way that I agree with both of you that they should have when trying to get someone like Crowder.
I have a question.
If you're the Daily Wire, you don't go into these premium contract negotiations. Like Crowder's bigger than Peterson and Candace Owens, but like let's put them in the same basket for the heck of it. With any Daily Wire host besides Brett Cooper, who they found in like some mine somewhere and churned her into the celebrity, right? So they've only done this like 10 times. Like, so the idea that you're like, if you're a giant record label, I understand having a standard contract, but I feel like you could have made some adjustments. Now, I think maybe the Daily Wire is like playing 8-dimensional chess. What they're trying to do is if you end up in a situation like this, when the contract gets leaked, you see that the base offer sheet, because notice after you agree to negotiate here, everything is confidential. But the base offer sheet looks the same for everybody. So that way, if you're like a kid and you go look up what Crowder's getting because he leaked it online, you'll see that this is what they open with for everyone. So maybe that's why that's standard. But I still think it shouldn't have been standard for Crowder just because of who he is.
Hey,
I don't think it should be standard for anyone. I think that this terms
hold
agreement,
on a second,
if it is
Shad.
standard.
Do you guys think anyone at the Daily Wire or the Blaze communicated with one another? Do you think any of the management between those two companies communicated
before or after? You mean?
I hope
during this, or like obviously. I don't know. I mean, it's standard operating procedure to contact someone's previous employer.
Not like this, because if you collude against Crowder,
well, I'm not saying they're
to suppress his price. Yeah, but I would think they wouldn't talk to him.
Right, because they would sense that it would be perceived as a conflict of interest, and it would probably hurt him in the long run. Okay,
you can get into legal issues right there. Like if you call the Blaze and you're like, "Hey, what are you offering Crowder? We're going to offer him $1 more."
Yeah,
right. And you're suppressing his price.
Well, look, I thought these guys were look, they're talking to Susan Wojcicki, asking what words they would say. Jeez, why aren't they talking to the Blaze?
That is true. Like the Daily Wire and Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro spoke to Susan Wojcicki once each. And
they probably all went to dinner together. Susan Wojcicki, those
scumbags.
Daily Wire, the Blaze.
You know what they did with both of those conversations? Advocated for Crowder's monetization. It's Zuckerberg.
Well, that's
by the
what
way,
that's what they said, obviously. But
it's Zuckerberg, by the way, that people really harp in on the collusion because Ben's been to dinner with him. They have a guy on staff that was like went to school with Zuckerberg.
Oh, no.
Well, there's that too. Like,
so just on this point,
That was me.
Oh, yeah, I got. Just by bringing up, like, we've done all these nice things for Crowder and everything, it feels like it comes off when people are bringing up these points when we're trying to talk about how scummy the terms agreement was. It feels like saying just because we've done nice things for someone means that you should allow us to get away with cheating you.
no, that's not true.
That feels like what it's covering, because look, if they've done nice things for Crowder, Crowder's done nice things for them. What they tried to do, not just with Crowder, because your other point, Sean, was that this is a standard thing that they give to everyone. That makes it even worse for me. Like, if this is what they're trying to pull over on everyone, that's my point. That's friggin' crap.
I don't think it's crazy to, like, if you're paying somebody to be on YouTube and paying them to be on Apple and paying them to be on Spotify, to have it worked in your contract that they got to remain, or like some incentive for them to remain on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Like, I understand why people are upset about this. I think Crowder framed it in his initial video beautifully as like cucking to big tech censorship.
Wait.
But again, you buy Crowder, the YouTuber, because he's a YouTuber.
Hang on.
But before you, let me interrupt for 1 second, Shad. I have to protect you, Shad. People thought you coughed and said Jew. No, that was me. Okay, I have the Jewish immunity idol.
Did
Shad
you?
did not say that.
Holy shit! I thought
me.
it was Shad. I was about to go listen.
That was me. That was not Shad. So
I was about to. I was like, Shad, we got to clear this
People
up
were like,
before you
"What is
leave the
going
show.
on here?"
Jeez.
Okay, no.
I have to say, what you just said, I feel is very, very manipulative. Okay, you said you think it's fine for them to build in some, was it incentive or some type of penalization or incentive for them to remain on the platform, right? To conflate that with what they actually did is unbelievable, because that's not just some incentive. That's what they are trying to do is insane, right? I actually agree. Some incentive might be all right, but to conflate what they're doing is just some incentive. No. Come on, call a spade a spade. What they are doing to try and incentivize him being on that is dox him up to $10 million and more in other areas.
Yeah, it's a financial incentive.
They're the only ones who
Shad,
have the goal to try and pull.
dox him. You mean dox him.
Dock him.
It's different. Doxing is a completely different thing.
All right, Adam, I'm so glad you corrected me on, because sometimes in language
I know. Jeez, everyone's going to say you're a doxer.
I know. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate
it's a financial incentive, and like I said, Crowder.
It's more than that. Come on, you could have a financial incentive, or even
it's a large financial incentive.
So much more reasonable.
Like I said, it's a large financial incentive. But again, Crowder is only relevant to the Daily Wire because he's the largest conservative voice on YouTube, and they're docking him 20% of his pay. That's significant. I wouldn't want a 20% pay cut. But here's the thing: if I got docked, if I got banned off of YouTube, I'd lose closer to 100% of my income, not 20%.
Yeah, but they're
so
also
Crowder already bears the brunt and the burden of being on YouTube and the ability of being banned. So this is, again, a mitigation of risk, because Crowder takes 100% of the risk on his own.
Sure, and I think you're deflecting the point that I raised previously. They also want to dock him, and yeah, I'm so glad I'll say it correctly now. Thank you again, Adam. Dock. It feels good, right?
Much better.
It's so much better. It feels better. It's like I feel complete, right? They want to dock him.
Yes,
doxing him was like even more rude. I would agree with you there. They're gonna dock his pay and tell you what his address and phone number is.
I've been saying dox in all my other freaking videos.
No way. No way.
Night's Watch exposed. What am I gonna do? So they also want to dock him, right? 10% for being banned off of Facebook, 10% for being banned, 20% for being banned, was it Apple, iTunes or something like that? And then 10% of some other thing, right? Spotify, right? And he would not lose 10% revenue potential on the Ladder Crowd brand being banned off of Facebook, not even close. And the fact that Daily Wire can still rake in insane amounts of money because of, whatever subscriptions, advertising revenue, and everything like that.
Is Steven monetized on Facebook? Can I just ask? Because I never heard of him being demonetized on Facebook.
But the thing is, though, that's insanely unreasonable. They want to dock him. Well, 10% is 5 million out of the thing. 5 million for something that actually is not going to be reducing the amount he's producing for Daily Wire by not even 5 million. He'd still be making insane amounts of money. That's That's insane. That's just absolute bonkers.
Daily Wire is big on Facebook, so they will be distributing his content on Facebook. And I don't know how Crowder's Facebook page is doing, but Facebook is monetized. And if Crowder's not demonetized specifically on Facebook, he probably makes a killing on that website.
And also, this is the other thing. He gets banned off these platforms for things outside of his control that he can't predict, right? And so to put all that risk on him and then penalize him for it, that should be joint shared risk. If you actually want to be a team player, as they say, a shared partnership, they should have his back. Yeah, well, no, but they should have his back in times like this. And the whole Louder the Crowder brand, he's been trying to mitigate damages for being banned off these platforms by building up Rumble, by building up Mug Club, okay? And so the whole one of the main value propositions of the Louder Crowder brand is that it is still valuable even when getting banned off of Facebook and stuff, and that they want to now, it feels like, rob him of $5 million, $10 million when there's still so much money being made off the brand, even in face of these bans, is insanity. I would be like, are you kidding me?
But they do make a ton of their money through YouTube and Facebook. Like,
that doesn't affect
like
the
that.
point
That's the thing. But I get your point. You want them to have his back. I think they are incentivized to keep him on because that's why they have that 90-day thing where they have to try to resolve it and all that. But they are incentivized because they would make way more money if Crowder were on these platforms than off. But I get that why it leaves a bad taste in people's mouth, why it looks dirty that they would be abandoning him. Like, if Crowder got Alex Jones, which he's not Alex Jones, but it's not beyond the possibility.
He could get that easily.
It could happen. Like, they could ban all of us tomorrow. Like,
Well, he pushes the bounds. He literally does, though. I mean,
that's why when you say
to be fair to
Steven,
I mean,
to be fair to Steven, he actually doesn't, because the thing that he got banned for monetization for the Call Us Mazza video was Mazza cut together a bunch of his jokes from like 15 videos, made a compilation, dropped it the day before Pride, and YouTube was like, no, this is within our terms of service. And essentially they force YouTube to change it and enforce it after the fact. So Crowder didn't break the bounds right there or anything like that. He followed the rules and got punished, which I think is worse.
Well, of course that's worse, but you can't, like, he knows what he could say to get banned tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's lots of stuff lots of conservatives would like to say, and they know they would get banned tomorrow. Obviously it's unfair, but it's not it's not an unknown. So I don't understand. How do you put a contract together that has some sort of Kanye clause where if all of a sudden the person goes insane, you've got some recourse?
That's the thing. Like if Crowder signs this deal, all the money's guaranteed, right? Mm-hmm. The whole, like, let's say he gets the $75 million that what's his face Boring said he was willing to pay him, right? And then Crowder goes on his show the next day across all the platforms in full blackface, and says it's time to talk about like these N-word like Jews, right?
No
and
holds
he gets banned
barred.
off of everything. Like, should the Daily Wire still pay him like the full extent of his contract?
But that's a huge exaggeration.
But how do you put that in the contract?
I'm giving an example. I'm giving an example that he would get banned from everything as the example.
Sean, it seems like you're trying to conflate that because there could be reasonable incentives built in the contract to incentivize them to stay on the platform, therefore justifies what they did put in it, and that's bullcrap. I agree. I think, in things that incentivize him not getting banned and stuff like that might make sense, but what they did put in to incentivize that was insanity.
Well, don't you think, though?
Hold on. Somebody put in the chat, they're like, Crowder said it's time for the truth.
He did say that. But no, so I understand what you're saying, Shad, in terms of, because I listened to part of your video, in terms of like, you feel that the demonetization clause is essentially, they're only giving Crowder the risk and the Daily Wire is not assuming some of the risk, which, first of all, I disagree with that idea because they are still assuming risk, because they're not like, oh, if you get demonetized on YouTube or whatever, that we're going to figure out whatever the exact amount is and just subtract it from you. They're just giving him some sort of flat percentage. And the second thing that I don't think is necessarily being thought about here is that part of the reason that those demonetization clauses exist in the contract is because the Daily Wire is saying Crowder can go do whatever, say whatever he wants. If they were saying that, we get to okay all your scripts beforehand, we're going to write your show, then I would 100% agree that those clauses would make no sense because the Daily Wire would be signing off on everything he's doing. To me, those clauses exist because it's like, well, if you want the freedom to say whatever you want without control, then you have to assume this amount of risk to do that.
You're
See,
saying with great power
hang
comes
on,
great
hang on.
responsibility?
That's what I'm saying. I'm Uncle Ben. Yes.
The way you achieve all that they want is they actually had a fair revenue split. I think that would have been a much fairer proposal from the get-go, because then they bear equal amount of risk, and this incentive is already pre-built into it.
But why should they? Why should they?
But to be,
what do you mean?
Hold on. Reportedly, Crowder wants no risk. Like, he wants to be paid a flat rate at a high dollar amount. You're proposing like a revenue split.
I think that would have been better. But if they're not going to offer any benefits for achieving higher above the 50 million and whatever, 7,500 million, whatever they end up paying, right? But they want to dock him, things that like, that's unfair. That's like, no. Shared risk, shared reward, no shared risk.
So
that payment.
When a business hires someone, they're assuming all the risk. They're hiring someone, they're paying them. So if that like if Crowder, gets evaporated from the face of the earth tomorrow, then and there's no clause for that in the contract, then Daily Wire has assumed all the risk. By hiring Crowder,
I don't actually.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish. By hiring Crowder and saying we're going to pay you some set amount, they're assuming the risk. Just on the offset,
which they could do. Like,
which
that's
they could do, right?
That's a normal thing when you hire someone, but they're actually licensing his show. Like, to be clear, they're not actually hiring him.
Exactly, that's true. They're licensing, they're not hiring. So then they say, well, we don't want to assume 100% of the risk here. We want to share some of the risk with the talent because we're not going to control your content. So you're sharing the risk with us. That's what's happening in that contract.
All right, because what you were saying before about, if he died right then and there.
Well, I'll just use it as a ridiculous example.
Yeah, because I don't think that's an equivalent example, because he's still, all the work that he made up to that point still made the money, and he deserves to get paid, or whoever, inherits whatever the rights, gets paid for the work produced up until that point.
No, right. That wasn't my point exactly with the example, but it's fine.
Okay, and what was your point?
I was just saying that by the process of by an employer hiring someone or licensing someone or whatever, by just saying we're going to pay you before something even happens, or just to even take a chance with them producing money, they're assuming all the risk. The person who's being hired or licensed is not assuming the risk in that environment.
Doesn't that depend on when the money is paid, though?
Well, under normal circumstances, you're right, Sitch.
Yeah.
Like, when does the money get paid? Because I'm thinking, like, if he does something that gets banned, right, he still deserves to get paid for the work that he did up to that point. All right,
sure.
He gets paid.
But the thing is,
he gets paid monthly.
Yeah, the banning that he could incur, like, in a lot of instances, especially for Facebook and other platforms, and the only argument you have is maybe YouTube, but he's got a big following off of YouTube and then the Mug Club and everything like that, to penalize him vastly more than the actual loss of revenue would be for those types of bans is insanity.
Well, first of all, I don't know if we could calculate that number exactly anyway.
I think the key to his revenue is YouTube, though.
We could be pretty rest assured that he's not going to be losing $5 million in the next month if he gets banned off of Facebook.
Yeah, but it's not just for the next. It's 90. The presumption is forever that they'll never be able to.
No. Hold on. 90 days were only for advertisers.
No. Hold on. You're saying $5 million next month if he gets banned off of Facebook. You can't use the full 4-year term, $5 million, which is 10% of the 50, which is the 4-year
so you would
term
say 10%
for like a month.
You would say 10% or 20% of whatever his next payment is, which
I assume that's how
it sounds like annual.
No, I don't care about that. I'm just saying you can't say next month he would lose $5 million.
It would be 10% of whatever his monthly amount.
When you're saying $5 million is 10% of the whole contract. That's over the 4 years.
Because this is why
he gets paid monthly.
Because the ban just says banned, then you're docked 10%, $5 million. Okay. And I would have massive red flags, because what should have been there is like banned for how long. Okay. And this is like, $5 million from the entire thing. Under the wording of the contract, the terms agreement, it actually seems to give them power that even if he was banned for a month, he's banned, they can actually dock him that full $5 million amount.
No, I agree.
No. It says that they have like they're going to try to resolve it too. Like,
I don't know if it says that for it says that for
the
boycotts.
resolution is
it says that for content strikes. I'm not sure if it says it for the ban, but again, because we don't see the full contract, it's cut off. If it doesn't say that for ban, it obviously should say that for ban, and I would agree that doesn't make any sense. But
Shad, philosophically, is the Daily Wire bending over for big tech censorship?
I feel that it's certainly reinforcing it. Like one of the things you would want out of an agreement like this is protection against it. Okay, security against it, that they would have your back if you get banned. But this is reinforcing it after the fact, which makes it so much worse.
Right. Because that's what most people are upset about. The detail. We're getting bogged down in the details of whether or not this was a good deal.
I know.
I don't think it was.
Want to talk about
I don't think it was a good deal. I don't.
That's what I want.
I don't know that anybody.
I love contracts. Look. Listen. Here's my interpretation. Right?
No, let's stop. We don't care. We don't care about your interpretation.
Adam, I'm just going to use an analogy, and it's gonna wrap it.
Okay,
right?
This better be good.
All right. So Steven Crowder thought he was Darth Vader, negotiating his path to the Empire. It turns out Steven Crowder is Lando, according to Shad, because he thinks that the Daily Wire came in like Darth Vader and was like, "I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further."
Right. Okay.
There you go.
Good analogy.
I like analogies. When did Daily Wire say we've altered the deal and they weren't like that's a false thing. They just came in with a crappy deal. They didn't like sucker in with
why are we arguing? Because we all agree they came in with a crappy deal. The question that everybody has is whether or not they're basically hanging out with Susan Wojcicki and doing her bidding surreptitiously. That's true. That's the accusation that Steven Crowder has made. That's the accusation everybody cares about. That's the accusation that's going to lose Daily Wire half of their subscribers. I mean, that's a devastating accusation.
Well, what I said at the beginning of the stream before either of you heard was it's funny. I said I didn't want to really fixate on the specific terms of the contract.
Who cares?
Which I know we spent the last 2 hours talking about.
But I do care. I care a lot about this.
I like the contract.
I know, and it's fine. I'm not throwing shade. Look, I'm not throwing shad. Okay, but what I'm saying is what's interesting to me.
Sitch? I thought we were friends.
I know. What's interesting to me is not so much whether the contract's bad, because I think we all agree the contract's not great. What's interesting to me is the way in which Crowder attacked this, I thought was really bad. And that's what I want to talk about.
Right. So Shad, do you have an opinion on that? Yeah.
It honestly depends on your interpretation of how bad that contract is.
Okay.
I find that I find that terms agreement apocalyptically bad. Like it is so exploitative and predatory, right? That if you feel it's that bad, then I see more justification for the reaction. If you think it's just a little bad, then you wouldn't feel it's justified to go nuclear like Crowder's going.
I think the Daily Wire, like, because people are like, are they a shill for big tech? I think the Daily Wire is very much like pragmatic in that they understand that like this is how you reach audience, this is how you build a brand. So they're willing to do what all of us do in the political space, which is work on these platforms, companies that we don't like, in order to get our message
Not
out
us.
there.
Fuck the man.
Yeah. Okay.
Same, Adam.
But to be clear, a lot of people will say that, and then they'll say, and Steven Crowder's taking a more principled stance.
Right.
No, he's not. Steven Crowder also makes the same risk calculations on his own show. Just because they worked out poorly for him in the past doesn't make it not so. He does push the line, though. That's the thing, because, like I said, he is always the guy that is pushing the line. Like he was,
and I think that's a complete invalid argument because he could be banned for things that he isn't even, against terms of service for. You can't predict those things.
So he's not pushing the line.
He is Shad. You got to admit he's pushing the line.
I think he is.
Yeah, of course.
Heaven's sake! At this point, anyone who even says the word retard is pushing the line. At this point.
Oh my God! I can't believe
kick him. Sitch, kick him to save the stream.
Are we allowed to say retard still?
I don't know.
Related to what you said, Shad. In terms of my position was before you guys came on, was that the way in which Crowder talks about this. My two contentions here was, number one, he was throwing a lot of stray bullets and a lot of stray fire at everyone. Because in his first video especially, he doesn't say, there's this one organization and they're giving me a bad deal and I think it's bad. He doesn't say that. He says, oh, this is the standard. This is more common than not. Big con. He's sort of like throwing all conservative media outlets under the bus and acting like they're all engaged in this behavior.
And it sounds like Shad is saying they are.
Well, hang on. It's interesting because I actually want to rewatch his video because people have been saying it was a direct attack against the Daily Wire, but you even yourself are picking up there. It actually seemed a more broad attack against, a lot of
that's the thing.
Contracts against multiple conservative outlets. I was thinking he must be talking about a number of things. Is it Fox and could be
exactly? You don't know
collectively.
Crowder notoriously doesn't like Fox because he was a contributor for them, but they wouldn't have offered him a new deal.
Right. But this is the thing. Like, if you know all the inside scoop and all the inside information, which I don't know any of this stuff, you did, Sean, you watch this first video where he's making broad accusations. You don't know who he's talking about. You're kind of like, was he talking about the entire conservative media apparatus?
Well, he does try to do that where he tries to broaden it out. But it's like pretty clear if you have and I've never received an offer from the Daily Wire, but when Crowder says 4 to 5 in video reads,
that was like it sounded that was Daily Wire.
They don't do that on Fox, right?
I understand that, but
when you know it's not the Blaze, because he just left the Blaze, and it's not Fox because the video reads, you don't even have to know about Crowder's history that it can't be Fox. Then it literally leaves you with the Daily Wire.
Fox was a very high probability.
It's a zero probability.
Fox was one of them. And if anything, the thing that makes you hone in on the Daily Wire just makes you think Daily Wire is a very likely one included in this group that he seems to be trying to call out.
Right. Well, again, so regardless of whether because I agree, if you know enough information, if you're aware enough in the video, you can kind of suss out who he's talking about. But that's not really my point, is if you can suss it out. My point is, why is Crowder framing this like it's the entire landscape?
Because Crowder is selling Mug Club subscriptions.
That's my point, but that's why I think that what he's doing here is wrong, and this is why, to me, the way he's framing this is very cynical. He could have just said the Daily Wire off the get-go, or he could have said there's one company that's doing this and I think this is wrong, but he didn't. And he did it for exactly that reason, Sean, because it's a lot more galvanizing and polarizing. It gets a lot more emotions and people upset if he says there's this entire conspiracy against you that I'm going to unveil and talk about and fight back against. And I think that's not the right way.
Let Shad respond.
Sure.
I actually find this a very interesting point because that interpretation, I honestly can't refute. I think there is valid evidence.
I win! No, I'm just kidding.
No. My other point is, though, I feel there's as much valid evidence for a charitable interpretation, and I can't go either way. And so I've been attacking the contract, the terms agreement, how crappy that is. The Daily Wire's responses with Jeremy and Ben have been really bad to the point of actually being manipulative and dishonest. Like some of the crap that Ben tries to say to summarize the terms agreement is just flat out wrong. It was a really bad video. Okay. But when I look at the incentive, exactly. When we look at the incentive, why he's doing it, I can't say. And if it turns out, and I get multiple different kind of things raising up in my mind that can push me in either direction, because I actually don't think it's wrong to try and find support when you're fighting for a cause. Daily Wire does it all the time, okay? Right. They love to monetize their fight for conservative stuff and everything like that, and trying to say that's so cynical that Stephen's wanting to get support in fighting for this, crappy terms sheet and crappy practices that are happening in the conservative movement. Just to try and say, well, it's all cynical because it's also trying to get support and money out of it. Well, then we should be as critical of the Daily Wire for the same standard. It depends if he has conflated it beyond, he's exaggerated things to a truly unreasonable point in trying to make out the bad guys as the bad guys and then garnering up more support. And I'm watching very closely. The thing that I'm interested to see, that I want to see now, is one of Stephen Crowder's employment contracts with his people.
Well, good luck, because Stephen NDAs the hell out of them. But
no, not everyone. Okay. It's been open that people might take it as confirmation, but we haven't heard confirmation that there's an NDA. Either was it from Stephen or Not Gay Jared about him. But I know people have worked with Stephen that are not under NDAs.
Okay. I will say, because I'm not going to stay on for very much longer. I'll probably sign off to this. But my overall take is, and I actually thought I didn't care about Ben Shapiro's like thing. People keep bringing up Shapiro. I could care less about about Uncle Benji over there. I think that Boring's video is actually pretty solid because he addressed specific points in Crowder's video. And Crowder's follow-up, where he plays the tape, he doesn't address any specific point about any inaccuracy in his original video. So I would
Can I jump on this?
Hold on. So I would say, like, there's a reason why Crowder told you the fines in his original video, but didn't tell you the compensation, which, to me is dishonest, because how can I judge the fines without knowing the compensation? There's a reason why he misread certain excerpts, even if we give him that benefit of the doubt. And all those misreadings were in his favor. And there's a reason why that all of his sanctimonious nonsense ends up with you signing up to his subscription service and joining his network and giving him money.
Well, at the moment, there's no giving him money.
Yeah, it's a free
he hasn't built
sign-up.
the infrastructure. That's just a free sign up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's the email. But again, he's going to launch his mug club. Like,
Presumably.
denying that?
I mean, isn't that a disingenuous framing what you just did?
Mug club forever.
Like, hang on. Technically, he hasn't asked for a single cent from anyone. You're like,
join us, and we're going to build
a mailing list. No, come on.
Join us, and we're going to build it.
Sean.
He's got you there,
Sean. And we're going to build it. Are you telling me that right now, Crowder's
got you there,
Sean?
Sean?
No, you just exaggerated something almost to the same point that you seem to be criticizing Crowder for, where you've actually misrepresented the words he has said, okay, to suit the viewpoint that you're trying to put to, and you've exaggerated. You've actually framed him doing something that he did not do, which was honestly dishonest, right? Okay, and
Honestly.
that seems to be the same.
Well, no, I mean, it's systemic
for me, I feel it.
dishonesty,
I'm
but-
speaking honestly.
Crowder's like, I'm going to build a competing network. What are you talking about?
You didn't ask anyone. for
Did
money
he
yet.
say that? I mean,
Yes.
He did say, Crowder did say that he doesn't know if he doesn't get enough people behind this. He did say, why am I doing this anymore?
Right.
So
he's
that he's gonna quit YouTube. Okay.
He's taking
Right,
the
and then in the
Hawaiian
second
Island
video-
option.
And then the
But-
second video, he did say that he wants people to field him offers, and he's going to try to set something up. So he has said he's going to try to do something. He hasn't asked for money yet, but he has said he's doing
exactly. That's my point. He hasn't asked for money, and just to say that he's out there, come give me money so I can fight for the good cause, which seemed to be very.
Well, so you're going to join. You're going to join Mug Club.
That's
on.
my interpretation of what Stephen is doing as well. So
If you were holding your own self to the same standard of criticism you're holding to Crowder, you never would have done that, because you've been calling out Crowder on the way he is worded and represented things.
I don't think they're comparable, honestly.
Yeah, you could join. You could join Mug Club. What are you talking about? You're able to join.
Well,
Mug Club.
Sean is not here burning down the entire conservative movement, so we've got to give him.
I did
come
it.
on, I hold people to the same standard.
Well,
right?
not yet, but
because he doesn't have Mug Club at the moment, does he? I thought that infrastructure was.
He just has an email list.
I'm on his website. It says join now on his regular website.
Well, what is the state of Mug Club now? Because that's a question that I had. The Blaze controls it. Controlled it when he was working for the Blaze, but did the Blaze sell him Mug Club like the Young Turks sold Jimmy his channel?
like the brand name?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah.
Okay. It's so I clicked it. It's an email list. So he might have to launch something else, like in terms of his financial.
So all the people on Mug Club are going to be turned loose from the Blaze? I mean, that doesn't.
The Blaze says they can't separate them, so he would have to get them to re-sign up.
Right.
That's what Mug Club Forever is, isn't it? The re-sign up.
Is that launched yet, though?
Well, the email part. I don't know if he's actually gaining money from it.
Talk about a confusing product. So now there's like the Mug Club and Mug Club Forever.
If I had to guess,
is the
I would
Blaze,
guess
and
that since he was shopping for offers, he's not being paid yet.
Right.
Through Mug Club Forever.
So this is like the Apple. This is like the Apple Watch when they first marketed it. I don't know what it is. I'm so confused.
It's totally confusing.
Right.
So I don't necessarily know. This is why my idea that this is all just, I mean, he expected to be working for the Daily Wire and this would be a non-issue, but that didn't happen. As soon as the Daily Wire pulled out, it was, I feel like Stephen is scrambling a bit here. So
yeah, I mean, look, I hope he does go independent. I wish he did go independent. I think he would do great for himself. Like, honestly, but like, after seeing all of this, I can't ignore the blatantly untrue statements in his video. And I can't pretend like that his like sanctimonious acting is like real genuine emotion.
like you're just Okay.
So I want to watch your video, and because if he has said blatantly untrue things, I'm gonna full on, say that that's also untrue and everything. But I feel that there were blatantly untrue things that Ben has said, and also Jeremy has said.
They
as
might.
well.
Well, I see. Like I said, I didn't even cover the Ben Shapiro video because I don't care. He wasn't. He works at the Daily Wire in terms of this component. Like he's not involved in negotiations.
Hang on, he
is one of the founders.
He's the biggest counter voice in this whole debate now. The loudest and with the largest.
No.
What he says.
Candace Owens was the
Sean is the
loudest.
biggest counter voice.
Sean is the biggest.
Candace Owens was the loudest counter
only because
voice.
of Tim Pool. No, but
That
from
is true.
only from the actual stuff coming out of the Daily Wire, Ben now is the largest voice in terms of how people are going to get their perception of how this debate, this disagreement is framed. From the Daily Wire is going to be from Ben Shapiro's video,
but they can both be wrong.
Yeah, but they should watch
flat out dog crap things.
They should watch Jeremy Boring's video where he actually reads the contract and then read the contract. Like that's what they should do.
I don't know, because there's a lot of people who actually are unaware of contractual language. And one of the biggest responses to my video covering was like, you did point out things that I never would have picked up on. There is such crap in that contract. And the fact that Jeremy is trying to brush over. Well, thank you.
Boring.
You just committed to watching 3 hours. You better bloody do it.
Boring said the thing though
Boring
said the thing that all producers say about talent when they're warning other producers not to hire them, though, that they're not a team player. They say that all the time.
And he said,
that's
I'm going to make you
of death.
He said, I'm going to make you a big star too, and asked Crowder to sit on the couch.
Look, anyone who's
that was a joke, by the way. Like,
we couldn't tell.
Don't sue me. Don't sue me, Jeremy Boring.
Are you worried Boring is going to sue you? I don't think.
Yeah, his last name is Boring. He loves the boring aspects of litigation.
Sean, I'm only bringing this up because you keep talking about like Boring's video was completely innocuous, and it wasn't. It was like I watched that video and I was like, oh man, like Steven's never working again. He's a free agent for life now. And if he hasn't, if he doesn't have any experience,
I think he was a free agent for life after the first video, honestly. But
when Steven leaked the phone call, that's really what killed him, because somebody would have hired him. But now he's the guy who secretly records your conversations.
Hang on, wait. Recording business conversations.
It wasn't a business conversation.
Yeah, I'll like after that first offer, that first thing. People have different views on it, but it was so predatory and exploitative. It's business going here on in, okay? Especially
you're not hold on, Shad. You're not defending the phone call or recording the call, are you? Shad, don't do it.
Well, hang on. I would record business calls if it's about stuff that could end up being so predatory like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so how about this? Like, you finish negotiating your contract for months, then you call your friend of 10 years, you prompt the call after negotiations are over.
Yeah, the call seems like a setup.
Ask him about his kids and Christmas after you've already bought the website domain, stopbigcon.com, and you're secretly recording it. Because that's the phone call. It can be
interpreted the other way, where you're saying it took so long. Steven said it took him ages to be able to decide to pull the trigger on this, and that it sounded like he was very conflicted about it. The fact that it shows that it happened a while ago just falls in line with the
I would love
that he was doing.
I would love if Steven Crowder, love it to the nth degree, if Steven Crowder recorded their actual business negotiations, so
they should live stream it, so we can find out.
So we can find out exactly what Steven was advocating for, was actually negotiating for. Not a month later when the deal is completely falling apart, where he's like, "Hey, Jeremy, how's your kids?" And Jeremy's like, "How was Christmas, Steven?" And then he's like, "Oh, let me act super sanctimonious and try to get you to say something so that I can clip it from a larger conversation and put it on my show." On top of that, he didn't even give the recording to anybody. He said he transcribed the recording and gave it to other people. So, like, come on.
Couple of
release the recording.
Yes.
Not Tim.
I actually think the best way to do it is to release the whole recording, but you don't want private stuff about the family thing. Is the only to me the only information that we have that it was talking about family heaps and everything is from Jeremy, right? I can't take that as reliable at the moment.
No, Steven said that. That's why he said he didn't release the whole recording.
Yeah,
he said there's personal stuff like family and all of that we discussed in there.
Yeah. You can't, Shad, There's no way you can call it fair that he knows that the call is being recorded, and the other party assumes that it's private. That is a completely unfair situation. Listen, you say things when you're talking to people privately differently than you say things when you know you're being recorded. Okay. Steven Crowder, there's no chance Steven Crowder is going to say anything wrong. I'm going to give you a bone. Because he knows he's recording this.
I talk to creators behind the scenes all the time, and like, you know,
Sean just uses the N-word.
They I was gonna say that they drop the N-word all the time, and I record all of those conversations because I'm a bad person, just like Steven Crowder. But the thing is, I know if I released it, that would also look badly on me. So that's why I just keep them in default in case somebody hacks into my computer.
Exactly. You know, there are conditions in which you might need those receipts.
Yes, but you look, it's all theater. It's all theater once you know you are recording the person and they don't know they're being recorded.
Yeah, going back to what I say, giving you a bone, right? Mm-hmm. When it's between friends and there's trust that what is being said is in private, I actually agree, okay?
Yeah,
it's the whole friends thing.
Okay, fine.
It's the whole friends thing, okay? If I got given this terms agreement and it's such exploitative bullcrap, okay? I could not think that would possibly come from a friend. And this is someone who actually wants to take advantage of me if they could get away with it. And so my defenses would be through the roof. Okay.
But wait.
So you take advantage of them.
Let me square this
before they get you.
Right. So
hang on.
Even if it was
with a terms agreement like that, that is like someone who could be recording me in actual private friendly conversations without my knowing, because if they're willing to do this, I would think they'd be more than willing to.
Hang on. Crowder
wait.
Crowder recorded it. Hold on. Crowder recorded it. Crowder recorded it.
Let him finish.
No. Crowder recorded it because Jeremy could have recorded it. That's the worst argument ever.
Shut up. You know what I'm saying here.
Why not?
You're dealing with a very combative person who is possibly taking advantage of you, right? Do you think
then why not just start the call saying you're recording the call?
When's the line? Where's the line? We're okay with Project.
Wait. Okay, I can solve all of this. Okay. So it doesn't matter if it's friends or say it's just business. Say they have no friendship whatsoever. If Crowder recorded the call with the idea like, oh, I want to make sure that if they offer something or explain something about the contract to me in private, and then I talk about it publicly, that they don't contradict. If that was the only reason for listening to if that was the only reason for recording the phone call and then playing bits of the phone call, you could say, okay, maybe it's not the greatest to record the phone call, but at least what he's doing seems like it makes sense. But that's not really what Crowder did. What Crowder did was he recorded the phone call. He started to ask what appears to be leading questions that he was trying to extract some kind of clippable moment for. And then he plays these clips without context, which, by the way, when we watch the second video on stream, if we ever get to it, every time Crowder sets up the clip, he says something, and then that's not what the clip says.
Yes. And the clips aren't even that bad for boring, so he didn't even get anything of super value. But also the negotiations had ended. Even Crowder said that the negotiations had ended months ago. So if Crowder recorded his business calls, I hope he does, and I hope the Daily Wire did too, because I want to hear.
Stop recording people. That's bad news. I can't believe you're admitting this.
Hang on, guys. Are you recording this? Is this going out live and being recorded?
Don't use the bathroom in my house. But like if Crowder would have, I would love to hear Crowder counter negotiate with them, or his agent counter negotiate with them, because we all know he asked for more money. 100%. Yeah. And by the way, I don't begrudge him for that, but like his audience people are like, oh, he definitely didn't. It's like, shut up. Shut your face. He asked for more money and you goddamn know it.
Look, and I was saying, like, if he records the call just so he can listen to it and remember what he says, that's still kind of a gray area, but releasing the call at all is completely wrong. Yeah.
Now it sounds like you're switching your thing, because before it was saying you never record under any circumstances.
Well, no, I don't. I still think. Look,
I've moved Adam a little bit on.
I still think recording under any circumstances is bad, but I do understand. If you're going to go into a contentious conversation and you want to remember what you said and what they said, so you're not getting anything wrong.
Okay,
but
President Nixon.
So that's where I'm at already. So I'm at, that's my whole point about recording business conversations for potential, if you need receipts, if you need to reference everything, because
but I think there was more going on here.
But this was a personal conversation after Christmas, after the negotiation.
And
if you
I
recorded
do
the
think
business call, if you recorded the business call,
we need to listen to the whole thing to really know that. Okay?
Look,
we don't know. Like, this is me being, I feel, too charitable, but because there's a possibility of this, it needs to be acknowledged. We don't know if Stephen just said, "Hey, Jeremy, I'm calling you up because I need to talk to you about this terms agreement you sent me." And then Jeremy's like, "Yeah, but hey, how is your family? How is all this and that?" And look, again, too charitable, but like, we need to know the whole context. Just say that
here's the problem
from get-go. You don't know the context to justify that either.
Hey, I'm calling you up to get you to say something stupid that I could clip online for my YouTube channel.
Here's the fundamental problem, and I'll stay for your response, but I do want to head out after this. But here's the fundamental problem with like saying that this is not after the negotiations. We know this call happened last week. It was like January 7th, January 9th, right? So either Crowder, who got this offer in October 5th, like was still negotiating up until January, which is a month after he bought the Stop Big Con website, or the negotiations ended with Daily Wire specifically.
No, he registered the Stop Big Con after
in December.
Yeah, so it's in Ben's video. That, like
I agree with you. But the phone call that he made with Jeremy Boring is from January 9th. So like, he registered the domain after he stopped negotiations, right? So that was December 12th. So negotiations had to stop before December 12th. The phone call with Jeremy Boring is January 9th.
Yeah, a month later.
So
so how is it a business call if the business deal is already over? Unless Crowder was literally negotiating up until a week before he dropped this video.
So it sounded like he called him up to re-emphasize and go through why he thought it was a crappy thing. Okay. And like to say that, the negotiations ended, so how on earth could he possibly talk with Jeremy about, the terms agreement? Well, of course, like, Jeremy obviously didn't think anything was suspect in the fact that he was calling up to talk about the terms agreement. Okay. I'm failing to see the big own that people are trying to say.
I don't think him talking candidly about this negotiation that went south before is fine, but I'm saying the business negotiation was over.
Yeah, but now he's
like, this was a personal call, and then he asked him about it.
No, it sounded like he was calling him up to actually reinforce the reasons why it was a crappy thing, and to say that if this is the type of terms agreement you're giving to other creators, that was crappy, and he was trying to say that there was a better way to do it.
But this isn't a business call. It's still under the guise of a personal call.
Shad, I thought you were already in agreement that the call was a setup as a payback for the bad contract offer, and you were okay with that because the contract offer was so bad.
The contract offer was bad, right? To me, it feels like this is a contingency.
Right.
That if anyone was going to question the fact that Daily Wire actually felt the contract, the terms agreement was perfectly fine and good.
We all agree. We all agree on that, but we're arguing over whether or not you can go like William Wallace on this contract.
Oh yeah, it feels like the whole purpose of it, and this is my interpretation at the moment. If future evidence changes that, I'll absolutely change my view, right? But it feels like the purpose of the call was to get Jeremy Boring on record saying that he felt that they were doing nothing wrong with the way that they were conducting business.
Well, I felt like it was to get him to say.
I don't think that was. I think Crowder's purpose was to make it seem like
to get a clip.
They don't care about. Yeah, to get a clip.
They don't care about the little guy.
Specifically, making it seem like that. Not they don't care about the little guy, but that they don't care about the conservative movement, because that is what Crowder's narrative has been throughout this entire fiasco.
Yeah, they don't have your best interests at heart. Big con, the biggest con of all, or the biggest con going right now. Like,
he didn't really get that clip.
Yeah,
well, he got them saying that they're happy for people to work as wage slaves until they earn a higher kind of position or revenue.
I've already went through that, but you guys can talk about it. I do want to head out, but
take care,
I
Sean.
specifically addressed that wage slave thing. Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me yell at your chat, people.
Hey, Sean, before you leave, first time I met you, right? I know we can get heated and stuff like that, and I don't hold anything against anyone if I have like disagreements about crap like this. Okay?
Yeah. Look. I said it like clearly in my video in the beginning and in the end. Like, good people can disagree on this. Not just because like I know people that are friendly with Crowder that are totally on the other side of this issue, And like, I think their friendship influences it, but I also know good people that don't know either, that feel like it's more 50-50 or they're more on Crowder's side and all of that. So don't hate people because they disagree with you unless they're in the chat and they dare tweet something at me that I've already addressed. Then I hate you. But yeah, overall, like, I think it's fine to get along even if we disagree on this.
Agree.
Unless you're Adam. If you're Adam and you disagree with me, I hate you too.
Yeah,
Nice.
of course.
Bye, guys.
Mortal enemies.
Thanks
Take
for
care,
coming
man.
on, Sean.
Gotcha.
Before you go, Shad, someone sent us a $20 super chat to ask you a question.
Okay.
Jason Henry for $20 says, Shad, can you address why you cut out the part where Jeremy Boring said Crowder sat on the offer for months before calling back to complain? You had almost the entire video and you only clipped a few seconds from the response.
Because one, the video is already long, but you might say if it's that long, it doesn't matter. I
3.5 hours? That's not very long,
I know,
Shad.
not
What
very
the...
long, right? Like, I thought it was relevant to the point that I was making. I don't see it as the big smoking gun. I was actually more focused on, okay, what is Jeremy claiming Stephen said in the call, which is actually very interesting because I actually think he misrepresented the tone and nature of how Stephen behaved. Although we don't have the full call, I'd like to get the full call to confirm that. But just even in the counterpoints that Stephen's making the call, he was not speaking and acting in the way that Jeremy was presenting himself, in such a way that Jeremy got flustered and he said he's like got stuck into him. There was a terminology I actually point out. I now forget those exact terms, but it does give a very different impression of the call that is contradicted by the clips that Stephen has presented thus far. But to answer the question, yeah, I didn't think it was relevant. I don't, and still to this point, I don't see the time difference as the smoking gun that people are thinking it is. It's like he sat on this, as he said, he's been thinking about it for a while. Took him ages to pull the trigger. That was just confirmation to what Stephen was saying.
I think the reason people bring up the time thing is it's like, if this all just happened like back to back to back, you'd be like, okay, Crowder's just kind of reacting to a situation naturally. But the time difference makes people think that it's calculated. He's had all this time to think about it.
To me, the time difference more indicates his reluctance to go ahead with it.
Oh, interesting.
It could be. It could be either one.
It is.
Maybe he was still. I mean, I'm sure Stephen was still fielding offers, and I'm sure Stephen's smart enough to know that when he goes out with this, is going to definitely hurt his chances of ever getting employed by anyone ever. So perhaps I should have added it in if I could have preempted people's issues with it, because it seemed my honest conclusion was like, and I felt that that's the bias that everyone has, that you think people sometimes will react to the same things that you do, that they would perceive it. Well, he said he was reluctant to go ahead with it. That's just confirmation of reluctant. It's irrelevant to the point that I want to actually talk about. So I'm skipping over that part. We'll go to the meat. So I said, because we got sidetracked again. So my first point, which I think I don't actually remember if you agreed or disagreed with, which was that Stephen shouldn't have attacked like the entire conservative media apparatus if he's just talking about the Daily Wire.
So my answer was that I think it can be interpreted either way with a valid enough argument. That's right. And so I don't know. I need to wait for further evidence.
I would say go back and watch the first video with that idea in your mind and say, is he attacking everyone or is he only attacking?
I've been thinking about it. I haven't rewatched it, but I was thinking about this last night. And the first video seems like it actually feels like a more broader attack at scummy practices within the conservative movement, which actually contradicts Jeremy's claim when he comes out that Stephen attacked us, and is. I need to look up the specific wording because I don't.
I don't know if it contradicts. I think Jeremy was saying that people could figure out that it was the Daily Wire, which obviously people could figure out. That
people were assuming, and people could figure it out, but it was like you could look at the video and appeal to other statements where he's appealing to broader kind of groups of.
Yeah, he is. He's exactly. Crowder is 100% appealing to as broadly as possible.
But Jeremy basically says in his video that Crowder is. I want to know the exact wording because he refers and explains it multiple times. And so now I'm paraphrasing, but essentially it felt like Jeremy was describing this was a direct attack against the Daily Wire, which it wasn't a direct attack like that, even though you could, if you look into it, it seemed clear enough that the Daily Wire is included in that, but he was speaking broadly. Right. It wasn't direct.
Well, to me, to me,
and because of that,
speaking broadly is the problem, though.
Yeah. Well, really, because I think because of that, Daily Wire could have just shut their mouths and they made it so much worse with them coming out. Yeah, they technically outed themselves beyond a doubt that it's them because they
they could have. But then why is that fair to The Blaze, Fox News, Breitbart, whoever
hang
else.
on,
Why is
hang
it
on.
fair that they catch all this flack that they had nothing to do
at
with?
the moment, we don't know other crappy contracts that Stephen was referring to when he made the first video.
Presumably, yes. We're assuming that there's no other. I'm assuming there's not going to be a third video where Stephen burns a bridge with every single company.
Based on the first video, from what Stephen has said, there's issues like this with multiple businesses, not just the Daily Wire.
Right, but I think if he's going to attack them all, he should provide receipts for that. I don't think it's fair to just attack people without evidence.
Well, the only receipt he provided in the first video was the terms agreement from the Daily Wire,
right?
Yeah.
But see, that's why I don't trust what Stephen's doing, because if he's using this broad brush, but he only has evidence for one thing.
Well, I mean, I think what he's saying can apply to Fox, because I reckon Fox's contracts are probably draconian.
But that's an assumption.
Well, just Fox is a legacy media company, and
I mean, Fox doesn't have demonetization clauses because they're not on YouTube.
It's interesting. But you think out of anyone who would just do business as standard business practice in the media landscape, it would be Fox, wouldn't it?
I would, yeah, but the thing is that Fox runs so differently than Daily Wire. I would assume their contracts are just wildly different. Like they're not going to have these demonetization for YouTube clauses.
My impression, like
Fox is, I'm assuming Fox is signing off on people's scripts before they go on air and stuff.
Possibly, and that would be too controlling for me.
For Crowder, obviously, right.
My impression would be that contracts with Fox would be way too controlling for me to want to accept. Probably not as bad as the Daily Wire's contract or terms agreement, right? And so is he referring to like things like Fox, but he didn't have the receipts or parts of the contract share? You'd think he would keep it, but it was a long time ago.
Let's just say hypothetically, we don't hear, he never talks about any other company.
That would be interesting. That would be interesting.
And then the second thing, I guess, that bothered me about the first video is that he immediately associates this as a political issue, as opposed to just, business practices that the Daily Wire engages in.
That in the sense that they're supporting big tech.
Yeah, or that they don't really believe in conservative values. It's some kind of scam.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I should see how he gets to that conclusion based on the penalizations in the terms agreement.
That's just business. I don't see anything.
Oh, no, I hate that excuse. Come on, it's
not an excuse, but that's true. What do you mean?
Just business means it's okay to do immoral, crappy things because
no. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Wait.
It sounds like when you say,
wait. Pause.
Okay,
I'm not justifying any of those contract stipulations. I'm saying that those being in there does not necessitate by any standard that the Daily Wire, the people that own it and the people that run it, are like not quote unquote true conservatives that believe in the political message and aren't truly against, big tech and blah, 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 blah.
Okay. Because that's not what you like. In what context were you saying it was just business? What were you trying to excuse by saying it was just business? I'm saying what you're saying. Crowder's evidence for the fact that the Daily Wire doesn't believe in the message that they preach is the fact that they penalize people if they get demonetized or boycott. But the problem is, if that's their business model, is that they rely on ad revenue to some extent or a large extent, then that's their business model. But that just means it can be their business model, and it's their business model, and they are actually reinforcing big tech censorship. Those are not mutually exclusive. You're saying just because it's their business model,
no, but that's like saying
contradict Stephen's claim.
So if like Tim Pool has a segment where he says, I'm going to say the things I can't say on YouTube off YouTube. That's not reinforcing big tech censorship. That's him playing by the rules he has to play by. Right?
Yeah, I agree. But that's not what Daily Wire are asking.
So, but if Tim Pool hires someone and says, if Tim Pool hires someone and says, you can't curse on my show, you can curse on the thing, that's not on YouTube, but you can't curse on the show. And that's part of the contract. Like, that's
fine. That's fine. That's not the terms agreement. No, I agree. Exactly. But that's not the same equivalence as what the Daily Wire had in theirs.
If Tim Pool if he says you can't curse on the show, we can curse on the after show. And if you do curse on the show, you get a penalty.
Okay, so now we're starting to get into the same area because penalizing, it's the penalty exactly. That is the reinforcement of the big tech kind of practices. It adds an additional penalty on top of the penalty of getting banned, and I have a big issue with that. Yeah.
I don't know, because to me, it seems very clearly that you have to choose what kind of space you're going to operate in. And if the Daily Wire chooses that they're going to operate in the YouTube space, they obviously have to follow the TOS. And if they make a substantial amount of money from YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, and they hire someone and that person, loses that revenue. I mean, to me, that's not like a political decision for them to reduce pay after that or to penalize.
Okay, this goes back to the point I was trying to explain to Sean, is that a lot of conditions in which they're going to dock him $5 million, even $10 million, the actual Louder with Crowder brand under the Daily Wire wouldn't be losing that much money because the monetization is elsewhere and is not just so reliant.
We don't know
Facebook.
that. I don't know that for.
To be seriously, like getting banned off of Facebook, like we're actually looking at the $50 million figure or whatever figure they have proposed, right? If getting banned off of Facebook means that they would not be losing under the figure that they're paying him, and in nearly every situation I don't see that happening because the monetization potential is not so reliant on Facebook. For instance, it's Mud Club memberships, it's potential sponsorships, it's merchandising and all those things, right? That Daily Wire could easily still be making well and above whatever contractual money that they're paying Crowder. And so then because they're still making more and well and above the promised amount, right, taking away from that when they're actually not losing that money is scummy as hell.
So, but that's a business. That's a business thing. That's not a political decision.
It's reinforcing that penalization is reinforcing it, and there's no true justification because you were trying to say it's justified because their monetization is reliant on these platforms. I'm trying to say it's actually not.
We don't know. We can't assume the numbers.
Come on. Like there are like Facebook, right? The whole thing about Steven is ensuring monetization potential for Louder Crowder in the face of getting bans and everything. Okay, like even with a sponsorship that is going to get 500,000 to 1 million views, it's actually the low ball figure is about $50,000 for a sponsorship on that. But even if you low ball, it's 20,000. Daily Wire can make back their money in spades on top of it if you're going with the $50 million fee, right? Just on sponsorship revenue alone. And so I think we can absolutely figure out by just some simple logical, looking at the ins and outs that getting banned off of, say, like Facebook and or Apple iTunes, right, would not harm the revenue opportunities of Louder the Crowder underneath what they would be paying Crowder, not by a long shot.
So, okay. So, first of all, Jeremy claimed, now obviously this is a claim, he claimed that he thought it would be $100 million cost. It wouldn't just be the $50 million because he was predicting another $50 million for marketing, advertising, and whatever else they have to pay for.
Sorry to interrupt again. So, my issue with that is.
No, but wait. Before you have a problem with that. So they have to make more than $100 million, obviously, over however the period of time it costs them.
This is why I got to.
If we look at for example, if we look at like the boycott thing, for example, I've heard people
talking about
throughout
the contract again.
I know, but if people are talking about. Wait, I've heard, as you said, you lowball like, oh, maybe he can get $50,000 for the ad reads. I've heard people give higher estimates of like $100,000 for these ad reads. It's a lot of money. And if there's a boycott or whatever, and he loses the potential to do these ad reads, I mean, that's a substantial amount of money. The Daily Wire can obviously survive it, because if they couldn't survive it, then they would just fire him, obviously. Okay. But it still seems a significant reduction in revenue.
I have to jump in on, again, Sitch, because unfortunately everything you said there is irrelevant, because they claimed the initial proposal was fair, meaning they would have happily accepted at those terms. And so therefore it's me to fair to argue at the $50 million mark.
Yeah, but that's including the penalties.
Including the penalties at the $50 million mark, which reinforces my point that I was saying. Okay.
No.
I think my point still stands, even if it goes to $100 million. But they were trying to say these penalties were fair, okay, as is, even penalizing him, $5 million for getting banned off of Facebook, when that would not reduce they would still be raking in heaps, okay, well and above the $50 million they'd be promising to pay Crowder. And so to me, very scummy.
Okay, but well, I guess in what I was just getting
Scum!
about again, we're talking about we're arguing about business practices, and I don't see how this relates to the political message, and I don't see how you can just demand how Crowder can just say, well, this shows that's the Daily Wire, and by subsequently, as he kind of does, everyone that works for them doesn't believe in these conservative values.
You just made an appeal to the business practices to try and say that it's not to reinforce your point. So if you need to appeal to the business practices to show that it's not, attacking business.
Do you think business practices and politics are completely or cannot be separated?
I think what I'm trying to say here, the business practices seem to confirm what the accusation that Crowder was saying, that by penalizing him, they're reinforcing big tech censorship. And I think that's correct at the moment.
Okay. I guess I just completely disagree 100%. So I don't know. I don't know where to go from there. I don't see it's a political issue. I see it's an issue of this is how they make money, and this is why we get sidetracked. You're
like this is
or you're contesting. I guess I should say you're contesting that that's how they make money. Which if I don't agree, because I don't think the Daily Wire would just, if the Daily Wire could say fuck YouTube, we don't need them, and fuck advertisers, we don't need them, I'm pretty confident they would do that. And the fact that they don't do that, to me, says, no, this is a substantial part of their business model.
That's not the issue that I'm saying. I'm saying they could have a much fairer contract and still make heaps, even probably equivalent to more money without crappy terms like this. And my objections to it exists regardless of the political angle. I think this is scummy business practices.
Oh, I understand, but I was asking a specific question about the political angle.
Mm-hmm. Lofti!
I'm not defending the contract. I mean, I agree. I don't think, like, if I was Crowder, I wouldn't have accepted this deal, and I would try to create stipulations for. I would, first of all, try to get the penalties either removed or reduced, and I would try to get benefits, positive bonuses for, sign-ups and other things of that nature. So I'm not defending these contract stipulations. I'm just saying that, to me, they're independent of the political narrative that Crowder has kind of crafted around them.
Come on, Daily Wire. They're a suck-up. They're establishment. You know you don't like them, Sitch. We're renegades. We're rebels here.
I don't know. I just, when you have like Matt Walsh is like, what is a woman thing? To me, to be like, well, this is, these people don't believe in what they're talking about. That just seems ridiculous to me.
That's the establishment.
What I can give you, Sitch, is that going all, because I've said all along this whole thing that Daily Wire is doing good things, okay? And to say that they are all full on wholesale not on board with the conservative movement, I would disagree with that. I think they're on board with the conservative movement in a lot of ways, but what they're doing is harming harming the conservative movement, and doesn't justify it. Like, just because they're doing good things in other things doesn't justify them taking advantage and potentially cheating people in other areas.
They're harming it more than Steven Crowder completely dividing the entire ecosphere.
Hang on. Do you reckon what Steven Crowder is doing is going to make people not conservative?
No, obviously not.
But I think it's going to weaken the conservative movement overall.
In terms of influence, like if Daily Wire gets significant harm from that, and therefore the conservative movement as a whole can't produce as much content to try and combat whatever the left and stuff like that, there's probably validity in what you're saying there.
Yeah, that's what
I think. At the end of the day, there is I would rather call out my own side on their bullcrap than let them get away with stuff. And I made this point in my last video, right? Mm-hmm. I would rather lose the fight entirely if it meant I'd rather keep my principles and lose as a result than make concessions on my principles in order to win the fight. Okay.
Well, I don't think you can make a
standing on principle. I
think it depends on the specific situation.
Well, I think standing on principle is more important.
But their principles are in conflict. They both are standing on their principles.
Well, this is the thing. On the principled front, I agree with Stephen. Okay, I feel this contract is predatory and dog crap. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So then that will help you understand my position.
Right. But again,
their principles,
to me, that principle is completely independent of a conservative political narrative. You could just say this is their shitty business practice and it's wrong, but that doesn't mean they're fake conservatives. I mean, conservatives have been in favor of shitty business practices, for 50 years.
Did he say that they were fake conservatives?
Yeah. He says that these people don't believe in the movement and they're just using people's, good graces.
Hang on, that feels... Yeah. Now I want to rewatch it because that feels like an exaggeration what he was saying.
We just watched it. We literally just
but hey, if you're right, you're right. I
it.
do want to confirm it because my impression of it was that they're harming the conservative movement, but he wasn't saying they're wholesale against it.
They're harming the conservative movement because they're taking advantage of smaller content creators that may not be as successful, or how are they what is your take on, or just because this predatory practice is just not good? It makes conservatives look bad.
It's like, does it make conservatives look bad or the Daily Wire? That's a whole other debate I need to think more about, honestly. I think it absolutely, these predatory contracts can harm individuals and prevent them from, having more success, potential success that they could outside of it. Right. And so I have an issue with it at the moment. I'd want to think about, personally, because this is the area that I honestly am thinking about, even currently. Like I said, I was thinking about this a lot, even last night, about I could see both sides. Is this more opportunistic? Is exaggerating what the Daily Wire doing? Is Stephen actually exaggerating what the Daily Wire is doing for potential benefit, or is he truly sitting on principle? I'm still thinking.
He's got to have hurt their signups. I think
I
lot of people.
I get the impression the Daily Wire has lost a lot of memberships, and they're probably in damage control massively at the moment.
If the Daily Wire's not able to make, say they can't make 2 or 3 films that they were planning on making because of this, doesn't that hurt the conservative movement?
Yes. Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
I mean, their whole goal is to build.
But the thing is, my point, if this is truly a matter of principle, I don't care if it harms the conservative movement. I'd rather lose and keep my principles than make concessions on them in the order to win.
Look, everybody wants to keep their principles, but their principles are literally in conflict. Their principle is, let's stay within the terms of service until we build a big enough platform that we can give big tech the finger. That's their principle. It
feels like they're willing to cheat
conservative.
People.
It's conservative in its very nature.
Ben said this. They need to make as much money as possible to fight the lleft. That's me paraphrasing, but I feel that's still a
that's
okay. All right. And to me, that's like make the most amount of money. And he's saying that in the context of justifying the terms agreement, which he said was completely legitimate, right? Is like, that seems like he's reinforcing it's okay to cheat people because it gives us more money to fight the left in the end. And I don't think that's okay.
Well, I don't think cheating people's okay, obviously. That's why.
That's what I feel. Like, accepting terms agreements like this for naive people that aren't aware, that's cheating them. Okay. So, and Ben was reinforcing and saying,
I'm against
we'll keep doing it.
Oh my God.
What Lofty?
Oh, fuck, am I live audio right now? My bad. Oh, come on, dude. Okay. I didn't know I was live. Sorry. Now I have to respond.
Don't say any racial slurs.
You said something just now that was crazy. I can't even remember what it is now.
Who?
Well, then how do you know it's crazy?
Yeah.
You don't even,
you
can't even remember what I said, Lofty.
Oh.
No. You said, I was reacting to something you said. I think you said something like, shady business practices. It's almost like you're preemptively being outraged because, like somebody said earlier in the stream, how many people do they have? Like 6 people that they've signed to the Daily Wire.
We don't know that. That was an assumption.
Like, but what?
That's a complete assumption. I was going to call Sean out on that, but we don't.
Yeah,
know
but you're willing to tank the conservative movement entirely because somebody may sign.
Hang on, are you saying that I'm willing? What?
You just
Lofty,
said that.
Hang on.
Can
Do you
tell
honestly
us?
think objecting to bad contracts conflates to tanking the
I think he's talking about when you said your. I think he's talking about when you said your principles versus the war.
Yeah,
is that what you're talking about, Lofty?
Like,
yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
If it leads to that, that was not me saying this would lead.
I just think that's a little bit of an exaggeration.
But
that's why I said I think it would depend on the context. I don't think you can make
the underlying
a universal
philosophy
statement.
When we apply it to the Daily Wire is them essentially saying we are happy and okay to cheat people because it makes us more money to be able to fight the left.
Yeah, but wait, there's 2 things here. I think these 2 things are getting conflated. There's a difference if Crowder says Daily Wire has shitty business practices. These business practices are bad for the conservative movement because it's taking advantage of conservative content creators. Like if he said that, I'm like, okay, I don't really have a problem with that statement. But that's not really what he said. But he was questioning their political integrity.
Okay,
about whether they're really conservatives, whether they're rhinos.
Okay.
That's
this is where we need more context because that first video, when he was exaggerating to that point, was he speaking specifically about the Daily Wire or the whole general kind of group?
Either way, it's pretty bad. I mean, I think it's pretty bad either way.
Lofty, are you conservative? I don't.
Yes. Okay. I am. I'm right leaning.
I know Shad is conservative, so.
Yeah.
I'm defending the conservative movement. I'm not even conservative. What the hell's happening?
I know we're not really conservative.
So wait, here's one quote from Stephen Crowder's first video that kind of relates to what I'm talking about. He says, how I just want to think about this for a second. There's a reason that if you felt this way, talking about the audience, let me put it this way. I've heard feedback from you if you feel in your gut that a lot of conservative content out there feels homogenous, feels sanitized, feels like they're missing some key points. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that you often find yourself asking, hey, I wonder why X won't talk about Y. blank, and I
giving
don't
any
know any
examples.
contract that I would have signed that would have turned this into yet another softer radio show. So he's saying, oh, the reason that you feel that your conservative commentators aren't talking about what you want to talk about is because of these contracts. They're
It's so
real
ambiguous.
conservatives.
It's ambiguous
hang on.
conspiracy theory bullshit. What he's talking about? There's not.
Oh,
there's no
it's not
examples.
that much.
No,
Come on,
but
because what he just said then,
give me an example of who he's talking about.
Oh, mate, what? You brought on Lofti. How am I going to handle this? I'm going to have to start ranting.
Wait,
back is full.
Do you guys know each other?
We've argued, we've debated before. I don't have a problem. No, Shad said the same thing that I said. Well, he was like, I just get, passionate and he yell and it's not really personal. I agree. I have the same exact perspective on.
But
debates.
anyway, what were you going to say, Shad? I wanted to quote?
Okay, so what Crowder is saying here, and maybe I'll get you to reread it because that's valid in the context of how I'm saying, because he's basically saying there are certain things in the conservative movement, and if we apply this to the Daily Wire, that you don't hear them talking about. That is actually confirmed because there are lots of things the Daily Wire won't venture to even nod at, okay, that Stephen or other people, or the larger conservative movement as a whole, were wanting to talk about, and it seems like the Daily Wire weren't doing that to not get banned or even to appease YouTube. The big ones is the jab and the election. I was actually surprised at how lockstep the Daily Wire as a whole were speaking about those two subjects when the larger conservative movement seemed to have a very different opinion.
Jordan Peterson is one of the most anti-vax people on the planet Earth right now.
The main one I'm referring to is Ben Shapiro, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe that's just Ben Shapiro's position.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I did not come across my radar, and look, if it was, I'd be glad to be wrong. But everything that was coming out of the Daily Wire, I did not see them speaking out against election.
Candace Owens is major anti-vax too.
Yeah. I assume Candace Owens is.
What about the election?
I have no clue, but
jab kind of things.
Well, here's the thing.
That was a minefield. That was a minefield at the time.
I understand that. I understand that. But here's the thing. I'm assuming you wouldn't see that on Daily Wire's YouTube content because it was against YouTube guidelines. That doesn't mean you wouldn't see it on their Twitter. Doesn't mean you wouldn't see it on their premium content on their website, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nobody's being muffled. Did they speak it? I would like. I
have no idea.
To be wrong. I'd like to be wrong. But this thing, my perception during that time of everything that I saw from the Daily Wire actually seems to confirm the implication of what Stephen is saying here. If I'm wrong, and if Stephen is wrong, I'll acknowledge it. Show me the evidence. But just
here's what I think it is.
I typed in Matt Walsh election 2020 on Google. The first thing that comes up is a Facebook post that says Matt Walsh's Facebook saying election 2020 is big fraud evidence coming. And it's Michael Knowles saying, "Show me the Kraken." So,
I think
so. Hang on, that video there seems to fall in line. Like, I would want to watch the video now if he agrees with the election tampering or not. Because if they're saying there was no election interference, that'd be on YouTube. YouTube was perfectly happy with that. That's what they wanted people to say.
I'm assuming they didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm assuming they didn't say it
shocked that they said that.
Okay, so can I bring up something that hasn't been talked about yet because it's important?
Is it another can of worms? I don't have too much time now, so I'm reaching the end.
No, it's
okay.
If
it will trigger Shad, then yes.
I disagree with almost everything you said, Shad, especially how quote unquote apocalyptic that's the most hyperbolic.
So hang on, you would accept this contract like a terms agreement as is? But Lofty, you would accept a terms agreement like that? If you would accept that terms agreement as is, wow, you are letting yourself be taken advantage of there, buddy.
I never said I would accept it. It's a term sheet. First of all, I would
absolute dog crap.
Okay, yeah, I would not accept it. I would not accept it. But can I ask this, leading into my point? Can you go to, okay.
Yes, so hang on, Lofty. You just said you disagreed with me, everything I said, and then you've just agreed with one of the points I said now.
I said almost. The other thing I agree with you is...
Did you? Okay.
The other thing I agree with you is I think Ben Shapiro is probably the loudest anti-Crowder voice at the moment. He has 600,000 views on his video. I don't know, is Candace more vocal about it, or I guess not?
On Tim Pool, she got a lot of exposure, but I don't think her own video has nearly as many views as Ben's.
So can I ask a question? Crowder, do you think he's better off solo financially or no?
I don't know. I actually mentioned this on Friday Night Tights, where even if perhaps he was, one of the incentives of entertaining offers like this is security. Okay. For me, I need my independence and I love my independence. I can make my own stuff, but this constant stress of maintaining and keeping this boat afloat with the looming threat of that YouTube could do something that just destroys my business tomorrow is very concerning. And so I would be I would entertain an offer where that could ensure my revenue, ensure my business stay afloat by going into business with someone else. And so I could see why Stephen might be entertaining that thing as well.
Well, according to everybody speculating about how much money he's making based off Mug Club, right? People were saying 300,000, at 100, 150,
so
even at 50.
Yeah, I know. I never said an exact number. I've always just been I've always referred to the Mug Club figure as it's going to be a lot. Whatever it is, there's that. It's important to acknowledge that a lot of money is coming in. I don't know the exact figure though.
It's probably more than what they offered him. It's probably a lot more, because even if you do $50 Mug Club subscription, it's $100, but sometimes there's discounts. Even at $50 with 300K subs, that's like $12 to $15 million a year. That's what they offered him. But it's probably way more than that. And now it's even way more than that because of all the gullible people that left Daily Wire to go join his new platform.
Hang on. Lofti, don't call them all gullible.
Well, a lot of them are. But here now, I can call whoever I want, whatever I want.
It's disingenuous. Lofti, it would be disingenuous to call them all gullible. That's what I'm calling out.
Well, so gullible people don't exist? Is that really your theory?
No, I'm saying it's disingenuous to call everyone gullible who's supporting Steven Crowder.
Okay, so I guess gullible people are extinct. I don't know.
Did I say that, Lofty? Come off it.
Okay, well, all right. So go to the 10-minute mark. You don't have to go to it, but at the 10-minute mark of his, I don't want to do this, which he clearly wanted to do it. He set it up from the beginning. But his video,
you're reading into that one.
At the 10-minute mark, he literally says, what kind of it'd be better if you play it, but kind of heads you should play it, because I want to respond to it. I don't know at the exact 10-minute
mark of what?
Of the I don't want to do this video. Crowder, were you watching that one?
The first video or the second video?
Oh boy, this is the 3 days ago.
You're talking about Crowder's video, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Okay, what does he say?
He says, what kind of headspace do you have to be in to walk away from $50 million?
Oh, that's in the second. Yeah, right.
And then he says, well, let me get it quick. He says, I want to get his words exact. He says, let me ask you further. Hold on. And then he says, what would it take to walk away from at least $50 million because it harms somebody else?
Right.
And what do you think he's doing with this? He's being manipulative with his. He's painting himself as some sort of heroic martyr.
You know, Lofty, I agree.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
And I was going to bring that up.
But he's lying. But wait. But he's lying though, because do you know what it would take for him to walk away from 50? I can answer his own question. It would take nothing, because he already fucking makes more money than they offered him. It would take nothing. He's fucking lying to everybody.
Wait. Daily Wire also framed
it.
Hang on. Daily Wire has framed it again and again that they were so generous in offering $50 million, and Stephen, didn't accept it. Walk away. I see that framing on both sides.
Yeah, but that's what's weird about it, because if the complaint is that it was a bad offer, Stephen's making it sound like a big offer in his second video.
He's making it sound like the offers. Yeah. And
I don't like that on both sides. I don't like that they're both, saying that the $50 million is this real significant figure when you look at it in context. It actually isn't.
Yeah, which apparently was not about the money, but now it is about. Now listen, listen. He's doing this because gullible people exist, and they're going to think in their heads, they're going to be like, "Oh, that's a lot of money." You're right, Stephen. You're so right about that.
That's a disingenuous assumption. You know why he's also doing it? Because some people might actually agree. No, it is because some people actually agree with the principle he's trying to stand on.
But the principle happened. His quote unquote principle happens to be that he makes a lot more money solo than he does with that term sheet offer. That's not really
the term sheet was exploitative and predatory.
Anything for your principles.
Do you agree that the term sheet is exploitative and predatory?
On a scale of 1 to 10, maybe like a 1.5, maybe or 2 or something.
No, to me, it's a 9 out of 10. That thing is nuts.
Yeah, but I'm counting the fact that it was a term sheet and not a final contract.
Oh, come on, you're saying that again. Why is everyone saying they would have accepted the terms? They would be happy to have accepted those terms.
If you accept those terms, you're an idiot. And you should. Naive, nobody should feel bad for you.
But that's no. Hang on, wait. So you're saying it's okay to take advantage of people if they're just idiots and naive?
Do you think they thought they could take advantage of Crowder?
No, my point is broader than that. Okay, that they are okay to accept these terms if people are willing to accept them.
No, but you're
speculating not right to take advantage of people.
Thank you. But Lofty is essentially saying that if you accept those terms, you're an idiot. So you can't, which feels like you're saying you get what you deserve.
What is
no? That's not.
So if you had to guess, Shad, what do you think is more likely? Do you think it's more likely that they offered those terms thinking Crowder would accept them, or that they lowballed the terms thinking he would highball himself and they'd negotiate?
There's that, but I also think they made it so bad that perhaps they were hoping one or two bad terms to go through on that he might not have noticed. And again, I feel that's irrelevant.
I don't think that's the case.
That's crazy.
I mean,
that's crazy.
If they have these 5-month-long negotiations with like Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens, I'm pretty sure they have good experience.
For instance, there's a possibility in the terms sheet as written, right, that someone needed to email me for me to actually realize that this term sheet allows for this possibility, okay? Because at one point it says that Stephen will get back all his content, except for the stuff that Daily Wire have made. They get to keep that into perpetuity, okay? But then a separate thing says that they are able to recut and remake versions of his content that they are allowed, all right? And so if you combine those two terms together, they essentially are able to keep the back catalog into perpetuity if they just make recuts of it. All right. That's really exploitative, really scummy. Cool. And it's something a lot of people will miss. I missed it on my first reading. Okay.
Well, that's fine.
And so that's a potential really exploitative thing that could very well have slipped under the radar. That's dodgy as hell.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with why any of this went public. First of all, you're supposed to negotiate those things privately. Second of all, I want to introduce something.
That doesn't contradict my point, Lofty. Come on.
It doesn't contradict any. No, listen.
That they'll be willing to accept and get away with those little scummy things. Okay, if they could, they're happy to cheat people if they could get away with it.
You're making presumptions about that. You don't actually know.
That's not a presumption because they've acknowledged that it was fair. They thought it was great. They would have accepted it.
Well, they acknowledged they thought there was going to be negotiation.
No, but that's why they're contradicting themselves as bullcrap, because Ben said it's perfectly legitimate. Jeremy Boring said this is a fair contract. It's innovative. That's them saying that they would have been happy to accept it without.
He said it literally in the same sentence. Yeah, I believe.
Which is why it's such a contradiction. But that's why they should say,
how is it a contradiction?
This contract wasn't fair.
It's an admission.
Wait a minute. Oh. Here's his exact quote. He says,
it's an admission.
He says, I appreciate your impulse to defend us. I don't know who he's referring to there. But we don't need to be defended.
Daily Wire subscribers.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, we don't need to be defended. This is a fair offer. It's an offer that would have been negotiated. I would have paid him more. The fees would have been lower. Fee would have gone up. Penalties would have gone lower, numbers, blah, blah, blah. So he's not saying he's not saying when he says it's a fair offer, it's an offer that would have been negotiated. To me, they say it's a fair first offer.
To me, when he says this is a fair offer, like my natural understanding, I think if this is a fair offer, that means it should be okay to accept it without any changes. All right.
Well, I interpret the sentence differently. I guess.
That's like, if it's a fair, you could not call that fair unless you are acknowledging that it would be fair for someone to accept it without any changes. Otherwise, that's why it's a contradiction. This would be a negotiator who would change it. You're contradicting yourself, Jeremy, because that's you admitting it's not fair.
I think there's just a difference in how we're defining words, but
totally disagree. But here, let me say this. You don't like the fee reduction, right, Shad?
Multiple of them, yeah.
Let me ask you this question. If the entire contract was restructured in a way that, let's say Crowder wanted, let's say he was okay with $100 million and they negotiated that part of it. Instead of the fee reductions, okay, let's say they gave him a $50 million base fee, base salary. And instead of reductions or penalties, they included bonuses. Bonuses for completing 192 videos, bonuses for not getting banned on YouTube, bonuses. Would you have a problem with the quote unquote, with the structure of the contract in that aspect? Or do you see it as the same thing? Because I think a lot of people would be because of the positivity of the way that sounds, would be much more willing to accept a contract like that. Does that make any sense to anybody?
It does make sense, because you're kind of saying something that I've said on my videos already, right?
But it's the same thing.
They have not offered incentives and bonuses for exceeding the figure. Okay, if they did, that would balance out and more reasonably justify.
No, it wouldn't balance out. It's the same thing. Because they would give him a lower initial offer. Because if you hit a bonus, then you get $20 million added on at the end of the year. And then eventually, if you hit all your bonuses, you hit that $100 million mark.
Lofty, no, that wasn't included in the contract. That's the issue.
But it's the same thing. It's just it's positive reinforcement. It's the same fucking thing.
No, because the base offer was 50 million. You're trying to say hypothetically, if they offered 100 million, that reached there by the offer that you are describing, with those incentives in place, Stephen could actually end up earning more than $100 million based on success. Okay.
Yeah, we're just
and,
I don't know,
and
what do you think, Adam?
That's why it's better. Because if the incentives are in place to actually reward him based on his performance and what he actually delivers, that's way better for him. And it's not capping out at that figure that you're trying to say, it would only end up making the same amount in the end.
But we're just not going to agree, because I think that it can be negotiated, and you're saying for some reason that they should have, I don't know. The whole thing should have been negotiated.
So just out of interest, can you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Can you describe my issue with it, just so I can be assured you understand my point? Steelman, my point. Yeah.
You're saying it was so insulting that she shouldn't even have bothered negotiating. Is that what you're saying?
That's not the main objection I was saying in context with the figure amount.
I'm just trying to figure out why this had to go
Well, hang on. If you don't even know what I'm saying, or my position is, Lofty, how do you know I'm wrong?
Because
I can sense it. I feel that you're wrong. Is that
because you're all over the place, and it's hard to wrap.
I'm very consistent with everything I've been saying, mate.
I'll be honest. I haven't really been tracking the arguments you've been making, because instead I was looking up the answer to the question that I posed, which is far more important, which is that. So I found a tweet of Michael Knowles saying the 2020 presidential election was obviously rigged. So he tweeted that. Candace Owens, I found multiple tweets where her saying, and here's one from 2021 where she said, been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris cheated into 2020 elections.
Okay.
Matt Walsh actually on November 4th tweeted out some election fraud claim that Trump retweeted. And then Matt Walsh was temporarily banned from Twitter for doing that, or censored or something. Though I think Matt Walsh now has taken a different stance where he's now like, well, I have.
Yeah, what's their current stance?
He wants claims. He wants them to show the claims of the fraud, which I guess Matt Walsh now doesn't think exist. So he's kind of changed on that. But regardless, I don't think it's fair for Crowder to make this claim that the Daily Wire is afraid to talk about specific issues. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Not fair, but he's making a lot of money off of it. So
of course. But that's my argument.
Or he will be. He will be.
Well,
sorry,
definitely.
Shad. He hasn't made money yet, but
true.
He will be.
Now, with this specific, one,
I don't
agree
know.
with you.
What's the future of this? Before you go, Shad, I want you to tell me
I
where does all this go.
Depends on what the signups are, right?
Yeah, it depends. It's hard to predict exactly. Honestly, I think Crowder is getting a net benefit out of this thing so far. Don't know how the chips will lay at the end. And as I mentioned, already, I am looking more skeptically on the initial kind of cause of this. I can see justification on both sides. It's principle, but also I can see that this could be, manipulation just to, grow something, So I don't know. I'm going to wait and see as that plays out.
To piggyback off of that, do you guys think that, I don't know, do you think that people in this community, or YouTubers particularly, will, let's say Crowder does his big Stop Big Con or whatever, new Mug Club 2.0. Don't you think a lot of people have an incentive to side with Crowder, whether they think he's being a dick or not, because of the fact that they could potentially sign deals with him in the future? Do you trust everybody's interpretation of this? Like, I'm talking about, now, I like Razor Fist, but that guy's chummy with Crowder, and it's like, well, I don't know. I
have
usually
not
agree
seen
with
Razor Fist's response.
Here's the thing.
I've only seen him criticize Ben Shapiro. I haven't seen him anything that shows him chummy with Crowder. But I haven't seen it.
I think, Lofty, that you can perceive it that way, but the problem with trying to figure out their intentions is it naturally makes sense that someone like Razor Fist would side with Crowder. Like, a lot of the people that we're going to say, like, they could get a job with Crowder, those people are naturally already going to be sort of anti-Daily Wire or more what they consider the establishment and all that stuff. So it's kind of like, maybe, but also their point of view is going to naturally align with that anyway.
Okay, yeah, it could have been a bad example. I know there's other people that are bad. I don't feel like naming names, but
yeah. And look, I'll be perfectly upfront,
What's
right?
going on?
Like, I looked at Daily Wire and Crowder equivalently, and I'm only siding with Crowder because I hate that contract. And if it was the reverse, I'd be siding with Daily Wire, right? But I am perfectly ready to criticize Crowder for elements that, you guys have brought up that were legitimate and I agree with, and something that I would like to see, because this for me would help validate or cast doubt on in a big way if Steven Crowder is truly standing on principle or not, or if he's just trying to grift, and that's seeing the contracts he's made with his own employees.
I think you might not like seeing those, to be honest.
Because if they are exploitative in even similar ways, that's...
Wait, can I...
Well, Lauren Chen has already accused him of that. Already said, like, well, it's not like he's offering big money. So
I've heard Officer Tatum brought. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but Officer Tatum said that everybody he knows that has talked to Crowder or worked with Crowder hates his guts.
No, that's not true.
One person. That's what he said.
It's not true, everyone. I know people have worked with Crowder that are still on good terms with him.
Right.
Okay, I'm just saying what he said. But
well, I think the thing that bothers me,
Officer Tatum is based. Everybody gets.
I mean, I haven't heard of him, but just that alone, what he said is false. So it's not a good start for me.
I think one of my issues with this is, and I've had, not just I think Crowder is kind of playing this up, but I've seen other commentators playing it up, and I think we should all stray away from this. Is that you can have a difference of opinion on this, and it's not because someone is evil or someone has some, everyone who's on Daily Wire's side does not want to necessarily have a job with Daily Wire. Everyone who's on the Crowder side does not necessarily want to have a job with Steven Crowder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
I think I would hate working with Steven Crowder because I think he is a bit of a diva. And one of the things that have really pissed me off about Steven Crowder, so this is where I started to realize that this guy. Do you remember when they did this behind the scenes Antifa thing with Not Gay Jared, where Not Gay Jared posed as an Antifa member and stuff?
Vaguely,
do you guys remember that? So he did that. There was a thing behind the scenes when Not Gay Jared found out that they had weapons like knives and things, and they were really ready to do something violent. Jared wanted to pull out. He says, "This could get me killed. No way am I, this is really dangerous. Across the line for me." And Steven basically browbeats him and forces him to, not forces in, cuffs him, but uses very strong language. No, you go out and do it, right? And I thought that was way across the line. I was like, wow, that's... And that was a bad look for me on Steven. So don't think that I'm giving him a free pass on everything. I don't think I'd want to work for him because of all this stuff, or,
Yeah. Okay. But here's another problem with this whole thing is like he's making what is the pro and pros and cons of this going public? There's not a lot of pros, first of all. The cons are that everybody's screaming at each other and friends are yelling and screaming at each other over the shit. Like it's over the past week. It's just like, it's not worth it. None of this was worth it. What did he gain from it? Well, he gained a lot from it, but like, what did the conservative movement gain from it? What are we going to do? Like stop supporting Daily Wire? No.
I'll keep supporting the good things that I will support the good things they do, and I've encouraged people to do that, but I won't support the bad things they do, and their contracts are exploitative crap. I'm not supporting that.
But they haven't done a bad thing yet. They gave him a term sheet that it never went anywhere. Nothing
that was bad. That was bad. But and it revealed pretty scummy business practices that are willing to take advantage of people if they're naive and
No, it's just I just don't know.
That's
why it went
your opinion, man.
It didn't have to go public. It just didn't. It's bad. It's very bad.
It's interesting. So we had a poll at the beginning before streaming started for how everyone felt. And I think even though it's now up to 3,000 votes for votes cast, the percentages haven't changed at all since the beginning of this stream when it was only like 200 people voting, which is fascinating.
Hilarious.
Because it's still 26% Crowder, 21% Daily Wire, 11 both, and 42% neither. So very interesting.
I thought Daily Wire was leading at one point when I voted, but maybe
no. I mean, I never saw the Daily Wire number lead.
Sometimes I question your memory, Lofty. I swear.
I mean, maybe I don't know. Every time I looked at it, it looked like the exact same percentages. Someone asked if should we reset it to see if anyone's changed their mind, or should we ask, have you changed your mind?
What? You can't do that. Look,
why not?
You guys made up your mind.
Well, hang on. Can people change their vote after the fact?
No, we'd have to do it.
Well, then that's why the percentage probably isn't changing.
No, but just the percentage basically was exactly the same, regardless of who voted.
I mean,
so.
I like if you want to restart the poll, I don't care. Let people vote again.
Well, ask them if they
people
change. Do they become
come
more
and
pro
go?
Crowder,
Obviously,
more pro Daily Wire?
You're going to get completely different people. There are people that join the stream and are
well,
no
if I just
longer listening
rerun
to the
it,
stream,
yeah, I guess that's true.
That's kind of like it's not really a scientific thing. So
that's true. I'm just curious.
okay.
Well, I know it's late for you, Shad, and I know you're trying to get out of here. So thanks for coming.
Yeah,
on.
I got work to do. It's just I love the discussions and stuff.
I know. I love you. It was great. It was a stream where like we could sit back, you and Sean could just argue for like 90% of it. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Love having you on.
Good to talk to you again, buddy.
Good to talk to you again,
Shad.
Lofty.
You can stick around, Shad, if you want. I mean, I feel like Sitch is throwing you off.
Well,
so.
no, I felt like you wanted to.
I'm trying to like. It could go either way. I'm trying to be responsible because I guess there's work.
I mean, no, you
at
can.
At the same time, I could stay.
Hold
longer.
on, you're more than welcome to stick around.
Yeah,
like,
of course, you can stay around. I thought you were looking to exit. So.
Are procrastinating. I mean, I feel you. Okay, I know how that goes.
Oh, Sitch, I do what Sitch does all the time. It's like I can sense when people want to go, but sometimes I'm wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
If you want to stay,
I'll see. I'll duck out when I'll stick around for now. My guys have ducked out. I think they're on lunch break. I don't know where they've disappeared to. They're probably on lunch. But,
Sitch is building. I mean, Shad is building a castle. Everybody, he has a construction
not yet.
crew.
I want to move towards that. That's
dude. That would be so fucking epic. You know that would probably get. That's something like Mr. Beast would do, but you should beat him to it.
Oh, I need the money for it. It's not a cheap.
I know, but wouldn't that be the most insane?
Ask the Daily Wire
video?
to finance it.
I don't think a Daily Wire or Crowder would ever work with me now.
To build a castle?
Honestly,
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, I wouldn't want to work with the Daily Wire unless they fixed up their contract and the way they do business. This has soured me on them, honestly. I'll still support their good stuff that they do, but in terms of actually working with them, I wouldn't want me.
People in the chat are like, WTF, Adam, let him leave. Look, he wants to stay. What are you doing to me here?
Well, you know the real reason I want to stay. I just don't trust Lofty being able to say anything that I don't want to be back on. Like, I just gotta be. I'm on defense. And he says bull crap. I gotta be here.
Shad, second you leave, Lofty's gonna start bad mouthing.
Shad, people think like I hate you or you hate me or something. I feel like we're both just passionate about.
I agree.
What we're talking about. I don't hate you at all. Like
neither do I. I found that conversation heck of a lot of fun.
We should look. Lofty has kind of crashed the party here. It seems like.
No. Sean gave me an invite.
Yeah, but we didn't give. Look, Sean doesn't have.
You did, Adam. That's
Sean does not have permission to give invites out to our show. Okay,
I didn't know that.
So Lofty is. Look, I just want this to be known because I don't want Shad to think I'm very cautious about bringing people in. I didn't bring in Lofty to sabotage you, Shad.
Okay, interesting.
I'm friends with Sean. I'm also friends with Sean, so there's like a whole other element to this.
Well, we'll talk. We'll talk to Sean about randomly inviting people to our show, but
it's fine.
Yeah. Hey, I like you guys. I've been trying to get on your show for a while. I like you guys.
Well,
I agree with Sitch about the Baldwin situation. But
Thank
that's
you.
A different conversation.
Maybe that will be a conversation for another day when that trial happens. So.
Were there other kind of main thoughts that you guys want to discuss about the whole situation?
A big one. Can I just bring up
what? Okay, what is it? What is it, Lofty?
Well, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want, but I want to know what you guys think of. Hold on. I was going to ask what you think Crowder, with his new media empire, what's he going to do differently than Daily Wire with his contracts?
He said he wouldn't control their social media at all. That was one big thing, and there was another big thing that I can't remember, but.
So he won't monetize their. Wait, you got to be more specific.
Well, no, it sounds like what Crowder wants to do is instead of it being like there's a Daily Wire umbrella and like people work for the Daily Wire, it's more like he like it sounds like more
charity?
Like it's like he has like their like outside contractors, I guess, that would work for him essentially. That's what.
How does he get the money? How does he make money?
I don't know. You still have to pay him for whatever services he provides.
Yeah, it'd be similar kind of contracts he proposed to Lauren Chen, it sounds like, but with more freedom in terms of having them keep control over social media.
Well, it seemed like his main contention was he wanted to structure a business that wasn't so reliant on ad revenue. So presumably he would want to do Daily Wire, but with more emphasis on subscriptions being the major revenue source, so that you don't have to worry about
and not penalize people for getting banned or demonetized.
Right? Yeah, because then it wouldn't rely on ad revenue.
Yeah.
Right. But he has ads, doesn't he? Isn't he sponsored by Walther?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Yeah.
I just like what's the different like how is this like the capitalist like side of this issue? How is it any different? I don't
It's going to be
understand.
better.
Hang on,
Locke.
hang
What are you
on.
talking about?
Could
Locke?
you-
It's going to be
what-
better.
it's
He's
just
going to make
better.
more money. He's going to be fair to his employees.
Well,
Everything's
there's
gonna be
clear
wonderful.
objective differences between the term sheet and what Clouder has already stated. Like,
Yeah.
control over all social media, not getting penalized for
So he's just going to be
getting banned
losing
or
money.
no, because it would be based on the revenue, like the subscription service.
I'm just saying, if Daily Wire just was, if remember Crowder was like, guys, why don't you just do what I do? And they were like, never thought about that before. But you know what? They need the fucking advertiser money on YouTube and all this other shit so they can make movies.
Stephen wasn't
Right.
saying not get advertiser revenue. He was saying not
He said,
penalize
"Do
people
what I
for
do."
getting banned or demonetized.
Not rely on it. Well,
Yeah.
I'm assuming
That's just bullshit. That's
What do
completely.
you mean? Hang on. What's bullcrap? What specifically is bullcrap?
Well, it's
Well,
bullcrap that Steven
you
thought he could
have
tell them
a
to switch to his
tendency
business model,
to
but
like react hugely to things that are nowhere near as extreme. Tone it down. Reel
You
it in,
called
mate.
this apocalyptic as though
It
like
is
there's a zombie
apocalyptic!
gonna eat you if you sign a
the
The
Colonel
contract.
calls
apocalypse
the
is
pot
coming,
black,
Lofty. If you
Shad.
accept this, the world is gonna freaking end.
I'm sorry, zombies are not gonna kill you if you sign a
Yes,
contract.
they are. Are you
No.
crazy? I see zombies outside my freaking door. I live in Australia.
Well, maybe
have to
John Bernthal.
dangerous
Maybe
animals all
John,
the time, Lofty, and then putting his contract just on top of the ground I have to deal with. The apocalypse is upon us.
the
See,
Daily
maybe-
Wire is
Oh,
putting
God.
chemicals in the ad reads that's turning Crowder gay. Okay.
and maybe
what
John
was bullcrap?
Bernthal's gonna fuck my wife. Maybe that's like the worst.
that
what
was
was-
in the contract.
What was bullcrap?
The bullcrap thing is like expecting Daily Wire to just drop $100 million a year by just going, I don't think we'll do ads anymore. Or YouTube. It's
That's
like,
not
no,
what he was
Foster-
saying.
He did say
He
that.
never
though.
said them to drop
Somebody
ads.
back me up, please. He
What was
said,
it? What'd
do
you
what
say?
I do. He said, drop big tech. He literally said that.
I don't know if he said drop big tech. He said what he did say was he was suggesting, which I think is very egotistical, that the Daily Wire should model whatever Crowder's business model is, and they should just do that, but scale
Exactly
it up.
what he said. It's exactly
which
what he
seems
said.
to me preposterous. I assume the Daily Wire has contemplated various different business model strategies. And I think the
Yes.
thing I'm assuming what Crowder's trying to do with
Hang on,
his
is that conflating to not try and pursue ad revenue on platforms?
well, no, what it
It's
sounds
the-
like, they haven't been specific. What it sounds like is that the Daily Wire's business model has a probably way more reliant on ad revenue. I don't know what the exact split would be, like, 70-30 or something, way more reliant on ad revenue than their subscribers. And it sounds like Crowder wants that to be reversed. He wants to rely morely on subscribers.
Well, he's doing what like the left does with climate change. They're like, we have to act now, immediately, and fucking get rid of all this fossil fuels like right now, and then kill all the poor people tomorrow. It's like, no, the Daily Wire is building to the point where they can solely rely on fucking subscriptions. That's what they're trying to
Well,
do.
I don't know
no,
if
no,
that's the case.
no.
I think
They
that's
also-
reading
they-
into it. But
They want to organize advertisements on their own platform. They do it with sponsorships
but it takes
all
a
the time.
while.
It's not
It takes
just
a while.
going to be sponsorship.
This virtue signaling, which is exactly what the left does, and the right is very hypocritical about this. It's like they want instant gratification, instant change, and it's like, can you guys just chill for a second? You're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, it takes a while to like.
What are you trying to say specifically?
I'm saying it's gonna take.
I know what Lofty's saying. Lofty
You know what?
Lofty as a conservative is triggered.
Okay.
Because as a conservative, the conservative moral idea here is that if you think you have a better business model, you don't complain about it. You don't try to force it upon someone. You just go out there and do it.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
not what Crowder
That's
did.
not
Crowder
like
complained
Stephen
about
is
it,
trying to
shit all over
claim.
it.
Yeah, Stephen is trying to claim that there's a principle at play here that Daily Wire is doing, or not just Daily Wire, big tech, or sorry, big conservative, conducting business in a really scummy, crappy way.
So go do it
I
better.
don't-
Compete on the free market.
It sounds
Steven.
like leftist commie propaganda to me.
There you
And
go.
scummy business practices. Ew, he's a scumbag. He's a capitalist.
Got him.
It's gross. It's just like, just stop. It's like the Daily Wire is doing great stuff. Like whether you think they're cringe or not, even fucking Destiny's admitted the fact that they're like just actually done. Like in terms of what they're doing in the movement, it's just like they're actually like contributing to the fucking movement. What's Crowder doing? He's not even talking at college campuses anymore. What's he actually doing? What is he doing positive to the community? He's just complaining on Twitter, on YouTube. On YouTube, which he says like shouldn't exist or something.
So, question, Lofty. Even if someone is contributing to a movement, does that mean we should excuse immoral behavior on their behalf because it helps them win?
Yes. Oh, wait. Yes, Lofty.
Immoral behavior? I don't know.
Yes.
If you think fossil fuels are immoral, I think a rational leftist would say, yeah, like Elon Musk, for example, would say, yeah, you know what? We gotta like be realistic about the transitional period to to green energy. Like you can't just shut off fossil fuels tomorrow and kill 100 million Africans the next day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? You can't do that.
So let's be specific, because I don't think that answers the question. Is potentially cheating people and being okay with it, is that would you allow that because it enables the Daily Wire to get more money and combat the left? Is it okay for them to take advantage of people because they're getting more money and it helps them out?
No, if they actually cheated somebody for like officially, and if it was on like an official document, then and if somebody like if Brett Cooper was like, guys, I feel like an actual slave, not like a wage slave, but I feel like I'm fucked at the Daily Wire. I don't know what to do. And she started crying on camera. I feel like that would be like an example of like, okay, this has gone too far. Like they did, but like we're not even close to, like we're not even. It's never happened before. Like you're speculating about like what might happen. Like it's annoying because none of this is doing anything positive. Like there's no benefit to talking about any of this nonsense.
I think there's a better way to frame the argument, Lofty. Which is
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you should be sorry.
Wait a second.
If Daily Wire or some political organization is doing something bad, I think it's totally justifiable to call them out. I don't buy the idea that like, oh, you shouldn't call them out because you have to protect the movement. I think that's a very bad idea. I think that idea leads to a lot of the problems we have right now in our political climate, especially with wokeness, is because you're like, oh, we don't want to call out, like a lot of people on the left, even if they don't agree with woke stuff, they'll feel too afraid to call out wokeness because they don't want to give ammunition to, the right wing, essentially. So I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is,
you're right,
again, the way in which, if Crowder just said Daily Wire did this, and I think it's coming business practices, we wouldn't really be having this conversation, or we would just be arguing about the contract. To me, again, as I said a million times, the broader conversation is Crowder said this was something that happens to all of not all, but he said many, he said not all, but many conservative media outlets engage in this behavior, that this is standard practice, and that'll, surprise people how often this goes on. So he's painting with a broad brush, and then he ties it into saying, this is a political narrative. These people, don't really believe necessarily in, conservative movement, blah, 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 blah. That's the criticism that he levied that I have a problem with. And I think that's where you say you shouldn't be doing that, Crowder. You can call him out in the scummy business, but then that's it.
Yeah. And for that one, I'm waiting to see if there's more evidence that will indicate that more strongly or not.
Right.
And if he is actually unjustly and dishonestly exaggerating the situation, then that's scummy as hell. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
The other thing was, you said, is there any other issue? I think I'm just saying what Adam is putting up on the screen.
What? I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm completely innocent.
He has a picture of Sean with a Tim Pool beanie saying, quote, "I love Steven Crowder." Well, you got rid of it.
I'm innocent.
I think the other issue.
I think Crowder's hilarious.
But I think Sean loves him.
See, I actually don't think he's nearly as funny as he used to be. He done some great skits, and is that because he was working with other people?
Right.
Oh yeah, I should say sometimes he's funny. He's not always funny. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like he used to be funnier, and I like the one guy he has on the show. What's his name? The comedian?
Dave Landau. Landau.
Yeah, that guy's kind of funny. He's like he pushes the boundaries with some of the shit he says.
He was on Friday Night Times the other day, and you got to see him more, unrestricted. He's a spicy
boy. I saw that. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Hey, do you play Chivalry?
Or two? God,
I barely get to play. I barely get to play any games. I think I tried it. All right.
Do you have any gamer? Adam said, "Do you guys have like gamers in your audience?" I bet you do.
Of course we do.
No,
what question is
that? But I just don't have. Come on, guys, like branch out a little bit.
Well, Adam, first of all, we do talk about. I would say we. I talk about games sometimes when brought up in the chat. Adam is a boomer. He does not game. He draws a
What's
comic
up with
forever.
Donkey
Adam
Kong?
plays
Why don't you guys ever
asteroids.
talk about Donkey Kong or Galaga?
so there you go.
Jeez. I can play some mean Centipede. Have you guys ever heard of Tetris? I'm fucking mean at that Tetris game.
Perhaps to round this off, right, where I'm sitting at the moment, I'm worried about Daily Wire's next responses. I hope they like every response so far has made it worse for them. I found Jeremy
From
Boring's
your
one
position.
From my, well, I feel that Jeremy Boring was trying to justify the terms agreement, and it made him look really bad. And then Ben's response was even worse. Wow, was that bad? And I honestly like. I feel like it feels like I'm siding with Crowder all the time, but this is my honest opinion that I agree with the principles that are at play here. And I don't want to have to make another video responding to Daily Wire because I'm not going to hold myself back if they end up saying bullcrap again. And it's just,
Sitchy has to. You don't know how it works. Come on.
No. You're going to have to make another video because Crowder is going to be on Tim Pool tomorrow.
Yes.
Probably going to say something crazy. So.
Yeah.
We're going to be streaming on Tuesday, Shad. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm going to have to do a 5-hour video responding to it separate from this thing.
So it's going to be, so strap in, get ready. You're too invested.
My goodness. I would like to just duck out in now. All right. I've said my piece about the principles and the terms agreement and things, but
it depends. I hope Tim's going to ask him some tough questions. Maybe we can get some interesting answers.
I don't think he will.
You don't think so? Wow, look at that. Look at everyone's like, Tim's not going to ask him a lot of hard questions. Get out of here, Sitch.
I haven't even watched the Candace Owens thing, right, with him on, but I know that Tim did not push back. Like, I bet she said such. I've already been told she's been saying such bullcrap in that thing, and I bet Tim
she's
wasn't
very
pushing back on
incendiary
any of it.
against Crowder. Obviously,
She was based.
She was pretty pissed, which I don't really like to say about Candace Owens, but okay. Yeah, but I guess
I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen it. I don't know yet.
We'll see. We'll see. If Tim just softballs Crowder, I think it'd be a massive waste. I don't think I think he'll ask him some tough questions.
Did you watch the Dick show with Adam Sessler? That's the most softball-y interview I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my god! You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Dick Masterson. Yeah, I saw it.
I mean, I know Dick Masterson, but I don't know which episode you're talking
I was so upset with that because like they didn't ask him one challenging question. Not even one. They didn't challenge anything.
Lofty, if you interviewed Jeremy Boring, you'd softball the interview. It's clear.
Look at the accusation.
I guess. I mean,
because you agree with it.
But I don't. No, I don't mind. If
I would
somebody
just ask him
agrees.
straight out. I would say, listen, Jeremy, you're a bootlicker, right?
Well, like, look,
Jeremy, did you want to fuck Steven's wife? Was that in the contract?
If you agree with somebody, are you supposed to play devil's advocate in an interview, or that's why I think like stuff like that should be handled by like
you agree with Jeremy
That
Boring?
depends, Lofty. Do you want him to come back on your show or not?
Listen, after the Tim Pool beanie, I don't know if we're going to get actual Justice Warrior back. To be honest with you, Sitch. That bridge might be burned.
Adam burned the bridge with Sean. I can't believe
I've had people. I don't care. I've had people on my stream. I go on other people's streams and I will have the same conversation. I don't like. I don't do that. I just don't do that. Like Shad knows this.
What do I know?
You know what I mean?
Well, like, I mean,
you were on like my regular stream, and we had an argument, and chat was roasting me, and it's just like I don't care where I'm at. It doesn't change how I talk about. I'm not gonna like walk on eggshells because I'm on my home turf or vice versa. You know what I mean? I just, you know what I mean? That's just how I
sure
go about
okay.
it. But well, we're talking about anyway. Shad knows what I'm talking about, kind of.
No, I don't. I was asking you. I was making a joke that you would
debate.
softball the interview with Jeremy Boring, and you talk on home turf.
No, I'm talking about Rings of Power. We had a debate. Remember that?
Yeah, I know we had a debate. I don't see how that relates to the joke, the accusation I made. I was just joking.
I don't know. Never mind.
So are we going to watch more of the video, Sitch, or what do you want to do? Are you taking off, Shad?
I'll probably take off now.
Okay,
yeah. So
take care,
closing
Shad.
thoughts. Yeah, like I said,
give us your closing thoughts.
It feels
You're
like
wrong
it's
about
just gonna
everything,
get
and we
worse.
convinced you, right?
Well, I feel like we did make some headway, Shad, in all seriousness.
You acknowledge, like, happy to acknowledge some scummy things and questionable things.
Yeah, okay.
My stance on the core principles at play and how scummy that contract, I'm still unchanged on that. It's been a pet peeve of mine for ages. I can't stand people who are willing to take advantage of others based on ignorance or whatever thing. And that's
yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. And so it feels like it's just going to get worse, and I'm kind of already over it. But it feels like, so I was just like,
well, you kind of wish he didn't bring it up publicly.
Well, it'd be better.
Let Shad finish.
I like that. I like that he's standing on principle. I actually like that he's speaking out against something that I feel is truly crappy. I think he could have done it in a better way, and it feels like he is exaggerating things disingenuously from what you've been pointing out. And I'll agree on those fronts, but I'm still at the position where I'm glad he's calling out this type of crap, because it is dog crap, right? And so I have a feeling that even if he worded things better and still called out the bull crap and showed the terms agreement, I feel Daily Wire's response would have been just the same as what they did, and it's made them look really bad, and it's made it far, far worse. And I'm afraid it is going to get worse now before it gets better. And so that's where we're at.
Because Monday, we'll see what happens.
Yep.
But I mean, I'm interested definitely just for the human nature aspect of it. But thanks for coming
I'll be
on.
watching it. My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks for
all right. I will see you around.
Yeah,
Peace.
take care. We'll talk on Tuesday.
Buddy. Take care. Enjoy your castle.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. Love you guys.
Man.
All right.
Do you want to bring on? I know there's like two people that want to come on. I don't know how you feel about.
No, I'm
this,
sorry. I'm sorry for ambushing everybody.
That's fine.
I apologize.
I mean, that's fine with me.
It's
Adam.
Lofty. It's not your fault. It's really Sean who is to blame for this.
He's still watching this, I think.
Yeah, I know he is.
He messaged me.
We have to get Sean to sign an NDA for Zoom.
Sean doesn't realize. Sean thinks he's a member.
But
anyway.
Well, I only came on because I had a lot to talk about, and I think
no, you only came on because Sean sent you the link.
Well, yeah, but like, I wanted to talk about that. What Crowder was describing about, like, being disingenuous about leaving the $50 million contract, acting like, he's being the martyr and all that stuff. It's just like, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's the 10-minute mark of his video. It's like, it's kind of wild.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's in the second
kind of
video.
Insane.
Yeah.
We're up to
speed. On Twitter.
Who else do you want to invite on, Sitch? Bring him on.
Well, I know Doomer still was still crying to me to come on for a couple minutes.
Let him on.
And the Juminati.
Let him on.
Contracts.
Oh, Sean DM'd me. He wanted me to read this. Can I read something he sent me?
Only if you don't actually read it and read something that makes fun of Sean.
I'll read like
what is it?
Comic book.
If it has anything to do with the Salem witch trials, please do not read it.
He's saying trans women are women. No, I'm kidding. He's saying Crowder is like, scale my business model. Then Boring is like, you want us to work for Fox, then PJ Media, then CRTV, then Blaze, then ask DW for 120 million. That's what he wrote me. I'm not. I think that makes sense to me.
What does it mean?
Because he's saying Crowder is like, scale my business model. And then he said his business model is working for Fox, PJ Media, CRTV, Blaze, and then DW. It's like, that's his business model.
Yeah, he's worked for everyone.
Yeah. It's like, it's kind of a weird thing to say. It's like,
that's a good point.
The business model that Crowder, I'm going to interpret Sean for him. The business model that he's telling DW to scale hasn't even been fucking implemented yet. Like,
no, I know. That's
what I mean?
That's a big thing.
It's weird.
Well, it also, I mean, it's difficult to build a business, but obviously he has a business with I think people have said he's got like 20 employees working for him. I don't know the details of that business. For all I know, he's got a producer that works for the Blaze that does everything, that manages all that stuff for him. Because it's difficult, hiring people and firing people and doing payroll and all that stuff. So I don't know if that's just...
I don't know. people.
Well, this is what the Daily Wire does. The Daily Wire does all the hiring and firing and just basically sets up a film crew for you. So they're doing all of that stuff, which is a lot of work.
So you don't think it's possible for one person to do stuff like that?
I think it's totally possible for one person to do all of that stuff. I don't know that Steven Crowder is doing all of that stuff. That's the thing. So if you aren't involved in doing that, running a business, getting your hands dirty, it could easily be perceived as something super easy to do. But everyone I know in business says, you really don't even make money for yourself until you get past 5 employees. That's that's a tall order for a lot of people managing, 6 people.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
The Juminati, you wanted to talk about contract.
Hey, you finally let me on. I thought you angry at me for something. I thought I upset you. I didn't know you were ignoring me.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Well, now we are angry at you. Why would you say
that?
Really?
I get lots of DMs. You don't understand. Lofti sent me a bunch of DMs. I don't respond to like 90% of DMs because I'm terrible.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well,
it's fine.
Also
people
keep
DMing me. It's not out of hatred. I just don't respond to DMs very well.
Also, when we're doing the show, it's hard to respond to like everyone.
Of course, I know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I only wanted to say a couple of things. I worked in the music industry for a long time. I'm quite old.
Wow.
This fuss is obviously very politically motivated. Shad sounded very upset and emotional over this.
Mm-hmm.
No contract is valid. Yeah, no contract is valid unless it has legal advice. So if someone signed, if you offer someone a contract that makes no sense and they're stupid enough to sign it, it's not really valid. If it goes to court, it'll be validated. And this was tested in court by George Michael in the 80s. I don't know if you remember that singer.
Oh, I remember the singer, but not this issue. Yeah.
Yeah. So he had a case where he was very naive and he signed a contract without really understanding it, and he never spoke to a lawyer or any legal advice, and that invalidated the contract. And since then, actually, every contract says that you should take legal advice and that you have. Otherwise, if you signed it, you have, and you didn't, then you're lying. So then it's your fault. That's the first thing. The second thing, it's very normal for a company to protect itself. The CEO of the company has a moral obligation to the shareholders and the employees. He's not going to lose a lot of money over Steven Crowder, and they're going to lose their jobs. They're forgetting about all the people that work there, all the people the contractors that depend on the Daily Wire for their living. If they start losing money because Steven Crowder doesn't produce what he's supposed to, if you sign a band to produce an album and then all they give you is a bass solo, you should be able to sue them. You should be able to not pay them because they haven't produced what everybody understood they're producing.
What if they produce an album that is nothing like their original, their fan base expects? Because this is what Jeremy Boring told Crowder. He was like, you have to maintain the same. What was the wording that he used for that? You have to maintain the same
level of quality.
Standard
quality.
Exactly. That's normal in a contract. There's an assumption.
Who's a lawyer that we've talked to, he says he disagrees with you that is a step that just because you didn't consult a lawyer on a contract doesn't mean it automatically can be invalidated.
It's not automatic, but it's very unlikely to be that a court will allow it to continue
if you have a good lawyer and you can out of it.
Because there's already been precedents for this. So
if you didn't consult a lawyer to begin with, why would you consult a lawyer after you signed the contract?
Well, once you're trying to get out of the contract,
because you're suing them. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Because
the first thing the lawyer is going to say to you when you go to him, they're going to ask you, "Oh, look, it's a contract. You signed it. I can't help you."
Yeah.
No, they're not going to say it. If you haven't had legal advice over the contract, they will take it and they will kill this contract.
Well, I think
I know.
I'm
I worked for a lawyer that did this. I mean, the George Michael case is you can check it out.
Did he win?
But
Look,
you brought up the George Michael case, and then you literally said that they put a stipulation in the contract now that makes you say that you've had legal advice.
In many contracts they do. I don't know in all countries. I've seen contracts in Europe that's what they do. I've
So
signed
that's
contracts in
to get
Holland
around that.
and UK.
That's basically to
Yes.
say if you haven't consulted an attorney, then you're going to take responsibility.
Yes, but if Steven Crowder says he has consulted, and so he's lying to them, so he's in breach of contract if he lies to them.
So
I
unless he had
wouldn't
multiple
don't sign a
lawsuits-
contract that like without legal advice. I think is
basically,
Yeah.
that makes sense, and of course they have to protect themselves and their employees. So it all makes sense. I mean, it all seems to me like a very political move. Crowder is trying to paint himself as some hero of the dissident right or something. It's all a play to get himself. I mean, I'm obviously mind reading.
That's
but from a
one-
legal
yeah.
point of view.
No, you're not mind reading. He said that. He said, "I'm looking out for the little guy."
Well,
He
what
said that.
little guy? I've never seen him take care of any little guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's talking about. On the other hand, Daily Wire keeps hiring more and more people. I mean, I'm not a fan of either, so I don't have anything, any emotional investment in either of them. I randomly watch the clips from both, if it's interesting topic, but I'm not like a regular viewer or anything. So I don't really care. I mean, it's a shame that conservatives, which are pretty sane conservatives, really, they're not crazy, are fighting. I'd like to see them working together, but
Unless there's like a second lawsuit. He lost the lawsuit that I can find. He was thrown out of court.
What, with Sony?
Yes.
So yes, that's not the case with Sony.
Oh,
it's the case in the
different one.
80s. Yeah, it's a case in the 80s, late 80s. I think 86 he was.
Damn, why is he suing all these people? What is George Michael doing?
Well, the first one he was totally right. The second one I think was a bit ego-driven, but I didn't follow that one as much. The first one I followed because I worked for the lawyer or the company, the law company that dealt with the case. It was the head chief that basically dealt with it, and I worked for a junior lawyer at the time who was obsessed with the case and kept telling me all about it. So yeah, that was a big thing, but it makes sense. For example, if I make you sign a contract that says you will give me your house for nothing, I mean, and you sign it, it doesn't make sense.
That's not
contract like that.
That's not the stipulation, though. You can sign a contract that is a totally crappy deal, though. That's not.
Well, there are stipulations of contract that are too egregious to be thrown out.
Sure.
Even if you sign them.
Sure.
Yeah, you have to get legal advice, and your lawyer will tell you, look, this is a
I don't
silly
think you
contract.
have
You should
to.
be.
The court would weigh that if you signed a shitty contract, but it's not like, I don't think it's an automatic dismissal because you didn't get a lawyer.
Yeah.
It's not automatic. I didn't never say automatic.
They'll take into consideration.
It's very likely it will be cancelled. The contract is void if it makes no sense, and it's obviously one-sided, and there was no legal advice. I can guarantee you that a contract should make sense.
What's the point? What's the point of bringing this up? Or do you think the contract that was given to Crowder was something that he could get out of because it was egregious? Is that why you're bringing it up?
My point is that Shad was saying, "Oh, they're scummy, they're scummy." He said "scummy" like a million times. They're not scummy. That's a very standard contract where they have to protect themselves to some degree from damages that Crowder may cause. He may have, a breakdown like Steer and start doing weird stuff or not turn up. I mean, people do things like this. You cannot predict what people will do. So you have to protect yourself and your employees. They have a lot of people to pay, right? It's not like a game. They're not playing a picnic. There's a lot of people reliant on certain income and so on. It has to make sense.
It was also as Sean was trying to talk about this, it was also a preliminary generic copy and pasted term sheet. Like,
Yes.
Can we all agree on that? Like, I don't know how
Yes.
that's so hard to.
I know what the term sheet is. It's normally before you even do any contract negotiations. He asked them for an offer. Nobody mentioned this. It was Steven Crowder that approached the Daily Wire asking for an offer.
$140 million, right?
Sitch, what do you want to do? We're like talking about the We're negotiating whether or not it's a good contract. The thing we've
I feel like we've talked
we've
I
not
think
really
you
wanted to
Sitch
talk
need to
about
renegotiate
Yeah.
them.
all.
We talked about
You
that
get
a lot.
your name in the front, you know.
I'm not.
I'm
not.
Lawyer.
Look,
You
I'm
will
not.
be- it would be
This is why I
Adam
don't bring
and
you on the
Sitch.
show.
I'm not
His
really.
ideas in Adam's head make
I'm
him think
not-
he's worth something. I mean, wait, what are we talking about?
I'm not really trying to get my name in the front of the show. Okay.
No, I'm just joking.
I'd be happy if we actually talked about the, beyond the contract thing.
That's
It's
what
like
that's what I said in chat or before I got
That's
on.
all
I
I
was
had.
like, I was like, this is never. I was like, this
completely
is not gonna go
immaterial though. I like the idea that
Yeah.
look, if I call up Sitch and try to get Sitch on the phone to say crazy shit that I can use against him in a video, I feel like that's wrong. I
You're
feel
right.
like,
You're absolutely right. In many countries, it would be illegal.
but yet
only
we're
US.
sitting here talking about the freaking contract. Like, who
I know,
gives
I
who
was-
cares?
No, it's
Yeah, I
it's
must
part
not
of
watch
it.
Who
as well.
cares?
It's all important, but your point is
It's
very
not
important. I did say
important. Yeah.
Well, okay. Your point
Well,
is very important.
it's 20% important, but it was like 80% of the stream. So I know what you're saying, Adam.
Yeah,
I
well, we were
agree.
like 5-hour stream, so
And-
I
and
feel
not
like
only-
people
oh,
get
yeah.
bored.
Yeah, but not only that, not just the leaked phone call, but the Daily Wire is in bed with big tech conversation needs to be talked about.
Yeah.
Like, it's like
Yeah.
that's just stupid to say that.
That's
It
why
is.
Sean wanted to come on, because he read my title and he was like, "Oh my god!"
It is.
Yeah.
I think they're just trying to do business, and I think that the main motivation is two. They believe in what they do, and they also want to make money, and they have to balance those two.
Look,
Just like I wanted to make music, but I also wanted to make money, and you have to balance those desires.
Yeah. I mean, people are like, well, YouTube can change their mind at any time, and Crowder is scared of that happening. It's like, well, why isn't Matt Walsh scared of that happening with his "what is a woman" conversation? Like, YouTube could just be like, well, that's hate speech.
Mhm.
Sorry, bye, Matt Walsh. It's like, okay, so now he's under the same, he has the same problem that Crowder has, but like clearly he worked something out with Daily Wire. Same thing with Candace and Jordan Peterson. It's like, why could they get around this, but Crowder couldn't? I think it's because he just got done with the Blaze and he's out of options.
Yeah,
That, to me-
it seems like he's trying to self-promote and get polarization in use the fact that a lot of people don't like Ben Shapiro. It's nothing to do with the fact that he's Jewish, of course, nothing at all. And all these people will go to Crowder and buy his silly mug. That's I think what's happening. But I just wanted to say about the legal side, because it's something I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I've
interesting.
done a lot of not a lot, but I've done about 8 on maybe even 10 contracts in my life that I signed or helped or advised on, and it's pretty standard. If you do not deliver, there will be some cost, and
I mean,
it's only
definitely,
fair.
yeah, definitely sign a contract though. Don't just like do work. I don't know.
Yeah,
I have experience.
Sorry.
It's just like I have experience where it's like because I've done editing for a long time, like freelance and all this kinds of stuff. It's like I have experience where I've been working for I work for somebody, I don't sign a contract, and then it's just like, well, I didn't get what I wanted out of this thing, and it's just like I should have signed a contract. It's like this extends to the political side of what I've worked with all kinds of different people. I'm not naming names, but it's just like
who stiffed
you know what I mean? Like
Lofty, tell us.
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm just saying.
Who was
I'm
it?
saying, like,
What was her
Sean,
name?
no. It's like
Steven
it's
Crowder.
not even
That's
that.
why you're
It's not
Sean
even that.
always stiffs people, doesn't he? Tell us,
It's-
Lofty.
It's
We want
like
dirt.
it's not even that I was stiffed. It's just that like you should be
So
signing
you were
contracts.
stiffed.
No, no.
I think okay. So
No.
here's what I think we're gonna
Yeah,
do.
Project Veritas fucked me over, guys.
Actual
There you go. I
contract.
knew
I'm
it.
kidding.
Actual
Okay.
contract manipulator.
Well, anyway,
Well,
well,
that's
thanks
all
for
I
coming
had,
on,
so-
Lofty and
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Assad. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna skip the rest of this video. We'll watch some parts of the second video. Talk about the phone
Thanks for letting
call.
me on.
Yeah,
That's all I had. But I'd love to come talk to you about other topics at a different time. But on
Sure.
this one, that's all I have. Thanks.
Take care.
Yep. Thanks for
All right,
coming.
Bye.
Thanks for coming, Lofty. Even though you
Yeah, I'm
snuck
just-
in like
I'm
a dirty dog.
I did sneak in. It was my opportunity. Come on.
It's okay. You took your shot.
Yeah, I did. Good to meet you guys, and thanks for having me. I'm trying to figure out how to leave. I don't use Zoom. You guys
There's
don't use
a
Streamlabs
red
ever?
leave button.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Sitch.
Adam.
Are you going to make me talk about the contract? Because I really, really, really
Let's
don't want
bring up the terms of the contract.
I really, really don't
Now
give a fuck about the contract.
Let's well, it's just funny because in the beginning of the stream I'm like, let's not talk
I know.
about
And
the
I was like,
terms of the
yes.
contract. But I knew
Yes.
the second that we brought Sean and Shad on that was going to be 90% of the conversation.
Why?
And I was like, well, whatever. It'll be fun to watch them argue with each other.
Look,
so.
it was great. It was totally great. Everyone was
Yes.
into it. Everyone was arguing in the chat.
Yes.
People were
great.
still saying that I was triggered. I don't know how. Shad is yelling. I'm not yelling. I'm totally
Adam, you're
fine.
always triggered. You're like in a perpetual state of triggeredness.
I look, it's just bearing the lead on the story. I feel like
Right. I agree.
I do feel like the call was like
It's kind of like
he was asking very leading questions like, wouldn't this be convenient if I was recording you right now?
right.
You laughing and calling everyone wage slaves.
Yes. Well, I think the way that a lot of people conceptualize these sorts of situations is that they feel like the morality of the inciting incident affects the morality of the other various actions, which it does to some extent.
Well, that's why I made that clear with Shad. I'm like, okay, so you're basically saying the deal was so bad that he can go burn down his house.
Right. Exactly. Right. But that's kind of the question: is how far does that go? And that's why I was trying to my argument, where I did think that it seemed like there was, or at least acknowledgement. I don't know. Maybe Shad always believed this and he just didn't verbalize it. Was that he was agreeing, that it did. If it's true that Tucker, if Crowder was only talking about the Daily Wire, it's pretty scummy of him to sort of just attack all these other people and throw everyone under the bus, essentially.
Yeah, that's terrible. And he did seem to agree with you on that. I do I've been around the block. These companies do try to take advantage of people all the time, throwing shitty contracts at them that you really can't get out of. Like, you call an attorney and say, I signed this shitty contract. What do I do? They're going to say, why'd you sign it? That's what they're going to say.
Well, that's what's interesting.
They can't go into court and say, oh, my client here, is dumb and didn't read the contract. Like, they can't do that.
So Sean in the chat says he's going to invite other people on.
No, listen. How do we send Sean a link and make sure he doesn't send it to someone else?
There you go. We'll have to send him a dummy.
That's
link.
our first problem. I cannot believe Sean would do something like that. Like, what was the thing?
It's not a big deal.
Oh no, hold on. It is not a huge deal. But if you said to me, Sean would do something like that, I would say you're crazy. He would never do something like that.
He's gonna surprise you.
I don't think, but he doesn't live stream either. He's like just he's like a scripted content.
He's a
creator,
dirty video essayist.
He does not know the rules of the live.
How dare
show.
he? How dare he, Sean?
How dare you step into our sphere, you dirty video essayist? He's done live streams. Can you imagine? Like, he's debating Bosch and just sends the link out to somebody.
Yes.
Like, okay.
So,
they just pop in.
Destiny just pops into the chat.
Oh,
like,
my. Yeah, exactly.
That might be a little bit different situation, but
that's hilarious. Yeah, I guess a live debate is obviously a different situation, but so the human interest story for me here is like everyone, like even I asked when we were having this long conversation about it, like, does anyone disagree that it was a shitty contract? No. Okay, then what? Let's move on to the next thing.
A shitty offer.
Yes,
yes. It wasn't a
contract.
contract.
But I mean, it is a contract, because if he sat down and said, "Okay, I love this, I'm going to sign it," it would be a contract. It would become a contract.
But that was Shad's position.
No,
I don't think that's realistic.
I understand. I understand. Shad wants people to give an honest, good faith offer up front. For many reasons, and you brought this up. That world, I think, for psychological reasons, all of a sudden, they're going to counter offer with some higher thing. And if you're like, okay, well, no, we already gave you the biggest offer, that offer is going to seem like a really crap deal to them. They're going to be like, I want more. Whereas if you start lower and then you come up to that offer, all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, this is the best offer I've ever imagined.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it sounds like Shad's position is that he thinks that is that idea.
That's
scummy.
a scumbag move.
I think that's the reality of how the world works.
It is.
I don't think it's scummy. I think it's just the way in which it's the way negotiations work. And I think that's why, we all know like the meme of, someone throws out a number, someone throws out a double number, and they keep throwing out numbers until they reach a middle point. Like there's a reason that's kind of a meme. It's just because we kind of accept that's kind of the nature of negotiation to an extent, obviously.
Totally.
That doesn't justify, anything, but.
I can't remember what movie it was, but it was one of these Wall Street movies. I think it was with Jeremy Irons, where the company was like falling apart and they all had to meet in the middle of the night to try to save the corporation. And the movie ends with him making a deal with somebody to like buy the company or buy or loan the company money to save it. I can't remember what the deal was, but they both, they're high powered players. And they both go in to make this deal, and they do a back and forth. It's very friendly. And then in the end, he asks, how high could you have gone? And the guy tells him, and he tells him what he would have gone for. And they both say, okay, well, that's a good deal. Like they both acknowledge the fact that they didn't get everything they could have gotten.
Right.
But it was still a good deal because they closed on something they're happy with. So that's the world that I live in. Like, just because you didn't get everything the person might have offered you doesn't, like, why are you losing sleep? If you are the type of person that's going to be losing sleep because you could have got, $50 more in the deal, it's just, life is too short for that stuff.
Yeah.
Let it go.
I remember that movie. That was Die Hard 3, Die Hard with a Vengeance.
No, that wasn't.
That's how he and what's his name? That's how him and Bruce Willis settle the end of the movie, is that they argue about finance at the end.
You got to see the movie. You got to see the movie The Contender. That's one of my favorite movies. It's a total.
It could have been a contender.
It's a total political movie.
It could have been a contender.
No, it's got the dude. The dude plays the president. It's Jeff Bridges, right? Who's the dude?
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the dude. Oh, you meant literally the dude.
Big
yes,
Lebowski, yeah.
Yes, Jeff Bridges, yeah.
Jeff Bridges. He plays the president of the United States. Oh, and he's so good. That's how you know an actor is good, when they can go from playing the dude to the president of the United States, and you're still completely immersed in their character. It's completely believable, and you're on board. That's an actor. That's a real actor right there. All right. Okay. Speaking of real actors, what is this video Wait a second here. No,
So the title of this video is...
Look, this thing is so complicated for me because I am not against Steven Crowder on this. I think he was in a bad situation. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not disagree that he's getting squeezed by the Blaze and Daily Wire both?
No, here's where I disagree with you. Okay. I mean, I don't know what his deal with the Blaze is. Maybe the Blaze totally fucks him. I have no clue. He's not getting squeezed by the Daily Wire because that, again, he could have tried to negotiate something better, and he didn't really even attempt to.
Yeah.
So how is it a squeeze?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true.
So the name of this video is I Didn't Want to Do This.
Right.
Okay. So remember that. Crowder's going to say, I didn't want to do this, but look at his face.
I know.
Is this the face of someone who doesn't want to do
He looks something? It's a little smug. A little smug.
Is this impish glee that he's kind of beaming? Is this the face of someone who's regretful about the action they're about to take?
We'll also take in the whole context here. What shirt is he wearing? What's this say?
Free speech matters.
Right.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. With the BLM
I know it's a BLM lettering, so it's a little FU to the. It's a little FU to the left, and also to. You're not going to shut me up.
Right.
Do we know his first Daily Wire video wouldn't be in blackface? I'm not convinced. I'm not 100% 100% convinced.
Crowder shows up in blackface. He does Mammy's Little Honeys. He's got the clothes.
Well, maybe that's what he was after. Look, Crowder enjoys pushing it.
I don't think that was what he was after, but
What do you mean?
I don't think he was going to do blackface.
I mean, Crowder totally would do blackface, though.
Yes.
Well, he loves pushing. He loves pushing the boundaries, and
that's true. That's true.
He wants a backer who is going to give him the ability to push the boundaries more than he's doing already. So that's what he wants out of it.
Do you remember that video I made a million years ago that we also watched on stream?
Yes.
You already know what video I'm going to ask you about.
I did. I remember all your videos. Dude, I'm your biggest fan. I don't know what you're talking about.
Called the Straight Kid stuff.
Straight Kid stuff? Hell yeah. And, with the gun? Bring Straight Kid stuff up.
It was making fun of, if you guys remember a million years ago, there was a YouTuber who did a video called Queer Kid Stuff, and they had a little teddy bear that they would talk to. So I made a joke of that called Straight Kid Stuff. And it was like a really buff kid, and his sidekick was Gun.
Gun. Yeah.
And it was a gun with the googly eyes.
Yeah.
And I just think every time, and it was funny because the
Crowder
model I
has
used,
that.
Every time I see Steven Crowder's desk with the gun, I just think, and my sidekick, Gun. This is Gun's right there.
It's so true. Look at that. Look at that. That's Gun right there.
There's Gun.
That thing.
It's there for the same reason that I put it in the parody. I hope not.
I don't. Why?
Listen, what if
one of these interns might get out of hand?
Yeah, listen, what if Crowder has a very contentious interview and, just gotta...
Oh, anyway. Man. This is just, it's so much destruction for nothing.
I'm not a gun guy, so maybe someone can answer this. I'm assuming if you have a gun on a stand with it, like the wiring in the barrel, you don't want it to be loaded. I'm assuming. I'm not a gun guy. I don't know if it's the case. I'm assuming, though. So
all of this is just needless destruction.
There you go. Anyway, let's jump into it. Look at the regret in his eyes.
It's he definitely doesn't want to do this.
Oh my God, the regret.
I can't. I could not imagine doing this in a million years. It's just so bad. It's so bad. I guess maybe I just have a different intuition. I guess a lot of people think this is like secretly recording somebody is something everyone does now. This happens all the time. He had to do this.
A lot of people calling out this behavior, saying it's bad. Someone said, how can you support Project Veritas when they do, and not this when it's the same thing? I think that's a fair point.
Okay, so
but that's a different conversation.
So you're saying that Steven Crowder this is like investigative journalism then?
No, I think, my issue has always been...
it's a giant difference when it's investigative journalism.
That's true. That's a great point.
And when I am in a bad situation in a business deal and I want to fuck over my friend.
That's a good point.
You don't look.
That's a good point.
Is project and this you've brought this up many times. You want to see the context of the project.
That's where the comparison is.
You want to know if they're leading questions, right?
I want to see the context, right?
Right. There's these things called entrapment. I don't know if you've ever heard of
it's very easy to ask people leading questions if you have the ability to cut it up so you only see, what you want people to see.
Well, and
that's my contention, so.
And you're the
camera,
one
obviously.
person that is recording this conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. So anyway.
So, yeah.
They don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand. They can be wage slaves for a little bit.
Is he talking about like working for someone else? It's unclear to me if he's saying like
he's talking about I assume, because again the context is not explained.
Yeah. They can go work at McDonald's for a bit and then,
that's not what I don't think that's what he means. He plays a little bit longer version of this at the end. And he just playing the beginning because it's like, I caught him saying the words wage slave and that sounds bad. Like that's literally all that's really happening so far. So
great editing choices. I mean, I like the way it zooms in on the camera, on the recorder there,
Right,
and gets closer and plays it
and
over
gets
and
slower
over
and
again.
slower. Yeah,
It's very like JFK. I really feel like it's just that's a little propagandistic, right?
he's gonna. Are you saying that like it's gonna show you like Jeremy Boring is going to place like the missing clause from the contract on top of Steven Crowder's body?
Yeah, yeah, it could. That'd be some nice animation to add in.
There you go.
They can be wage slaves for a little bit.
They can be wage slaves for a little bit.
God bless the talk boy. Those things are worth like $5,000 now. It's an expensive gag. So didn't want to have to do this, but Daily Wire.
So I just think it's immediately funny. Plays the clip that has got the bad word in it, the wage slave word, has this impish smile, and now he's like, "Listen, it's time to be serious, guys. I didn't want to have to do this."
Right.
This is my problem. It's like, yeah, I agree. The offer was lowball. It had some things in it that I thought are crappy, but this to me is just so transparent. Now, maybe you think it's justified based on the opening offer, but I don't know. I don't think two wrongs make a right in most situations.
Right.
And this is very transparent to my face, to me, this behavior. If you just want to call him out. But why do you have to like play this game or kind of lie about it? Like, oh, I didn't want to have to do this. It's like, no, you did. Just be honest. Just be upfront. Just be totally upfront about it. You wanted to do this. That's fine.
But what did he? This would be Tim Pool, if you're listening. Here's the question for Monday, okay?
Uh-huh.
When you released the first video, Steven, what did you expect to be the fallout of that?
Yeah,
like
right.
you obviously said that you didn't want to call anyone out. So let's just live in a world where, no one got curious, because that's the world we live in, right? And everyone was like, okay, this is interesting. Who cares who it is? Let's move on with our lives. Like, what would you expect the Daily Wire to do? What would you expect these other conservative media outlets to do? What does that world look like? Because I don't really know what I guess they all just change their contracts and give good offers on the first offer.
Well, considering how he taped this conversation, I mean, he was itching to use it, right? Like it's hard for even if the Daily Wire didn't respond, what are the chances he still would have played this tape?
Look,
maybe not. Maybe it would have been too egregious if the Daily Wire never responded. But I feel like there's a possibility he still would have played this tape even if they didn't. Daily Wire didn't respond the way they did.
I'm bewildered by people who think that this is acceptable just because it's so, oh God, it's so, maybe it's me.
Egregious? No, this is very egregious.
Look, Sitch, if I called you up and secretly recorded you and asked you a bunch of leading questions and stuff, that's just, I mean,
right.
God, I would feel really, that's bad.
Yeah, but if we were in some sort of dispute where I was trying to gyp you out of, earnings from the channel, and people perceived that I was doing that wrongly, then there would be people that would support what you did, right?
Oh, maybe I should do this. I just still, yeah, I guess that's what it is. People are willing to look the other way on the secretly recording, I feel like it's like a setup.
Well, but here's the thing. Say Crowder got screwed over wrongly by the Blaze in some very apparent way, which most people would agree was bad. And he secretly recorded the conversation where he's talking to Blaze management about this. And they're basically just like, F you, you signed the contract, get fucked. And he played that video. Most people wouldn't really have the audio. People wouldn't really have a problem with that. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because they'd be like, well, the Blaze, screwed Crowder over. This is them, his exposing it. But this, since he didn't actually make an agreement with Daily Wire, it's literally just an offer he didn't like. I think that changes so much of the way this is perceived for a lot of people.
Yeah, and if people do perceive it that the offer was just a kick in the nuts, then they're like,
Right.
okay, of course you can record them because they
hit you
immoral.
first.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
Okay.
if Crowder signed the deal and there was something in it that was kind of hidden, and then he found out about it later and it was screwing him over, and then he recorded a conversation about it, then you'd be like, oh, well, they screwed him over, so it's justified.
Lauren Chen brought up the deflowering clause. Now, if they had a deflowering clause in there, where
Right.
Jeremy Boring could go over and bang his wife, I mean, sure, I say record the shit out of him, right?
Right.
But I guess you're right. I feel like it's
Just an offer. It's like they haven't actually harmed him in any way because it was just an offer.
Well, this is the thing that's so strange to me because this is really back against the wall type stuff as far as I'm concerned. So that's why I keep thinking Crowder is really in a difficult position. Something is going on because, I mean, this is when you've got, to the end of the alley and there's no way to go. That's what I perceive this as.
Right.
Don't you?
Yeah, you could be right.
You
could be right.
Look, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, but I don't know. He's a loan agent. He's going to have to build his own company. And even if you're building your own company, sure would be nice to have a lot of, friendly advocates in that endeavor, wouldn't it?
Well, he's lost all that.
Yeah. Who's working at the Daily Wire that's going to help him build his business? Who's working
in any of these things?
Yeah. Who's working at the Blaze? Who's working? Right. I mean, look, I don't even know if Alex Jones would want to help him at this point, just because he's like, listen, I have relationships with all these people too, and they'll fucking hate me if I help you. It's like,
right.
So that's why I do feel like this is like a weird thing.
Themselves very, very quickly. And sure enough, if you see all of the people who work there, some of whom I have relationships with, they immediately tried to make this all about money. Here's the problem. There are a few problems, and I'll go through with some receipts. Everything that was said about negotiations, how they transpired, beyond the numerical value, which is true and I'll get to, everything else is untrue. I don't really want to get into that. It's completely irrelevant. Here's why. Go back to the 20-something minute video, 30-minute video. You've never heard me say or write anywhere online that these offers weren't paying enough money. Why? Because it's not about the money.
Okay. I guess I understand.
You don't believe this.
I feel like there's some kind of voodoo magic trick that's occurring here. Mm-hmm. So when Crowder says it's not about the money, I think he's like, it took me a couple of viewings to actually catch this. So maybe I'm just an idiot. That's very possible. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Because when he says it's not about the money, I think we all immediately, or many of us immediately think, oh, in his original video, he didn't complain about like the overall total amount that he would get paid. I believe in the original video. Mm-hmm. He didn't complain about that. So when he says it's not about the money, that's where your brain shifts. And since he made it all a political issue, that's where your brain shifts. You're like, oh, he made a political issue. He's saying you're not standing up to big tech and blah, 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 blah. But then you go back and watch the original video. And we could do it if it's necessary. I don't know if it's necessary because we kind of argued about it for 10 hours. His biggest complaint with the contract was the fee, was the penalty. If he gets demonetized, he loses money. So his complaint is entirely about money.
Right.
I don't and I think that's the trick where he's almost like tricking us, like he's performing a stage thing he's performing magic on stage, and he's like throwing smoke bombs and people are distracted as he grabs a pile of money off the counter. Of course it's about the money. That was his complaint. His complaint was, if I get demonetized from YouTube, I lose money. That was Crowder's complaint.
Right.
How is it not about the money?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, am I missing something here? This doesn't make any... Of course it's about the money. It's literally, that's what his entire argument was about. If it wasn't about the money, this is okay. If it wasn't about the money, if it truly wasn't about the money, why wouldn't Crowder just agree to the agreement?
Well, it wasn't enough money. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, but if it wasn't about the money, then what was the, if it's not, so here's the dog that's not barking. And this came up in the conversation with Shad. Nowhere in the contract has Steven produced, which he would if it was there, was anything about the Daily Wire saying they would control Steven's content, what was in the content.
Right.
And if this truly wasn't about the money, you'd expect Steven would say, oh my gosh, the Daily Wire, it says here that they're going to censor me and control my content. That's unacceptable.
Well, they are doing that de facto. That's his argument.
Wait a minute. They're doing it via... No. Crowder's making a very specific thing. Crowder is saying they're doing it via a fee because he'll make less money. Mm-hmm. That's Crowder's complaint.
Right. Well, he's saying, also the TOS.
Right. But he said that's but the mechanism for that is not the Daily Wire just saying we get to sign off on all your things, period.
Right.
That would be a censorship issue that's not about the money.
Mm-hmm.
The Daily Wire doesn't have that. All it says is if you get demonetized from YouTube or struck from YouTube or you get boycott, you lose money. So what he's saying is it's not about the money. It's about them disincentivizing me and other content creators by giving us less money.
By taking your money away.
So it's literally about the money.
Right. Well, he is framing it as, and I mean, I agree. Obviously, it's about the money, but that's why I have such a problem with the way he's framing this, because it's literally about the money. That's literally, which is fine. It can be about the money, but don't say it's not, because that's not true. It's also about free speech.
Sure, but if Crowder was being sincere right now,
mm-hmm.
if he's like, say Crowder has $100 billion
right
in the bank, okay, he doesn't care about money. He literally doesn't care about money. He wouldn't care about the demonetization clause at all then, right? Because he's like, well, I have $100 million. What do I care if the Daily Wire pays me a little bit less?
Well, if you're an activist, you care, obviously.
No, because they're not saying, Daily Wire doesn't say that they're going to remove his content from their YouTube channel or from their website if he gets demonetized. It doesn't say that. It just says they'll pay him less.
Right.
So if Crowder has $100 million, literally actually doesn't care about the money, then he would look at those clauses and say, I don't care. I don't need more money. It makes no difference to me.
Right.
So it is about the money. It's literally about the money.
Are you just trying to make an argument that Crowder's greedy and it's just...
No, I'm not. That's not my argument.
Okay.
Because if he said, my argument is, and this is my
your
problem.
Argument is you can't say it's not about the money.
My argument,
it's literally about the money. Yeah.
My argument is that my problem with Crowder is not that the contract is good, because people can argue about whether the contract's good or bad. My problem is the way in which he complains about this is dishonest.
Right.
Instead of honestly complaining about it. First, he labels this as like, all the conservatives are doing this.
He doesn't care about money. All he cares about is free speech.
Right. Then he labels it like, these people aren't real conservatives. And now he's like, it's not about the money. I don't care about the money, when that's a lie. That's a flat lie. That's the entire thing is about the money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even, just from the Daily Wire's position, even from any pragmatic perspective, I mean, you have to take the money into consideration. Like, money is a resource that you need to get your message out there. That's the whole purpose of what they're doing.
So someone in all caps, which is always a good one, says, Crowder got a strike on YouTube for quoting the CDC. It's about wrongful censorship. So you understand, and I guess there's only so many times I could say this, so many ways I could say this. Crowder literally cannot say it's not about the money. Because Crowder's argument is that by penalizing people with money will disincentivize speech. That's literally Crowder's argument.
Right.
That's his argument. So if that's your argument, it's about money. Because what you're saying is that money is the tool in which people will not speak. Right. And so when what Crowder is saying is, I am subject to these financial constraints like everyone else in the world. Because if Crowder truly didn't care about the money, he would just say, well, I don't care if I lose money. I'm still going to speak my mind. It doesn't make a big difference to me because I don't care about the money. But he didn't say that. He said, I'm not signing this contract.
Right.
So it literally is about the money.
Well, he doesn't want to be restricted by TOS. And he's got a long history of not wanting to be restricted by
here's the
TOS.
thing.
That's why he's demonetized.
The Daily Wire contract doesn't restrict his speech at all, at least that we've seen. As long as he's willing to pay for it, it doesn't restrict it at all. So if he doesn't care about the money, then this is the perfect contract. But if he does care about the money, then he has a big problem with the contract.
That's a great point. Because he could just sign the contract and say, show up day one doing his blackface and get, banned from the platform and take the hit on his contract.
And say, I don't care. Dock me 20%, bitches. I don't care about the money.
Right.
But obviously he does.
It would be better not to.
It's kind of unreal to me that.
Look, I want to speak my mind, right? I want to talk about vaccines and this is why it's so. I mean,
I don't know, but I mean, maybe
there's so many things. There's so many things that you can't talk about that I have no desire to talk about, and there's so many things that I want to talk about that nobody wants us to talk about.
Right,
like economics, like things we're never going to get in trouble for. So
there's never been a subject that I've, felt like, oh, I'm not going to talk about this because I'm afraid YouTube's going to, put the kibosh on us.
Right.
I mean, we just try not to curse as much. And, I'm worried some videos will get us copyright struck. That's really the main financial concerns.
Right.
But we don't have a lot of far out there, beliefs. So,
Yeah, there's nothing that we are desperate to talk about that we're like, okay, we can't talk about this. Obviously, It's going to get us in trouble. So I realize that's kind of a privileged position to be in.
Right.
I don't think it's fair that other people want to talk about, obviously like the vaccines and stuff like
that.
And
I think they should be able to talk about that.
Of course, yeah. I don't think it's fair that Brett Weinstein was demonetized. I don't think it's fair that Steven Crowder was demonetized. Yeah, so I get it. I totally get it.
It's kind of unreal to me that the only thing these people can still talk about is the money. The conversation was about conservatism, the movement, and big tech. They keep talking about money.
See, this is exactly me in the last 5 hours of this stream here.
I
totally agree with him. I'm like,
but again, it is about the money, because what he's saying is, the Daily Wire is doing the bidding of censoring, me and other conservatives by using financial incentives or disincentives. Well, I was like, well, then it is about the money. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, those work, obviously.
Yeah, because people care about money, and it's fine. You can care about the money. No one's expecting Crowder to do this for free. It's disingenuous to me for him to say it's not about the money when obviously it is.
Right. Yeah. And I agree.
Just talking about a country. I'm talking about a movement. I'm talking about making a difference.
Yeah, Sitch. Why are you
making a difference?
Why do you make fun of that, Sitch? Look,
because
we're trying to make a difference. Why do you think we do this? Besides the money.
Let's logically play out what he's saying. Okay. He's saying it's not about the money, it's about the principles of the movement, right?
Right.
Okay. Why should then the Daily Wire take the financial hit for the movement, but he, the individual content creator, should not take the financial hit for the movement?
Well, I mean, if you look at it from the perspective that I set up in the beginning, where he's the one out on the front lines testing the opposition, they should be, the supportive rear guard to protect him. That's the way he's looking at this.
No. But first of all, they are protecting him if they hired him. That's why he would want to get hired by them as opposed to just doing this on his own.
Right, but they just left him out in the trench to die.
No, but no. Listen. Okay. Say the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire hypothetically hires Steven Crowder, right?
Right.
And they don't have any sort of clause where he gets less money if he gets demonetized.
Right.
A month after they hire him,
he goes full Kanye West.
He goes full Kanye West. He puts on blackface, talks about the Jews, and then he gets demonetized from YouTube. Okay.
Right.
In that situation, the Daily Wire is saying Daily Wire is taking a financial hit for the principles of not wanting to give in to the TOS, right?
Right.
But then in the reverse situation, imagine that Crowder accepts the deal under the penalty terms that were in the contract offer. Okay. A month goes by, Crowder does the blackface skit. Mm-hmm. He gets demonetized from YouTube. He loses 25 or 20% of his contract. Okay. He takes the financial hit for his principles.
Right.
So that's the problem I have with this.
You're like, someone's taking the financial hit for the principles.
Exactly.
Crowder's like, I want you to take the financial hit for my principle.
Exactly. Crowder's making an agreement with the Daily Wire. Someone in that relationship is taking a financial hit for quote unquote the principles.
Right.
And my question is, Crowder's acting like it should only be the Daily Wire. And I'm saying, but why is that the case? Why do they have to take the financial hit for the principles? Shouldn't it be shared?
Well, listen, they're suck-ups to Susan Wojcicki, so obviously they should.
But this is why the sanctimonious or sort of like the holier than thou attitude he has, to me, is so false.
It works, though.
It does work, but it's false if you start to think about it a little bit more deeply and say, well, wait a minute. He is just saying that the Daily Wire should sacrifice money for principles, but he shouldn't. Why should he get off without sacrificing money for principles?
Why should I sacrifice my money for your principle?
But that's it. Why does Crowder not have to sacrifice money for principles either?
Yeah. I said that backwards, but you got the gist of it.
Exactly. Why does Crowder not have to sacrifice money for principles in their relationship? Why should it only be the Daily Wire?
I do like the idea of people sacrificing money for my principles, though. I got to admit, that's a good deal.
That is a good deal.
That's a great deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should do that. How do we do that? Call us up, Daily Wire. We're ready for you to sacrifice your money for our principles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Should put that on a t-shirt. Your money, my principles. What do you think?
It's not about the money, and Jeremy and the Daily Wire know that. How do I know they know that? Because after, according to what he said, I walked away from the offer. I did place one more call to the Daily Wire, and I made it very, very clear.
Okay.
He says he walked away from the offer, but Boring says they walked away.
Right. Well, everyone wants to say that they were the ones that walked away, right? But this is very important. He says, Crowder's making a very specific claim. He's saying the Daily Wire knows that my contention with their contract was not about the money.
Right.
Which, first of all, I think is bullshit, but he's claiming that the Daily Wire knows that. And as proof of that, he's going to play a clip that's going to prove that the Daily Wire knows Steven Crowder's problem with the contract was not about the money.
Right. It was about the contingencies.
It's about some kind of principle. Okay. That's the claim.
Right.
So we're going to see, is that what the clip actually shows or not?
Somehow I don't think it. Somehow I think the clip is going to be against.
You don't think the clip's going to show that?
I think it's going to show the opposite. The way you're laughing.
After, according to what he said, I walked away from the offer. I did place one more call to the Daily Wire, and I made it very, very clear that it wasn't about money. That was not the topic of conversation. There was zero, as they've tried to portray this, miscommunication. It was one last call where the only thing that I asked for, my only demand, was their word, and not even for me, but for other people coming up facing these kinds of contracts. Let's say
see what
a kid who comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers.
What was it's super unclear.
You caught that.
Yeah, what
I'm so glad you caught that.
I want their word for what?
Let's listen to what he said again.
Yeah.
Okay. because Crowder didn't even give a complete thought.
No, it's like, what just happened there?
It was one last call where the only thing that I asked for, my only demand, was their word, and not even for me, but for other people coming up facing these kinds of contracts.
Their word, what? Like they would take the clause out of the contract?
I don't know. So I actually wrote it down because I was like, what? He says, quote, my only demand was their word, and not even for me, but for other people coming up facing these kinds of contracts.
Right.
Well, what is your word?
Their word
what?
that they would look at it with an attorney? Their word that they would have informed consent?
Yeah, I don't know.
Their word that you wouldn't give them a contract?
It's weird. But here's why this is extra weird. Because you could say, well, maybe Crowder just, misspoke, right?
Right.
This wasn't live. This is an edited show.
Is it?
Yeah, he had that edited in the beginning.
Recorded?
They had the edited in the beginning. With
Oh,
the
you're
zoom
right.
in on
you're
the
right. Yeah.
Because I could be wrong. I don't think he was really playing back on the thing because it was like going in slow motion and everything. Like,
Yeah. What do they want?
so why didn't he fix this? The hell is he talking about?
I want their word too.
Okay, so we're gonna listen to the clip. So we're gonna listen for the clip for two things. Do we hear anything? Do we hear anything in the clip about Stephen making it clear to the Daily Wire president Jeremy Boring that he doesn't care about the money in his contract? Is that made clear in the clip? That's what we're going to listen to.
And what are his demands? I still don't even know what his demands are.
And what are Stephen's demands?
Let's say it's a kid who comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers or something like that, 100,000. Let's say it's some other kid you're paying 6 figures to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That was the end of the clip. He doesn't go back to it.
Really? That's it?
That's it.
Yeah, there would be that clause.
So wait, where was the demand? He asked a question.
Yeah.
How is that? How is asking a question a clarification? He said, we'll go back. He says, let's say it's some other kid. How is asking a question? Say some other kid, does this. Do they incur the same penalty? And he says, yes. How is that a demand?
Yeah, I thought he would be demanding, okay, you can't do that anymore. Otherwise, I'm going to record this call and release a YouTube video. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, how do you call them up? Okay. I guess you could make demands because you're like, look, we're both conservatives here. We know this is not the right thing to do, right? You try to put emotional pressure on them.
Well,
I have a feeling you would just be like, wait, this is business. We got to stay in business.
If Crowder actually didn't care about the money,
right,
and was making some kind of demand, this is what I envision. He would say something to this effect of like, listen, Jeremy, I don't care about the money. I'm rich enough, okay, to risk incurring some penalty for being censored on YouTube or Facebook. I will sign this contract with the agreement that with other talent and the younger talent and new people that you hire, you don't put this fee or penalty in their contracts. And if they get demonetized, the amount of money you're making from me will cover whatever you lose from them.
Man, see, this is why he should have came to us to get
that
feedback.
Would be Stephen Crowder not caring about the money and making some kind of demand on a principled position.
Yeah, that would be the high ground maneuver. He'd be on Mount Olympus right now if he had done that.
Now, he didn't offer that because the Daily Wire might have said, okay. I don't think Stephen wants to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, if the Daily Wire is using their resources to do, 5 movies a year, and they're like, okay, well, we can only do 2 movies a year because now Stephen Crowder makes most of the money here.
Right.
Is that good for the conservative movement? I don't know.
No. Well, I mean, again, and this is why I don't really like people making predictions about the money, because the truth of the matter is everyone's just guessing. No one actually knows what's going on.
Yeah, of course.
And here's a good example of why no one actually understands what's going on with the money. Who do you think are the top 2 highest paid
Conservative pundits?
No. Who do you think are the top 2 highest paid hosts / people that are paid to talk? Pundits, if you want to call them that. Not just political,
Pundits?
across any sphere. Who do you think the top 2 highest paid people are
I would guess like
in America?
Ellen DeGeneres and
It's a good guess.
maybe Oprah.
Good guess. Chat, do you want to weigh on this? Chat, who do you think, without looking it up because it's cheating, who do you think are the top 2 highest paid people that are just paid to talk? Who do you think that is? Who do you think those are?
So I'm
kind of
taking it I didn't get it right, obviously.
You might have.
I'm
I'm curious to see what people's.
Have you not looked it up? Do you not know?
I do. I know the answer. Yes.
Really? Yes. It's a great question.
So we have Joe Rogan, we have Oprah, we have Joe Rogan and Oprah, we have Tucker, Sean Hannity, Joe Rogan.
There's no way it's Sean Hannity. Who did that? Chastise that person.
Cuomo, Hassan. Well,
Sean
okay. When I say
Hannity.
paid, I mean like paid by like a business. I don't know what Hassan makes on his own, right?
Right. I mean,
Become the Night says Tucker Carlson and Howard Stern. Interesting.
oh, Howard Stern is a good guess. So
Ellen
is,
and Dr. Phil, Cenk Uygur, Oprah, Joe Rogan,
no,
Stern.
Cenk Uygur, I can
Destiny
barely.
Hassan.
Cenk Uyghur's hanging on a thread here.
So I'm going to give Become the Night big props.
Because he looked it up.
No, because he got it. You got half it right. He got half it right.
Oh.
Number 1 is Oprah.
Okay.
Oprah makes about estimated $300 million a year.
Right.
$300 million a year.
Chump change.
But that kind of makes sense because she owns her own company, right? She can pay herself whatever she wants. She has like a franchise. She owns all these other things. So that kind of makes sense.
She has O Magazine.
But number 2, whoever would have guessed Howard Stern?
Oh yeah, that was a good guess.
And here's why this is interesting to me. I used to listen to Howard Stern.
They're not political. Either one of them.
Well, no, that's not why this is interesting. I used to listen to Howard Stern back in the day. I stopped listening to him a while ago, some years ago. I never hear anyone publicly in the public space really talk about Howard Stern or anything Howard Stern says or does anymore. And I haven't for years. I don't really hear anyone on the internet talk about Howard Stern except when he occasionally says something woke. People will criticize him. But very rarely people will talk about Howard Stern. And yet he's the second highest paid voice in all of any sort of media. He gets $100 million a year. And he's got $100 million a year for the last 15 years.
That's crazy.
Okay.
God, that's just such. I mean, that's a.
And my point of bringing that up is, no one would have ever possibly conceived that. That doesn't make sense to people because for most people, they're like, "How the fuck is that possible?" I never hear anyone talk about it. How does he have the audience to support that? But he obviously does because he's had his contract renewed twice for that amount. And so that's why I don't like doing the money game. I don't think people really do know what the actual numbers are. There's just a lot of guesswork going on here. And people can be way off on this stuff.
Well, it's guesswork even for the company. I mean, it's a risk even just writing an offer.
Of course.
That's why you want to be conservative in the offer. You want to be like, listen, we really have to figure out. We have to come to an agreement that's good for both of us here. Yeah.
Years to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be.
And here's something else. I was also very measured. I was painstakingly clear in taking myself off the table because it wasn't going to be a right fit. That happens in business all the time. But that we weren't talking about me. We were talking about the futures of other people who could potentially be in that position, that very disconcerting position. No miscommunication.
So wait, how is it a demand? Unless it's just talking about it's a completely different part of the conversation. He said, my only demand was X. Well, it can't be a demand if you're taking yourself off the table because you have no leverage to demand anything.
Yeah, that's the weird thing right there. It's like, well, but I think he's implying that it's a demand as in we're all in the conservative movement together.
No, he meant no. Because he said this is in relation to, it's not about the money. I made it clear what my only demand was. So
right, I understand. But
definitely referring to his contract.
The only leverage he has is that they're both conservatives.
Well, no. his leverage when he says it's not about the money, my demand was X, even though he didn't actually say what the demand was. His leverage is my demand for working for you.
No, he said he just said now that.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying what he's saying
out.
now doesn't make sense with what he just said 10 seconds ago. In the first a minute ago, he's
clearly saying, I called him up to make a demand that's like a moral demand, like we're conservatives and we can't take advantage of the younglings. That's the demand that he's making.
Let's go back without pausing it, so
Okay.
you can see the string here. Okay.
Well, no,
I did place.
I get it. He's not, even if he's not saying it explicitly, this is the only leverage that he has, is that we're both in tribe conservative.
That's not the demand he's talking about. That's not the demand he's talking about.
One more call
to
the Daily Wire. And I made it very, very clear that it wasn't about money. That was not the topic of conversation. There was zero, as they've tried to portray this, miscommunication.
Wait, let me go back a little bit.
The only thing these people can still talk about is the money. The conversation was about conservatism, the movement, and big tech.
The movement.
They keep talking about money. I'm talking about a country.
He's talking about the movement.
When he says it's not about the money, he's talking about why he didn't accept the contract, right?
Yes.
They're saying the Daily Wire is saying it's about the money, and I'm saying it's not about the money. So they're talking specifically about his contract.
Yeah, but he's
his contract offer.
Okay.
I'm talking movement. I'm talking about making a difference. It's not about the money, and Jeremy and the Daily Wire know that.
Okay, so he's saying Jeremy knows that my problem with the contract that I didn't want to sign or even negotiate had nothing to do with the money. That's the claim he's making. He's talking about the contract.
Right. Okay.
How do I know they know that? Because after, according to what he said, I walked away from the offer. I did place one more call to the Daily Wire, and I made it very, very clear that it wasn't about money. That was not the topic of conversation.
Look, I don't know if this is contested or not, but it's bothering me that he's saying he walked away from the offer because I believe he countered the Daily Wire walked away. So,
that's their claim, obviously, right?
So, but he's saying, look, I walked away when I turned down the first offer and said, I'm thinking I'm worth this amount. Send me a new contract. That's not walking away.
Well, Tim, if you're listening,
yeah,
ask Crowder why
away?
He said he walked away, and they said they walked away.
Yeah, you got to get to the bottom of that. Both parties can't. I mean, they can say, listen, I don't think this is going to work out. Let's walk away mutually. But it doesn't sound like that's what happened.
Right.
Look, and I even said walking away is a negotiation tactic. Maybe Daily Wire didn't really walk away. Maybe they said, I'm walking away.
Listen, Adam, the Daily Wire did not dump Crowder. Okay. It was mutually agreed breakup.
I know it feels a little like that's the direction that we're going, but why even say it's a little bit, I need to let you guys know that I'm the one that broke up, which
of course
it's just not necessary.
Well,
it's
because,
really not
okay,
necessary.
I can answer your question. He has to say this because if the reality is that Daily Wire gives him this offer, Crowder says this offer sucks. I want $30 million a year instead of 12.5.
That's what he said.
That's him acknowledging that it's about the money. So he has to say he walked away because otherwise it's an acknowledgement that it's about the money.
But he made this video after Jeremy Boring already made his Boring video.
I know, but he slips that in there. So you say, well, Jeremy's wrong or lying or whatever.
Well, okay. Look, I am trying to build a model of what happened here in my head.
There was zero, as they've tried to portray this, miscommunication.
No communication.
It was one last call where the only thing that I asked for, my only demand,
he demanded something,
was their word, and not even for me,
their word,
but for other people
that they
coming up,
what?
Facing these kinds of contracts.
So
hold on, what?
I know. So again, we know he didn't give a complete thought in that sentence. But if we look at his words, he's saying they know that the reason I didn't turn down the contract, it's not because of the money. It's not because of the money. And they know this because I had a phone call with them where I made this one demand. Okay. So when he says demand in that context, he's talking about demand relating to being hired and working for the Daily Wire. He has to be. Otherwise, what he's saying makes no sense.
So do you think this call, and this whole call hasn't been released, was something to the effect of just, take that clause out and
I have no
let's
clue.
go back to negotiating?
It might, I don't know. Maybe not.
And they were like, no, we can't take that clause out because, listen, we know you're planning to show up in blackface on your first day.
Right. It might have been, it might not have been. But my point is, then immediately after he plays the clip that doesn't say what he says, he then says, I made it clear to them that I was taking myself off the table. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. That's a complete contradiction. If in the conversation he's taking himself off the table, then him saying my only demand was X doesn't make sense because his demand was in the context of working for the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
So how can he make a demand if he's taking himself off the table?
Well, no, the demand, and don't think you're putting enough weight on this. You can make demands from inside, the moral tribe.
I know, but that's not the context of what he's saying at all.
I do think it's what he means.
Okay, I disagree. I think what's going on here is that Crowder is just trying to weave this narrative that's not based in truth. And because of that, there's all these holes that don't make sense if you actually look at them.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great to get Crowder on here? I mean, Sitch would just go mad dog on him. He'd be like,
well, I could have the conversation without losing my control of my elephant, but
the prosecuting attorney here.
But he would never come.
Excuse me, Mr. Crowder.
Well, we'll see. Listen, I'm still holding out hope that Tim will ask him the hard questions. I know some of you guys don't think that that's going to happen, but we'll see.
Oh, really?
I was also very measured. I was painstakingly clear in taking myself off the table because it wasn't going to be a right fit. That happens in business all the time.
He's just pushing this. Like,
yeah,
I don't know why he doesn't. He's obviously going against Jeremy Boring's narrative here, but he doesn't do it explicitly. He just does it
implicitly, right?
Yeah,
that's on purpose because he's not being honest. So he's letting you, the viewer, interpret things in ways that you're able to if you're good faith carrying him, essentially.
Right.
But that we weren't talking about me. We were talking about the futures of other people who could potentially be in that position, that very disconcerting position. No miscommunication.
Sitch can't even read.
What I'm talking about is you're describing a model for everyone, not just, let's get rid of me here. Everyone, if there's a penalty for being demonetized on YouTube, because your business model requires that be a huge component of it, you need to change your business model or this movement cannot work, Jeremy. I can't imagine my show trying to come up and be beholden to YouTube advertiser guidelines, let alone, I mean, honestly, being beholden from a conservative entity with hard strikes, right, being removed, but let alone being advertiser friendly. We know how broad those guidelines are. They might as well just read, don't say anything offensive, and they change them at the drop of a hat.
I'm not suggesting that the guidelines aren't terrible. I'm suggesting that if making money off of those platforms is part of how you're justifying the salary you're paying someone, then or the fee I keep saying salary, the fee you're paying someone, then when those go away, everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model? Now,
right.
Don't you want to hear the answer to that question?
I totally do. I hope this whole call gets released. I honestly do.
Oh, I want to hear.
It feels like it has to be released, right?
He's not going to release it. I think there's very little chance he'll release the full call.
Right,
because he's made too many strong claims about what's in this phone call, which to me very clearly are not in the phone call. And if he releases it, it'll be very obvious what's happening here. So
because he's probably got a response to that that's super measured. Like, we are working on building that business model. That's what we're doing right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, of course, this is very interesting to be for Stephen, or really anyone, to be in a phone call with someone who operates a business that, you know, Crowder, you know, he runs a much smaller business, but he's always worked for someone else. Crowder has literally no experience doing what Daily Wire does. And he even admits this, is either later in this video or in the last video, he admits that he has not done the operation size that Daily Wire has done.
Really?
Whatsoever. Yeah. Which obviously is true, right? He has like 20 employees or whatever. Daily Wire has like 300 plus employees. They're trying to do movies. They're trying to do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, but who signs the paycheck for the 20 employees? Is it the Blaze? That's my big question.
Yeah, is it the Blaze or Crowder? I don't know the answer to that. Well, it depends if the Blaze had a similar contract or agreement, which probably they did, where they paid Crowder some lump sum and then Crowder would then decide how to pay everyone else. You know, that worked for him. That's probably how it worked.
Well, he could have a dynamite business partner or whatever that does pretty much everything.
Yeah,
he's just the face of it. Yeah, that's not unheard of, obviously.
Right. But to me, it's just so crazily egotistical for him to just be like, well, why? You just need to change your business model.
Yeah, you have 300 employees. You need a new business model.
Right. Like, that's just to me. I was like, oh, man. When I heard that, I was like, wow. You just change your business model. Like, just change it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But it's interesting. Steven's about to tell you why. He's about to tell you why it's not egotistical for him to have just flippantly said change your business model. Okay. He's going to let you know. He's going to let you know.
Right.
Then when those go away, everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model? Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Of course, telling someone else, hey, change your business model. I get it. I'm in no position to say that unless, instead of Monday morning quarterbacking it, here's the thing. I didn't just offer criticisms. I offered a guide on how to, here's the deal. I want to sit at the table with.
So wait a minute. He's saying, I know it sounds bad to just declare someone or demand for someone or just tell them that they should change their business model, right?
Right.
But it wasn't bad because I didn't just Monday morning quarterback. I have a plan. Right. I laid out a whole plan. He could have just listened to me and done my plan, my completely untested plan. So it's totally fine. It's not egotistical.
How does this make it better?
It doesn't. This is like insane to me. I was like, what? This is so detached. It makes it sound worse.
Is this unmoored? Have we reached unmoored from reality yet?
I think, well, you know, when people say that Crowder is a diva, I think this is where it's coming from. Because, like, for not only for him to say you should change your business model, but then to explain to someone else, well, listen, I know that sounds bad, but it was okay because I didn't just tell him to change his business model.
I told him the business model to change
how to change his business model, and I have a whole plan. Now, listen, I've never actually tested this plan, but trust me, it's gonna work. It's gonna be fine.
Let's hear the plan. I'm rooting for Steven. You're such a pessimist.
Well, no, here's the thing. If Steven has a business model where he doesn't have to worry about boycotts, he doesn't have to worry about YouTube TOS, and he can pay content a larger chunk of the revenue or the profit generated, that's fantastic. I would 100% be on board with that business model. I think that's beautiful.
Right.
But why the fuck does he have to be dishonest about it?
Look, sometimes you got to break some eggs. You know,
okay.
The revolution and stuff.
I guess that's the idea. I guess that's the thought process.
I was
the ends justify the means. Consequentialist, man. Where
I
are
was
you?
uncomfortable with the phone call being recorded. Right. So, I mean, that's people too far for me.
Right.
Granted, have an immense amount of power and have incredibly deep pockets. That is all true, to be clear. And by the way, it's something that I want to have on our side of the aisle. But I offered a guide on how to do it. It is incumbent. This is what this is about. It is incumbent upon conservatives, if we believe what we say, to uncouple, to divest, if you want to use that term, from big tech, right? For the business models of the movement as we move forward, to not rely on playing ball with Facebook and with YouTube.
I think this is what a lot of conservatives, including Lofti, I think it's triggering their moral intuitions here, because they don't have a problem with quote unquote divesting from YouTube. No one on the right has a problem with that.
Of course.
But the reason I think this is triggering some conservatives' moral intuitions here is because it has been the conservative ethos for many, many years.
Right.
That
build your own.
Exactly. Build your own thing. Don't go to someone's business and demand they run it the way you want them to run it. That's typically been the left that will go to a business and demand they change their business practices.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that's why a lot of people are sort of triggered by that and sort of triggered by what Stephen's saying. Especially the libertarians.
Yeah. Sean and
Steve
were not very kind.
That is something that we have to move toward. You know that we've been trying to do that here for years. That's why every single show we say, hey, if you can watch on Rumble, please do so. We're not looking to be banned on YouTube, but we certainly won't compromise the truth in order to be advertiser friendly. Here's the thing, Daily Wire, Jeremy, and I really do hope that we can talk at some point. Please, you can pick up the phone. We've done that.
Yeah, that's a little telling. I didn't pick that up the first time around. Sounds like Jeremy's not answering phone calls from. Look, when you, Stephen, how could you publish that first video and expect to ever talk to this guy on the phone again? Like that's just like,
and this is even worse. How could you? Okay. Even if
I don't publish that video and think I'm talking to this person again.
Right, but to me, what he just said there is very telling of Stephen's level of honesty. Okay, no one, even if you think Stephen is completely right, Daily Wire sucks, blah blah blah. No one honestly thinks there's a fucking snowball's chance in hell. Right. That after Stephen secretly records the president of the Daily Wire and then clips it and puts out of context clips on YouTube to make him look bad, that there's any chance he will call Stephen on the phone and talk to him again.
Yeah, he's not talking. That guy's not talking to Stephen unless there's an attorney in the room. Like that's where it's at.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes. And so for him to say, oh, I hope we can talk again. Like, that's just so dishonest. Come on. Like, that's so fake. That's so fake.
This is where you lose me, Sitch, because is it fake or is it just naive? I don't know.
There's no way he's that. Stephen Crowder cannot. This is like a level of naive. You cannot operate on the planet Earth if you're that level of naive. Stephen Crowder will walk out and try to hug an oncoming truck if he's that level of naive.
Look, Sitch, I've worked with actors that are literally like the dumbest people I have ever encountered, and I'm seriously asking myself.
Yes.
Like, how is this person able to cash a check? Like, how are they able to get here to the set on time? But they've somehow managed to do it.
Okay. It's okay. You know, because you've convinced me. Okay. It's possible that either A, Stephen Crowder is just being fake as hell right now, just lying.
I don't know that that's the case.
Or Stephen Crowder had eaten lead chips as a child.
Look,
and his IQ is in the low 80s.
Look,
and he's just that stupid.
Wasn't he a child actor? Because they're. I thought he did. I thought he was
You're saying that by being an actor automatically just decreases your IQ, your intelligence.
Look, I don't want to throw the actors under the bus, but
kind of.
I have worked with a lot of actors that I've noticed a pattern. I don't.
I've heard this from lots of people, Adam. Okay.
I don't want to, Adam. Look, I'm the anti-stereotypes guy. Okay.
Adam was an actor in his own movie.
Look, I was. Yes. Yeah. So this applies to me, but I've obviously.
This is your reverse Dunning-Kruger coming out.
Look, I have not. Look, I don't come on the show and brag about my high IQ.
Okay. Lead chips were delicious when Adam was a kid.
I think I've talked about lead chips being delicious.
They're very sweet.
Look, I don't. It's not fair to accuse Steven Crowder being some evil mastermind when we don't know if it's just naivete.
Well, he did secretly record someone.
Yeah, but that's even look. It's for me. That could be naivete.
Because it's so obvious to you that would be a bad look, and the fact that Crowder wouldn't think it would be is naivete.
Yes,
gotcha.
Yes,
right.
Because he doesn't understand how this is coming off. Look, one sign of intelligence is being able to read how people perceive you.
Right.
Like low intelligence people often have no idea how people perceive.
Okay, well, I guess we'll leave it up to the chat to decide. Is this just an insane level of naive? Is Crowder so naive that he wants to go up to the airplane and ride the wind from outside the plane? Or is he just fake? Is he just being fake here? I'll let the chat, every individual person listening could make that decision for themselves.
It is an interesting dynamic. I mean, he does do, I mean, he is smart in his content and stuff like that. Like when he argues with the college kids and stuff like that, he does seem to know what he's talking about, and he has good arguments. So,
kind of arguing against yourself.
Be advertiser friendly.
Well, no, I'm trying
Here's
to
the
figure
thing.
it out. Listen, Sitch, this is the mystery. Look, everyone.
I think it's only to you. It's a mystery.
No one can read minds. Okay, that's why we don't know. Sitch is like, I can read minds. I know he's being a dishonest fake.
Yes.
And I'm going, man, I've known lots of just really stupid people.
Fondue thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 10 months says, quote, "You can't change my mind if I don't have one."
Perfect. Yes, exactly. See, that's funny because I think he's good in the change my mind segments, but he's never going to change his mind.
Right.
He's trying to change their mind.
Right.
Oh, wait, he's dishonest there too, isn't he? Holy shit.
There you go. I ended the poll. I don't know if we want to throw up another one or just keep going.
I mean, we can if you want.
I don't know what it would
It did stick pretty close to those numbers, didn't it?
It did. It stuck to that.
So the final tally was 3.5 thousand voters. And we got neither is the top winner, 42%. Steven Crowder is in second place with 26%. Daily Wire is in third place with 21%. And both is in last place with 10%.
Right.
So much for kumbaya, right?
Right.
We'll see what, I honestly can't wait for Tim Pool tomorrow.
I know.
We're probably going to be covering this on Tuesday.
Here's the thing, Daily Wire, Jeremy, and I really do hope that we can talk at some point. Please, you can pick up the phone. We've done that. We here have found a way to make that work. For proof, see election night, our numbers on Rumble there, and see the numbers on Rumble when we get suspended from YouTube. I think it was 4 times this last year, and I went to great lengths to communicate that to the people at Daily Wire. There can be no next me if the people at the top with the financial resources are doing the bidding. That's being the arm of big tech. What you just said is, well, we have to play ball with big tech if we want to make money. Well, I don't. Why don't you guys follow a model like I have and scale it? That's what I've been doing since 2014. You know that. Has been trying to make sure, which I thought we were all doing, that we can all flip the bird to Silicon Valley. This is saying we need him and you need to play ball.
What?
He doesn't even let him respond.
What was the answer to what was the answer?
Such a cock block.
I know. Dan Irish has a good point. He says, if Crowder was that naive, Adam, he would have signed the contract in the first place.
You make a interesting point. I can't believe. Look, Steven, we want to know what he said. I'm watching the video. Just hear maybe the response will come up after he interjects here. Let's hope.
And by the way, before some of you ask for this, look, there's always personal information on phone calls. And for the record, I've recorded 3 people on phone calls in my life. All 3 are involved with big tech. just to be clear. The entire call transcript has been sent to others to verify without hopefully having to release the whole thing. And I'll be on Tim Pool's show, I believe, on Monday to talk about it. Now,
So, Adam, so he plays the clip of him kind of berating the guy without the guy's answer, without Jeremy's answer. And we all think, well, can we hear the answer? And then Crowder's like, he anticipates this and he's like, well, I'm not going to release the whole call. But listen, I sent the transcript to someone, unnamed party. So trust me, bro.
Well, and also,
what is this, Adam? This is insane.
Well, he's trying to frame this also as like an investigative video about big tech too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if.
Look, I want to let's back up 1 second. I want to listen to it one more time here. I want you to listen here.
Clear the entire call we need him, and you need to play ball. I'm trying to make sure, which I thought we were all doing, that we can all flip the bird model like I have, and doing the wire.
We got to hear it all.
There can be no next me if the people at the top, with the financial resources, are doing the bidding. That's being the arm of big tech. What you just said is, well, we have to play ball with big.
Look, he tries to. I thought that's why I want to re-listen. I thought he interjects there because he says, no. He's like, listen, back it up here a bit.
Big tech, if we want to make money, well, I don't. Why don't you guys follow a model like I have and scale it? That's what I've been doing since 2014. You know that. Has been trying to make sure, which I thought we were all doing, that we can all flip the bird to Silicon Valley. This is saying we need him and you need to play ball. And by the way, before some of you ask for this, look, there's always talk about
fast forwarding.
Now, this is something else that's been brought to my attention. Look, some people have been sent out from Daily Wire and have gotten very personal. Obviously, when we released this video, we didn't name names, and I told you there are a lot of people in the space who have made offers, and it is true. There are quite a few, and there are some others that have been pretty similar to this.
So again, he says there are other offers that have been pretty similar to this. So he's painting with a broad brush.
Right.
Okay, so a lot of people are asking for a poll about whether they changed their mind. So what poll says, have you changed your mind? There's 4 options. No, I'm still mostly Crowder, meaning no, you haven't changed your mind. You still side with Crowder, and you did originally. No, I'm still mostly Daily Wire, which means you didn't change your mind. You're still on the Daily Wire side. Yes, I did change my mind. I'm now more pro Crowder. Or yes, I did change my mind. Oh, I fucked up the poll. I'm such an idiot. Oh my God.
Now the last 2 ones.
I had 2 pro Crowders. Fuck.
I know. What are you doing?
Okay, wait a minute. Oh my God. I'll do it again. Look, I'll do it again.
Sitch, I hope you know.
Yes.
That when I screw up the poll, I'm doing it deliberately. Okay.
Oh, sure.
That's part of the joke.
Okay. No, I just fucked it up. I'm trying to listen and talk at the same time.
You don't do that on serious polls. I mean, I can chill. Look, I'll read a super chat. You do work on the poll.
No, it's fine. We can. Oh, fuck.
Look at this.
I fucked it up again. I keep fucking it up.
You're so desperate for me not to read a super chat. Look,
you can
read a
super chat, Adam. Read some super chats so I can get this poll up.
I won't do a good job. I guarantee you. Mr. Ubercross for 9 months.
Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Says, I'm not convinced anyone knows how contracts work. I agree. I think I agree with you, Mr. Ubercross. Look, I have showed up with a terrible contract to look for an attorney, and they're very clear about how you fucked up, kid. You shouldn't have signed this.
Right.
So Mr. Ubercross for 9 months says, I'm not convinced anyone knows how contracts work. Actual Justice Warrior has been pretty good, but everyone else is lost and confused. Okay. That was kind of my assessment too. And that's actually why I went to read your super chats, Mr. Ubercross. Mr. Ubercross for $20 says, my employer is pulling the same stuff. They tell me I won't get paid if I lose my law license. That's total garbage. Mr. Ubercross, why? Yeah, you should have negotiated a better contract. You should have told them straight up, like, look, you say, listen, I like cocaine and hookers. Okay, so the chance of me getting through the next year with my law license is pretty slim.
Right.
Right. And you write that into the contract. So they're like, okay, well, if you lose your law license because of your own illicit activity, we'll pay you anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, employers love to write those contracts, right? Is the
Okay,
poll
I
correct
finished the
now?
poll. The
Okay.
poll's up. The poll's
What's it
correct.
say?
It says, have you changed your mind? No, I'm still mostly Daily Wire. No, I'm still mostly Crowder. Yes, I'm now pro Crowder. Or yes, I'm now pro Daily Wire.
Perfect.
There you go.
Let's see. Have I changed my mind? I mean, I didn't really make my mind up to begin with. I was kind of like, I mean, my thing is I'm trying to really figure out, I'm trying to see it from both people's perspective. Like I immediately sensed that I didn't fully understand the moral intuitions of the people going into this. So I'm just happy now that I can figure out that a lot of people are just, they hate big tech and they're just, this is, a screw big tech campaign. And who doesn't like that, man? I'm down for that.
So if you voted neither in the original poll and you're still on neither, then you don't answer the poll because I can't add a fifth option. YouTube only allows you to put 4 options.
Which
and the
is
poll is
terrible.
specifically about people, whether they change their minds. So
right.
I know you want to click the little button.
Now I have
I know it's a tantalizing little button to click. But...
In the top right corner, there is a button called Close Poll. So you can click on that. I'm clicking on that now. So
you're not going to vote, Adam.
Well, I didn't change my mind, or
well, there you go.
I'm in the position
you're in the neither
talked about.
You're in the dirty fence sitter position, is what you're saying.
The neither position. Yeah. Well, I don't think this is really good for either party. To be honest with you,
I agree. I don't disagree with that.
And
to me, and I was kind of doing the poll, so I didn't really say this. To me, it's insane, and this is why, again, I don't believe Crowder's being naive, and I believe he's being dishonest. For him to try to make this argument like, oh, I just secretly recorded someone in order to try to clip them out of context to destroy their business, but I can't release the full conversation because there could be some personal information in there, and that would be bad. Like, really? Really? I'm supposed to believe this, right?
It's a tall tale. It's a tough story.
It's like, listen, after I took a dump on your plate, I wouldn't dare fart on you as I walk by. It's like, well, I mean, I don't know, wouldn't you?
Well, I suspect.
After I shivved you in the side, I would never dare spit in your face.
It's hard for me to imagine that after asking Jeremy Boring that specific question, that he responded with his home address or like, with personal information about his wife.
Right.
It seems like his answer was probably had to do with big tech censorship and the conservative movement. It feels like that's probably...
His answer was probably, we make a lot more money from ads than we'll ever make from subscribers, and we can't scale up your business model to the size of our company.
Right, yeah.
That was probably what he said, or something to that effect.
Right, yeah. The subscriber model, we don't know the limits of that. Yeah. Well, but I'm sure Daily Wire has a lot better read on the limits of that than we do.
If they have subscribers, so I'm sure they know exactly what it is.
Right, yeah. Well, but I'm sure they also know how many conservative people there are in America, like how many people subscribe to cable, how many Fox News viewers there are, the ages and demographics. There's all these different things that you would know if you were in that business and you were looking to expand. These are more questions if I was Tim Pool, I would ask Crowder. Like, how big is the conservative audience? Have you done any?
That's a good question.
Have you done any investigations into what the market cap is?
I mean, political content's always going to be far smaller than non-political content.
I know you hate the show Shark Tank, but if someone walked into Shark Tank,
they would need all the numbers, right?
They would ask them, they'd say, "How big is this market?" That's like day one. How big? What's your market cap? What's your perceived market demand?
Right.
Yeah,
it's a good question. Our market demand is tiny. So we're kind of screwed, but...
Well, our market demand is literally like non-existent.
That's why we love you all so much.
Yeah, it's true. It is most people are in this because it's like sports for them. They really want to. They want to be part of the team.
Put on the pom poms. Yeah.
Right. They want to fight big tech and punch them in the face. And
it's fine to want to fight big tech, but doesn't mean you have to be. Your elephant controls you.
Yeah.
Isn't an incredibly unique scenario, but there have been some good people out there too, and we're still talking with them. So I do know that some people from Daily Wire have come out, maybe been instructed to. I have no idea. I don't care. And they've gotten very personal. I don't want to do that.
Candace Owens. He's talking about Candace Owens.
Right.
Candace Owens basically came out and said Steven Crowder's a diva, piece of shit, lying bastard.
And again, this is why, he's about to say nice things about people at Daily Wire. But to me, this is why this feels so fake. Because he's like, they've made personal attacks to me, and I don't want to do that. Okay. His first video was a personal attack on the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
On everyone in the space and the people that work for the Daily Wire. Because if Crowder's correct, in his assessment that, the Daily Wire is giving people these contracts to censor them, right? To censor them in lines with big tech. And he's not just me. They're giving this to everyone. That means that everyone that works at Daily Wire that signed it is signing away their soul, is a shill for big tech, has given into the demands. Unlike Crowder. Crowder's the only one out here fighting the fight. But everyone else, they all gave in. And I'm like, well, how can you say you don't want to make it personal? You made it personal in how you attack them.
Because he doesn't know. That's the thing. So many people don't know. So many people do dumb shit and they don't realize it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. When I was listening to his video, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, oh man, I guess everyone's just in the pocket of big tech.
You think Crowder's naive? I think Crowder is just being very deceptive in the way that he phrases all of this. But
it would be interesting to ask him, did you know how that other people would perceive this?
You were farting in everyone's face when you said this?
Right.
And then act surprised that they took it
Did
personally.
you know that you were implying everybody got screwed over in their contract? And that
not even that. That would be that's not even the word. He's implying that everyone who would accept this was a shill, essentially.
Yeah, for big tech.
Right. So, yeah, obviously they're mad.
Mm-hmm.
That. At least I didn't want to. But now it's sort of necessary for me to do so. So these are the only personal things I will say about the people at Daily Wire. Andrew Klavan is one of my favorite people of all time. He has an unbelievable skill to make you feel like the smartest guy in the room, even though I guarantee you he's smarter than you. There are very few people whose company I enjoy more than Andrew Klavan. Jordan Peterson is not only a friend, I would go to the wall for him. He's a guy who has changed the landscape of our country for the better. Can't say enough good things about him. Ben Shapiro is possibly the smartest person I know. That's as personal as I'll get. Now, here's the thing. Only after
that was the comedy portion. As I've said many times, comedy is about surprise. Now, you're thinking he's going to say, talk shit, but he only gives out compliments. It's funny, Sitch. Laugh.
That final call after negotiations had fallen through, pleading on the side of principle.
I know this isn't the time for this isn't the time for comedy.
It just feels so fake.
It goes. Look, this goes to my. This is all stupidity. So.
This is all no. It's a show. I don't think I think it's a show.
This is what look at this. Sitch took 100% in agreement with Candace Owens here.
God, whoever thought that would ever happen.
I know. Yeah.
She was spitting truth on Tim Pool. I don't know what to tell you.
He's an actor. He's a child actor. All of this is an act. Look at him. He's acting. He's totally acting.
I couldn't believe it. This has nothing to do with it. My brain fell out. So I don't listen to Tim Pool regularly.
Right.
So I was listening to that, and I was listening to Candace go off, and it was great. It was great content.
Yeah.
And then
good job.
Immediately the next segment is like Tim Pool, I think Alec Baldwin intentionally killed that person. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Did he really say that?
Yes. I was like, Tim, what are you talking about? Oh my God.
Like he had a vendetta for the cinematographer?
Yes. He's like, well, they were fighting. And I was like, holy shit. Like, this is
really
crazy. Yes. That was Tim's position. I was like, oh my God.
Like
that's insane.
Like Alec Baldwin was mad enough at the cinematographer
that he intentionally murdered
that
her,
he's going to ruin his entire movie. You know how hard it is to get a cinematographer?
Yes.
Look.
Oh my God.
You let it go. Get the movie done first before
I fell out of my chair. I was like, what the hell is happening? What is going on Timcast?
No, you had to mishear that. That can't be
true. Go chat will confirm. Tim Pool fans that listen to that chat will confirm. Not only did he say that, he said that was his theory from the beginning.
Oh man.
And that he thinks it's like he's been proven more true now because there was something about him having live ammunition in his gun belt.
It's involuntary manslaughter. They didn't charge him with murder.
Zero Fox says Tim did suggest that for multiple episodes.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, he did say that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I thought we're all arguing about, does it make sense to charge him? Blah blah. Tim's like, no, he killed him on purpose. I was like, what?
This is like the 50 state victory clip. It's Tim, you need to turn around. Turn around. You're going in the wrong direction.
I mean, I guess it makes it more interesting to listen to because it's definitely like, wait a minute, I got to listen to this part. What's happening here?
Wow. Okay.
I'll get. Now, here's the thing. Only after that final call, after negotiations had followed through, pleading on the side of principle and knowing that it was completely met with deaf ears, did I come out like I did? See, here's the thing, Daily.
Okay, so again,
I'm right. You got to at least admit.
Wait, no, wait, whoa.
Look, I'm completely right. Whoa. Look, he's using principle as the leverage.
Yeah, but wait a minute. He says it was only after the last call that I decided to do what I had to do.
Based on principle.
Wait, now we know that he got that domain a month before this call even existed. So don't tell me like, oh, it's only after this call. No, he planned this a month ago. And if it was only after the call, if this was some spontaneous thing, this is why this is so dishonest. He's framing it like
he's planning ahead though. He had to get the domain, and he hoped the call would go in a different direction. He hoped the call. Look, he got the domain
just in case.
He got the domain in case the call goes bad.
Right.
He calls him up. Thinking it's gonna go fine.
Recording him just in case the call goes bad.
Well, for investigative journalist reasons,
yes,
right?
Of course.
To let him know, look, they're both team conservative and they both have principles and that they should both have different business models.
Which he didn't actually say in the phone call, but
and he expects him to say, you're right. We're gonna switch things up here. We're gonna stop doing that. We're gonna do the right thing. Okay. Right. And I'm calling Susan Wojcicki right after I hang up the phone with you, and I'm going to tell her, suck my dick. Right?
Okay. Right.
But the call doesn't go that way. Like he blows him off. He's like, Steven, you're crazy. This is insane. Right. Look, I like Susan. I have dinner with her twice a week.
I like to bore her, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's like, listen, I mean, I'm not going to tell her that. I'm almost there. Like we're dating.
Okay, so back in the real world, because we've definitely gotten into a fantasy world long ago.
Okay.
Crowder says it was only after the last call. Okay. The implication in the way he's framed this makes it sound like that Crowder didn't plan to do any of this. It's just that he had this phone call, and the phone call was so egregious, he just had to do what he's doing for some sort of moral reason. But we know that that's BS because he got the domain a month beforehand and because he was planning to record him on the phone. If this was if this actually was some spontaneous thing, that wouldn't be the case. It would actually be a spontaneous thing, which clearly it was not. Clearly this was planned.
I don't think you're being charitable here, Sitch. I really don't.
You're right. I'm not being charitable. And I think there's a good reason that I'm not being charitable.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Talking about a business. Well, I walked away from the table because I'm talking like it's about a country, about a movement. And this is the thing, the response that I've heard over the years, it's not just now. I've been doing this for a long time. You constantly hear, it's just business. It's just business. Well, guess what? It's not to me. Sure, I run a business, but it's not just business. And let me ask you, when have you ever heard someone say it's just business when they're doing the right thing?
Yes, Sitch. What do you think of that?
Well, it sounds like Crowder doesn't want to work for a private business. It sounds like he wants to work for a nonprofit charity or some sort of nonprofit political organization, which that's fine if you want to do that. But, you know, they operate differently than private business, which has to make a profit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, people do
That's
say
capitalism.
it's just business when, you know, obviously they're screwing people over. That's usually when they say it.
Yes, that's true.
They don't hand out the Christmas bonus and say, "Oh, it's just business."
That's true.
Giving you your $10,000 Christmas bonus.
Again, and again. They didn't screw Crowder over. It was literally just an offer.
Right.
To start a conversation about negotiating the contract.
Right.
Okay. They didn't like if Crowder signed the contract and somewhere nestled inside it was some kind of like obscure thing that would be very easy to overlook, but had some horrible, you know, ramifications on Crowder, I'd be like, Crowder's 100% right. This is BS. What the hell? They tried to weasel this in. And then if the Daily Wire said, well, it's just business, I'd say, no, that's bullshit. This is unethical. But they didn't do that. They just said, here's our opening bid, you know, mark it up, tell us what you want to do with it. And that was it. That was all they did.
According to Jeremy Boring's video, they just wanted to talk to him. And he was like, no, I want an offer before we talk. Right? They just wanted to, you know, feel each other out.
I think that's what he said, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, that's what he's claiming, obviously, but...
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of times celebrities won't even look at your project unless there's some financial attachment already. They don't want to... Otherwise, they'll be fielding offers all day. Like,
sure.
They'll get like 1,000 offers.
Right.
Anyway.
Ever hear someone $50,000 to charity and say it's just business? And here's something that I would like to ask you, because I know that they've tried to play the identity politics and, you know, misrepresent the whole financial situation. But yeah.
What identity politics?
I don't know. I literally don't know what he's talking about there.
Yeah.
Identity politics, that's a financial situation.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
Over the course of 4 or 5 years, the total operational budget, meaning 25, 30 employees, all of the costs, security, health insurance, would have been somewhere in the $50 million ballpark for that total operational budget. That is true. Okay.
What's weird, because he seems to, am I hearing that wrong? Is he not confirming that the $50 million wasn't a low ball?
It sounds like he understands that. I mean, I think it's a low ball because... I mean, you're a big celebrity, Steve. Don't you want to make like your own 50 million?
I don't know. It sounded like, I mean, maybe I'm just mishearing him. It sounded like he's saying that the 50 million was in the ballpark of acceptability.
The cost, security, health insurance, financial situation. But yeah, over the course of 4 or 5 years, the total operational budget, meaning 25, 30 employees, all of the costs, security, health insurance, would have been somewhere in the $50 million ballpark for that total operational budget. That is true. Okay. First off, I think it's a good thing.
But isn't that not like a slap in the face of everyone defending him, saying that he was lowballed because he's saying he wasn't?
Right. Feels like a low ball
for
to me, but
conservative companies out there to be generating or capable of generating far more than that. It'd be better than just Disney and just Netflix and just Hulu Plus. And I'd like the people who are in charge of that to be people who are willing to walk away from that if it comes with strings attached, with people who hate everything you stand for. So,
yeah, what just happened?
The strings attached are the same behaviors and strings in which Stephen abides by right now, currently.
Right.
Right? Stephen says what he says on YouTube, and he says things that would violate TOS not on YouTube. Where's the big change in behavior? I don't understand what I'm missing. That's why this doesn't ring true to me.
Right. There's nothing to miss.
Let's take that at face value, okay? I want you to ask yourself this question, okay?
I'm ready.
Put yourself in my shoes.
Okay.
I'm rich. Oh, shit.
What would it take? How much do your principles matter to you? What kind of a headspace would you have to be in to walk away full stop from $50 million? Let me ask you even further. What would it take for you to be willing to walk away from at least $50 million because of it causing harm to someone else that doesn't even affect you?
Well,
okay.
Hold on a second here. This is difficult for me because what he just
because he's just invalidated everyone defending him right now in the last 30 seconds.
Well, no, he just literally said to have the operating budget and 30 employees is going to cost me $50 million. So he's not walking away from $50 million. At that point, he's walking away from $0 because I'm like,
oh, well,
where's
you're
my
interpreting?
money?
Okay.
Where's my money?
I'm interpreting he's including his own cost in there. You're interpreting he's not including his own cost in there.
Right. Oh, so you're interpreting that like he's got a big salary in that 50 million.
Yeah, of course. Right.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. 30 employees over 4 years. I don't like what's that cost? I don't know. So
the problem is he literally in this last 30 seconds just invalidated almost every single person's defense of him. Because most people that are defending him are saying the Daily Wire gave him a bad offer. The offer was so egregious, it merits Crowder doing and saying XYZ. And now he's doing the opposite. He's saying, oh, $50 million. That was such a large amount of money. I only walked away from such a giant paycheck because I'm principled.
Right. You're exactly right. That's what.
So he's completely crapped all over. I hate to say it, Shad. He's right here. Crowder is disagreeing with you, Shad. He's disagreeing with your entire defense of him. He's disagreeing with most people's defense of him right now.
Yeah. He's saying this was a tremendous offer and I walked away from it because I have principles.
Right.
I'm not going to bow down to Susan Wojcicki for $50 million.
So
my price is $100 million.
That was $100 million. Right. So, but what's happening here is either A, every single person that's defending him and saying that the amount was lowballed, are they every single one of them wrong, which is possible. They could be all wrong. As again, they don't specifically know Stephen's finances. Only Stephen does, presumably. Or is Stephen playing this up in a dishonest fashion to try to make himself seem virtuous?
Yeah. I mean, no, of course not. Why would anyone try to make themselves seem virtuous?
Of course.
That's obviously not.
Of course.
We all have principles.
I don't know. It's not a good look. It's not a good look, in my opinion, to be like, I walked away from $50 million. Oh, my principles.
What happens? I mean,
which, wait a minute. Think about that. Well, it doesn't even make sense. He's saying I walked away from $50 million because of my principles, right?
Yeah.
That would only make sense if it was like the offer was $50 million and there was some kind of like, you can't say X. You know, like what if he brought up the Daily Wire contract and said, we'll pay you $50 million, but you can't talk about vaccines. You can't talk about whether the election was fraudulent. You can't talk about blah, 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 blah. Like if it had like a bunch of stipulations for topics that says he couldn't talk about it, then Crowder could say, I refuse to be silenced. I want to use my free speech to talk about what I want to talk about. I will not take a $50 check, because of my principles. Then that would make sense. But that didn't happen. his contention was, I don't want to accept penalties for fees if I get demonetized on YouTube.
If that happened, he could bring them up on discrimination because, like, all the people talk about all that stuff.
I know they do.
That's
I'm just
all
saying
they talk
hypothetically,
about.
right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, I understand. Obviously.
Right. So.
Yeah, this does not look good.
But the next kid, I've talked about this. You have it in.
Oh, no. So he's saying, it's not even for principles for me. Principles for the next kid. If this was about if he was being honest, in my opinion, and he didn't care about the money, and this was based on the principles of the next kid, he could have said what I said, which is that I will sign this agreement with you, Daily Wire, as long as you remove this clause from every other person's contract.
Right.
Why didn't he? If that's like, why would that's what I would have said if this was my position. If my position was Crowder's stated position, and I was in his and I was in his position being offered this deal, that's what I would have said.
Yeah, that's like an amazing, just Game of Thrones style move there.
But he didn't
immediately come out looking like the badass, like the
right.
I am the magnanimous leader. I will limit my speech so that all of you younglings.
Well, no. He's saying I would limit the amount of money I would make so that all of you younglings cannot be financially disincentivized to censor yourself.
I mean,
he's not limiting his speech. He's limiting the amount of money he could.
He's limiting his speech so he makes the same amount of money. Obviously,
no. You're looking at it wrong.
Okay, you're saying he's like, I just don't pay me.
No. He says I will sign the contract that has the penalties where if I get demonetized.
Right.
Yeah, but that's he's not going to limit his speech. He's just saying I will take the risk of losing out on this extra money, but no one else gets this risk. I will be the one to fall on the sword for everyone else.
But he's going to limit his speech otherwise. He doesn't want to face the costs of.
Well, if he doesn't care about the money, then he wouldn't limit his speach because he wouldn't care about the money.
Okay, I'm sure you. Okay, yeah. Go for it.
I'm just using what he's saying. Okay.
His logic,
his stated principles, and something's not adding up here.
Free speech matters.
Free speech does matter, of course.
Look, he likes.
But so does getting paid lots of money, apparently.
Well, I'm wondering about the 30 employees. Like, what happens to them? Now I'm more worried about them.
Right.
Sounds like maybe they're going to be out of a job soon.
That's a good question.
And they have health insurance. He was sure to mention it.
Yeah. Yep.
But I'm never going to be the guy who pulls the ladder up after me. What motivates me...
Well, I never even thought about that until you said this just now. He's done a huge disservice to everyone that works for him. Because, like, say he had an
just
amicable...
now thinking about this? That's why he's in this position.
Well, no. What the specific thing I'm about to say, which is that if whatever Crowder is trying to do right now doesn't pan out, those people are screwed.
Of course.
Because who's going to want to hire them? Like, oh, you were working for Steven Crowder when he attacked all of right-wing media?
Well,
I'm not going to hire you.
Hopefully that wouldn't happen. Hopefully they wouldn't.
Hopefully, but it's very likely that it would happen.
It could. It definitely could.
So he's definitely endangered all of their potential future jobs as well.
Well, and I'm just like, once you get big like this, other people are depending on you. So.
Right.
Yeah. The 30 people are probably going, I don't know, why didn't we just take the 50 million? Right? I mean, what's going on here? For me, I mean, I got 2 kids to feed. It kind of is about the money.
Yeah.
Why can't? Are you sure we really need to do blackface on day 1, Steven? I got kids.
Yeah. And again, but this is if he just said, you know what, Daily Wire is lowballing me, I tried to come to an agreement with them, I don't think they're going to give me what I'm worth. That's a totally fair thing to say.
Of course.
It's a completely fair thing to say. But you don't need to stack all this like makeup on top of it and be like, no, it's not about the money, it's about the principles. Ooh.
I mean, I do generally have an attitude that I want, not only do I want me to get a fair deal. I want whoever I'm dealing with to have a fair deal and to feel like they've got a fair deal, obviously. So
Of course.
Yeah, that's part of it for me.
Right.
I know other people don't always. Other people are very happy if they walk away and think they screwed the other person.
Right. Right.
Which, I don't
And maybe that is the Daily Wire's attitude.
Maybe it is. We don't know. Yeah. But it kind of sounds like, it's hard to say. You never really know until you're in negotiations with them. Obviously, Steven Crowder wants us to believe that's their go-to. And that's what Shad believes their go-to is. But
right.
I don't know. I'd kind of like to negotiate. I'm like...
But I think that's the main contention here. There are people that like negotiating and there's people that don't.
Right.
If you don't like negotiating, then, this is egregious.
I'd be going for like a percentage of the thing. I'm like, this is my thing. Look, I paid my dues. I've been a paid employee my entire career. I want a percentage of the thing I'm building. Like it's finally reached a point where it's something that people are depending on. And I feel like that's something you can ask for, should ask for. And I'm not sure the Daily Wire would be like, no, fuck you. That's our show, right?
Yeah, you could say, I think I should get a percentage of merchandise. I think I should get if subscribers grow past some number, I get a bonus. If I get so many views or I get so many ad reads that goes beyond expectations, I get some percentage. That you can ask for whatever. Just ask. You can ask for whatever you want.
Remember the George Lucas deal where he said, I will direct your movie for free, but I want all the merchandise. And they were like, yes, that's a great idea. Sucker. Who got the last laugh on that deal? Wow.
Was it that one-sided? I know that he made a deal for the merchandising, but was it that one-sided?
Yes, I believe he directed it for the
free, but just rights. For the merchandising rights?
Yeah, and they thought it was like a sucker's deal.
Well, look who's laughing now.
Yeah, totally. But he completely changed the game on this kind of stuff. So
right.
Look, that could be you, Steve. Just you gotta think outside the box.
I haven't looked it up yet. Mm-hmm. I don't believe he made it as one-sided as you're saying. That's my prediction. I don't think it's that one-sided. That seems too much. That seems too much.
We don't want to have fake news on the show. You better look it up.
I know that he made a deal for the merchandising, and maybe it was a majority stake in it, but I don't think it was like 100%. That seems like impossible.
You don't think he got all the merchandising? Look it up.
Well, if he did, why would they even try to merchandise? Because they would gain nothing from it.
Look, because he went to Mattel and all the toy makers, and he's like, listen.
Oh, like he did it himself?
Yes. Yeah, and then he did licensing deals with all of them. I could be wrong. I mean, it's...
Does anyone in chat know like what the exact percentage difference was?
I think I heard it in a documentary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was George Lucas actually telling the story because he was like...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he said he'll take some very small amount of money for a massive amount of the merchandising. But I don't think it was like 0 100. That just seems not likely. But
okay. Well, are you not looking it up or?
I'm trying looking it up. I haven't seen I can't find the exact breakdown. So, I mean, someone will look it up. Maybe the exact breakdown is not.
The historical record
original
is...
merchandising did Lucas get for Star Wars?
What was his directing fee for Star Wars? You could ask as well. How much money did he make directing Star Wars?
Let's see.
Look, this is way off.
The best idea Lucas ever described was a Western set in space. It was called Star Wars. He straight away reached out to make a deal with Fox Studios. But what was different here was that he offered to keep his salary at $150,000.
Okay, so he didn't do no salary.
Yeah, but he had already made American Graffiti was very successful.
Right.
So he offered to keep his salary the same, but oh shit! Wow, you're right. He retains all merchandising rights.
Yes, he got 100% of merchandising,
and he would retain rights to any sequels. Fuck, they're how stupid are all of their? How
well, they
stupid
did. They
are
never
they?
did do merchandising like off of
Yes.
movies. Was not really a thing until Star Wars. Star Wars, like,
Yeah,
was
but
the one
all that's like crazy.
yeah. I swear I
That's
saw a
just-
documentary where they were there was like some
Right.
studio head in the documentary that was saying, "Yeah, we thought we were getting a great deal. We thought, what a dumb kid. We're
Well,
taking advantage of this guy."
There you go. You were right, Adam. They let him get all the rights.
Yeah, but I
It's
thought
like
he was
totally crazy.
I thought he was directing the movie for free.
Yeah,
I
but he
swear
just
the
didn't
guy
take a
said that.
raise,
He's like,
essentially.
we
Right.
thought we were getting a great deal. This guy's going to direct our movie for free.
Right.
Maybe he
right.
said basically for free.
Interesting.
THX 1138 is a great movie. Do you like that movie?
I never seen it now.
George Lucas's first movie.
They said he traded $300,000 for like $3 billion or whatever, however much.
Yeah, no, it's historically one of the best deals in Hollywood ever made. Yeah.
Right. Oh, I bet.
Yeah. All those toys. Every time the executives saw those toys, remember the toys on Sunday morning cartoons?
I bet they all got fired.
I mean, one would hope. Hey.
Is not money. Of course, everyone here likes nice things. They want to make a living. You've heard me say this many times. I
They
want
want
to
their
pass
kids
the
to
torch.
eat.
I want there to be someone else to do this. It can't happen if this is how our movement is structured.
What?
And you know that, by the way, this could do irreparable damage to the movement, the country, and the people who've fought so hard for the ground gained if we've decided to get in bed with these people who want to strip it away.
If Crowder took a deal where he received penalties for getting demonetized from YouTube or advertisers boycott, that would do irreparable harm to the country, Adam.
Well, now he's pitching just being on YouTube as getting in bed with the enemy. So
Yeah. As he's on YouTube.
I know it's not.
I'm asking, would you walk away? What would it take for you to walk away from $50 million? Because it's true. That's exactly what I did. It's exactly what I'm doing.
So there you go, guys. $50 million, not a low ball. Steven Crowder says, big deal. Big deal.
Right.
That $50 million. Big deal.
And so long as these contracts out there include enforcement of big tech, of punishing conservative creators on behalf of the people we claim to fight and the people who have long since demonetized us and can't stand me, and part of me doesn't blame them. As long as these contracts include that, not even for me, but the next person, I wouldn't take $1 billion.
Look, he's not really demonetized, though. I mean, I understand what he's saying. He's demonetized as in YouTube will not run ads on his show, but he can run ads on his show. He's got sponsors.
Can he? I don't know if he's allowed to do that.
What do you mean? You don't think that gun is paid for by a sponsor?
No, but like, I don't know if he can. I don't watch him enough. Maybe someone can let me know. I don't know if he can do. I don't think he can do an ad read on YouTube.
Why? If you're demonetized?
If you're demonetized, I'm not sure.
You can do an ad read. That's crazy. I've never heard anyone say.
Okay, maybe
demonetization is them saying we're not going to put ads on your videos.
Right. But can you still do your own ad reads?
Yeah, you can do your own videos. Listen, I've been demonetized, and it's not fun. But I mean, you just don't. They basically disconnect your AdSense account. But you could jump on your channel and do a video and say today's sponsor is whatever.
People are saying he does ads in his YouTube videos.
Yeah,
makes sense.
So just like I don't. Look, at this point, he's making money hand over fist. Louder with Crowder is. I don't think it's kind of fair to say, I'm not making any money here. I'm just doing it for the.
Well, that's another thing too.
I'm just doing it for the movement. I'm not making any money. That's not accurate. And you have to stay within the terms of service if you want to continue to
be
run
on
your own ads. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Black Rifle Coffee doesn't care if you do your blackface skit, but if you
they might care about the blackface skit, but
Black Rifle Coffee, why?
They might care about the blackface.
Look, Blackface Coffee is not going to care.
Well, listen, you're right. I don't think Blackface Coffee will care about the Blackface skit, but I'm pretty sure Black Rifle Coffee will care about the Blackface skit.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought Black Rifle Coffee, didn't they distance themselves from Kyle Rittenhouse or something?
He just tweeted about them.
Did he?
Yeah, just the other day.
I thought there was some dust up.
That's another thing that's going on Tuesday. Nick Rekieta has an interview with Kyle
Rittenhouse.
Wait,
okay, so they did have some dust up, but last year they went back and they said that we messed up in distancing ourselves from Kyle. So they sort of changed their tune.
Oh, they took him back.
Well, he was never part of them. He was just wearing that. Remember, he was wearing a Black Rifle Coffee T-shirt, and people were like, "How could they sponsor him?" And then they made some statement denouncing him or something.
Right.
And even though they weren't sponsoring him, he was just literally just wearing a T-shirt.
Right.
So, and a bunch of conservatives got mad, which that makes sense.
They should. Right. Why would they distance themselves? It's not like he did blackface.
Now, if Kyle shot those people while wearing blackface, we'd be in a whole nother world.
Can you imagine?
Listen, it's not blackface. It's tactical. Okay, he was blending into the night.
Right. Come on. Look, I'm very upset about this Steven Crowder thing.
How crazy!
Stop making jokes about
Kyle. How amazing! This would be the weirdest thing. Imagine if all the facts of Kyle Rittenhouse case exactly the same,
but he's in black.
But he's wearing blackface.
Then
we're in this weird position where we're like, listen, guys, I know your elephant wants to go crazy because he's wearing blackface, but the facts of the case, he was justified.
That's a world no one could survive. No one could really survive that world existing. Like he's running for Rosenbaum and he trips and falls into like a grease pile. Right?
There you go. Well,
he does. He does trip and fall when the guy hits him with a skateboard.
He tripped and fall into blackface. You don't know.
Couldn't you
there could have been someone shining shoes right before. They're shining the shoes of the Antifa people trying to burn down the car lot.
Their shoe rag is on the ground.
And he just fell right into that one
face plants right into the shoe rag. And he gets up.
Yes. Oh, and he has a little Hitler mustache.
Oh no. Oh, Sitch. Look.
The guy with the Hitler mustache shot a guy named Rosenbaum. Oh my God. It's over. It's over.
That's not gonna work.
No, that's been a big problem.
All right.
But you distracted me, Adam.
I know. I keep doing that. Let's finish this video.
Wait, okay.
We got a million super chats to read.
I know, but I have to ask this question.
Okay.
Do you honestly believe that Crowder would not have accepted this deal if it was for $1 billion?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, if it was 60 million, we might be there, to be honest with you.
$1 billion. Come on. What are we talking about?
This is just bad.
And certainly not if you understand in context, when behind closed doors, I know, and these people know, and acknowledge exactly what's being done to the next generation of creators.
So again,
the children.
Huge claim. He's saying that behind closed doors, the Daily Wire knows that they're in bed with big tech and that they're censoring the next generation of creators at the behest of big tech. He knows that. The Daily Wire knows they're doing that.
Yeah.
Massively incendiary. Where's the evidence for this? Where is the evidence for that claim?
You don't think people at Fox News talk to people at YouTube, though? I mean, Mark Ledwich? Mark Ledwich did that test to find out that a lot of YouTube recommendations are funneling people to mainstream media sources.
Of course.
The reason they're doing that is because they have some sort of arrangement.
Yeah, the mainstream media does. That has literally nothing to do with the Daily Wire.
Right. Well, I mean, the Daily Wire would probably want to be in that situation as well.
Well, they would want to be, but are they? I don't think.
I don't know.
No evidence.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Young talent.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. So Crowder says the claim is that we're supposed to hear from the clip. We're supposed to hear evidence that the Daily Wire knows that they're screwing over young talent by censoring that, by being in bed with big tech. They know that they're doing that. That's what we're supposed to hear from this clip.
Okay. I'm ready to hear
I know, and these people know and acknowledge exactly what's being done to the next generation of creators.
Bench talent, young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
That you then own.
Well, I own parts of it. I don't own it. They can, when their contract's up, they can still go out and they'll still be famous. They can keep doing their shows, so go do a show somewhere else. They'll be in a far, far, far better place. You helped make them.
No, not long as this contract. This contract owns it in perpetuity even after the contract. You're paying a lease but getting ownership. That's what this contract reads.
On the content that we paid to produce, yes.
Look.
Wow.
Where was the principles, Stephen? Where was anything that we were supposed to hear said?
Yeah. What were the principles again, Sitch?
We were supposed to hear how behind closed doors, big tech knows that they're intentionally screwing over young content creators by aligning themselves with big tech. That was what we were supposed to hear. Instead, what we heard was the president saying they're wage slaves, where they're not going to get as much money, but they're going to grow their brand.
Right.
And then they can, either
they're going to be famous,
negotiate again, get more money, or go take their new fame and do a show somewhere else and make more money.
Right.
That's what he said. And then Steven said, no, you're going to own their likeness and their brand in forever. And he said, no, we're only going to own the things that we produced.
Right. That they paid production costs on, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Which everyone agrees is an acceptable thing. I've never heard anyone complain about that.
Yeah. Listen, you're hiring the cameraman and the lighting guy and all that stuff.
Exactly.
You don't really have a leg to stand on if you're complaining about that.
Right. So what's the problem with what Jeremy said in that clip? Is it just he said the word wage slave and that's a bad word?
I mean, the left does accuse them of calling people wage slaves all the time.
I mean, this is again
they
why
do
I
accuse
can't...
him of being pro-slavery. Sounds like he is pro-slavery. So
this is why I can't buy the Crowder's naive narrative. He keeps setting up these clips, and then we listen to them, and nothing what he said is in the clip.
Yeah,
it's just completely different every time.
I mean, you wouldn't like a clip out there of you saying that, calling people wage slaves and stuff.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But it's not what that's not what Crowder claimed the clip said it was going to say.
Right.
He's priming people to think the clip is going to say this thing. And I guess if you're primed, you can see it. But then if you take a step back and you really listen, you're like, well, that's not really what the phone call said in the clip.
Right. Yeah. Works on me.
That's your reverse Dunning-Kruger coming out. So.
It's actually just regular Dunning-Kruger.
Okay.
I understand there are going to be differing opinions on this. I understand that. As someone who does run a business and has I think maybe 25 employees, I don't know, we're expanding.
Yeah, look, he's got 25 employees. He knows how the Daily Wire, which has over 300 employees, he knows how they can run. Just scale it up. Just scale it up.
For me, if you don't know how many employees you have, you really aren't running the business. Let's be honest. Look, I'm serious. I've dealt with business people my whole lives, and they're like, how many employees do you have? 47. It's like, if you're in there doing daily operations of the business, you know how many employees you have. I'm suspect that he's actually running the business. I feel like other people are running the business.
Well, probably. I mean, he's the talent, and if I was Crowder, I would hire someone else to manage. I'm not going to do both.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Look, and I am not saying that's wrong in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
But I'm just presenting that as evidence that when you're not really, getting your hands dirty running the business, you don't often really know what will work and what won't work from a business perspective.
Right.
So for him to say, oh yeah, this is, just switch it up and do it this way, I think it's just naive. It's totally naive.
Well, that's what I said. If Sean's number was correct, if the Daily Wire only makes $100 million in profit, okay, $100 million in profit, and now they want to incur the cost of a $50 million contract, that's a hefty cost to incur. Now they obviously think that they'll make more from it. That's what they're banking on. But it's still it's a significant cost.
Yeah. They'll know a lot more once they get things rolling.
Right.
But that's why you build in. Like, if you think they're going to make so much more money off you, you just say, I want a percentage of the business.
Yeah, you say after a year,
right?
Give me points on the back end.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
You could, I think that's part of why this is, to me, so silly. He could have tried to negotiate anything that he wanted.
Yeah.
Now, you might not get it, but you can try. You at least, why would you not try?
That's what I would do. I'd be like, how about this? I get 50% of the show.
Yeah. Right.
Look, and I want
he says,
movie
you're
night.
lowballing me. I'm going to like crazy highball you, and then we'll see where we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, he kind of tried to do that.
Yeah, but in a way that was like kind of insane.
Right. He wanted them to do a bunch of work. They were like, listen, he was probably like, it took us 2 weeks just to come to a number that we felt comfortable putting on paper, that if you sign, we weren't going to get completely, destroy our business.
Right.
And now you want us to double that number and do all the back end work to find out if that number is even feasible?
Well, it wasn't double. It was 150% increase.
Right, exactly. But I don't understand why we can't just sit down and have a conversation and get 50% of the way there before we even.
Right.
I mean, this happens all the time. Right. I mean, some people just do a handshake deal because they're dealing with people that, their word is so important. They would never go back on any kind of deal. So.
Yeah, it's true, Adam. You've never signed an actual contract.
Our entire arrangement has always been a handshake deal. Yeah.
We've never even shaken your hand on this deal. It's all been verbal.
It's true. Yeah. I would not shake your hand anyway, because I'd be afraid.
Well, now that you've said that, I'm just going to not pay you anymore.
You'd be turned on or something. You'd be like, wow, this is a long handshake here.
Wow, look at this guy. Look,
obviously I'm kidding. I don't know. Did we shake hands? I mean, we met in person. Maybe we have shaken hands. I don't even remember.
Yeah, but we didn't shake hands over this specific deal.
No, of course not. Look, I like it. Just
when I first met Adam, he slipped me a bunch of cash like I was a drug dealer, though. That did occur.
Yes. Well, you came on my stream. I was going to give you, like,
I know you're giving me super chat money.
I just thought it was funny. You're like, here's like a wad of cash.
Look, I tried to pay Sitch twice for that, and he actually was nice enough to tell me, "Oh, you already paid me for this."
I forgot about that.
Yeah, which was like, I was like, okay, well, I know I can trust this guy, obviously. Which that's like a dumb shit.
That was a trick, though. I just lured you into a false sense of security. I've been skimming off the top the whole time.
Now we know. Obviously, I know you're not skimming off the top because I have seen numbers and stuff like that. So
that's true.
There's no secrets here.
That's true.
But does Steven Crowder have secrets?
Playful secrets.
Should I bring up the thing?
No, please don't.
I understand people run businesses differently and have different priorities. Here's the thing.
But if they do, they're evil.
I would genuinely still, Daily Wire, Jeremy, love to sit down at the table and explain to you.
Why didn't you do that to begin with? How is this not stupidity, Sitch? It keeps coming out.
Listen, wait, you have to listen. This is so egotistical. This is insane.
Here's the thing. I would genuinely still, Daily Wire, Jeremy, love to sit down at the table and explain to you how you can make all of this work, how you can scale what we do and not have to be beholden to the people who we all go out and claim that we're fighting, and especially with all of the financial resources.
This is like this is like Kanye level of ego.
That's why I don't understand how you can say that this is done cunningly and intentionally.
I don't. Maybe you're right.
Just
maybe
seems
just
like stupidity.
Maybe he's just a buffoon. Maybe.
Look, they
like,
offered to sit down and have this conversation in the beginning, and he said he didn't want to do it. Look, he's like, don't waste my time. Put a number on paper before I sit down and talk to you. So I know that you're serious.
The idea that he's like, I have a business with 25 employees. I've been paid
nothing
by other people my entire life, which is fine. Let me sit down. Let me just sit down with you and explain to you. Okay, let me mansplain to you, Daily Wire, business with over 300 employees that's operating on a much larger scale than I've ever done in my entire life. Let me explain to you how you should change your entire business model to this untested thing that I thought up and why it will work. Like, that, the ego on that's just insane. Why would it? I can't even imagine. I can't imagine if I was the president of a company listening to, like, sitting to a meeting like that. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, especially, Jeremy Boring, who's probably, negotiated deals for a lot of big companies. I mean, he's an attorney, right? So he's seen...
I don't know, but I mean, he's obviously been the president of Daily Wire for, ever X many years. So,
yeah. This is just Jordan Peterson. What's the rule?
Be humble.
Well, no, assume the person that you're talking to knows something that you don't. That's the rule.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and you listen, this is evidence to your argument, Adam, because not only to me is it insane that he would think this is possibly a realistic scenario, but that he would then say it and think people would hear what he's saying and not go, what the hell's wrong with you?
Well, look, obviously many people are going to agree with him and continue to agree with him.
But that's only because they've already decided that they either A, just like Crowder, or they, buy into the idea of, like, he says what he says about big tech, and then that's kind of like the end of the thought. That's like the terminating thought process.
Right.
But if you can separate, that's why, to me, this is why this is interesting. If you can separate all the little bits and pieces of every part of the different arguments, so you separate whether the contract was bad or not, separate whether the Daily Wire is beholden to big tech or not, okay, for evil political reasons, right? Separate that entirely. Just think in your head, with no other facts at all, a bland company that makes bread slices for the entire country and has over 300 employees, the CEO of that, this guy who makes bread for 20 people in a co-op somewhere, wants to sit you down and tell you how you should run your business.
Yeah.
Right? That's the
crazy height of hubris.
Yes.
You should be asking him, how do I get my business up to 300 employees?
Yeah, it's just like, it floors me. It floors me that he's saying this and he thinks it looks good.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I'm super curious the deal that Jordan Peterson got. But, yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I have to go back and watch it.
Michaela Peterson.
When Michaela was talking about it.
I don't think that's her name, but.
Michaela Peterson.
Okay, it is. Michaela? Good.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they named him after Mikhail Gorbachev or something.
Mikhail Gorbachev? No.
I'm wondering. But in her video, because she said that after they had it was like a long negotiation, 5 months of negotiating. But she said that, like, at the end of it, there was something that they got that was like that Jordan, I forget what it was exactly. Like, Jordan gets to keep, the revenue of like his own podcast on YouTube or something, like separate from the Daily Wire, which is kind of surprising.
Something that they didn't think they would get.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
That you have, which, by the way, are very impressive. And by the way,
and it's funny too. I just want to say, I remember that when Jordan Peterson first got hired by the Daily Wire, it was kind of around the same time that he was back on Twitter and tweeting all sorts of like very incendiary things.
Yeah.
And the narrative was, why almost everyone? Oh, now that Jordan Peterson's hired by the Daily Wire. He's popping off, right?
Yeah.
He's saying all sorts of crazy things. And now, just a few months later, the narrative is completely reversed. Whoa, Daily Wire censors you. Daily Wire prevents you from popping up.
Yeah, we were not happy about the Daily Wire thing because we were.
If you remember,
we got in big trouble.
I win in that exchange. You were the one who said you were questioning whether Jordan Peterson popping off on Twitter was because he got hired by Daily Wire, and I said I don't think that they're related. I think it's a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Did I? I don't remember.
You did, but so were a lot of people were saying that, and now just a few short months later, the narrative is the opposite. Oh, the Daily Wire makes you hold your tongue. It just shifted on a dime. It's just shifted instantaneously. Just turns on a dime. I don't know. I think it's interesting.
Yeah. No.
Since fielding for people who've sent this in under who you guys are under these kinds of contracts, right? You've sent which, by the way, are very impressive. And by the way,
backed it up a little just because something skipped for me.
Since fielding requests for people who've sent this in under who you guys are under these kinds of contracts, right? You've sent in your emails. If you're looking to either join a network or looking to navigate these contracts, we've been flooded. I'm going to try and get to all of you.
We should write an email now saying that Ben Shapiro grabbed our nuts in the bathroom. What do you think? What do you think?
Ben Shapiro. Listen, I went to the Daily Wire for an interview. Okay, and I was gonna be Ben Shapiro's personal assistant. And he said, "Listen, I can only hire people that have been circumcised." And he made me drop my pants. And I showed him. And then he grabbed me and he said, "I had to be sure, Sitch. I had to be sure."
I wonder if we could make it through his team. Our email would probably go up to the top of the list, right? That's the stuff he's looking for. Oh, looky here. We got a good one, boss. We're bringing him in.
But here's the thing. Let me give you my word right now. My word. Mm-hmm. Everyone, you can timestamp it, call me on it. Here at Mug Club, we will never take any ownership over your social media platforms or your channels, and I don't want a dime ever of your YouTube revenue. You make your own decision as to whether you want to be monetized or not. Some people want to, some people don't.
I don't. Okay, as far as I'm very confused. What exactly the services he's providing? If someone's not monetized, how are they working for him? What's going on?
First of all, I want to thank Destiny for sending all of his viewers over here. And I also want to say, look, Max, Destiny fucking loves us. Okay. Destiny is like,
what does that have to do with Max?
Just to make him jealous.
I see. Oh, I got you. I got you. Just rubbing it in Max's face.
Look, Max, we are like the favored son of Destiny here. Look, and we didn't even ask. Like, I barely talked to Destiny.
How does that feel, Max? No, but wait a minute. Okay, but wait. Anyway, I don't understand what Crowder's even offering.
What were you saying now?
I don't understand what Crowder's even offering here. He's saying if you're not monetized, that's fine. Well, then what? How do they work? Was he just saying he's going to run a charity? He's going to pay people just to produce content? And if you say, I don't want to make money, Crowder, I want you to just pay me to make content. Crowder's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, what is his job here exactly?
Yeah. It's like the activism thing. It really is. The separation is like, so he
just wants to, does he want to, is this just like a nonprofit he wants to start?
Well,
I don't know. Look, why doesn't he be specific? Why is he being so vague here with what exactly he's talking about?
Yeah, he needs to, how much do I get paid in activism and how much do I get actually paid?
Right.
Have a problem with requiring that you do and penalizing you if you don't. And to Daily Wire, to the rest of the people out there, give me a call. And
oh my God, it's so bad.
Listen, Daily Wire. Just give me a call. I promise this time I won't secretly record you and clip you and put you on the internet. Okay. Just call me. But this time will be different. This time I swear I won't secretly record you. Just give me a call.
Isn't this kind of like the scorpion and the tortoise here?
You mean the frog?
Yeah, the scorpion and the frog.
Yes. Yes.
You've already deployed the sting. It's too
I swear.
late.
Well, he's like, listen, Frog, the next time we go across the river, I won't sting you like I did the first time. I swear. I swear.
I left my cell phone on the other side of the river, and I need to get back over there.
He's like, somehow after the scorpion stings the frog barely makes it to the other side of the river without drowning. And the scorpion's like, oh, my cell phone. It's over there. Come on, let's go back and get it.
Exactly.
I swear it'll be different this time.
You've already deployed your attack, Steven. You can't do this. It doesn't work.
He said it 3 times in this conversation. 3 times he's like, just call me again, Daily Wire.
Well, maybe look, and this is why I keep going towards he's just naive. He just doesn't get it because maybe he thinks, maybe he doesn't want to, like he said in the very beginning of this video, I don't want to have to release the rest of the thing, but I could. Like maybe that's a little blackmail.
No, listen. He didn't give anyone an audio copy of the conversation. He gave some trusted unnamed source a transcript.
Right. But he literally
we distrust
said,
as a true transcript.
He literally said, I don't want to have to release it.
Well, he's not going to, but he should.
Well, maybe that's a threat. Call me or I'll release the tape.
It's not a threat. It's an excuse. It's 100% an excuse.
Look, he's begging for a phone call. He really is.
I think, well, here's the difference. You think he's asking for the phone call because he's naive and doesn't understand how insane it is. I think him asking for the phone call is a total lie show. He knows that there's no chance in hell I get the phone call. And it's just to kind of make this facade that he's like on the side of virtue.
You don't think he wants the phone call?
I think he's aware that that's such an insane thing to ask for, that there's no chance in hell it will happen.
Okay.
And you think he's just an idiot?
I'm kind of leaning towards that direction. I really am.
Okay.
On second viewing.
Oh, you're leaning against idiot, or you're leaning more?
No,
towards
I'm leaning
idiot now?
more towards. I'm leaning more towards. Well, I don't like calling people idiots. Listen, I'm not like
naive babe in the woods.
I am not some giant intellectual, heavyweight. So I don't really like going around.
Somebody clip
people.
that.
What? Look.
I'm not some giant intellectual.
Part of being intelligent is to kind of know when other people are smarter than you or better than you.
When you had the reverse Dunning-Kruger, yeah.
At different things.
I understand.
And letting them do those things that they're better at.
Right.
Part of being dumb is not recognizing when you're bad at shit and other people are good at shit, but you're going to sit down and explain to them how they're not doing it right.
Right. So when Crowder says he can explain to Daily Wire how to run their 300 plus business that he has no experience doing.
Right. That's an insane thing to say. It really is.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't disagree.
Okay. Well, what are we arguing about then?
Let me put it this way. If you give me your word, this is all that matters here. Just give me your word that there will never be a clause in a contract again for some unsuspecting kid or someone who doesn't have the luxury to walk away from $50 million, as I did, true, guilty as charged. Give me your word that you will not penalize them 25% for demonetization, another 20% for a strike, another 20% for Facebook, Spotify, Apple, up to 80%. Just give me your word that clause, that spirit will not be in any contract sent out to anyone else who's at the front lines fighting for this country.
So now
these are his demands. This is what I said.
Well, wait a minute.
Look, so you kept saying no, it's incorrect. I was completely right. Who's got the reverse Dunning-Kruger now?
No, you were not correct.
I am correct. 100% correct.
No, because I was saying that let me play it because you ruined the bit I was going to do, but it's fine.
And we're done. All of this stops right now. You will never hear from me again. I will go out and sing your praises. You can pick up the phone. You have my word. That's all it is.
Okay, so I just thought it was funny because when I first heard this, I thought he was saying like, oh, I'll listen. If you just promise not to demonetize anyone else if they or not, if you promise not to give anyone these fees, if they get demonetized, blah, 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 I'll work for the Daily Wire for whatever cost you want. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying, well, but then I'll stop shit talking you if you do this.
Right.
It's just like, I'll stop shit talking you constantly if you just do this thing. Like that's ridiculous.
That's
like he has this kind of leverage.
That's the only leverage he has right now.
Yeah,
is just
now
to like be able to shit talk.
But that's preposterous. What a ridiculous thing to say.
Well, he has a giant platform. It is something like I think his crap talk has got them in a lot of trouble already.
I'm sure it has, but to me, it's just such a silly thing. Change your business practice and I'll stop shit talking you. I demand it.
Well, this is what I said in the very beginning, and that's why I said I was right, because this was the ultimate
wrong,
goal.
but it's fine.
What do you mean? How? Look, he literally said that. I don't know how
the
you can
demand
say that.
in the beginning of in the first part of the video when he talked about demand, it's in the context of the contract
You're just
or the
wrong,
contract
Sitch.
offer.
You're right about a lot, but this one you're just a little off on.
Okay.
He's going in.
Okay.
The context is we're all in this movement together. We're all conservatives.
Okay.
He's saying this. I'm not really a conservative. Everybody's
okay.
Look.
I'm just gonna keep saying okay.
He's saying the conservatives need to stick together, and they're screwing over the children and the new talent, and they need to stop doing that. Otherwise, he's going to continue to shit talk them. That's where we're at. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. I'm glad you agree.
Yes. That's all this is about.
Look, that's all this is about. He said
that's
it right
all
there.
it's
In
about,
the interim,
really.
to everyone else,
it's not about the money.
StopBigCon.com. Be a signatory. I'll see you Monday. Tim Pool.
There you go.
Look at that.
Stop Big Con.
I'm going to sign up. I mean, I found what he had to say persuasive.
You want to be kept informed?
I want to know how we can stop the big con.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Look, I don't like censorship. I don't like big tech censorship. Have you been to bigcon.com?
Yeah, stick together by burning bridges. That's a great point.
Big Con. What is it?
Big Con. StopBigCon.com.
Stop.
Everybody, if you want to get some more email spam, StopBigCon.com.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's part of the story. We kind of have to. .com. It's not .org. What? I thought we were running a charity now.
A guy for $20, thank you, says it's hard to make the distinction between business and politics when big tech censorship is heavily political. The penalties incentivize gatekeeping on their opponents' terms. Without the penalties, Crowder has no argument. Well, I don't think Crowder has an argument one way or the other. Well, he would have an argument if he didn't say it wasn't about the money, because again, it is about the money, because the argument he's saying is that the money penalties are preventing him and other people from, or he's saying that the money penalties will cause himself and other peoples to self-censor. That's what he's saying. So you can't then turn around and say it's not about the money, because you're literally saying the money is influencing your behavior at that point. So.
Well, I signed up. It says stay in #1 mug club or join anew. Enter your email below. So,
well, you'll let us know what kind of tantalizing offers Steven Crowder sends you at.
Well, I'll check right now. We'll see what's going on.
Do you think we should ask him if we can join his creators program?
I mean, maybe.
I don't know if after this he'll be on board.
I don't know.
I'm not being overly pedantic on that point. You cannot say that this isn't about the money when it's literally about the money. I don't know what to tell you. That's not pedantic. That's just normal logic.
Who are you? First of all, who are you yelling at in the chat? And
just was responding to a random chat I saw.
Okay.
If it wasn't about the money, Crowder could have literally made some kind of deal like I suggested, where he said, "Listen, Daily Wire, I will take your deal where I will take these penalties to my salary and I will do it because I don't care about the money, but only on the condition that no one else in your organization has to suffer these penalties. That would be someone not caring about the money.
Do you think that they talked about this before launching this attack? Do you think this was discussed at the inner Steven Crowder circle of whether or not this like I said, like before,
might have a bunch
I did
of yes men
something
around him.
Yeah, that's a question that I have as well.
He might. Okay,
I might.
He has to have.
I would
yes men
ask
around
you.
him.
Look, I ask you stuff all the time whether or not this is a good idea. We both do that. So.
And I think, is it going to make Adam look bad and me good? Yeah, Adam, this is a great idea.
Wait, you say that, but you never say that privately.
No, I've never.
Look at this. Sitch says the most insane things publicly that he would never say privately. Most people are completely opposite of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how you know I'm trustworthy.
It's pretty funny.
No, but Crowder's got to be surrounded by yes men. And I say this because I can't imagine anyone who's like being critical or neutral in his camp would say, you know,
this is
probably not a good idea to secretly record Jeremy and then clip it out of context and play it on your channel. That's probably not a good look.
Well, I mean, if I'm the guy that he goes to and says, listen, I need to know how to record a phone call, I'm going to be like, why? Why? Why do you need to do something like that? What's the plan here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. 5 for 20 Canadian says, question, by Crowder leaking this contract, hasn't Crowder undermined the Daily Wire's ability to combat big tech? I assume prior to this, nobody outside of the Daily Wire was privy to their contract clause regarding big tech. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Fire. It's a fantastic point. That was actually in my notes, but we never got to it. And that's true. It's in a weird way. By Crowder broadcasting this to everyone, he actually is, he's making it so that Daily Wires actually would be perceived as weaker in their ability to combat big tech. Because now YouTube knows that this is part of their clause.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and YouTube would love to shut up Matt Walsh. I guarantee you. I guarantee you they would love to shut up Matt Walsh.
Now, how interesting would that be?
If they came after Matt Walsh on some trumped up charge and kicked him off the platform?
I'm actually surprised at that. I'm actually really surprised. Maybe this will be what occurs. Maybe when someone like on the left figures this out, maybe this will happen. I would think because of this, there would be a lot of people on the left who don't like Matt Walsh specifically.
Or Candace Owens.
Or Jordan Peterson, because they're far more incendiary than like Ben Shapiro. Now that they know, or at least believe, that this is probably in all these people's contracts, I'm surprised that they're not trying to like go overboard and get them all demonetized now. Now that they know that it will affect them on this financial level.
Yeah.
So maybe they will. Maybe that'll be the fallout. That'll be interesting if that's the fallout.
Ooh, that's going to hurt because they're going to immediately blame Steven Crowder for all of that.
Oh, they will. The Night Hunter 119 for $20 says, Sean doesn't clearly understand conversation. A conversation can turn to business whenever it is brought up. Well, that's true, but I think what Sean is alluding to and what the idea is with the phone call that Sean is talking about is, and now we don't know if this is true, but this is what the implication is. The implication is that Steven Crowder, quote unquote, suckered, well, I shouldn't say quote unquote, that Steven Crowder possibly suckered Jeremy into a conversation with Jeremy thinking that it was some sort of casual conversation that wasn't business related. And then he kind of springs the whole business talk on Jeremy in order to kind of record him out of context. I think that's kind of the implication when people say, oh, well, he calls Jeremy up to talk about family, then secretly records him.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that happened, maybe it didn't happen. But I think I'm assuming that's the implication when people say that.
He had a very, like, trying to persuade him with a, kind of voice, the voice that Steven Crowder was making was very, I don't know, what's the word for it? It's like
performative.
Well, I mean, he's
acting, hackney.
Well, he's trying to he's basically implying in his voice that he's, we're better than this. We shouldn't be doing this. This is,
right.
Not. Isn't this something that we should all be ashamed of?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of that's my read of his voice. And
yeah, but even
call, like,
he's not even. But here's what's weird. This is why this call is weird, and the way it's recorded is weird. In his video, again, he says this is what this clip is going to be about, and then you watch the clip. That's not what the clip is about.
Yeah.
Even in his conversation, and maybe this plays more to your point, because if Steven was more calculating, he would have had a much clearer plan on what exactly he was going to say to Jeremy and how he was going to say it in a way to make Jeremy look bad that would then match, the video he wants to make. But the conversation he has with Jeremy seemed to just be more like he's just kind of complaining about the business model. He's not making this sort of grandiose moral complaints that he's making now.
Well, at this point, I don't know if the entire phone call was released, if it would be more like he's trying to get negotiations started again for working for the Daily Wire. There's not enough of the phone call there for me to tell that wasn't what was going on.
I would guess no. I don't think he's trying to get negotiations for the Daily Wire again.
Right.
But I still think he's not going to release the phone call in its entirety because it will make Crowder look very bad, because it'll become very clear that what Crowder's saying is in the phone call is not in the phone call at all.
Right. And he's leading him.
And he's leading Jeremy on to say things, or trying to lead Jeremy on to say things that will sound bad and, clipped. But listen, maybe Tim will push. Maybe Tim will push him on it. Tim seemed to be pretty firmly on the side of he should release the full video when he was talking to Candace. So,
really?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he should.
Matthew Kirk for $20 says, I'm very happy this conversation is happening. I hope Tim brings up these points on Monday. However, I must say that I do believe that the Daily Wire has been vindictive and I believe has caused far more damage to the movement. Well, I don't think they've been vindictive in dealing with this situation. They might have caused damage to the movement in other ways, but Crowder really, and I don't know, I think people, and I hope maybe people got a different sense of things now that we're watching it back. I don't think people really appreciated how much Crowder really kneecapped the conservative media outlets in his first video by attacking their political integrity.
Because he's naive.
Maybe because he's naive, but it was a really very strong
Look,
attack.
that was not intentional.
I can't believe that.
If somebody pointed,
just think he's just stupid.
Did nobody point out to him, like, oh, they're going to look, this is basically saying everyone's guilty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Crowder personally, but like he might have responded, nah, they'll be able to figure it out. Like, what? How do you even respond to that?
So according to the poll, I said, so we had the new poll, how have you changed your mind? 56% said no, they're still on Daily Wire's side. 24% said no, they're still on Crowder's side. Only 5% have switched to Crowder, and 16% have switched to the Daily Wire. So there you go. That's interesting.
So we had some switchers?
There's a couple switchers,
some
but
switcheroos?
Mostly
everyone's stuck with their guns.
Mostly everyone the same.
After they've been arguing with everyone in the chat for 5 hours, they can't really change their position, Sitch. What are you thinking?
That's true.
They look like soy.
Well, that's a good thing about the poll. No one knows who voted for what, so you can change your position. But
oh, you're right. Yeah.
When Matt Gaetz was on Tim, he was like, how does it feel to have saved the nation from the establishment? Why are you the smartest guy who's dumber than Keanu Reeves? Well,
what?
We'll see.
Did he say that to Matt Gaetz?
Well, we'll see. Lucia Doman for 10 months, thanks so much, says, I wonder if Elizabeth Blue is going to join Crowder's new network. Both of them are very honest and good faith. Have you been following any of this Elizabeth Blue drama?
I saw Dick Masterson had retweeted her and was calling her fraud and stuff. So
yeah, I don't know what started it exactly, but I believe Brittany Venti and after that the quartering both I think Brittany started it. I don't know why she started. I don't know what the original tweet was. She responded to or retweeted Elizabeth Blue with a picture of her wearing some scantily clad outfit that was in a public music video.
Mm-hmm.
And then Elizabeth Blue complained to Twitter that this was like posting a pornographic image without her consent and got Brittany Venti banned from Twitter, which seems completely insane.
Yeah, that's wrong.
That's why everyone was like, what is going on? This seems insane. Like
painting the music video you did as revenge porn is not really
no. So, but I mean, I'm assuming she'll probably get her account back because that's just so bizarre, or get unbanned or whatever the issue is. So.
Yeah, I thought they were better about that now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
I have Twitter Blue, so I can't get banned. I'm like impervious.
ELM, thanks so much for being a 2-month free will seeker. Says, listen, Sitch and Adam, the Kanye West Alex Jones show was the best Sitch and Adam show. Well done. Also, Doomer needs to shut up and watch the cutscenes.
Did Doomer come on that? I don't even remember.
I don't remember. That's a good
question.
But
that was, I mean, man, my sides hurt from laughing so hard at that insane video.
Elizabeth Blue hates Andrew Tate, so Dick Masterson hates Elizabeth Blue. Eliza.
Oh, really?
Elizabeth. Is Dick Masterson a big Andrew Tate fan?
Dick Masterson's going to come on the show, I think, next week. So
next Sunday. So
we can
ask
him
about it.
Yeah.
So
Dick Masterson has his show on Sunday too. Like he asked me about coming on a long time ago, but
Brittany and Jeremy have to delete their posts to get unsuspended.
Okay.
Eliza got a free Tesla from Elon. Yeah, see, people were assuming or implying there's some sort of buddying thing going on beneath the surface here. So.
Yeah, maybe she's one of his baby mamas.
Maybe one of his stables.
I mean, she didn't seem unattractive to me. This is the first I've ever encountered.
Well, she's in a music video showing off her body, so.
Oh, she is?
That makes sense.
I feel like I would like to see the thing that Brittany posted. But I didn't get a chance to. Damn.
Don't worry. Someone will tweet Adam the link to the music video. Okay.
Good. Oh, I did see it was on like World Class Bullshitters or something like that, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought that. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not World Class Bullshitters. It
was like World Hip Hop or something.
Well, yeah. Well, I did a video about slut shaming that I used a lot of clips from those music videos because
I see. How dare you?
Well, this was in the olden days when you could.
Let's go to the tape. We have to confirm. We have to confirm this music video.
We can't. I don't think we can do that now. Like that.
I don't think we can play it now.
That video is no longer on YouTube.
We get in trouble for copyright, not that we get in trouble for revenge porn or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
77X for $10 says, notice how he only says YouTube monetization. He once said that it's peanuts. What about all the other revenue? Will he have a say in that? Sounds very slimy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like, listen, our channel is monetized. We get not getting super chats would obviously destroy the show because you guys pay for the show in super chats. So, but I mean, ad revenue. What ad revenue? Right?
Right.
Yeah. So. That's
Andrew Haskell for $2 says the Daily Wire copied Crowder's business model first, Sitch. Well, it might have. That's interesting. It might have copied his business model first, but obviously as they grew in size, that would actually hurt Crowder's argument even more. That would actually completely destroy Crowder's argument because that would imply that, well, they could use his model at first, but then they became too large that they had to change to a different business model, if that's the case.
Which is
so why completely destroy Crowder's argument completely. So
well, also, I mean, I would say, yes, I really think you have great ideas, Steven. And yeah, I do think we can scale it that way. What I need is, I would like to look at the Mug Club email list so I can cross-reference that against the Daily Wire email list so we can get an idea of what our ceiling is on this audience.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So Doberman sent us the video, or I'm sorry, Dan Iyer sent us the video.
Right.
I don't think I can post a screenshot on screen without getting in trouble because it's so sexual.
Is that her in the thing?
That's her in the thing, yeah.
Oh, okay. Go
Adam
Elon.
is excited.
Look,
Adam is excited.
Look, I will emote on my face as I see things. Okay. Oh,
She is
okay.
wearing a fishnet top.
Whoa!
See-through boobage. So
Okay. Look, you guys just watch Wormy, okay?
you watch the wholesome
Yeah.
pussy.
Here's what you guys get to see.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. This is all an ad for WorldStar app. That's so funny. I didn't realize that's what this was.
Oh, look, she's got a grill.
This is all an ad for a WorldStar app. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that changes the story. Dr. 5 for 5 Canadian says one of Crowder's biggest mentors was Andrew Breitbart. So I'm wondering if on Timcast he's going to drop some bombs about the Daily Wire or other outlets. That would be. What if he starts bad-mouthing Breitbart? That'd be interesting. So, JD Bachamp for fun.
I mean, Tim did give pushback to Kanye that was very unexpected. So we might be talking a lot of shit about Tim Pool right now that's completely undeserved.
Whoa. Let's be clear.
Right.
You're making the prediction that Tim isn't going to give Crowder any hard questions.
I might be talking
I'm saying I think he is going to ask Crowder the hard questions.
Okay.
Which I know in terms of past opinions of Tim, that's unusual for me to say that.
Well, I just recalled the Kanye situation, which I completely misjudged him in the Kanye situation because he did.
Well, I mean, Kanye's saying like crazy. I mean, Tim has to push back on Kanye. Otherwise, Tim was going to get pilloried.
Right.
Like Kanye is saying all sorts of crazy stuff.
I guess you're right. But he's not in a position where he has to push back on Crowder at all. Like, is he going to get a hard time?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a comparable situation. I think he will, just because of
Crowder's not going to say things that are pushing the monetization line, though.
Right. But if Crowder goes on Timcast and he just spouts off for an hour and Tim doesn't ask him about the timeline and some of these other things, Tim's going to come off looking so bad. So I think that's why Tim will ask him these questions.
Good.
He's going to have to.
Good. We want answers. Tim, do us right. Come on.
JD Bachamp for $5 says, I'm going to go broke after the stream. Don't go broke. But thank you so much. Haha, A-Team is the best team. Sitch has been paid off by the Zionist. Well, there you go.
What?
Sitch is
no.
I mean, I did have the Juminati on stream, so.
Sitch isn't. Look, don't go conspiracy nuts on
us. Charles Rents for $5 says, quote, instead of Monday morning quarterbacking, I'm just walking out of the field and telling the quarterback how football works.
Oh my God. Low blow.
There you go. Accurate, though.
Yes.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Phil Remains for $5. Hey, Phil. Phil says, I might see Crowder tomorrow. I'll be around. Awesome. Listen, Phil. If Tim doesn't ask Crowder the hard questions, it's up to you to ask him the hard questions, Phil. I want you to be ruthless, Phil. I trust you to get to the bottom of it.
We're streaming on Tuesday. Phil can come on Tuesday. The thing is, I think I have some guests lined up to talk about
something boring that no one cares about.
Economics, which probably isn't going to be the most timely. Why don't laugh? Listen, I didn't know this was going to happen.
There could be. Well, here's the thing.
Look, I'm
the
booking
Timcast
weeks
show on
in
Monday.
Advance.
Listen, the Timcast show on Monday could either be incredibly boring or incredibly explosive, right?
Right.
Who knows?
And we're going to talk about UBI. Okay. Look, I did tell the people though that we would only talk to them for an hour. We got to stop doing this. Like we're going to have someone on to talk to them for 4 hours. It's just
right.
It's not good for us. It's not good for them.
Well, it's good when it's Shad and Sean arguing for 4 hours. Then it's good.
Well, that was great, obviously.
Okay.
But yeah. Yes.
Okay, so listen, there'll only be an hour of talking about boring economics on Tuesday, and then the rest could be on juicy Crowder gossip.
And I think it's 2:30, so it's like we got an hour and a half to.
Am I allowed to talk about the DM without naming the names? Can I pull a Crowder and not name the names?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
What DM?
The economic guy DM.
Oh, well, look, we can use the names. Why are we?
I don't know. I don't know how you feel about this.
Look, as soon as that happened, I was like, well, okay, well, I'm going to talk a lot of shit about you, guy. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why are so
well,
stupid.
okay, that's maybe we'll talk about that later because we have a lot of super chats to get through.
Yeah, let's continue with the super chats. It's a better idea.
So there's some juicy.
And I'm going to tell one of these guys who's not responded, hey, we can't do it on Tuesday.
Okay.
So.
Brian Townsend for $5 says, I don't know, man, $12 million a year and I get to work with Brett Cooper. Where do I sign? And can I wear my collar and chain to work? Wow.
Someone likes Brett. Jeez.
Bryant is a big Brent Cooper simp. Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Brian also said, S class is the best class. Thank you. Andrew Haskins, for 3 months says that I'm biased because I'm Jewish. Wonderful. Thank you for being a 3-month supporter.
You're biased?
Yes.
Sitch, you're biased?
I'm biased because I'm Jewish, and apparently the Jews are siding with Daily Wire. So thank you for supporting us for 3 months, Andrew, despite being anti-Semitic.
First of all, I don't think Sitch is really, I don't think he's a Daily Wire fan or subscriber or even. It seems like I listen to Daily Wire more than Sitch listens to Daily Wire.
But you don't understand, Adam. Okay. You don't understand.
What?
As a Jew, I have to side with the more Jewish person, right? I have to side with the tribe.
Somehow I don't think that's what's going on here.
Apparently that's what's going on.
Okay.
Lazily enraged. Oh, also, I'm paying off Sean, by the way. I'm paying Sean in pure shekels to be against Crowder.
You almost got Shad in big trouble.
You almost got Shad. Why did you think that was Shad?
Because it sounded like Shad. I thought it was Shad.
Okay.
Look, neither one of you were on camera.
Okay.
And it was like the sneeze thing, so it wasn't in your voice.
I can't believe it. Lazily enraged for $5 says, you are being intellectually dishonest about the money. The money is a tool for enforcement. Crowder's problem is they're enforcing the policies at all. No, so that's true. His Crowder's problem. Okay. Crowder could complain about this, honestly. If he says, my problem is that they're financially disincentivizing people to self-censor, and that's all he says, then he can have an argument there, right? And then we could argue, well, does it make sense? Everyone's on YouTube. People have to conform to the TOS. They can talk about things violating TOS off platform, blah, 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 blah. But that's not what Crowder's doing. He's going above and beyond that, saying it's not about the money. It's literally about the money. He's complaining that he will get less money if he gets censored. How is it not about the money? I don't understand.
I'm with the pedantic people here.
I don't understand where the disconnect
over
is.
And over again, but because it's more than just the money. It really is.
It's not.
If they said, "Listen, we're going to give you $1 billion, but we want you to come out with a statement that says, I have no principles," and they just give him some terrible statement to say.
Why? Okay.
He's not going to do that. He's going to say, listen, the money has to, it is about the money, but it's also about my principles. Both of those things have to align.
No, you're completely wrong. I don't know how you whiffled that analogy.
Wiffle? Is that
you
like
whiffled it.
The wiffle bat?
You went to whiff it and then you whiffled it. Okay, that's not how it works. If the Daily Wire.
Sean's in the chat threatening to come back on. I remember now. I figured out we have a waiting room. So we have Sean.
Sean still has the link. He could sneak in at any moment.
No, I got the waiting room up. We're safe now.
We're safe. If the Daily Wire says, Crowder, here's $1 billion,
right.
but
right,
you're not allowed to question the efficacy of the COVID vaccine,
right,
on any platform,
right, ever again.
Right. And Crowder says, no, I'm not taking that money because of my principles, right?
Right.
Then Crowder's correct. It's not about the money. he's saying, no, my ideas about wanting to talk about whatever I want to talk about is more important than X amount of dollars.
But
that is saying it's not about the money.
But if he says,
right.
COVID, I like talking about that. How about we go? How about we double it?
Right. But that's not what Crowder did.
Right.
Crowder didn't say the Daily Wire has some clause in the contract that says I can't say X. No. He says the Daily Wire is going to penalize me if I get demonetized. It doesn't say in the contract that if he gets demonetized, he can no longer say what he wants to say. It just says he gets less money. That's all it says. Just says he gets less money. It doesn't say that they, if the contract said, if you get demonetized by YouTube, the Daily Wire will now have the authority to sign off on all of your scripts before you air your show, right? Then it's about a principle, right? Because he's like, well, I don't care about the money. I don't want them to have to sign off on my show.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't say that. It's all financial incentives. And if you're only talking about financial incentives, then by definition, it's literally about the money. Josh Cohort for $10 says, ask Anthony Kuma how Crowder treats friends. They were friends since Red Eye. Dave was Anthony's co-host, and Crowder went behind his back to hire him. Anthony got an email with a day's notice. Wow. I don't know what the drama is there.
What do you mean? That sounds horrible.
It does sound horrible. So there you go. Apparently some drama there. Mick Scruffles for $2 says, Shad is so charitable to Crowder, it's insane.
I mean,
CT
charitability is not insane.
Well, Shad is so put off by...
Yeah, he hates the Daily Wire. It's pretty obvious.
Well, no, that's not what I was going to say. Shad is so put off by sort of the way in which the opening contract bid was done that's where his position is stemming from, in my opinion. So, CT for 5 Canadian says, you guys are missing the most important thing. Steven's first live video. Talk Boys from the hit movie Home Alone 2 are only $50 on eBay, not $5,000.
Really?
So there you go. Derpenstein, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 2 months, says A team for life.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Sitch is okay too, I guess. Thank you.
Well, you're wrong about that, but...
Thank you. Wow. CT for 2 Canadian says, the Home Alone recorder is a nice touch, at least. True. Do you think he was actually playing it? See, they were editing the audio, right? He couldn't slow back I don't know. Could he slow back the playback live like that in the video?
No, of course not. They did it in post.
Well, they used to have do you remember they used to have, well, I don't know. You're an old man.
Whoever edited that video though.
When I was a kid, they used to have these things called yak backs, which could record little bits of sayings and you could slow it up and speed it up and stuff.
Sure.
Lord of the Brains for $2 says laissez-faire is the new centrism. Well, I don't agree with that. I think laissez-faire business principle has been the Republican/conservative business perspective for 50 years. Now that's going to change maybe with populism and with big tech, but that was not and is not the centrist position currently, in my opinion.
It's neoliberalism.
Yes. There was digital slowing.
But laissez-faire
Those tape decks were analog. That's a good point. Stug for $2 says, if you guys don't hate each other, then kiss. That's we should have made Sean and Shad kiss before they left, just to make sure that there is no bad blood between them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Would that break TOS? I don't know.
Well, if it did, we would call YouTube homophobes and we would get YouTube demonetized from its own platform.
Oh, that would work too. Totally.
Cardinal Fabrizio Ruffo for $5 says, the sides don't change because all you're doing is arguing past each other. Ethics versus business, two different issues. Well, I guess there was arguing past each other, obviously, in the debates. I guess this is sort of what we talked about before Sean and Shad even came on. Can you separate business and politics, or business and ethics? Or not business and ethics, because obviously there's ethics in how you commit and how you do your business. But can you separate business and politics? Or are they just... Cardinal Fabrizio Rufo for $5 says it's been known for years that politics is bad for business and business is bad for politics. For this reason alone, Daily Wire is wrong. I'm not sure I follow. I'm not sure I follow that at all. Well, obviously you're saying...
I mean, if
so you'd be saying that the
politics,
right? You'd be saying that Daily Wire being involved in trying to monetize politics is bad, but okay, I guess I understand what you're saying. One horse-sized duck, thanks so much for being fools here for 3 months, says Shadiversity, the man with the blade. Sitch has informed me that you're a big fan of the Velma and the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Care to comment?
Oh, we had to ask. I'm sad we didn't see that super chat.
No. They're just trying to get me in trouble. Yeah.
You don't think
Shad does not like those shows?
Are we sure?
Well, apparently Lofty likes Ring of Power, or so the chat claimed.
No.
Is this true? Are you still around, Lofty? I thought I saw you in the chat.
Impossible.
Is this true, Lofty? Is this blasphemy true? I didn't want to bring it up because I knew if I did, it would be another hour conversation. So.
That's so true. Yeah.
How dare he? How dare he have a wrong media opinion?
We'd be talking about Mordor still.
We would. No, we'd be talking about what's her face jumping into the fucking ocean to swim back to shore.
Oh my God.
Did I skip your super chat? I don't think so. I'm reading the super chats backwards, so that's probably confusing some people.
President Sunday was supposed to be on Tuesday.
This Tuesday?
But he's rescheduled. President Sunday is working on an epic takedown of Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations theory.
Oh, Jesus.
Right. That he wants us.
Well, we have to watch that before we talk to him, right?
He wants us to review it on stream before we have the conversation with him.
Okay, we can do that.
I know. It's not like I wouldn't watch that, right?
Sure.
Look at this. Check. Sean Fitzgerald has entered the waiting room. That's right. And keep waiting. Keep waiting.
Wow. Look at Adam's not going to let Sean in. Just terrible. Terrible.
What happens if I hit view? Oh, yeah.
Is he like a little animal in a cage? You can just see him in the little cage. Poke him with a stick.
Can you see him in the waiting room?
I can't see him, no.
Really?
Not from my end, no.
You don't get to see the waiting room? Oh,
no.
Nice.
Only the host does, probably.
Here, let's talk. Can he see the chat? Here.
It's a good question.
What do you want? What do you want? Look at
that. It says only people in meeting can see the chat, so maybe he can't see.
Oh, he can't?
I don't know. What do you want?
Should we let him in or should we make him wait longer?
You let him in.
No, let's read a couple more.
He's not going to. Sean has nothing to say. He just wants to come in, and then he's going to leave.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, then we shouldn't let him in. Then we definitely shouldn't let him in. Look, he's in the chat. Adam has me in the lobby. That's right. Who else did you send the link to?
He's going to tell us. That's why he wants to come on. He wants to come on and tell us all the people he sent the link to.
I let him in.
Okay. Hello, Sean.
Greetings.
Why are you back? Look.
Listen, I went to my lady's house and I hung out with her for a bit, and then I turned it back on, and you guys are still talking about it. So I figure, you know what? Since I didn't get to watch the video and I interrupted that, let's start all over.
No.
Do it all over again.
Look,
from the top.
How do we put him back in the waiting room? Look.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
No, we're on.
I don't think we're gonna do that. Adam was very upset that you gave Lofty the Zoom code.
Well, I mean,
you know what?
Look.
Let me address that. My bad. All right. Yeah. He asked to come in. I thought you knew Lofty. Everybody knows Lofty. And
I mean, I know of Lofty, but he's never been on the show before. So,
well, he asked me to ask you guys, and I thought I would just cut the middleman out, you know. But I was totally joking about sending the link to everybody else. It's just one person. I've met Lofty in person several times. He's a great guy.
Okay.
Well, there you go. You know,
as long as
Lofty's
you
a
can vouch for
good
him.
friend because he didn't throw you under the bus. He didn't say, well, I asked Sean to ask you, and he didn't, so it's his fault.
Right.
Right.
True.
I do
Yes.
like the idea that you guys didn't know who did it for a while, and you were like, "How do you get in here?"
Well,
Oh, I mean, I knew immediately. So, because he messaged in the chat, he basically outed himself from the beginning.
I'll be honest. Lofty DM'd me to come on, and I didn't respond.
Right.
And so I assumed, oh, he DM'd Adam, and Adam knows who he is
Right.
better than I do, and let him on.
No,
Oh,
that didn't happen.
Lofty's a great guy. He's edited for the Quartering before. He's filmed for Nuance Bro before. He's a great guy. Like
cool.
you know those cool mashups at the beginning of the Quartering videos.
Yeah,
Yes.
I knew he did those. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
wow. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I wish
I've
I
seen
was
him-
nicer to him when he was here.
Yeah. It's the anime avatar. Like you don't realize that like he's not like every other person you meet with an anime avatar.
He's got an anime girl avatar. It's double. So
Yeah. But yeah, so my bad for that. I just came in to say I'm sorry about that, guys.
No, we
it's
don't
okay.
allow apologies on the show. Okay, so
We
you're
allow
not
sorry.
allowed. You're not.
It's
We're
not-
not asking for an apology, and you're not allowed to. Apologize.
I was asking for it. I want to extract a public apology from Sean here.
Also, Adam takes money from Big Crowder. I'm not saying anything.
Look at this. Look, he can't help himself.
By the way, your poll is so funny, the new one, because it says, "Have you changed your mind?" And it's like, no, still mostly Daily Wire as the number one option. That is not how it was before. Like, maybe
Yeah, you're right.
maybe there's new people, but everybody it was like overwhelmingly for Crowder, and then the neutral options you had.
Well, no, so that's true, but the most people voted for neutral. And so since there's no neutral thing, I'm assuming people who are neutral are still more on the Daily Wire side than the Crowder side.
Right.
I'm assuming
But-
that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say I was sorry. I'll never do that again, guys.
No, you don't have.
I
it's
think you should
fine.
do it
It's
every
not a
time.
big
You should
deal.
just pick a random person that you know and send them the link every time. we send
I
you one.
thought because it seemed like
it adds mystery to the show.
it seemed like Shad and Lofty had some dust up in the past, and I thought maybe you were stirring the pot. I didn't know.
No,
Like,
no, he's-
let's unloose these guys together. And Shad was kind of like, oh no, they let Lofty in. Now he's gonna yell at me. So
no. Apparently, they don't hate each other. That's what
Right.
Lofty said, and
Yeah,
he always
no.
tells the truth.
it seemed
True.
fine, obviously, and it's not a big deal.
But yeah, he's a good guy. I didn't know what side he was going to be on, based on his affiliation. So that was also an interesting.
We like
thing.
to mix it up. We like to keep things surprising. So you like everyone had been saying, have Sean and Shad debate. Like they literally were asking for that before the show even began, and
it happened.
it's weird that happened when we just
There you go.
like we didn't reach out to either one of you to even come on the show, but yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
asked
wasn't-
and
I wasn't doing nothing, so I came on.
yeah, no,
Thank you.
we've invited you on many times before and you haven't come on, so
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay. I mean, I
All right.
figure he's busy, right? But
Let's
I did
talk about-
notice when he was on Stephen Michael Davis's stream, and I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. He never comes on our stream, but yeah,
Oh my.
but yeah.
Sean was so kind to come on, and now Adam's like attacking him. Like, well, come on.
you-
now.
you
Is
know what's
this
funny
Is this
about
attacking?
that?
This is not attacking.
It feels a little.
Here, let me get your guest
know what's-
monitor back up again.
You know what's
still-
funny about the
still have
Stephen?
it.
You know what's funny about the Stephen Michael Davis stream is that he asked me to come on, and I said yes, and then because I was like, I'm going out to dinner with my lady and her like friends from wherever she knows them from,
Simp, but yes.
and I had asked her if we're only going to one place, and then we finish up at the first place, and they're like, we're going to a second place. So I text Steven, I'm like, bro, we're going to second place. It's a karaoke bar. I'm gonna be miserable. I'm like, sorry. So then we go there. It sucks. My lady like decides to leave because they don't like the place, her friends, and they want to go to another place. I'm like, yeah, let's just get out of here. So then I blitz home thinking that Steven's only going to go for an hour, get on at like 12:40, and we go to like 2 a.m.
I saw, yeah. Steve DM'd me at 4 a.m. saying, "What's Gelman's amnesia? Or what's the name for Gelman's amnesia?" And I was like, "It's a good thing I'm awake at 4 a.m. to tell him this answer." So anyway, SLG Saucer for 25 for $5 says Sean Crowder gets only bad intentions. Jeremy gets only good intentions. Just trust me, guys. I'm honest and unbiased. Well, there you go. That's true.
I
That's the way it
I don't
should
get
be.
I don't get like only bad intentions from Crowder. Like I've supported him in the past when he's been right in a situation and all that. But like, you know, when you have overwhelming evidence on one side, I guess I'm supposed to ignore it and say the Daily Wire is a corporation, so they're wrong.
Yeah. Corporation bad. Water Jabbers for $10 says Ben Shapiro also had a private dinner with Zuckerberg and can call up the YouTube CEO and chew her out for demonetizing someone. So they're not like other YouTubers.
Well, the
true.
Facebook
I mean,
the Facebook thing is what we mentioned that earlier. That's the real connection that they likely have.
Mm-hmm.
But like the CEO of Wojcicki, it's been made clear that Ben was making a stink about it, so she called them. Because she's the large creator, and Ben argued them. So that was like the only time they would have spoken to Wojcicki. It's not like Ethan Klein who calls up Susan and tells them to ban Leafy and you know everybody he doesn't like.
Right.
Like Ethan does that all the time. H3.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They're best friends.
Yeah, I know. D-Head for $10 says, what if Big Con is now a euphemism and the Daily Wire and Crowder are pulling an Ocean's 11? I don't think that's happening.
I love the people who genuinely believe that. They don't believe anything's real. Like, remember when Will Smith hit Chris Rock?
Yeah, people thought that was fake.
But,
oh my
like
God.
there were people who thought it was fake the night of, and then like the week
people
of
after that thought it was fake. I was like, what are you talking? No way.
Will Smith makes like a crying apology months later, and they're like, bro, this is staged. I can't believe you believe this.
You're following the conditioning. You're just stuck in the matrix. Everything is fake. You're a bot. I know. I was like, come on. Robert Murdoch. Thank you, Robert Murdoch. One away from Rupert for $7 says no one would accept the offers. Anyone who would sign the deal without having a lawyer look at it is likely too dumb to even qualify working for the Daily Wire.
Oh, to be clear, I would accept the deal, like for sure, because $50 million is a way more than I'm worth. So I would take the 50 million.
Wow, I can't believe you'd sell out for money like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. As long as it's the right price, for sure.
There you go, everyone. Actual Justice Warrior. Actual sellout warrior, more like it.
Would you fire all your staff and be like,
I don't have any staff. That's even better. They're paying me for production and I do it all myself.
Yeah, but if
would you hire staff and then fire them?
I would hire them just to fire them.
Nice.
Like hire them, do like 3 weeks of training and be like, "You fired."
Very Horse, thanks so much for being free. Was here for 5 months. Says they give him makeup. Oh, they can give him makeup episodes he can do in batches. He won't lose anything if he does after the MT episode. They don't own his personal stuff, only his LWC stuff.
Yes. So he's going to do makeup tutorials as well?
No, they're saying he could make up shows because he has like 171 like days where he's not meant to be doing anything, even on original terms. I mean, what's also outrageous is Crowder said that if he missed a piece of content to do a Change My Mind, they would fine him.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, did you get to that part in the video or did you just skip around?
We skipped around.
We didn't watch.
We skipped around. We didn't watch the rest of the first video.
We went to the second video.
Interrupted it so rudely.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. But no, it was like the idea that you're buying Crowder, but you don't want Change My Mind. That's like one of his best segments.
Of course. You want Change My Mind, the documentary.
Jimmy the Thing for $5 says the major point here needs to be the clause in question does not reinforce big tech censorship. It mitigates the risk that big tech presents. Well, that's how I interpret it, obviously.
I also really liked when Crowder said the claws come out. That was a good pun, and he didn't get enough credit for it.
I didn't even get that pun until you said it just now. But no, that's how I interpreted the thing. And when I first tweeted about it, I said Crowder is basically he's substituting control over his show. He's saying, I will gain control of my show, but by doing so, I gain risk for what I say, essentially. That's how I interpreted the contract from the beginning. So, but obviously the people that are on Crowder's side do not perceive it.
Have you guys ever been offered a deal?
All the time.
What do you mean?
I get deals to sell out constantly, and I just turn them all down because I'm so virtuous and ethical.
No, I mean for real, like a network deal or like
No,
an
I've
actual
never done that.
contract with any of these places.
No.
Like I got offered a contract from not the Blaze, not the Daily Wire. It was very informal, it was over text message. The number was low. And
What
I
was
was
the
like, hey,
number?
look, it was like a third of what I made at the time.
What and who was the offer from? Did you say?
Well, I don't want to say who it was from, but
Okay.
like the number was
you
low.
can tell
But
us the number then if you're not going to say it was from.
well, now you'll know it was a third of what I made back then. So no.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, now you.
But the person, like, he didn't know what I made, so he didn't know what I was offering. So I told him, I'm like, listen,
I
really
this.
appreciate
Yeah.
it. It wasn't that bad, but also like what's valuable to me is like being able to work from home and being able to like take my girlfriend or now fiance like to the train in the morning so that she can make it to work and like pick her up from school and all that. So like I would have had to have gone to a place and like that would have disrupted that. So like even if the money was like slightly better, I probably wouldn't have taken it just based on that.
Right.
But it wasn't like anything like Crowder offered, but I didn't go crazy when this guy was like lowballing me. And he offered my friend a deal that was like an outrageous lowball. And my friend ended up working out a great contract with that person. So it's like, you know, it does happen. Like I was just like straight up. I'm like, listen, I don't want to do it. I don't want to commute and all that. But like it happens if you if like it happens that you get a wrong number because there's like a lot of guesswork because you could suck at monetizing your channel.
Of course.
You know.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, you're not a big star though, like Crowder, so shut up.
That's because I haven't been on the casting couch. They wanted to make me a big star.
John A, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 5 months. Says shout out to JMac for the 100 gifted subs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our surrogate father, Daddy JMac, just gave us, or he gave us hours ago, 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much, JMac.
Welcome, new member.
Father.
By the way, I
Daily
told Stephen
Wire.
Michael Davis behind the scenes somebody offered him a network contract, you know, like a standard network contract.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wait, someone offered Steve
what is
a
what
network?
is a network contract?
Wow.
What does that mean?
Like you take I'm in a network. Like the people who get me the sponsors, like that's my representation, right?
Right.
And they take 10% of my ad revenue, but they get me sponsors every month that more than covers it.
Right.
So they reached out to Stephen Michael Davis and made him an offer. And I told him, because I rejected an offer at around his subscription level.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, like, don't sign on right now. Trust me. They're not going to get you enough sponsors or whatever. Because, you know, my contract with the network, it's like Republic Digital or Ritual Network, whatever. Like it doesn't, I could disparage whoever I want or whatever. It's like very rudimentary. But even that, I redlined the fuck out of it. So like, I had a thing with the David Horowitz Freedom Center. So I was like, you're not getting a percentage of that. Put it in the contract. They one time in my life sent me out on a speaking gig. So it says in my contract, my network doesn't get anything for speaking gigs. So if I did them, like they wouldn't be included. Like this is what you do when you get a contract.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Did
even
Steven take it?
a
No, he didn't.
boilerplate network, we're gonna get you sponsors and blah blah blah. Like something super basic that doesn't get changed that much. This is what you do.
Mm-hmm. We should
Right.
take a deal, Adam. Why do we not have a deal? Why do we not have sponsors, Adam?
Look, these sponsors.
You don't want to make money? Why do you hate money, Adam?
Well, first of all, I like money. I don't.
You
love
want to be a
money.
star?
A big star.
Well, I
I
just,
Big star.
what is?
Twice
I've heard these ad reads. I heard the value on the ad read is like $16,000. Are you making close to $16,000 per ad read?
No. So like at Crowder's level, a conservative estimate would be like $25,000.
Right.
I am not even in terms of my channel. I'm not even 1/10 of Crowder's YouTube channel.
Right.
So they're like, for me, they're not worth that much, but they could be worth more. And if I did a podcast, they'd be worth more.
There you go.
Right.
Because you do more in a podcast. But for me, I'm not
Exactly.
like, believe me, if I was getting $16,000, I would finally move out of my small New York apartment to like a better studio.
Right.
Adam, we need to be doing
Well, this is what I told
ad
Sitch.
breaks every hour.
I told Sitch, I'm like, I can't remember where I read it, but I read that, you know, obviously the guys who are selling these ad spots, the top money that they can offer is $16,000, even on like a smaller YouTube channel. And I immediately banked that information because I said, well, if we ever do these sponsored bits, the first, whatever they come to me and say, you know, we're going to give you $4,000 an ad spot, I'm going to say, how about 16,000?
Well,
that's why I remember the number.
An ad spot.
So here's what.
Look,
I don't know how
16,000. I want 16.
We're not worth 16,000.
Well, Adam, I don't know what you were quoted. So like for
first
me,
of all, you don't know that, Sitch.
No, hold on, Adam. For me, I get my ads in like batches, so I'll have the same sponsor repeat 3 or 4 times a month.
Right.
They don't pay for each individual ad read; they pay for the block. So if you're saying 16,000, like how many reads are in that 16,000?
Oh, so
yeah, maybe it was a block. Yeah.
So maybe it was a block of ad reads for 16,000. Is that what you're saying? It wasn't just
one
like
ad
a
read
month
or something.
It could be, but I mean, look, Joe Rogan, like somebody would pay more than 16K for Rogan.
16,000, man. Okay. I'm a
Adam. You handle the finances. You give them the high ball, and we'll work something out.
Sitch, listen.
Yeah.
Like neither one of us believe in even the gold standard. Look, Sean is here.
If I sell gold, no, wait.
Gold.
Isn't it better for the sale of gold if it isn't a gold standard?
Look, do you feel ethically okay selling gold?
Adam, isn't it?
Are you talking about me?
Well, no, obviously you do, Sean. I'm not questioning your.
Isn't
ethics.
it? Wait. If we had a gold standard, isn't it better for individual people to buy gold if there's no gold standard?
Look,
I have like. Listen, I don't know about you guys if you're like anti-gold or whatever, but I have no issue, and I tell people this. I have no issue
I'm not
with
anti-gold.
Wait, what is this bullshit?
With you putting like at around 10% of your what you call it, and I tell people in my like financial videos, 10% of your stuff in like a hedge or something that's like out of the ordinary. Gold, everything else I would put in my portfolio in mutual funds, and I've been super honest about that.
Right.
So like literally like track the S&P 500, track the total market and all that. But
do you
say
trade stocks? Do you watch the market at all, Sean?
I don't trade individual stocks.
Right.
Like too complicated, too time consuming. I'm going to lose all my money.
But you know, if you're buying the S&P 500 like this, you know where the S&P 500 is and what it's I set a certain amount to buy every single month. Okay,
and
so that's a good
if the market's down, it's a discount. If the market's up, then whatever.
And you're cost averaging in, so it's good.
Yeah.
Someone says,
but I will say, like, I have gotten sponsors because I thought I was like never going to get sponsors that I was like, oh, they're going to be super sketchy. I had one sponsor that I refused from the jump because like when I couldn't figure out what the product was, and when I looked at the website, and they paid well. So I didn't want to refuse it, but when I figured it out, it was like half a multi-level marketing scheme, and I was like, nope, done.
Okay, good.
And then I've had like a couple of sponsors that I thought were fine. They came with like a 60-day money-back guarantee, but I got so much hate from the comments. I just told my rep, I was like, next month, don't renew them. Like,
Interesting.
So, and I won't even say which one those were because I don't want to incentivize people to hate on there. But they were like,
I won't say.
And it was funny because they would send me other videos of people selling similar products, saying shit that I would not say because I'm like, that's not true. Right. Like, there's no way that this product can do all of that. So, like, I wasn't even reading it, but apparently, whatever. So
they were boner pills you were selling, is what you're saying.
I wish those sell a lot.
Someone said the quartering tried to buy an ad during LWC on the Blaze for 2 minutes, and it was $75,000.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm like, well, it's obviously the Blaze, but
there you go.
That's huge because Crowder reads one ad per video, and I was adding him on I was saying 25 per ad read for 2 ad reads. So if it's actually 75, that's pretty wild. That changes the math significantly. Somebody's asking if it was Raid Shadow Legends. No, Raid is not a product. It's like a stupid game or whatever.
Well, this is why you don't...
like an actual
Raid Shadow Legends can cure cancer.
Raid pays well.
And diabetes.
Look, this is why you don't know. When I say $16,000 for one ad read, you go, oh my God, that sounds like super high. But if they're making, $50,000 off of that ad read, $16,000 is not high at all.
Raid pays well. Raid would pay like a normal sponsor's block for one ad read.
Wow.
But they're like super specific.
Yes. I've heard them. I've heard the BS people give for that.
Yeah. So
Have you seen the best YouTube ad for Raid Shadow Legends that exists?
No.
On Max's on Hot Diggity Demons video?
No.
You should check it out.
It's
the best.
not legitimately for Raid Shadow Legends.
I think
it's
it is.
pretty hilarious.
Just because he dumps cum on the Raid Shadow Legends logo doesn't mean it's not a legitimate
Oh,
ad.
I thought it was a legitimate ad at first. Because
until it gets covered with semen, that kind of changed
it's an
your
amazing.
mind.
I would know. If I worked for the company, I would say this is like, here, let me give you money. This is amazing.
I actually got offered like a real, like, anytime you get like a legit, conservative sponsors tend to be like weirdo companies sometimes.
What?
I don't know what you mean, but
Yeah.
I'll agree.
Like, like Lefty sponsors are like, this video is brought to you by like Spotify.
Right. And then the right wing is like, this is brought to you by the Apocalypse End Time Crunch Bar that you can hide in your bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I got contacted for like a good sponsor. My fiance actually like uses it. Like she has them in her place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so excited to have it because I'm like, if I can get it, it'll be amazing. But like I just feel like it's gonna fall through. Like I just, just get that feeling.
Okay, we'll see.
Adam,
I want you to get on this. I want to start doing ads for the stream. I want more.
Do you
money.
really?
Don't you want Audible though? Like, I'm like a premium Audible subscriber,
Audible.
like the $20 a month, like for audiobooks.
Audible's based, Adam. You live and die by Audible.
It's true. I mean, I'm basically advertising for them already. So
somebody said Omaha Steaks. I would love Omaha Steaks. Audible would be a great one. What's that other one that people have that's pretty good?
Most of the ad reads are actually in videos, though. They're not on a 10-hour live stream. So what do you?
Why not?
Well, I don't know.
You would just have to do an ad break every 15 minutes, like the Shapiro show.
There you go. Every 15.
Oh
that might be
God,
no.
By the way, that's the other thing that I can't stand when people say it could have been Fox in the contract. They don't have their host do in-video ad reads.
Do they have online content? Maybe that's what people were thinking.
No, people need to stop saying it's Fox. Like, stop saying it.
Well, I'm just saying it could be Fox because it makes my argument stronger. So
no, but it definitely can't be Fox.
You're saying.
The problem is that it's literally no company but the Daily Wire.
I understand that.
Maybe the Epic Times. Maybe. I don't know how much money they make. I don't know if they got a billionaire like tucked somewhere in there. Like, I don't know. But there's
Audible, NordVPN. There's sponsors we could do, Adam.
Audible's good. I remember Netflix used to advertise on YouTube back in the day.
Here's how you handle this. Recently, Sitch, call me on one of our off days and we'll talk about it.
You say that, and I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna make you do this.
Look at that.
You know what sponsor
never happen.
You know what sponsor I was super happy about?
I'm calling you tomorrow.
Sitch, pick up the phone. Yeah.
What sponsor?
Monday's great. Call me on Monday.
So I had glassesusa.com, right? And I actually I knew I had
ruined the show,
right? No, this isn't even like the thing. Like I'll even leave shortly after this.
No, we get a cut of your ad right now for glasses.
No, because they dropped me, right?
I'm only playing around.
Bastards.
So I had them on a read, right? And they paid well, but they wanted 1 or 2 reads. I don't remember exactly how many. But they were like, oh, we'll send you 3 free pairs of glasses. So I go on their website and I load up the most expensive glasses, right? Because I'm this kind of person. And I try using the promo code that they send me, and and then I read the instructions. It's 3 free pairs from this set of glasses, right?
Oh, I got you.
So I was really mad. So I go look, and then I look at them. They're not even the style that I would wear. So I was okay. I'm
big granny glasses.
I contact my rep, and this is a gambit on my part.
Right.
And I'm yo, tell them I hate those pairs. And if I wear one of them, the ad's going to be so unbelievable because those are going to look like glasses I would never wear to my audience. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
look at Sean. Look at Sean is such a player over here.
So I'm give me better pairs, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So they send me some better pairs, and I get the reflective shades and
nice.
I loaded up with the tint, the shatterproof, everything.
Right.
So the glasses come out to over $1,000, right? on their own. Right?
They take it out of how much they paid you.
No, they sent them over 100%.
Okay.
And they paid me the fee.
Nice.
And I think 0 people bought the glasses. Which sucks because it's actually like it was actually a good company. The experience was nice, all of that. Like, and I was like, oh, I really want to keep them. I really hope they renew. But like they're
gone. Of course, they lost money on the ad. So
that's how it always happens. If some company's a pain in the ass, they're going to be on your forums the next month for sure. But if you really like a company, so I still have whatever links wherever on whatever video that is, but I have no idea what they are. It's not like they gave me like a /AJW or whatever. But I was so disappointed because I would have continued to get glasses for like members of my family and all that.
Nice. To answer the question in the chat, yes, me and Adam are still lords officially.
Oh, the shades were prescription, by the way, like too.
Nice.
So they covered my prescription. It was so nice.
Hold on, that turned out to be a scam, Sitch.
No, it's not. We're still officially lords. Shut your mouth.
Oh, established titles. Listen, I would have done that ad too, even though that shit was fake.
You
know who's a badass? Andrew from Don't Walk Run Productions. I met him in person, and he told me way back when that Kamikoto was a bullshit company, that they reached out to him and it's actually cheap, low quality Chinese steel. And he knew this months before this became a controversy. And Kamikoto is the same company as Established Titles. So Andrew could have made that video, drummed up all that controversy and got himself all that payment. Because that guy who made that video hit 100,000 subscribers, the one who exposed them.
Yeah, who is that? I've been watching his channel since that thing happened.
I forgot the guy who did it, but I'm just saying Andrew from Don't Walk Run Productions is like the real deal. Like he got this offer, he saw everybody else was selling it, and he looked into like the corporate structure of the company and knew it was fake from the jump. And he told me in person.
Listen, we got it from a different company that's very reputable and is definitely not a scam.
You got it from Naminoto Knives? And you got like certified established.
We got it from Lord and Lady Big Dealington.
No, certified established titles. Unlike established titles, which were just established, you got the certified established titles.
Yes. Whatever the correct answer is to that question.
Stream just got demonetized. Look at that.
There you go. Listen, all that matters is that me and Adam are really still lords. Okay, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
And also, just to be clear, Adam, for the record, I'm not anti-gold. I don't know why you've constructed this straw man at me. I'm anti-gold standard for money in the United States of America. Doesn't mean I'm against people buying gold.
Do you honestly think gold is like a good investment?
It can be. What do you mean? If the market goes down, gold goes up, isn't it usually the case?
If you bought gold in like 2003, and then gold shot up to whatever it shot up during the Great Recession. You remember that crazy period?
Yeah, you'd be fucking rolling.
Yeah, you sold it off then. It was like $234 an ounce or some shit like that. Like Peter Schiff always talks about it, but like long term, like do I think it's a great investment? I think it's a good hedge. Like if stuff goes crazy, it will go up in value against inflation. So if you're really concerned about inflation, keep a small percentage of your portfolio that you're willing to lose because that's what a hedge is. That in it, but don't like invest everything in gold, guns, and survival food.
Right.
Okay.
True.
In my opinion.
Spencer Harmon for $5 says Crowder would have the ability to backlog episodes. The 100,000 is willingly not delivered. True. I think we went over that. Sean went over that. JB Bachamp for $2 says Sean is moving the goalpost. Shad is rad. So take that.
Yeah, look at that. He's against you.
SLG Saucer 25 for $10 says the conversation about a contract for Crowder is a huge part of the problem. Daily Wire was not extending a contract to a personality, but to a production company. A standard contract for Crowder was dumb. That's true, I guess. It was for Crowder's company.
It was for Crowder, but like Crowder likes to run his own production. So like to me, that's one of the personal aspects of the. Like I said, they should have personalized it more. That's one of the personal aspects that I think was totally fine with. JD Bachamp for $2 says Shad is totally right here, guys.
Elis the Aquanaut for $10 says, I feel like you're missing the point Crowder made about smaller creators can't possibly grow under these contract fines. They don't have the safety net he does. Yeah, but I don't think that's remotely true
false.
at all, though. I mean, you kept bringing up Brett Cooper. I don't know who else. Who are the other small YouTubers? Are there other small YouTubers that Daily Wire has hired so far besides Brett Cooper?
People talk about how Facebook spends $1 million marketing Ben Shapiro a year. Like, you can grow when you have a company that's spending $1 million marketing you. Right. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea that you can't think about think through kind of what you were suggesting, Elis, because what you're saying is you cannot grow as a persona or political pundit as long as you follow the YouTube TOS.
That's like the only way you can grow. If you
exactly.
Like, listen, Crowder got in day one, right?
Exactly.
Crowder showed up day one when the company opened and asked for a job at YouTube, and they gave it to him, right? For you regular like creators that are out there, the small percentage of you that are listening, and you guys know this, as if you're not monetized, your video does not gain views the same. It's just a fact.
Yep.
Like, YouTube can say they're different systems, but listen, if they don't make money off of it, they put your video in the garbage can.
Yes.
They
kind of admitted it at a VidCon I was at, but they've never admitted it publicly since then.
Yeah. Why do they want to show people videos that they can't run ads on? They make 50% of the ad revenue.
Yeah, and they lose money showing you videos because it's on their server that they don't make money on.
Of course.
And I've had I will contact creator support because I notice sometimes they change videos that they manually approve back to demonetized. Right. So I'll contact them and they'll flip it. And like it's happened to the same video a bunch of times. So I can show you where the video dies when it was demonetized, goes back up. Like, it's just a fact. It's not a coincidence. Like,
yeah, we've seen those.
True.
So yeah, like, so like that is how you grow, and them keeping you on the platform is how you grow. It's just fact.
Right. So I think the point is regarding this. I mean, obviously you can succeed even with those Daily Wire fines because everyone on YouTube is succeeding under the same guidelines, essentially.
So somebody said Crowder doesn't like running production. His dad runs it. I'm talking about in the Crowder team. Come on, guys. Come on.
Well, and also to be clear, maybe there's
going on now.
Maybe there was some confusion. The Daily Wire wasn't fining Crowder or anyone if they had a video get demonetized. They were fining him if like the entire channel was permanently demonetized.
Demonetized for 90 days straight.
Well, 90 days, right. But they don't. YouTube doesn't have a policy where they're like, you're going to be demonetized for 90 days. What they mean is they demonetize the channel and then you have to appeal it and try to fight back. So. Elis Aquanaut for 9 months. Thank you much. Says, oh man, I'm still here. Well, thank you, Elis.
Oh, you know what? You saying that just made me realize that Crowder's video is more dishonest than we thought, because basically, like, the standard to get demonetized is nothing. He would be 100% right about that. But the standard to get kicked out of the partner program is like more severe,
much more severe. Yeah.
And then the standard to get banned is more severe.
Even more severe than that, right?
Yeah. So Crowder, a little more questionable.
Yeah, of course. PC for $20 says, what's the issue? If Crowder thinks he's worth $30 million a year, he should just start his own business. If he doesn't want as much risk, he should accept a lower profit. Or is it all just hurt feelings and a grift? Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Are you going from the bottom to the top or the top to the bottom?
I'm reading it backwards. Yes.
So you're
reverse chronological order.
Yes, bottom from the top. Spencer Harmon for $10 says it would be $2 million because of the year breakdown. I don't remember what we were talking about at that point.
I thought it was 16 million a year because it was like 50 million over 4 years.
You're talking about a different number, obviously.
No. Crowder would make 12.5 in terms of his production budget per year over the 4 years.
Yes. Lofty Pixels for $10 says Crowder is cringe and a liar and his farm. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the $10, Lofty, even though you snuck on. Crowder is cringe and a liar and is farming gullible people for his new media empire. Invite me on if you have room for another guest. LOL. Hi, Sean.
He should have gave that $10 to me. I mean, shit, I invited him on.
There you go.
That's hilarious.
JD Bachamp for $5 says Jeremy states in his video that the Daily Wire are the ones who discommunicated communications with Stephen first because they felt he was not a quote team player.
No. And calling
And as you
someone,
point out, Adam, Crowder in his video says he's the one that stopped communicating with them. So,
which, I mean,
interesting.
you're creating more open storylines here, Crowder. I don't know if you want to do that because now the whole internet wants to know, well, who broke up with who? That's like the new storyline here.
I don't think it's that complicated. Crowder asked for a counter. Boring, out of a friendship, goes to his like investor guys. They say no, we're not doing that, and then that's it.
Right.
Well, I think
somebody's asking what date Crowder registered Stop Big Con. 12/12/21. Phone call with Boring
22
is January like 9th or 7th, which by the way, we actually know because before the phone call clips were released, Jeremy Boring was talking about how he had a call with him a week before.
Right.
And he didn't think it went well.
Right. I think if Crowder had taken their contract and did the standard redlining it and then wrote the $30 million a year thing, I don't think they would have just ended negotiations on that. I think it was the way in which he asked for them to handle it is what ended.
Well, he said draw up completely new terms, and they didn't want to do that. Like
right.
They have a.
But he said basically,
right?
I want you to offer me $30 million, and they're like, we're not going to do that.
Crowder basically like he didn't like his dinner, so he like threw the plate against the wall, and he was like, "Make it again."
Yes, I'll agree with that. Rotisserie Protocol for $5 says, hey now, like the video and remember to budget your free will wisely. Our tards send their regards. Also, hi, Shad. Well, thank you, Rotisserie.
Wow. And hi, Rags.
That's right. Smash the like button, guys. Come on. Come on. What are you doing here? Map Hanger for 10 Aussies says, Robert Barnes has just said that Shad's video was a great breakdown of the contract. That is enough validation for me.
I just swear, I mean, Robert Barnes has been retweeting me, and I have been. The tweets he's retweeting are on Crowder's side. So.
Look at you simping for Crowder. Just get a retweet from Robert Barnes, Adam.
Celino and Barnes,
I just thought,
attorney.
I thought it was interesting. Robert Barnes is obviously, the populist. So,
yes.
And Crowder's on the populist side. And I mean, I do agree that a lot of people get ripped off in contracts. That happens every day, all the time.
Stuck for $2 says Salem witch trials. Well, listen, we're not going to talk about the spectral evidence, okay?
Listen, another time. I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you for having me on again. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
and like I said, I do apologize. Even though he's a good guy, I do apologize for bringing you on,
man. But
not a big deal.
Thanks for coming back.
And I also apologize for sending in all those other people that I sent in that you managed to block before they got on air.
Well, that is a big problem, yes. So, thank you.
Later, guys.
Take care.
Later. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, I got one mug for the Mug Club back in 2016 when I originally signed up. Every year after, it was just a renewal. Well, there you go. So maybe they can figure it out if they had access to those numbers. So, Legally Blacked. That's an interesting name for 3 months. Thank you. It says Tommy Laron is the success story, but she has to recoup all the lost money invested into other people. Companies use their success to pay for their failures. True. And everyone seems to forget that.
Yeah.
That is very true. PC, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, PC.
Yeah.
Steven Sugars for $10 says, Sean is spitting truth here. Steven Crowder has no problems screwing over not gay Jared with an NDA. Hypocrisy.
That is the big charge against him. Lots of people charging him with hypocrisy. So Adam's elephant is going nuts.
Hayden Dill for 6 months says, Adam's elephant is going nuts, but at least S-Class and Sean are here to keep us sane. A-Team faps with their feet to Chris Chan's art. S-Class is a blast.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Is that true, Adam? Do you fap with your feet to Chris Chan's art?
I'm not telling. No comment.
Wow. No, you know what they say. You know what they say when you say no comment. You know what that means.
What? What does that mean?
Okay.
The whole elephant charge. You guys are crazy. What are you talking about? Everyone kept saying that in the chat. And I'm going, oh, okay.
Elephant.
Look, I'm not upset about any of this stuff.
I need like an elephant trumpet soundboard so I can just play it when Adam gets out of hand.
Look, Sitch is
that would make Adam so upset if I pressed an elephant sound whenever he got mad.
Sitch is 10 times the elephant of me on this show.
What?
He keeps saying over and over again, look, it's totally about the money. He's like a broken record here. It's about the money. It's about the money. It's about the money.
Yeah, but listen, I've come to the conclusion based on my cold, hard logic, not based on emotion. That has nothing to do with my elephant.
Wait a second here. You're saying he's being a dishonest piece of shit. That's what's triggering you.
No. Okay. Being controlled by your elephant means that you're making a decision not based on logic, based on emotion. You can make a decision based on logic where you say this person's being a piece of shit and a liar.
Yeah, but it could be he's naive and stupid.
Yeah, it could be, but you're wrong.
This entire live stream is talking about whether or not he's naive and stupid or cunning and maniacal.
Okay.
And you're going with cunning and maniacal, and I'm going with naive and stupid.
Saying cunning maybe is giving Crowder too much credit.
Look, see, I've won it. I've obviously won this debate.
Can he be stupid and maniacal? Can we find some middle ground here?
It is about the money, but it is also about the principles. So
I did it for the money.
I don't think it's fair to say it's all about the money, and Crowder doesn't care about anything but just the money. I think the money is part of it, but I do think obviously his principles are part of it.
Well, again, as I said at the beginning of the stream, it's hard to tell because people lie to themselves first and convince themselves first. So
I think there's a huge
There you go. Chitachi says 98% about the money, 2% about the principles. I will agree with that breakdown.
I do think there are some healthy portions of self-deception going on, especially in that second video.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Speaking of Adam, Doomer Media for $2 says, Adam, take your meds.
These are all now we're back to all the super chats that I saw during the stream when I'm going, you guys are crazy.
I gave Doomer the link, by the way. He was too much of a wussy and a coward to come in. So.
Oh, after I dissed him, he was probably not going to come on.
He was too scared. John Smith. Hey, it's the John Smith. Haven't seen you in a while, John Smith. For $5. Says, everyone's talking about the Steven Crowder Daily Wire drama, but I'm still in shock that Eliza Cuts resurfaces to get Brittany, Venti, and the Quartering banned off Twitter. I know. Crazy. Totally crazy.
I don't know who Eliza Cuts is. This is the first I've ever heard of her. So
yeah, me too. Apparently people knew about her beforehand, but I don't know what the story is with her.
Nobody likes her. Okay.
Nobody likes her now, definitely. John R. for $5 says, his video comes off as a whine because he didn't get the offer he wanted. How awful. He didn't get everything he wanted in the first draft. True.
There is a lot of a big helping of wine in there, I do think. Yeah, that's correct.
Text SP12 for $5 says, if what Daily Wire was business, if what Daily Wire did was business, then what Crowd did was business. I'm on Crowder's side on this. I don't agree at all because it's so Daily Wire offering Crowder some first draft privately. I don't see how you can compare that to Crowder publicly trying to burn Daily Wire to the ground.
Well, and secretly recording them,
and then releasing it out of context and blah 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 blah.
Daily Wire wasn't secretly recording his turning down the offer.
Right.
Look, this could have ended amicably, but
of course. Novan Leon for $5 says, Adam, I think Crowder's writer probably believes in the cause, but his elephant is upset at the lack of respect/money.
Yeah,
I'll agree with that.
That's a good point. And a lot of people don't like to believe this, but on some level, I do think people equate money and respect. And he did feel disrespected, which that's the worst.
I don't think that's a contentious opinion. I assume everyone acknowledges that.
Well, some people do have, some people don't like that is a thing. Like they think money and respect should be completely, like you shouldn't respect people more because they have more money. So
I understand when you're talking about like personally, you're like, oh, a friend of mine, someone I'm dating, whatever. Maybe you don't want to associate money with respect. That's totally fine. But when you're literally talking about hiring someone to do a job, you can't disassociate them because, well, maybe it's not respect, but you're saying you're saying I'm going to pay you based on how much I think I can make off you / how much I think you're worth.
Right.
And it's kind of hard to disassociate respect from that idea completely. So
it isn't like it isn't out there take, but a lot of people have difficulty with it. I know that for a fact.
Weird stuff I post for $2 says Tim Pool should scoop him up. LOL. A team at number 1. Well, there you go. You can get a job at Tim Pool, Adam.
Scoop me up.
I don't even want you here anymore.
I mean, Tim, reach out to me. Let's talk.
Adam will be on your show, Tim, but he refuses to do any ad reads. So
that would be so weird. Can you imagine, like Sitch coming out and going, "Listen, Adam's moving to Temple."
That would be pretty bizarre.
That would suck. I couldn't.
That would suck. Thank you.
Look, I would say, listen, Sitch is coming with me.
Ah, there you go.
He's my official reader. Put it in the contract and resend it.
I appreciate it.
Don't be an asshole.
I appreciate it. Arithmesia for $10 says Candace Crowder, Crowder should put on his big boy pants and negotiate. Crowder, I negotiated from 50 million to 120 million. Candace, oh, well, you're going to cry because they said no and they didn't budge on the original offer. Well, I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's necessarily a fair assessment because again, the reason the Daily Wire turned down Crowder, I believe, isn't because he asked for $120 million. It was because he said, I want you to rewrite the contract and give me the $120 million as like the base. And they're like, why would we do that? We're not doing that. So it was the way in which he did it. That is why they were like, we're going to pass. So,
but I mean, if he said, I'm going to take less money and rewrite the contract, they're probably like, okay, we'll rewrite that contract.
Well, less than the 50 million? Yeah, I mean, obviously.
So the 120 million was probably a non-starter, but I think
if he took,
I think Arithmesis is really going after Candace, so not you.
They are going after Candace, but I think Candace's complaint is valid though, because which I hate to see those words come out of my mouth, but if Crowder had taken the contract, or his agent took the contract, and they scribbled out 50 million, and they wrote 120 million, and then they scribbled out the penalties, and they either dropped them to 0 or lessened them to whatever, and then they gave it back to Daily Wire. Daily Wire would have looked at it. They would have scribbled out those numbers, and that's how the negotiate. And then they would have sent it back, and that's how the negotiation works. They send it back and forth, send it back and forth. They wouldn't have just said, "No, go fuck yourself."
Right.
At least I don't think they would have. We don't know, obviously, but
send over another contract because I have to use this in a video, and I don't know how photocopy machines work.
Right.
Look, that goes to my argument that it's just naivete.
It's not naivete. It's what you said earlier in the stream. You said the contract that the Daily Wire sends out, even if they think it's going to be negotiated, it still has to be written in a way that if someone accepts it, they'll accept it. So they can't highball in their own negotiation on their side.
Of course not. That would
because
be
then if the person says yes, then they're
like, oh shit.
He actually said yes. Oh no.
Yeah, can't afford that. What were you thinking?
Right. So they can't have Crowder's highball demand in the contract they're going to offer Crowder from their perspective. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So
can you imagine if they were dumb enough to do that, to send it? Okay, here it is. Here's the offer that you wanted us to give you, 120. It's a little high, but please don't sign it.
Dr. Dealer for $5 says, A-Team purposely uses all the paper towels in the bathroom and brings packs of gums to stick in obnoxious places in public. S-Class is the best class.
Wow.
Can't believe you do that, Adam. All the paper towels? Really?
Sometimes you have to.
Thunderstorm for $5 says, the Ferengi rules of acquisition will help people understand contracts, and Latinum are their friends. It's just their culture, just trying to help. There you go. It's true. Listen, if Crowder had studied the Ferengi rules of acquisition, he would have far better understood how to deal with these contract negotiations.
So. He should have done like a Ferengi bit with the video. He could have dressed up like one of the Ferengi.
Well, that's risky because people would be saying he's doing some anti-Semitic joke. So,
oh, really?
well, that was the accusation against the Ferengis.
Yeah, no,
some kind of Jew thing. So,
yeah, I know that would have been.
Well, that would have been it. Would have been funny, but it would have been dangerous to do.
Would it have been funny? I'm not sure.
I think it could have been funny, but would have been kind of sus.
Oh my God! Can you imagine?
What's going on here exactly?
Can you imagine?
It's a little sus.
Oh my goodness.
Doomer Media for $2 says Crowder is responsible for January 6th.
Really?
True.
Didn't know that.
Boba Peck, thanks so much for bringing Freedom Seeker for 6 months, says, could be just me, but Crowder's accusations sound similar to some of the things Lauren Southern accused conservative commentators of in her manifesto. Well, I'm trying to remember. I thought Lauren Southern's accusations were like people trying to take advantage of her sexually, right? Wasn't that was one of them? Did she? I don't remember what her.
No, she
business...
basically said a lot of people in the space were grifters and they didn't really care about the business or the movement,
right.
And they just were here to grow their social media followings and make more money. So,
but it sounded like she was saying more. That's true. You're right.
And if they could have sex with a hot blonde girl at the same time,
they would.
Yes. That would, be high.
My interpretation that when she said that though was that she was talking about individual commentators, not that she was talking about like entire organizations.
Right.
So that was how I interpreted what she said. But it would be interesting to know who she was accusing of course.
What do you mean? She outed everyone.
No, she not by name. What do you mean?
Yeah, she did. Paul
who
Joseph
was she talking
Watson,
about?
She outed.
Okay, maybe I just don't remember because it was a while ago and I didn't really care that much. Nova Leon for $5 says, the more I research the topic, the worse Crowder looks. All evidence is against Crowder's claims in this case.
Yeah, that's kind of where Sitch is driving.
Christian Baller for $5 says, you guys really need to check out Crowder's TYT parody. You want to talk about art? That's real art.
Crowder's TYT parody. Everyone loves that. Yeah.
Yes. Vinny the Doberman, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 6 months. Says, as you all know, I'm a schizo potty mouth dog on the internet with many screws loose in my head. You know what would help me with that? A wrench.
Oh no.
He needs a wrench to tighten all the loose screws in his head. There you go. I don't think we can deliver that, Vinny.
Wrenches
are
not
schizo potty mouth dog. I don't think we can give you a wrench. Fat Brown Buffalo, our favorite Young Turk for $5 says, it seems like Crowder just did to all of his friends what Owen Benjamin did to Crowder, Jones, and Rogan a few years ago.
Burned everyone? I don't remember the Owen Jones.
I don't either, yeah.
The Owen Benjamin.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember Owen Benjamin was on YouTube for a long time and did live streams and stuff like that, but I don't know what happened there.
What happened? Yeah, I don't remember the drama. Peacekeeper, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 1 month, says they were lowballing a quote friend. Also, these terms seem crazy with punishments. Were there any incentives at all? Well, you mean when you say incentives, do you mean like what's the word?
Profit sharing,
like raises, like raises for like bonuses for performances. Is that what you mean? I mean, we didn't see any.
No,
and I assume if there was, Jeremy would have talked about it. But
right, it's really tricky. Yeah, this is why you sit down with him. You go, listen, I want something that's fair for all of us. I don't want to throw, a giant air ball out here.
Mm-hmm.
So can you give me like 50 million seems low to me. Can you,
there you go.
Like, let's talk, right? Not me. I just go out there. I'm with Crowder, man. I just say, how about 500 million?
Well, again, he should have negotiated. He should have negotiated to reduce the penalties or remove them and get bonuses for performance.
Yeah, profit sharing.
Just negotiate. I don't understand. Like, this is the way a lot of private businesses operates. I don't understand. Just negotiate.
He did say he's really just over it. Like he's ready to move on. So
Well, then he's over it, I guess. I don't know what to tell him. He makes a lot of money as an agent. He can tell the agent what he wants. The agent can do the legwork and
well, you can't
bang,
tell
bang,
him.
boom.
Look, he can't say, "Listen, I want to be in a big Hollywood movie now. Go book it for me."
Well, okay,
They
that's
can't
not what
do
I'm
that.
referring to. The contract negotiation. I don't know what you're talking about here, but
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, if he wants to do something different, he can't. Like, the sky is not the limit. He's not Superman.
no, I know. I'm just talking about in terms of again. If this was a situation where the Daily Wire suckered Crowder into some sort of contract and they snuck something in, this would be a very different conversation than just, oh, Crowder didn't like the first offer. He didn't really want to negotiate in a real way that made sense. And so it kind of threw a hissy fit.
JD Bootchamp for $5. Which is better, an immoral law or a moral crime?
Interesting.
I mean,
depends on the I don't know if I can answer that
What-
just like a universal.
also it's. I mean, it's a moral crime, obviously. I mean, it's like, what do you mean? It's
What does that mean
no-brainer.
though?
An immoral law? That's like
So it's like a
slavery.
moral crime, like, I'm stealing bread so I can feed my dying child. Is that like a moral crime?
Yeah. See?
Okay.
So you've got like stealing medicine for your dying children
Right.
versus
But here's the
slavery.
problem.
Like,
Here's the problem. Well,
it's
here's why I don't want to
obvious
answer that
which
flat
is
out.
better.
Because you're tempted to say moral crime, right?
Mhm.
What is that? Like, so right now there's all this big debate about the Harry Potter video game. Should you support the Harry Potter
Right.
video game? And some people are trying.
Stealing from turfs is a moral crime.
Right. And some people on the left are making the argument that the moral crime would be to pirate the Harry Potter video game.
Yeah.
And to me, that's an absurd position still. But,
Yeah.
so,
Well, if the crime was truly a moral crime, obviously, but
right.
that's subjective. Immoral and moral are both subjective, so.
Right. But I guess if it's according to my own standards of moral and immoral, obviously I would stick with the moral crime.
Yeah.
I assume everyone would, unless you're some kind of like weirdo, lawful good, blind to like whatever nuance and principle is, and all you care about is whatever the letter of the law dictates, like some kind of flat cardboard paladin character or something.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a no-brainer.
Right. Guru Ralph, thanks so much for being a Freehold Seeker for 6 months, says, I'm usually S-class, but I'm 100% A-team on this issue. Crowder is choosing the movement over money. How can conservatism keep values if they can't speak? This just doesn't make any sense. How is this, if they're all operating, including Crowder, right now, under these guidelines, how is that conservatism not being able to speak?
Sitch, you just don't get it.
I don't get it. You're right. Everyone is operating under YouTube. Everyone on YouTube right now is operating under YouTube guidelines.
Except
is that
Steven
now?
Crowder's not, though. That's
That
why he's
doesn't mean the guidelines are
demonetized.
good. It doesn't mean they shouldn't change. They should change. But the idea that like there can't be any surviving political movement under these guidelines, that's not the case now. Is it?
Steven Crowder's brand is testing out the guidelines though all the time. Like
I hear people complaining about the vaccine on YouTube all the time. I hear people doubting election on YouTube all the time.
You do?
Yeah,
Really?
do you not? We've literally debated people on the election front stuff on this stream.
We did like a 4-hour stream, and I think it was
Yes.
monetized too. I think it's still monetized, to be honest with you.
It is. It's still monetized. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like,
Let's see.
so now I know you can't get demonetized for pushing that. I know because like with Brett got demonetized for the vaccine stuff, right?
He did, yeah. His whole
Well,
channel.
he
got
was talking about a lot of
demonetized.
COVID stuff, not just the vaccine stuff. But and I don't think he should be. But I don't think it's fair to say that, the conservative movement cannot survive under the current YouTube guidelines. That's not the case. Diogenes for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says, hey guys, quick question. This does not seem like stirring the proverbial. Does this not seem like stirring the proverbial shit pot for attention? It seems like this could have all been settled privately.
Well, I agree there. Yeah, should be settled privately.
It could have been, I guess, but then it would require, here's the problem. It would have required Crowder to kind of go back to the Daily Wire with his hat in his hands after they turned down the 30 million a year, write me the contract demand offer, or whatever you want to call it. You would have had to say, okay, I'll redline your contract, so.
Yeah.
Ostracy, thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 10 months. Says you are already so one-sided. That's true. In framing this discussion, example, he did this because he got one bad deal. You have no idea how long and how many conversations Crowder had to inform this call out. Well, according to Crowder and Jeremy, and Crowder hasn't contradicted this. Maybe he will on
Monday,
Tim Pool
tomorrow.
It was literally one conversation. It was the Daily Wire sent him the terms. Crowder called up and didn't like them and demanded what he demanded. And then some days went by and the Daily Wire said, no, thank you. So according to the timeline that we're given, it was literally one call or one conversation.
Well, and according to the Daily Wire, they wanted to keep things informal, and it was Crowder that wanted to make things formal. That's obviously their side. Obviously they could be.
Before they gave the contract stipulations, you're saying?
Yes.
Right.
Which, I would want to do just to say, let's throw some numbers around and see if we're on the same page. Right. I would do that just on the phone. Why am I going to waste a bunch of time drawing up contracts and stuff? And
sure. That's a good point.
Let's just narrow in, right?
Well, maybe that was kind of like stuck in their craw too. I didn't even think about that angle. They're like, Crowder we want to talk to Crowder to lay out groundwork before we wrote any of the contract. He said no.
Because you're just wasting a bunch of time.
Right. He said no. So then we said, okay, I guess we'll just give you kind of a more standard contract, which would be a point in the Daily Wire's favor if that's really how it played out.
Well, you're just guessing unless you're having a conversation. If you're like, how many Mug Club members do you have? What do they pay? Is it a tiered system? What's going on?
But again, as
pitch us on what your value. We got to know what your value is. Look, in order for everyone concerned to get a fair deal, you kind of got to work together to figure out what the value is.
Right.
So you can't really go in and say, this is what I believe my value is in my heart of hearts. It's like most people want to know, how many, how big is your audience?
Right. And again, as I said literally a million times in the stream, the deal could be bad. The deal could suck. That doesn't justify Crowder's behavior after the deal. Those two things are separated from each other. That doesn't allow Crowder to then besmirch the entire conservative media apparatus. That doesn't allow Crowder, in my opinion, to essentially lie about his motivations or what I see as him lying about them after the fact.
Good.
If he was just
glad you added that.
If he was just saying, look, the Daily Wire gave me a bad deal. I think they have bad business practices that are scummy. And that was all he said. Then we wouldn't, none of this, there'd still be drama, but it wouldn't be like this. It wouldn't be like this atomic level of drama. So, we probably wouldn't have covered it because it would have been boring.
They're going to try to do Mug Club. He's basically going to try to do the model that was established under the Blaze independently. It seems like that's the direction he's going.
He's just going to do, subscriber model. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And I wish him the best of luck. Listen, I have no problem with him. If he can pull out what he's saying he wants to pull out, that'd be fantastic.
I'm already on the mailing list. I haven't got an email or anything. What's going on? Where's the automatic response?
Bishop Cruz for $5 says, if one day you run into an a-hole, you ran into an a-hole. If you run into a-holes every day, you're the a-hole. I like that. That's a good it's a good
You've
rule
never
of
heard
thumb.
that before?
Not with a-holes.
Oh, okay.
That's good. I like that. True Power Zay for $5 says, for those that hate the ban/demonetization terms, Candace said her agent negotiated the terms out since she was demonetized. Crowder is a con. Yeah, she said for the since she was already demonetized on Facebook, they just negotiated that out and they got rid of it. So,
Right.
Cody Ray for $5 says, when will Sitch and
What? Uh-oh.
when will Sitch and Adam announce their battle against Big Fence, aka Tim Pool, in their run-up over
that's
their own
awesome.
centrist media company?
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
I like it.
Big Fence.
Listen, guys,
Stop Big Fence.
I didn't want to have to do this. But here's an offer that Tim Pool of Big Fence gave us. He said I have to sit behind that spinny UFO and he would not get rid of it no matter what.
God, that's the UFO.
Every time it cuts to what's his name, I just stare at the UFO and I can't look away.
Just because you're autistic doesn't mean it bothers other people.
It's a glowing, floating UFO, Adam. Okay. Come on.
It's completely invisible to me.
It's like almost mid-framed.
Look, I'm paying attention to what they're saying. They're saying important things, okay? I may find out the reason that
they're like, I'm telling you, Tim Pool's like, I don't want people to pay attention to what Ian's saying, so I'm going to put a giant glowing UFO in front of his face.
Look, come on. If some big movie star shoots a cinematographer in the face, I want to know why it happened.
Because obviously Alec Baldwin, with intentional malice, murdered that person.
Look. And that, look, and no spinny, round, glowing UFO is going to stand in the way of me getting to the bottom of this. It's a mystery.
Yes. CT for 2 Canadian says, this kind of reminds me of when Rebel Media imploded.
And guess who was there for that? Lauren Southern.
Lauren Southern.
Yeah. She got screwed over in the Rebel Media deal too. I remember.
Right.
She talked about it in the video or in another video. So
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ink Face says he also gets distracted by the UFO. I'm not alone here. Okay. That'll be the next poll question.
Don't encourage him, okay?
That'll be the next poll question. Are you distracted by Ian's UFO?
Yeah.
Thunderstorm for $5 says, theory that Shapiro and Crowder are naked in high heels from the waist down. I cannot confirm or verify this theory, but it could be true. I don't know.
I think it probably is true, but
yeah. That's Adam's cat. Someone asked, is Wormy a boy or a girl cat?
A boy cat.
Okay. Aldrith for $5 says, y'all missed the point. Mug Club is supposed to insulate Crowder from boycotts and the adpocalypse. Daily Wire contract hurts him from ever-changing guidelines. Well, that's part of the... And well, here's the thing. I agree with that to an extent. And I think Crowder could easily negotiate, maybe not easily, but should negotiate, that if he brings in some amount of sponsors, that should reduce his potential penalties or fees, and he should get some points in the back end. And that's totally fine for Crowder to attempt to get that in the deal. I've never said Crowder shouldn't try to negotiate for a better deal, or that he should even accept this deal on his face, because I don't think he should. I wouldn't. If I was Crowder, I would not have accepted that deal on his face. I would have definitely negotiated for a lot of things.
The Rumble situation is a challenge just because there's not a lot of viewers there. It's like 1/10 the size of YouTube, if that.
Right.
So I just like the idea.
Well, again, this isn't about, for me, I know that Sean and it's like impossible to not start talking about the clauses because everyone draws it back there. But to me, that's not the issue. The issue is the way in which Crowder, what his behavior after this, I think, is unacceptable, regardless of what the Daily Wire's contract is.
Oh, yeah.
Lord of the Brains for $5 says, Sitch defending establishment right-of-ways to own Crowder is a 2023 take I didn't expect. Keep it coming, boys. Well, listen, I got to keep you on your toes, Lord of the Brains. I got to keep you on your toes.
Lord of the Brains said he would come on a stream and talk to us. He said it in the comments, and I'm going to hold
Oh,
him
we
to
should.
it.
We want to talk to him about. I forget. We want to talk about. We want to talk to him about something like a long time ago.
Yeah,
I
and he
forget what
said
it
he didn't
was.
want to come on, but he made some
Right.
concession in the comments saying he actually would come on. He changed his mind.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool. Noel Campbell for $5. Hey, Noel, it's been a while. Noel, it's been a while, or at least a while since you've given money. You guys are missing that this is GOP versus conservative, Trump versus Swamp. Well, I'm not. Here's the thing. I understand, and I think Adam or Sean brought that up. That's how it's being perceived. That's how Crowder is trying to frame it. I don't think it's truly that, though, at all. I think that's kind of kayfabe, a facade that Crowder has kind of constructed.
Yeah, it's hard for me to think that Daily Wire is the establishment when they do have like Michael Knowles and
Matt Walsh, Candace Owens,
who are basically
right.
Candace Owens leans
very firebrandy people, pretty far right people. I think the problem is that people in their minds, they kind of just associate Daily Wire is just Ben Shapiro. And like, that's it.
Who is obviously Ben Shapiro is completely, center right.
Yeah, he's far more, well, maybe not far more. He's more centrist-ish. Okay, that's a bad term. He's a little bit more moderate than Knowles and Matt Walsh.
He's a lot more moderate. What do you?
You might be. You might be. He's still, I still think. Here's the problem. Like, Ben Shapiro is still firmly in the right. He's just more libertarian. He's not like a populist. That's the difference.
Well, he's not a theocrat that we know.
Well,
of.
he can't be because he's in a tiny minority of people, so he can't really advocate for there to be like a Jewish, run state in America.
Michael Knowles and
Matt Walsh can because they're in the majority, right?
Right. Okay.
Though I don't know. Well, I think one of them. I forget. I think one of them kind of admitted to it at one point, but.
Look, I know you guys like Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh scares me. Okay. Matt Walsh is terrifying. I feel like if, you gave Matt Walsh dictator for a day, it would be a completely different country overnight.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you gave me dictator for a day, it'd be a completely different country too.
What would you do?
I would take all of the monies. And all of the women's.
What? Listen.
And I put them all in a sack.
He's like, I'm out of here.
I would just go to an island. I would buy Epstein's Island with America's debt.
What?
America's women.
Listen, Sitch, you got to take that back. You can't.
Wait. I said I'm buying the island. I'm not saying I'm going to bring a fucking pedo on the island. He's dead.
Well,
I'm going to buy it and use it for good, wholesome sex with adult consenting women.
He's gonna go out and the first thing he does, he's gonna pound a sign, no children.
That's what it's. Yes, based. There's gonna be mandatory abortions. That's how no
kids,
no children, mandatory abortions.
Adults only.
Yes, exactly.
Damn.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's gonna be Listen, there'll be bouncers that make a full circle surrounding the island in boats. You know how like the Coast Guard, they protect the coast. There'll be bouncers that just surround the entire island to check your ID before you're allowed on.
Well, as long as it's good, wholesome adult degeneracy, then.
There you go. Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, "What do you guys think of BD's new Atlas video?"
I didn't see it.
Who's BD? Oh, Boston Dynamics.
Oh, it's been in my watch list, but I haven't watched it. It's only like a minute and a half. Yeah.
I've seen it. It's on Twitter. Everyone posts on Twitter a million times.
Is it amazing? Every time Boston Dynamics, look, I have the bell ring because I want to rub it in Sitch's faces. So.
Well, you don't because what is rubbing it in my face? What does that have to do with anything?
Because anytime new robot technology comes out, Sitch is like, we're not going to have robots until 1,000 years from now.
No, I was like, Adam is like, Sitch in like 1 or 2. I can do voices too. See, as Sitch in 1 or 2 years, we're gonna have like AI robots walking around and taking all everyone's
That's
jobs.
why,
and
and
I was like,
Boston.
what the? It's 1 or 2 years. Are you fucking insane? This is like 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And then you go, but look at these Boston Dynamic robots. They're doing backflips off of scaffolding and throwing people their tools. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. It's impressive, but you understand that the Boston Dynamic robots, what's impressive is that they're programming a robot to sort of move through space in a way, but there's no AI there. These are just robots that are pre-programmed according to some specific protocol. They're not making some sort of AI decision to move through the space.
Sitch. So sooner or later, they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, sooner. Yeah, but see, that's what I was saying. Programming the robot and it's not obvious. Let me take a Jordan Petersonism. It's not obvious. It's not obvious, Adam. It's not obvious, Adam. That was more Seinfeld. That the more difficult part of creating the robot wouldn't be to make the robot be able to move through space, but we need to program the robot to figure out to move through space. And yet that's the key. It's harder to get the robot to figure out how to move through space efficiently than to make it so a robot can move through space.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yeah. It's a big data problem. It really is. That's why they have these things running 24/7 and they wish they had more of them.
Right.
Like they built an entire like fake city so that self-driving cars could drive around and just gather data on driving around.
I didn't say AI. I'm not okay. If you think I said, well, I don't know. Maybe I misspoke. I don't mean AI is like artificial consciousness. I mean AI would be like the ability for the robot to learn to do whatever it needs to do, on its own.
Yeah, we're gonna have robot workers and like
the idea that like we're near the technology that you could program a Boston Dynamics robot to like take someone's job. I don't think we're with AI, with some sort of AI or machine learning. We're not there yet. It's going to be a while before we're there. So.
10 years.
Oh, you've upped it to 10 years now. Okay.
What was it before? What did I say before?
You said like 2 years or something.
No, I didn't say 2 years.
I'm going to say you did.
I said like 10 years before. And you were like, no, 1,000.
Okay.
You're like 50 years.
Okay.
Adam, you don't seem to understand.
Okay. Denzer Foster for $10 says, I think the heart of the position for those supporting Crowder is, should you penalize the demonetization by big tech of creators as a conservative organization not being banned outright? Well, so Daily Wire's position is essentially, we're paying you to make us money. If you make us less money, we're paying you less. I mean, that's essentially their position. And I
really don't understand how the demonetization even plays into this.
What do you mean?
Because all the money is from the ad reads, and that's not going to. If YouTube comes out and says, "Oh, you're demonetized," well, they weren't really like that's such a tiny
I don't think that's
portion of their revenue.
Is it like okay? If Crowder
look, he's got to do 4 ad reads, and that's where the money is. It's not in the.
Let me look up Crowder's channel right now. Okay.
Crowder's channel has been demonetized and is still demonetized.
I understand that. Well, so that doesn't actually matter. But say hypothetically, it did matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Crowder is making, if he wasn't demonetized, and he was making 4 videos a week, and each video was getting somewhere in the realm of 1 to 1.5 to 2 million views, that's a lot of money, Adam. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, but it's by comparison to the ad reads, it's
probably significantly less than the ad reads, but it's still a lot of money.
Maybe 10% of the, if that, maybe 5% of the deal. That's why I'm saying it's like, it's like why look, if you're going back into the negotiations, I'm like, why are we haggling over such a small percentage of?
Well, he could have asked for that, I guess.
But I guess this is why he got mad, because he's like, listen, I'm still going to read the ads. Why are you cutting me?
Well, he didn't want to read the ads either, so that was a completely different issue too.
Right.
So.
Well, he could have said that. He's like, why are you cutting me off the knees for demonetization if I'm still reading the ads?
But he
didn't
didn't
want
want
to
to
read
read.
the
He didn't want
ads,
to do all the ad
right.
spots either. So
That's the real rub right there.
With Mias for $10 says, it's crazy to see how often Candace Owens contradicts herself on Timcast. I did a video over it and got some flack. I would love to join you guys to discuss this. Well, we had too many people on,
But yeah, I'll watch your video though.
yeah. Christopher King for €5 says, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee. I did see that video. It was very funny. Seth Dillon of Babylon Bee has clarified that, in fact, they are Big Con, not the Daily Wire, and that they are proud of it. Now everyone can calm down. It's true. I don't know if you saw it. They came out and said that it was rather embarrassing that the Daily Wire thought they were Big Con, when in fact it was the Babylon Bee.
Oh, my goodness.
CT for 10 months says, thank you, CT, who shouldn't be paying us at all, for 10 months, says, happy anniversary. What did you get me? What did we get you? We got you
10
5
months.
free units of free will just for you, CT.
Yeah.
Organically sourced, carefully packaged, created just for your consumption. 5 free units of free will just for you, baby.
I'm so glad we're carefully packaging now. That warms my heart to hear.
Listen, free will is very fragile. So if you don't carefully package it, it can leak out in transit and you can end up losing an entire unit of free will. So
Leak. Oh. Ouch.
Yeah. You didn't know that free will is in a liquid state when we ship it.
Liquefied natural free will.
Liquefied, natural, homegrown, organically farmed and sourced, pesticide free, humanely sourced, no slave labor, mostly free will.
Yeah. Look, you can't get free will from slaves. Just think how stupid that is.
Well, what do you think makes them slaves, Adam?
Just contemplating. Oh, shit.
Because we took away their free will. And
oh, shit.
I mean, Tal Sap for 15. I'm not sure what that symbol is, but it looks interesting. What is this symbol? Wait, let me Google this. I'm pretty sure we've got it.
Why, that's a swastika.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh. For 15 shekels. The currency that Adam that didn't actually know was real.
Yes.
That was a meme. But thank you, Tal Saps, for the 15 shekels. Says, the way you guys handled Cherry with kid gloves was extremely frustrating, especially when she brought up Amber Heard as an example. Well, I mean, I don't think we handled her with kid gloves. I think I'm nice. I think I was nice in the conversation, but
I mean, she got super angry at me.
Yeah, you guys got heated at one point. So
yeah, she accused me of straw manning her and all kinds of stuff, and
yeah, I don't remember her exact point with Amber Heard, except that I said Amber Heard was an example. I think that she was basing her experience too much off of her own experiences with the internet, because the mainstream narrative was that Amber Heard was 100% innocent and Johnny Depp was evil, and it was only kind of an internet spaces that that perception was reversed.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it would have been nice if she cried. I mean, I would have liked to see that, but I mean, I'm still getting flack from Aiden crying like a year ago. So
no more making girls cry on stream, Adam.
Yeah,
it's not good.
I mean, if everyone agrees, they're not going to give me a hard time.
There you go.
But we need to get that in writing ahead of time. So,
Andrew Clark, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 7 months. Says, Sitch, it's been 7 months. Thank you.
Woo!
There's only one thing I want.
Okay.
Oh, this is why you were asking, Andrew. Oh, you piece of shit, Andrew.
Please,
this is why you were asking. Oh my God. This is it, Andrew. Wow. He said, please, one time I won't ask again, with enthusiasm, say A-Team reigns supreme.
That's enthusiasm? That was enthusiasm? 7 months?
Okay. I'll say it just for you, Andrew. Okay. Just for you. A-Team reigns supreme. There you go. Is that good?
CT, you can cut that you can cut that long pause out.
A-Team rains their urine all over the poor orphans of California and Los Angeles, because it's just so degenerate. I can't believe you would pee on homeless orphans, Adam. That's just unacceptable.
Terrible.
Thunderstorm for $10 says, never try to rob someone, especially a friend or acquaintance, especially with white people in general. Okay.
Oh my God. This took
interesting.
a turn.
Interesting.
This took a turn.
This is taking a turn for the anti-Semitism. Semitic culture is very different with a concept of doing underhanded things indirectly. Wow. Interesting. Okay.
Well, thank you for the $10.
For the $10 and the anti-Semitism of Thunderstorm. Soldoge for $2 says, are you really going to make us listen to Crowder's voice?
Yes. Soldoge, why you change your name? Jeez. We just got used to Soldoge.
I know. I like Soldoge better than Rockaro. So. Lord of the Brains for $5 says, remember, chat, Crowder and Project Veritas have produced more physical evidence to substantiate their positions than Sitch ever has or will in his life. Whoa. Oh
my, shots fired.
Whoa. What kind of insane bullshit is that? Fucking Lord of the Brains. What kind of, how many times have we gone on stream and I'm like, pull this up, pull this study up, pull this webpage up, pull this article up.
Let's look at the phone call transcript. That would be great.
Here's the transcript. Here's the video. What the Lord of the Brains? How can you be so dishonest? What are you? You're crazy. You're crazy. What is this? What is this seething that you're doing? This projection that you're doing?
I remember.
Lord of the Brain says, by the way, never ever give it any evidence for any of the crazy shit he's ever fucking suggested.
I remember when Dave Smith was on, and he was like, "We can bring up the transcript," and Sitch
was
like, "That's a great idea.
It right here. Let's look it up." Yeah, come on. What are we doing?
I was so stoked. I was so stoked about that. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
And then you read the beginning of the transcript, and I'm like, that's pretty devastating.
Well, no, because it could have been just because they had a conversation about that very thing that was probably that conversation doesn't mean that this conversation was a different conversation that we didn't know about, Adam.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
It could be anything.
Look, stop coping on the phone calls, guys.
I know. Pat back, thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 2 months, says to be able to eat Chili's, Chipotle chicken crispers and call it healthy. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of oral treats. That's a based member chat. Thank you. Combining both the Aldous Huxley quote we like so much with Chili's Chipotle chicken crispers. Adam, we need to get a Chili's corporate sponsorship. I would support the fuck out of Chili's. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you not support Chili's?
No, Chili's is delicious. I mean,
well, there you go.
Yeah.
Let's get some Chili's ad spots in here.
Yeah. I had a friend that worked at Chili's, and I could eat like free Chili's all the time.
Oh my God.
I know. It was basically like being in heaven.
That's true. Remember, David Smith is a fellow Jew, so me and him are not allowed to disagree with each other. I forgot the rules. That's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
Matthew Titus, thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 3 months, says Crowder's first video was a threat. Quote, unnamed company, you know who they are, needs to change their contract policies or I'm coming with receipts. I mean, it could definitely be interpreted that way, sure. Stosk for €10 says, watched Rakita, Destiny, and now Actual Justice Warrior. Sean seems to have nailed it. Bring him on stream. Well,
you got your wish.
Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, we haven't even got to watch his video yet because I think it came out while we were streaming. So.
Yeah. But I will definitely watch it and probably snicker the whole way through. But
let them eat Chipotle chicken crispers. True. Lord of the Brains for $5 says Sitch just wants his own wage slaves one day. This ridiculously modest leftward movement from Crowder should be applauded by centrist, not condemned. Well, here's the thing, Lord of the Brains.
Hell yeah.
No, here's the thing. If Crowder just said, you know, I don't like these sorts of strict business, terms. I think people should be focused on things other than profit and not be driven by profit. And so I'm going to be, creating my own thing that's not profit driven, but we're still going to make money. And I'm just going to help, new up and coming content creators make more money. If that's all Crowder said, I would be fucking standing in my seat, applauding him, doing backflips, throwing him a fucking ticker tape parade. Right. And I don't know how many times I could say this. It's not what he's doing. It's not the contract. It's how he's handling himself. The way in which he attacked everyone who disagrees with him, the way he labeled all of right-wing media, the way that he was, in my opinion, very strongly lying in the second video. That's what I'm criticizing. And he could have done all these things without being dishonest, and I would be applauding them. So maybe, listen, Lord of the Brains, maybe like Vosh, you're a consequentialist. So you don't care about that. Maybe you think, well, as long as Crowder creates a good consequence at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But listen, I don't believe in that, okay? I don't believe in that. Like the great Martin Luther King Jr., I believe that the ends don't justify the means. The ends become the means. I'm sorry, the means become the ends. Okay?
Can't even get that right.
So I disagree with you respectfully.
I had a chance to go to a ticker tape parade once.
And by respect to that, I mean you can go fuck yourself. What was your ticker tape parade experience?
Be nice, the Lord of the Brains. Come on. I didn't go. I should have gone, but it's one of the major regrets of my life that I never went to that ticker tape parade.
One of the major regrets in your life is that you could not experience a stereotypical 1950s parade.
Well, a bunch of friends of mine, and I guess it was because the last of the troops were pulled out of Iraq or something, and they were doing a ticker tape parade in New York City, which that's like, where do you want to go to a ticker tape parade, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Do they hold them anywhere else? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You should have gone. You should have gone and talked real fast. Pulled up your pants real high.
I screwed up.
It's a ticker tape parade, everybody. Look at this.
Everyone
they still do this. Wow, it's incredible.
Everyone was saying we got to.
You could have grabbed that dame and kissed her, make a legendary picture.
Yeah. You've never been to a ticker tape parade.
I have not. No.
God, I wish I could say I have.
I didn't even think those were still things that existed.
Yeah.
All that litter.
All that litter, I know.
Yeah, all that litter.
All that free litter.
All that litter.
Damn. Should have gone.
Though nowadays they're probably a bunch of hippies. They'd probably make it as some kind of biodegradable paper or something. So.
What do you mean? This was like in the 90s, so obviously.
Oh well, yeah.
They'd probably be made out of asbestos.
Asbestos with lead chips.
Here's your ticker tape.
Denzer Foster for $10 says Shad does a breakdown of the contract too, if that interests you after you cover what you have planned. Well,
yeah, he published the 3.5 hour version on his channel. We got the 5 hour version here.
There you go.
Yes.
And I guess since we're not paying Shad or Sean, I mean, are we scumbags? Are we taking advantage of that?
These guys are our wage slaves. I don't know what you...
Are they wage slaves? Maximus Grooves for $10 says this contract storyline was way better in Wayne's World.
Oh my God, it was a contract storyline, wasn't it?
True. That's a good point.
Wow.
Sketch for 6 months says the Daily Wire, it's all business, sends Crowder a generic low opening offer. Crowder, it's all about friendship. Secretly records his friend's phone call.
Yeah, that's the worst part in my eyes, but I know.
True.
Some people don't think it's a big deal.
Hey, Wicked Supreme. Wicked Supreme's yelling for us to go to bed. Never.
I know. It's like pushing 3 a.m. there.
I know. Rico Zoro for 10 months says, what happens when you get an unstoppable shadow force mashed up with an unmovable robot object? You get a comedy show.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Yes. Girl Zoro for 9 months, thank you, says, maybe I have manlet syndrome, but I don't think women are actually attracted to Jonathan Haidt. Sure, his book is cool, but that voice is very unattractive. I'm just saying. There you go.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. Sam Josh for 4 months says, while I understand the contract was not what Steven wanted, he shouldn't have gone public with it. Really ruffles my loyalty foundation's A-team for life.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of people's feelings.
Disloyal.
Yeah. Jackorama for 5 months says, I'm finally on time for one of these. I can't believe I was late by 5 hours for the asexual debate of my day off.
Yeah, we ate the asexual. If anyone missed the Tuesday stream from last week, Sammy G, regular member of the chat.
I was going to say regular smut artist.
Right, yeah, regular smut artist, regular fan artist.
Yes.
Came on and talked to us about asexuality.
Right.
For a couple, 3, 4, I'm not sure. But it was an eye-opening discussion and very, very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting conversation about what it means to be asexual by today's standards.
Right, yeah. And it sounds like just normal, I want to have a boyfriend before.
If you're not a slut, you're an asexual.
Yeah, it's like
eventually.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So listen to that if you're interested.
Yeah. EqualShadox, thank you so much, EqualShadox, for being a free seeker for 8 months. Says Happy Chinese New Year. Oh, that's right. Isn't it the Chinese New Year today or something?
Wow.
Or yesterday? I don't know. Be nice to any rabbits you come across. Sad I'll be missing this one live. S-Class is the best class.
And
Supreme.
A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yesterday, because I'm on the East Coast, yesterday was the Chinese New Year. There you go.
Sweet.
I guess I'm assuming it's the year of the rabbit because he said be nice to any rabbits. So, based.
I do like Chinese food, but I don't like Chinese authoritarian dictators. So hopefully they'll get that worked out. I agree with
that very controversial and brave statement.
Hope they get that worked out.
Yes. JD Bachamp for $10. No wonder you were saying you're going to go broke. Says, hi guys, Shadiversity has published 2 incredible videos on the Daily Wire's offer to Steven on his other channel called Night's Watch. He explains why the non-binding offer is so bad in great detail. And well, there you go. And then we had him come on to just talk about it.
I did watch part of his video too. So yeah. I like
Mr.
Shad, obviously he's been on once before. Mr.
Taco About It for $5 says, people's reaction to the shows, they don't know how contracts work. How anyone is siding with Crowder is beyond me. People like Crowder are slime balls. Well, there you go. Interesting.
A lot of people are siding with Crowder.
That is true. Let me look at the Streamlabs.
Did you get all the ones I...
There were some new ones I haven't gotten into yet.
Okay.
Arithmas for $2 says, one of the X factors in this is the way the separation with the Blaze happened. He said multiple times that his announcement of leaving the Blaze was supposed to be a joint statement, but that didn't happen.
Whoa.
Because of the fact that it looks like he isn't going to get his subscribers transferred back from the Blaze, that might explain why this attack seems so poorly organized. Oh, that's a very possible. That's a good point. Yeah.
That was my intuition. This feels completely thrown together. Like, oh shit.
Right.
I have 30 employees and my business is about to die.
Well, wait a minute. Here's the real conspiracy. Okay. What if when he registered the website Stop Big Con, it was really going to be an attack on the Blaze?
It could have been.
And then it was supposed to be attack on the Blaze, and then it was only because the deal went south with the Daily Wire that it changed. Well, that's your conspiracy.
I said in the very beginning that I thought he could be calling out both. Obviously, everyone's saying that it's Daily Wire now, and he says.
Well, he says it's not the. He says it's not the Blaze. That's the only one he says it's not specifically.
Oh, okay.
But that could be not true. Who knows? My mother, look at that. Sitch's mom for $2 says, Sitch, it's time you answered the real joke, the JQ. When are you getting Adam to sign that contract I sent him? He signs away brands and comics, his house, and his wife for a 5% share of a lifetime supply of cat food for Wormy. It's a very generous offer.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Wormy's very old. I mean, this is not a good deal.
It's not a good contract? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Gorosero for $2 says, what is this? Cold Feet Friended and Shad Landau versus Sitch Cedar and actual Big Con Warrior. This will be the battle of the ages. Wow, look at Goro roasting us all. How dare you call me? How dare you associate me with Mr. Buckets of Cum? Okay. How dare.
Ouch.
Sodoge for $2 says, I think we all agree. Look at Sodoge. I think we all agree that what we need here is government regulation. We need to return to Sitch's beloved FDR politics, where government just controls all of the podcasts out there because of Commerce Clause. That would solve everything. Well, here's a question. If the government had some kind of regulatory control over podcasts, wouldn't that mean that because of free speech, they wouldn't be able to censor people at all?
I knew that's where you were going.
I mean, I don't know.
Sitch is literally saying government would solve all.
I'm just saying, under your own straw man, so those maybe would be better. I don't know.
Well, it would be against the Constitution for them to limit your speech.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Arithmus for $2 says, how much less are ad reads worth when you are banned from YouTube? I would assume that the payout from advertisers would be vastly lower if the primary source of views was lost. In that respect, I feel the penalties make sense. Well, that's an interesting point. It's definitely possible because, as Sean was saying, if you're demonetized, that definitely hurts your standing in the algorithm.
How is Crowder getting all those views in? You just said he gets
He's
like 2
still getting
million
good views, but he would probably be getting more if he was monetized.
He'd be like,
he would getting actually. He probably wouldn't be. He would be getting.
He'd be getting
more
PewDiePie views.
Maybe not that level, but he would definitely be getting more views if he was monetized.
Right.
Because I don't think in my entire life have I ever been recommended a Crowder video.
Really?
Which makes sense. I mean, if he's not monetized. So now I know that's just a personal story, but Rhythmus for $2 says, I wish I wasn't so far behind, but Shad has no clue what he's talking about when he says the Daily Wire doesn't push the boundaries of what they'll talk about. I listened to Noel all through COVID, and he was very anti-vax. Yeah, but well, that's why I think...
We called him on that, though.
Right. Well, that's why I think Crowder's claim is completely dishonest. Because they seem to be pretty extreme in, pushing the boundary on lots of things, so... Arithmus for $2 says, everyone is extrapolating Ben Shapiro takes onto all the other Daily Wire hosts. Oh, that's what I said. True. But that's simply not accurate. Knowles and Clavin are calmly at odds with Ben on current events.
Okay.
True. Sodoge for $2 says, I'm surprised that Adam, quote, selectorate theory friended in PSA Pence was guided by faith. I didn't quite say that, but okay. Sitch swap places on this one. It's always interesting finding out where people give good faith or not on a topic. Why would people have expected us to be reversed on this topic? Did people expect us to have the other person's opinion on the topic?
I mean,
I'm not sure why, but
the only thing I object to is that you're constantly saying it's only about the money. It's only about the money. It's only about the money. That's the only real.
It is only about the money.
That's really the only big divergence I see in our positions.
Well, I'm only saying that because he's saying it's not about the money when it is about the money. I don't understand.
Looping. We're looping.
Okay.
No more looping.
That was a bad movie. Fuck you, Rian Johnson. CT for $2 says, can I just say it's kind of funny that $50 million is considered lowballing. You make that and you're done. You never have to work again. like that is a comically large amount of money in any other situation. Well, to be fair, that's true, CT, but to be fair, it's not like $50 million for Crowder to just put in his pocket. It would,
what do you mean?
He has
You
to
never
pay
have to
his
work
entire.
again. You
He has to pay
literally,
his entire staff. Which I mean, still, someone getting
and you're
$10
literally
million a year.
You're taking a full-time job for the next 4 years.
Right.
Yeah. What do you mean?
But okay, I mean, say Crowder gives himself, 20 million of that, right? That's still, for a lot of people, that's it, right? That's fucking, you're done forever, right? For most people, not for a lot of people, for most people, $20 million a year, $20 million for 4 years of work is like a dream.
Yeah, you could live off.
That's like 99% of people's dream. Yeah. Including my own. I would do 4 years of work for $20 million. I would do 4 years of work for $10 million.
It is a giant opportunity.
I would do 4 years of work, for $5 million. Like, yeah, that's it's still a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. But to be fair to Crowder, if he's making that level of money on his own already, then it would make no sense for him to take the deal.
He
obviously
can't be coming close. Like, this is. My intuition, and I could be wrong. My intuition is this was his big shot at the $20 million payday, and he fumbled the ball. And now he's kind of like, are we going to make 20 million? I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Stock for $2 says Sunday, quote, I assume he means President Sunday. I don't think you're as smart as you seem to think you are. Guy, wow, what a great argument. Sunday, not an argument. Guy, I don't think you're as smart as you seem to think you are. Sunday, blocks him.
Oh, really?
Oh, I saw that exchange, yeah. I did see that exchange. President Sunday's he's an interesting fellow. We'll say that.
We're gonna win him over, man. We're gonna.
I'm sure.
He's gonna be
President attacking Jonathan Haidt.
President Sunday is our future centrist convert.
You are literally. It's too late at night, and you've become delusional with hunger, Adam. Okay.
I am hungry.
It's 3 a.m. Adam can't think straight. He hasn't eaten his low blood sugar. He's become delusional. No one listened to what he's saying.
You don't think we can do it?
No,
Sitch,
no. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you
are insane.
Look, you made some headway in the last conversation.
No, I didn't. The fuck? It's like talking to a fucking wall. What are you talking about? What is this? What are you saying?
I do feel like you made some headway. Look, it was baby steps, but I still think, look, this is a long-term project.
No, I completely disagree with you. This is, I don't know, you're high. This is, I don't know what you're talking about. Lemur wrench for $2.
Adam, go get your tapioca.
Yeah, Adam, go get your tapioca. Yeah, there you go. Adam, do we have to put you in a home or something?
Look, tapioca, that's one of the funniest words right there. Nothing says old folks home like the word tapioca.
There you go. Adam, go get some. Well, you're in LA, so you don't just get tapioca. You get boba tea. Go get some boba tea.
That was
okay, you old hipster.
Chaos Night. That was brilliantly funny.
Lemur Wrench for $2 says, Crowder, if you want to prove that money wasn't your true motivation, it's not very persuasive to use clips of you saying things that you pre-planned to air on your show. So your recordings can't expose the recorder. True.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
But he's demonetized, so he didn't make any money off those clips.
There you go. Joe for $10 says, Adam, how hard is it to learn the harmonica? I think it would be something fun to pull out and start popping off randomly while at parties.
I mean, I did learn a song, but I've kind of forgotten it because
I was going to say you're asking the wrong person because Adam doesn't know how to play the harmonica.
I did learn Piano Man, but I really feel it's way off now because I haven't listened to the song in forever. So
right.
When I learned it, I listened to the song like on
one day I'm going to annoy Adam. I'm secretly going to start playing piano again, and I'll play the Piano Man song without warning on stream just to show him up.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Cherry. Hey, it's Cherry. I'm pretty sure that this is the real Cherry.
Oh, thanks.
Pretty 99.9% sure this is the real Cherry and not some imposter. But you let me know. Cherry for $2 says, sobs. It's just that crying. Everyone says they like not so erudite, but not me. It's not fair.
It isn't fair.
Why are people listen? I like Cherry. I like the conversation we had with Cherry. People need to be nicer to Cherry, okay? Be nice. Be nice. And I'm not just saying that because she offered to put me in her stable and impreg me, okay?
I know.
Which is something I do not want, actually. So.
Sitch, I would not. I mean, that's a dangerous game you want to play.
That is a dangerous game. I don't want to be anywhere near that stable, okay?
Right.
I am anti being in one of those relationships. But I appreciate the offer.
Can you imagine you're like having sex with her and her husband sitting there staring at you angrily?
That would be very awkward.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be very awkward. Andrew Clark for $2 says Sammy G is a Fujoshi, might as well be a zombie. I don't know what that word means.
Yeah.
Fujoshi?
Hopefully it's not too bad.
Japanese term for female fans of manga, anime, and novels that feature romantic relationships between men. Oh, so someone that likes yaoi. I got you. That is true.
That's true.
Andrew Haskins for $2 says the means become the ends. What about the Daily Wire? What about them? I don't know what the implication is there.
Well, he's saying that they're undercutting smaller creators. That's
right. Well, so the means of Daily Wire is that they right now are currently a capitalist private business that has very strong, cold business negotiations. And the ends are, in my opinion, Daily Wire will end up still being a right-wing, cold capitalist business that behaves exactly the same way.
Nobody's
yes. Yes, Daily Wire's ends will continue to be the means they're currently operating under. I don't disagree with that. Yes.
Nobody's come forward and said the Daily Wire totally took advantage of me. I made them all this money and they didn't pay me what I was worth.
That is true.
That hasn't happened yet.
Not yet anymore.
Like right now he's going off of Crowder is just going off of a hypothetical.
Right. Not Gay Ben, our favorite super chatter. Thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 10 months. Says, fun fact, Not Gay Jared is actually my son, who I conceived of when I traveled back to the year 1991. He then went out to father a young Chad, who he named Ben. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Did you father your own father, Not Gay Ben? Well, that might not be gay, but it's something.
Right.
That's something. I don't know what it is, but it seems wrong, degenerate.
I wondered, I never have heard of Not Gay Jared. But as soon as I heard of Not Gay Jared, you know who I instantly thought of?
Right. What?
Not Gay Ben, obviously.
There
I was
you
like,
go.
holy cow. We have a Not Gay Ben. I wonder if they're related.
Jimmy DeThing for $15. Thank you. Says the major point here needs to be the clause in question does not reinforce big tech censorship. It mitigates the risk that big tech presents. True. As a regular person who has participated in large contract negotiations, Lauren Chen comes off as naive. Crowder comes off as an opportunist that people will think twice about negotiating with. Well, now they definitely will.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Andrew Haskins for $7 says, I am Jewish. Not every criticism of your bias is anti-Semitism. Sitch from one Jew to another. Well, that may be, Andrew, but you understand that when you say Sitch, it was you, right? Let me make sure I'm not misquoting you. When you say Sitch has to side with the Daily Wire because he's a fellow small hat person, you're saying that I'm only siding them because I'm Jewish. And that seems pretty anti-Semitic. So was that you or was that someone else?
No, I think it was because Andrew Haskins said, I am Jewish right after that.
So listen, I don't know who you are. I have no way of knowing who you are. That comes off as pretty anti-Semitic when you say, when you accuse me of, yeah, that was you. When you accuse me of siding the Daily Wire because I'm Jewish. and because Ben Shapiro is Jewish, so good job with that. I would suggest not doing that in the future if you want to come off as anti-Semitic.
Well, it seems like it's some kind of miscommunication. It doesn't seem to be. Obviously, he's saying he's not. He doesn't mean it to be anti-Semitic, and he's a member of the channel. So I mean, he's obviously heard us talk about this stuff before. So
okay.
I mean, it's not as bad as what Shad said earlier.
Listen,
but
I understand, but it's like saying like if Crowder wasn't white, and you were like, well, you of course you're signing with Daily Wire because you're white. They're a bunch of white people. You're like, well, what the fuck? That sounds pretty racist. Like I don't know how else to interpret the comment. So if you're joking, you understand I can't read the joke, context from text. So Kenneth Kofi, thanks so much for the $1. Stock for $2 says cooking show idea: chowder with Crowder.
Andrew says read the member chat. Is there a member chat?
I'll find it again. Yeah, Sitch is a small hat, so he will side with the Daily Wire. Crowder called out all grift conservatives. You can't win playing your opponent's game. Chat chant for the win. How does that help your case?
What's chat chant?
The chat.
Oh.
So it doesn't help your case, Andrew. If you're Jewish, I would suggest not making comments like that to people that you don't know. So Andrew Clark for $2 says Fujoshi translates to rotten girl. There you go. Sammy's not a rotten girl. Sammy is a delight who just happens to like Yahweh. Okay. Anyways.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. We made it.
We made it.
This was a marathon stream. I had no idea that this stream was going to go on this long.
It's like an old day stream.
I know. I was going to tell you. Can we knock this out in like 30 minutes? But I guess it didn't happen that way. Yeah. So, oh well.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, of course, to Sean and Shad for coming on and arguing for like 5 hours so me and Adam could just kind of sit back and chill out.
We took a break most of the time.
We took a break, yeah. I was not even at my computer for like 90% of that conversation.
Oh, for real?
I was just doing
doing
push-ups, doing pull-ups, doing cartwheels.
I thought I heard a vacuum cleaner in the back.
I was vacuuming. Right. I was taking after Jordan Peterson. I was cleaning my room. So thanks for that. Thank you, Lofti and Mossad for coming on. And thank you all, and thank you, Destiny, for sending your raid at us at the end there. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. We'll see you all on Tuesday, when this saga will probably be continued as we cover Steven Crowder on Timcast. Until then.
Bye-bye!
There you go.
All right.